This wasn't working. Leora's fire reached the overlap zone and found the Hydra's ice there, and when fire and ice met without precise control they cancelled each other, which meant the regeneration improved by exactly the margin the two effects had been suppressing. Ren changed elements without alternatives. The Hydra dropped the ice from the second head and moved to something that wouldn't interfere with the fire, so pure light on the first head, lightning on the second even at higher cost, because light and lightning didn't counter fire and the ice was doing more harm than good now. The lightning landed with real force. The beast that received it staggered, only for a moment, but a moment was enough for the carapace rotation to fall fractionally behind and the light to reach something softer underneath. Real damage, the kind the beast registered, adjusting its rotation pattern so the next cycle came slightly faster. But the pattern had changed. The partial paralysis from the lightning made both beasts clumsy, not useless but clumsy, and clumsy in something of 300 tons was still a constant threat, still something that could end a person without particular effort, but it was the difference between gaining no ground and gaining ground very slowly. Ren started calculating how much mana the group would have left for the 10th chamber if the fight continued at this pace. Lin reached the same conclusion a few seconds after he finished the calculation. At this rate we arrive downstairs tired, she said. There was nothing to respond, because it was correct. I fuse here, you come later to carry me out. Not a request for input. I finish this quickly and you save what you can for whatever comes next. Lin had made her decision. Go ahead to the 10th, she said, with the smile she had when something struck her as an interesting problem rather than a serious one, the smile of someone who had spent their whole life looking for challenges to push against and come out of better. But Ren started to hold his position, not wanting to leave her alone. Lin lowered her guard for a second to touch the top of his head, the way she had when he was still the boy she had been supporting since the beginning of first year. She was relaxed, not because there was no threat but because she had decided something, and when Lin decided something the body knew before the conscious instruction arrived, the same way it knew during daily practice, and didn't resist. She looked at the two beasts spiraling toward them, then looked at Ren, and in that look was all the evaluation she needed, how much mana the group had left, how much they would spend if this continued for another 10 minutes, what they would find in the 10th chamber without reserves. Go down now. Ren opened his mouth. Go down, Lin repeated, and this time there was no suggestion in the voice, only someone closing a conversation that wasn't having a second round. Then she smiled, and it was the smile she had when the problem in front of her was exactly the right size, not so small she would be bored and not so large she would be worried, just right. Something genuinely amusing in it, as if the two masses of 300 tons each rotating in her direction were a puzzle she found interesting rather than a danger she needed to respect. Nobody argued anymore. Ren looked at the beasts once more, then at Lin, and made the decision as someone who knew how to tell the difference between a situation where their presence added something and one where it got in the way. The guards followed. Leora was the last to move, because Leora was Ashenway as well, and when Mayo held her gaze she turned and went with the others. The group began making their way around the edges of the chamber while Lin created the open path to the staircase they needed. Lin's fusion had had the benefit of being among the first of its kind to exist, but it had never been the one that drew attention in a city full of double Tamers activated with the same capacity thanks to Ren. She had one of the weaker fusion combinations among the doubles with that capability, and the problem had always been the same simple one. Her crane and her panther weren't at the same rank, and fusions extracted the best from what was available when both beasts were matched, so the result landed somewhere between what it would have been with only the panther and what it would have been if both were level, something smaller than what one expected from someone in her position, closer in size to an advanced silver than a complete gold 3. Even physically it showed, the fusion form smaller than the panther's base form at high gold rank. People tended to underestimate that size. Only once. Lin invoked the first copy, the second instance the fusion produced as a secondary effect when it completed correctly, and let it stabilize with the mana finding its shape, then fused with the other in the movement she had performed enough times that the body completed it without instruction. The marks appeared on her arms first, the heat she radiated shifted temperature, and she directed the mana downward toward the legs, which were already long and defined and dense from decades of practice, and with the additional flow they became something different, something the two beasts in front of her would have recognized as threat if they had the vocabulary for it, denser, more alive, carrying the particular tension of a spring loaded before release. The mutant beasts kept spiraling forward. The formation they had developed between them in this chamber was simple and effective. One covered the other's weak points and then they exchanged, advancing in the process, and the combined size meant that attacking from outside was always attacking the part they wanted attacked. Not intelligence in the complex sense, but the specific instinct that things which survived long enough in selection systems developed for exactly what they needed to keep surviving. Lin calculated the angle with her extra beast copy. Then her already big and powerful legs turned even bigger and scarier and she jumped. The copy jumped a heartbeat behind to rotate with her, enough that the two arcs of trajectory weren't identical but convergent, the precise kind of offset that when executed correctly produced something arriving from two angles at the same point at the same time, and when executed incorrectly produced two masses colliding with each other instead of the target. Lin had executed it correctly enough times that the margin of error wasn't something she thought about while she was in the air. The rotation reached maximum force at the highest point of the arc. Graceful wasn't the word anyone watching from the floor would have chosen first for the powerful attack, but there was something in the movement that had that quality anyway, the same thing the mutant beasts had in their spiral but inverted, the body turning in the opposite direction of everything coming toward it with enough speed for physics to work in favor rather than against. In the last moment before impact, Lin released the copy she was combined with. The two blows stopped the spiral. Not gracefully. 600 tons of rotational inertia didn't stop gracefully, they stopped with the sound of mass against mass amplified by the echo of the chamber walls, the two beasts absorbing an impact from the specific angle that turned their own rotational movement into part of the problem rather than part of the solution. The massive bodies that had been advancing found themselves without a clear direction to continue because the direction they'd been carrying no longer existed the same way. Lin landed between them. She fused again with the copy before she touched the floor. The resulting Tamer and her beast, small by the standards of what was on either side of her but large enough by any other measure, was small enough to fit in the gap, and when she entered the space between the two masses still processing what had happened to their momentum, the size difference stopped mattering in the way it stopped mattering when you knew exactly where to apply the force. The first kick came off the left side of the nearest beast and landed against the right side of the other, and the rebound that produced in the physics of Lin's body was exactly the impulse she needed for the second kick to come out faster than the first from the angle the first had created. The two mutant beasts were side by side, which meant their flanks were parallel walls, and between two parallel walls with enough space to move but not to escape, every strike fed the next with the accumulated power that the rebound transferred. Lin and her beast were moving through it at high speed covered in flames, the wind and the fire working together in the enclosed space between the two bodies. The fire started red. No reason for it to start otherwise, Lin's fire was always red at the beginning. The kicks fed it, each impact adding something to the cycle that made the flame consume more energy in less time and release more than it received, and the red shifted toward orange first and then, when the accumulated impacts crossed the threshold, toward blue, the fire that Lin produced when she had the right conditions to produce it. The two beasts couldn't attack because attacking required moving and Lin's insane kicks didn't allow movement. Their attempts to press together and trap her in the middle only added to the impact because Lin converted their movement into part of her own. The group was watching from the first step of the descent. Ren watched both beasts, effectively still except for the constant shuddering from the strikes, and Lin bouncing between them with that blue fire illuminating the entire chamber in a way that made the purple runes on the walls look as if they were dimming by comparison. Leora was the first to turn around. Not because she doubted the result, but the opposite, watching was unnecessary when the result was already obvious, and the 10th chamber was waiting. The sound of Lin's kicks continued rising from above during the first stretches of the staircase, steady and regular, without the long pauses that would have indicated something had changed direction, just the rhythm of something finishing what it had started. They descended. The staircase ended and the chamber opened before them. No beasts. That was the first thing their senses registered, the absence where presence should have been, and emptiness in a place that had until this point always been full of something produced a reaction that wasn't relief. The opposite kind of attention, the alert that activated when a pattern broke, because broken patterns always had their own reasons for breaking and those reasons were almost never the comfortable kind. Ren stopped on the last step. There was something. Not beasts, not the dense presence they had felt in every chamber before, but something that wouldn't fully locate itself, like hearing a sound you can't place because it's coming from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. His mana perception, fine enough to read the microscopic structure of crystal in the statues he had worked with, found no identifiable source. The signal existed and had no origin he could pin. "Do you feel it?" he asked quietly. Leora nodded. The guards and Mayo did too, though their ability for distinguishing where it came from was even less than his. They advanced slowly, with the economy of movement that groups adopted when the territory hadn't given them a reason to run and hadn't given them a reason to relax either, the middle pace of sustained alertness. The chamber was the largest of all of them, the ceiling higher, the walls further apart, and across it, at the far end opposite the staircase, the door was visible from a distance. That final door of the ruin, old and enormous, built to outlast everything that ordinary construction produced, its surface carrying that quality of things that had been made to still be standing long after the people who made them were gone. Leora deployed her beasts to cover the flanks. Ren covered front and rear. The space between them and the door passed under their feet meter by meter without the something Ren kept sensing taking a shape he could act on, and somewhere between the midpoint of the chamber and the last 20 meters the instinct began yielding to the evidence that if something was going to happen it would have happened by now. Nothing came to meet them at the end. They didn't fully relax, but enough. They reached the outer range of the door and stopped. Ren knew the reach of the crystallizing beam. He had read enough doors of this type, their rune patterns familiar enough to know the configuration that activated the mechanism and the space that was close enough to see without being close enough to be treated as a target. Where they stood was correct, visible range, outside of response range, the calculation of someone who had learned this thanks to his free access to others similar to this one. Then they saw him. Sirius. Sirius Starweaver had generated a wind crystal for the door. Not light. Ren had assumed light, because the celestial tiger carried that element as its primary signature and the assumption had seemed solid, but the statue before them had lost the secondary element at some point, and the core carried the translucency of a wind crystal rather than light, slightly more gray than white, with that quality of something that still had movement frozen inside it, the weird impression of kinetics arrested mid-expression. Wind and earth. The celestial tiger that was his primary beast had carried wind as well, so the door had recognized him as eligible regardless. But the posture of the statue was what caught Ren's attention most. Not the posture of heroic surrender of the body that Dragarian had, that imposing image of someone who had given everything they had and was facing forward with the arm carrying the full weight of that decision. Sirius had his arm extended halfway forward, toward the door, with the angle of someone moving with caution and something like urgency at the same time, the hand open, the body's inclination that of a person about to touch something they very much wanted to touch. He had known the door's danger and was standing in front of it anyway. As if something in the door or in the space directly before it had shown him something, and he had moved without fully thinking through what he was moving toward, pulled by whatever he had seen before the caution that should have stopped him could. That was the statue. That was what Sirius had been for years. But the core in the door was the worst of all of this. It had not only separated from the statue's body and integrated into the door's surface, embedded in the old stone as though the door had always had it, as though it had been part of the original construction and the man it had come from was the detail rather than the other way around. The worst part was the color. In the crystalline mass of that core, where there should have been only the translucent green of wind element, nearly half was purple. The integration to the door was seamless, the boundary between the crystal and the ancient stone so perfect that distinguishing one from the other required the kind of attention Ren had trained specifically to apply. It would be hard to take off. But first, the corruption was consuming it from inside, slow and methodical. The wind crystal that had been Sirius's contribution to the door was becoming something else, and it had been becoming something else for long enough that nearly half the work was already done. Ren looked at it for a long moment, reading everything the surface showed and what the deeper layers implied, calculating what the intervention would cost and what it would cost if he waited. He had not come this far to wait. Ren raised his hand to use elemental control at range. If he could separate the core from the door before the corruption advanced further, if he could reverse even half of the damage that had already been done, if there was still enough of the original structure left to work with. No need to hurry. You've already won. The voice came from behind them. Leora was on fire before she finished turning, the purplish spiritual flames jumping from her palms with the speed of a trained reflex, and what she found when she completed the turn was a figure with both arms raised in surrender, no visible hostility, wearing an expression that was somewhere between amused and tired and corresponded to none of the ways Leora had imagined this moment was going to look. Celthia. The white-haired figure, shifting subtly between what looked like a young girl and an adult woman like something that existed in a space while not entirely existing in it, the specific way her presence was present without being fully committed to the room it occupied. I only came to say hello in the spirit of peace, she said, before you ruin all my work without my being able to offer any resistance. Not even a 10-year-old Ren would believe that, Mayo said from her position behind Leora, in the tone of someone who found the joke too easy to resist but wasn't going to pretend it required effort. Celthia laughed. Genuinely, the sound a real person made when something actually struck them as funny and they weren't performing it, short and unguarded before it settled back into something more composed. Then she sighed. The simple fact that you're here this soon is already a catastrophe, she said, and now the register was different, the tone of someone doing the inventory of a plan that hadn't resolved the way it was supposed to. No matter how much energy I accumulate, how much I anticipate, how much silence I maintain so nobody detects the movement, he always arrives at the worst possible moment. She looked at Ren with something that was almost exasperation but also a warmth longing, the kind that was more genuine for being out of character. I managed to acquire enough mutants to produce one with the capacity to project a crystal core here, which in itself is no small achievement, but the process of corrupting the nucleus that was already integrated into the door takes several days. Days I clearly didn't have. She tilted her head slightly. You realized because the numbers dropped and they stopped attacking the city walls, didn't you? Mayo looked at Leora. Leora looked at Mayo. Why are you telling us this? Leora said, the distrust in her voice clear enough that the question sounded like what it was, not a request for information but a challenge. If you've already lost, simply leave. I'm feeling very lonely, Celthia said, as though that explained everything by itself. Then, with an expression of genuine irritation, also I'm too fat now and I can't fit through the 9th chamber. Mayo opened her mouth involuntarily. Ha, fat? The 9th chamber is an exaggeration, but, how much is too much bulimia mindset in a corrupted entity when? Celthia. Ren spoke before Mayo could launch her full joke, with the urgency of someone who had been holding a question for a long time and found the moment for it. Sirius knew about the doors. He would have known before coming down here, from a distance he would have recognized the effect range and stayed outside. He indicated the statue without taking his eyes off Celthia. Why did he advance until he was almost touching it? A brief silence. Celthia looked at the statue with the expression of someone evaluating whether the question was worth answering, then smiled, and this smile was different from the earlier one, smaller, with something like pride mixed in, the satisfaction of someone being asked about something they're genuinely pleased with. My pet can show people what they want to see. Without further preamble she transformed into Celthia, with enough accuracy that Leora's shoulders tensed involuntarily before she processed what she was seeing. Then into Ren's mother, the same face, the same hair, the same way she held her hands. Then into a woman who resembled Luna in ways Ren didn't fully recognize but that made Leora tense differently, a hotter kind of tension, the reaction that came from her seeing something that shouldn't exist in the form it was taking. Then into Luna. The figure of Luna sustained by Celthia's mana, standing before them with the exterior composure Ren knew too well, held for exactly long enough for the point to land. There are beasts that can project images, you have one of those, Celthea said, without returning to her own form while she spoke, but I was fortunate enough to find a guardian in this chamber that could also conceal its mana the way nothing else can, and read what a person most desires and show it to them. What they want to touch. What they need to see on the other side of a door to advance without thinking. She paused. A rather unpleasant beast, truthfully. The method is cruel and low, but perfect for walking someone into a trap. Ren looked at Sirius's hand, extended toward the door, arm half raised with the angle of someone moving before the decision was fully made. What the beast would have shown him. What Sirius would have needed to see on the other side of that door to forget everything he knew and move forward with his hand reaching out. It wasn't hard to deduce now. There it is, Celthea said, reading his face with the unsettling ease she had. Exactly. Then the floor vibrated, despite the fact that they were inside a ruin. Not the kind of vibration that came from something moving far away in the chamber, the distant tremor that arrived with delay. The kind that came from something already above them that had been above them long enough to have built up speed, the reverberation of mass that had committed to direction before the group knew to look for it. 1,000 tons. Celthea was gone. The massive mutant beast that materialized where she had been was the size of a 10-story building laid on its side, and it came already in motion, without the preamble of something that evaluated before attacking, direct toward the group with the velocity of something that had been waiting for the right moment and had decided the right moment was now, driving toward the only direction the 10th chamber's geometry allowed from that angle. Toward the door. Toward the range where the crystallizing beam would reach. The group barely had time to respond. Celthea, visible now from where she had settled at the base of the beast's head, watched them with the attention of someone who had said everything they came to say and was now observing whether what they left behind was going to function the way they planned. 1,000 tons didn't need to be fast to be urgent, and these were fast enough on top of it. Ren's spatial jump carried 2 people. Leora's jump carried 2 more. Hikari took the last of them, and when she landed she was visibly shaking with the effort of a triple jump across a distance equal to the full thickness of the attacking beast, a triple jump for someone whose mana was what it was without the multi-beast architecture that Ren and Leora had behind their own jumps. She needed a moment to stand straight without support, one hand finding someone to lean on while the rest of her caught up with what she had just asked of herself. Retreat! Ren shouted, and the group didn't need it explained. Mayo grabbed Hikari and the one still not riding the royal goat onto the celestial cloud bird, clearing the path with the fast efficiency of people who understood their function right now was to be out of range, not being a hindrance, and were executing that function without being told twice. The fusions activated simultaneously, Ren and Leora engaging theirs while the group was still moving, and what the 2 combinations produced together was enough power to test what they were actually up against. The combined ray from Ren's Hydro-Wolverine fusion reached the beast with enough force that the results were unambiguous. It damaged her. Considerably, in fact, the impact was real and the mark it left was real. But it didn't stop her, and the massive mutant beast absorbed the hit and kept coming with the indifference that emerged when something large received an impact smaller than the sum of its momentum and resistance. The losing math was visible in the continued forward motion. Diamond, or something that resembled it closely enough to function almost the same way in combat even if it wasn't the same thing in origin. Because when the spirit flame breath of Leora's fused bash connected, that one almost stopped her, the damage substantial and clearly outpacing the regeneration rate in a way the Hydro-Wolverine combination alone hadn't managed. Between the 2 outputs together, they could hold her. The defense was lower than the Diamond Dragon they had needed 10 people to bring down, because the aura wasn't real diamond in the stable sense, not the diamond of a beast that had arrived there through its own natural growth cycle. This was something that had been pushed to that energy range through an accelerated accumulation process that hadn't yet become dense, which meant platinum-level attacks left marks where attacks against a true diamond simply dissipated faster from the mana level and density difference. Approximately Platinum 10 was the working number, that imaginary point between categories where the beast was stronger than any platinum but weaker than any stable diamond. And the 2 fusions, Ren and Leora's combined, put them somewhere between Platinum 5 and 7. Still below. Yet not so far below as to be irrelevant, and their combined energy still exceeded what the enemy was producing, which was the threshold that mattered. Ren looked at Leora while they held the beast's advance. Leora was looking backward, toward the guards and Mayo and Hikari pulling away with the purposeful movement of people who still understood their job was to be outside the radius and were executing it cleanly. Then Ren directed her gaze forward with his own. The core of Sirius in the door was still moving from gray to purple, slowly, in real time. Nothing fast, but visible to someone with the sensitivity to read it, and Ren had the sensitivity. He could feel it progressing, and he could feel what it meant if it crossed the halfway point. The corruption reaching more than half the crystal's mass would give Celthia the opening she needed. Her beast would place a corrupted core on the door's other side, and the door that required 2 active crystal cores would receive what it was waiting for, enough to open it in the particular way Celthia intended it to open. He kept the Hydra's ray aimed at the beast and pushed, not just to bring her down but to hold her in place, and let Leora see what he meant so that she kept pressing forward instead of retreating. The core behind the mutant beast was holding for now, the decision whether to hold or fall back was gone. Leora looked at him and saw the expression of someone who had made up their mind completely and had no interest in adjusting. He was certain of their victory. She nodded. From the beast's carapace, in a small protrusion that had barely the outline of a humanoid form, Celthia watched them with the worry of a girl who had shifted tactical positions but still believed she could resolve this without further combat, or wanted them to believe she did. "That was a joke," she said. "It doesn't have to be like this. Truce, I give you information on how to correct the corruption in the crystal, and we both leave on our own terms." The Hydra's ray didn't move. The massive fused bash, still the size it had grown to across the chambers above, kept firing its enormous breath from that height, the blue spirit flames feeding off the mass the beast had accumulated from what they had eliminated on the way down, the fire at a scale that made Celthia's beast look less overwhelming from the right angle. Ren and Leora weren't going to waste the fusion, which was temporary, by listening to Celthia offer information that might be incorrect, through an exchange that had a good chance of being its own trap. They had the information they needed. They had each other, and the fusion's active, and the core still holding with enough structure left to work with. Celthia waited. Then she exhaled in that particular way she exhaled when she had calculated that an attempt was necessary even knowing the result. They held. The beast pushed forward and they pushed back, and the purple in the crystal moved a fraction of a millimeter and then stopped moving while Ren's attention held it. That was the conversation now. No words required. Disrespectful. The beast started rotating. The same movement the 2 Platinum 3 beasts upstairs had used, the vortex of carapace and mass spiraling toward them while Celthia, from her position at the head, began tapping the corruption network to boost the regeneration and launch shots of corrupt mana with the aim of someone who hadn't had time to practice but had enough raw energy available for aim to be a secondary concern. Each shot was wide enough that precision didn't strictly matter, which was its own kind of problem. Between shots she complained, in the voice of someone constitutionally incapable of staying quiet even when talking was clearly working against her. "Do you know how many mutants I went through for this beast to reach this size and the capacity to generate crystal cores? How many runes I wrote? The walls up there took years. Years. A massive area shot, they cleared it with a spatial jump, both of them moving together in the practiced way of people who had been in enough situations to know not to split without a reason. And you boy, who is handsome, who has every right to be handsome, you still have no right whatsoever to destroy my work. I'll have to punish you when I catch you." Another shot, this one closer, the trajectory better than the last. "On top of everything this beast is special, I wanted to reach her egg at the end of this ruin, and you're going to stop me from doing that by being this greedy and disrespectful. I deserve better after all this effort." Mayo, from the retreat, clearly hearing the echo of the powerful mana-charged screams, said something that Ren couldn't quite make out, but from the tone it was the kind of entitlement princess comment Mayo made when the material was too good to pass up. "The copies," Ren said to Leora, between one push of the ray and the next. "We invoke both outside our bodies, we're wasting too long trying to break through that boosted regeneration with half our attacks. I've learned the attack pattern. The mantis carries us outside the spiral range, it's fast enough to avoid them and we dodge the shots from above while hitting with full combined power. Double input on every used second of fusion. Leora understood it in 1 second and executed without asking for elaboration, which was one of the things that made operating with her not much different or harder from operating alone. The mantis lifted them. The 2 copies that Ren and Leora had been maintaining inside their own bodies for defense and speed came out simultaneously, producing 4 attackers where there had been 2, and the shift in combined output from both fusions operating in parallel changed the numbers in a way that the earlier configuration made seem impossible. For sources, all of them above platinum level, concentrated on a target whose regeneration was formidable but not infinite. The beast absorbed the first combined strikes with considerably less ease than before. Celthia noticed it and decided that she had to try something else or she would soon lose. The first image was Ren's mother, rendered with enough accuracy that Ren processed it physically before he processed it mentally, that particular second where the body reacts before the mind finishes identifying what it's reacting to. But his beast didn't lose focus and the moment passed. The second image was Leora's mother, and Leora's jaw tightened in a way Ren recognized without knowing the woman whose face Celthia was wearing. Then Selphira, easy to generate and familiar in a way that cut differently from the others. Then Luna, with the exterior composure Ren knew too well being used as something it wasn't designed to be. Then even Larissa. But none worked against them. "Stop, you idiots," Celthia said, and for the first time the tone wasn't feigned exasperation but something closer to urgency, the register of someone running out of options and shifting to the one they had been saving. "Stop resisting. Everything I do is for your benefit, for everyone's benefit. There are things you need to understand that nobody else is going to explain to you, and I." The Hydra's ray hit her mutant in the forehead and shut her. Watching her use the images of the people who mattered to him and to Leora had been one thing. Watching her use them as leverage in the middle of a fight had been another thing entirely, and the second thing was what had produced the specific aim. The ray from Ren's fused beast reached the small protrusion on the beast's own head where Celthia had been positioned, where the armor thinned to accommodate the shape she was taking, and the effectiveness of it was considerable precisely because of that thinning. The massive mutant stumbled, which was what happened when a beast at that level, already damaged and losing controlled hold of the process that had pushed her this far, started responding to the external mana sources she perceived moving inside her own body, responding to them on her own terms and without the guidance of someone who could not feel the pain of what was happening and adjust for it. Celthia had not explained that particular dynamic to the beast. The protrusion had disappeared. Without the coordination Celthia had been providing from that position, the rotation continued but differently, clumsier, the trajectory adjustments that a beast in severe pain made when the system guiding those adjustments was no longer active and the pain itself had taken over the decision-making. The spiraling continued but it had lost the intelligence behind it, the timing that had been making the gaps close before they could be exploited. The 4 copies from Ren and Leora's beasts found those gaps, open now by fractions of a second longer than they had been before, and fractions of a second longer than necessary was sufficient when the available power was what it was. 10 minutes. Not easy ones. But 10 minutes, and when the beast hit the floor of the 10th chamber, the stone absorbed the weight of something that had stopped being a threat at the moment its coordinator had chosen to make herself the focus of Ren's aim. The room went quiet except for the settling of the mass and the slow release of the mana that had been holding the beast together at this rank, dissipating into the air the way force things dissipated when the force behind them was removed. Ren looked at the core of Sirius in the door. The purple had stopped advancing, still short of the halfway point. He had time. He breathed. The fusion dissolved with the particular kind of exhaustion that settled in when someone had been sustaining something longer than they would have preferred. Like a sprint held until you come out the other side breathing hard, it didn't leave you emptied for the rest of the day, but it asked for real effort, and the asking was felt in the specific way that high-intensity efforts were felt, not in the bones but in the system around the bones. Leora was more depleted than Ren, which was predictable and no more comfortable for being predictable. Her maximum time in fusion was shorter, the cost per minute higher, and although both of them had more than half their energy left, the distribution between them wasn't even. Ren noticed it and didn't mention it, because saying it changed nothing and Leora wasn't the kind of person who needed her own state pointed out to her in order to know it. The enormous mutant beast dissolved slowly. Not the way the mutants from the upper levels had died, those had remained as bodies after being defeated. This one converted into energy while it went, and what was visible in the last moments of the process was the spherical internal structure of something that had been built a specific way, the right size for the door, the right shape for a purpose. The kind of design that matched what Celthea possessed said, a guardian beast, produced toward a single specific objective. Ren confirmed it while watching the last traces dissipate and filed the confirmation in the place where he kept information that would matter later. The group returned gradually, with the measured caution of people who had assessed that the risk had decreased but hadn't decided it had decreased enough to drop their guard completely. The guards arrived in the formation they held when there was no direct order to follow, alert and ready for immediate combat, the posture of people whose judgment about the remaining risk was shaped by the chamber they were standing in. The purple runes on the walls, layered and repeated to the point of obsession, created a discomfort that wasn't direct danger but the feeling of being inside a space not designed to have people in it. Mayo arrived with the expression she had when she had just been close to something that would have made an interesting chapter. Ren lifted the nucleus from the fallen beast. It was still partly purple, the proportion of corruption more complete and advanced than in Sirius's crystal, which was still affected but hadn't reached the halfway point yet. The spherical crystal in his palm carried the weight and structure of something that had been part of a different beast and that was still what would give him access to whatever was on the other side of a door he couldn't cross directly. He couldn't help analyzing it before moving on. He looked again at the corrupt runes on the walls. Looked at the crystals. Calculated what Celthea had been building toward, what would have needed to happen for the process to become irreversible, and what remained between the current state and that point. We need to integrate it, he said. And to integrate it we need to get close to the door so. Time to bring in the sacrifices. Shizu stepped forward. She positioned herself close to the door, closer to it than anyone else in the group, with the posture of someone who had been waiting for exactly this instruction and had waited for it. Now, Lord Ren. Ren nodded, he couldn't approach the door himself. The crystallizing beam didn't distinguish between someone coming to activate it correctly and someone coming for any other reason, it distinguished between whoever carried the correct elements for the activation to work and whoever didn't, and Ren carried the element that was needed but couldn't be the one left incapacitated when he was the one who was supposed to be releasing everyone else. But there were people who could be the sacrifice. Shizu's Wolverine had the correct element and the capability, but she wouldn't be the one in front either, because they had brought some of the people who had done enough that nobody in Yano was going to protest too loudly about what was being asked of them. Among them, members of the families of Aster and Jean. Ren looked at them, covered in saliva, tied up and kneeling on the floor, wide-eyed. They looked back at him with the varied expressions of people who understood why they were there but were still processing the fact that being there was real, that the thing they had understood intellectually was happening with their bodies in it. Yes, Ren said. Now. Getting them here had not been simple. The families that had helped Orion were not what they had been before the ceremony. The fines and penalties had left them what was needed to exist as factions on paper, and the gold-ranked tamers they had once had were fewer between the battle and the ones who had chosen regular military service, the ones who had migrated toward other territories when it became clear that their family's political position wasn't going to recover quickly, and the ones who simply were no longer there. What remained was enough for what was needed, barely, but enough. Through unofficial channels obviously. No document was going to record this precisely as it was. There was language for these things, the language that castle protocols used when something necessary didn't have a box to fit in on the standard forms, and Julius was a skilled enough administrator to have anticipated that this expedition was going to require that language before Selphora asked him for it. The one who met the required elemental opposition to wind was from the Aster family. An Earth Tamer, Gold 1, with the nucleus of the correct element for what the door needed as its second component. He looked at the door, then at Ren, then at the door again. Whatever he saw in Ren's face told him that looking at the door was the correct use of his next few seconds. Younger than Ren had expected, with the face of someone who had processed the terms of the arrangement and arrived at the conclusion that it was the best deal available in his situation, survive the crystallization, which Ren would reverse afterward, and have his family's remaining penalties reduced by half. The sad math of someone who understood they were not in a position to negotiate and had been offered more than their situation strictly justified. Arguably a generous deal. It was the deal that corresponded to what they had done and what they were able to offer. The Tamer was watching the door with the attention that came from not being able to look away from something one very much wanted to look away from, the fixed gaze of someone applying the full force of their willpower to remaining still. It was a very convincing argument to stay still. Ren looked at him. Looked at the Earth nucleus readable in his system for anyone with the sensitivity to find it. Then looked at the door and at Sirius's nucleus integrated into its surface, and began calculating what came after. He couldn't avoid feeling something like guilt, but it was necessary. Until a voice arrived from everywhere. You guys don't have to be so cruel, with the handsome chosen of the stinking devouring light right here. Nobody in the group took longer than a second to recognize it. Celthea again. No body, no projection, no physical presence like she'd had minutes before, but present in the space of the chamber regardless, in a way that took a moment to locate because it didn't come from any specific point but from all of them simultaneously, each syllable arriving from a slightly different direction, the voice distributed through the architecture. Your tumor burned pretty well based on the smell, Mayo said. Are you still here for some reason or do you just enjoy making the atmosphere unpleasant with your stench? Ha, I'll admit the unjust focus of that beautiful Hydra's ray hurt somewhat, especially coming from the interesting boy that has a matching beast with me. That hit left me quiet for a moment, Celthea said, with the tone of someone conceding a point that still doesn't particularly affect them. I went quiet when I realized there was no point in asking you to stop anymore. But I'm still bored of being alone, and this chamber is integrated into my network. I can see and hear everything in it even without being able to project myself or attack. I lost those two things with the Guardian. A pause that had the texture of someone settling in rather than finishing. But existing here costs me nothing now. So here I am. Ren looked at the walls with a strong inclination to break the runes and end the conversation, but he didn't know how they would react in the chamber's structure or whether he had enough power left to affect walls that were virtually indestructible. He left them alone for now. The voice changed direction with each syllable, not randomly but following a pattern, activating different runes in sequence in a simple brain to produce the acoustic illusion of something coming from everywhere at once. The kind of design that made every surface in the chamber participate in transmitting what one part of it sent, a single large distributed system that happened to function like a very old and very strange speaker. The runes were also tracking his position. And other things. He felt observed in a way that had nothing to do with eyes. What I'm proposing, handsome, Celthea continued, is simple. You can place your own core there. You won't fully crystallize, only the beast of your choice, momentarily, you could open the door even alone with two cores. Your system is different from ordinary people's, and these doors were designed for entities like us. And you are one of them. A brief pause with something like significance placed in it. Like me. A very obvious trap for someone who was supposedly being quiet and thinking, Mayo said. Do you think we're idiots? It's not a trap, Celthea said. And she said it with enough absence of urgency that it sounded different from how a trap would sound. You and I were built to interact with these systems in ways others aren't. They're being punished by error. Their full crystallization it's only a side effect of trying to carry a task too large for them. This is free information. Do with it what you want. There's no need for you to confirm any of it, Ren, Leora said, with the firmness of someone who had arrived at a conclusion and wasn't moving from it. She looked at the young Tamer. We have what we need. And if you end up crystallized, we're all left without the only person who can do anything about crystallization, which is exactly what she wants. Ren nodded. Then the purple runes above the door moved. Not all of them, only the ones along the upper portion of the frame, a few non-purple lines that became visible when the corrupted ones reorganized themselves differently while Celthea did whatever she did when she worked through the network. The resulting pattern was simpler than the walls, more readable, the kind of structure Ren could try to parse even if parsing it came at a cost. If you can understand even a fraction of it, Celthea said, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Ren looked at them. It took time. The runes carried layers of complexity and each layer contradicted or nuanced the one above or below in ways that made reading only the surface mean reading something different from what was actually written there. But in the lines Celthea had cleared and arranged in order there was something more accessible, as if someone had taken a complicated text and highlighted the sections that could be understood without the full context. What they said, or what Ren believed they said after a long stretch of looking at them, was that the door had other activation modes. Another for those the system already recognized as part of itself. He believed now. He wasn't certain. The difference between believing you were reading something and actually reading it was precisely what made this dangerous to consider, and he was aware of that gap while he stood in it. But he couldn't rule it out completely. Run. Leora's voice had the tone it had when a name was the complete instruction. He looked at her. She was looking at him with the expression she had when she had read something in his face that she didn't like and needed to confirm she had read it wrong. She hadn't read it wrong. Mayo looked at him too. Then at Leora. Then back at Ren with the face of someone who had just updated an evaluation in a direction they hadn't anticipated. He's not actually considering it, right? Mayo said. The young man from the Astor family was watching Ren with hope and fear in equal measure, the precise combination that came from calculating in real time that if Ren did what he appeared to be considering, the deal the Astor Tamer had already accepted was no longer necessary. Good in one sense, he wouldn't be risking himself. Bad in another, his family wouldn't receive the reduction in their sentence. His face was doing the math openly while he waited to see which side it would land on. Ren didn't respond. He just kept looking at the runes intensely. He was thinking about what he might understand about these structures if he did it, not about opening the door itself but about what the process would show him, what it would teach about how this kind of architecture worked. Information no book had. The kind that lived in the doing here and nowhere else. He was also thinking about Celthea, and about the unknown gap between her reasons for wanting him to try this and whether the things she was saying were true. Those were two different questions, and the answer to one didn't determine the answer to the other. And if you use your guy as an earth elemental sacrifice, Celthea said, letting the silence run as long as it needed before she finished, you're also going to run into a compatibility problem. The door reads the state of the central core first at the moment of activation to fix an energy frequency, and this one from my pet is fully corrupted. Sirius Crystal Heart already has corruption in it but it's not yet compatible with the core. And so the earth element sacrifice you want to use will need to have corruption above the halfway point as well before the proportions are correct, otherwise the door rejects both of them because what my former pet left behind is the first key. Nobody reacted to that immediately, at least not visibly. The Astor Tamer processed the new information with a face that genuinely couldn't decide whether what he just heard was good or bad for him personally. You're going to have to wait for both of them to be more corrupted than clean if you're not connected yourself to the door and will be incapable of reversing the corruption from inside, Celthea continued. Trying to understand crystal corruption from outside could take the you of now a great deal of time you don't have, because even though the guardian beast is no longer here my rune network is still active, and eventually I'll be able to open the door myself, and then the artifact I have positioned elsewhere will come to fill that gap and trap you for me, my darling. Never yours. And still an unnecessary risk, Leora said, before anyone else could speak. Even if everything she's saying is true, it's Celthea saying it, and Celthea sure has her own reasons for wanting Ren to do this. She looked at the runes on the walls the way you looked at something when what you really wanted to see was the mechanism behind it. No. That plan reeks of fatal trap indeed, seriously, Mayo said, with conviction. Any plan Celthea is actively promoting has to have something inside it that doesn't work in our favor. That's not even a question. It does benefit me, Celthea said. Yes, of course it does. But you are already trapped since either option gives me opportunities. She said it with the tone of someone not bothering to deny the accusation, only separating the accusation from the verdict. The first option, what I want is for Ren to fail to understand the process. For the nucleus he delivers to become fully corrupted. For that to give me access to his interior space again. A pause. I have a stronger Hydra now, a bigger one and a new friend. I have a rematch pending. If the mana she's using can be read, she's telling the truth. Fantastic, Mayo said. At least she's honest. Or the second option, Celthia continued, without additional inflection, if he uses the sacrifice and things go wrong that way, those two people end up with corruption in their system and that also gives me an interesting access through them. All my pieces are unfortunately crystallized at Diamond where I can't change them yet just like you. But this is already in my range of capabilities, and there are tasks that require human hands, things I can't complete without someone who can move outside my network. I'll also have time while they're being corrupted to come collect them with my favorite artifact. The silence that followed was the kind where the honesty of what had just been said needed a moment to finish landing. So whichever option we take benefits you somehow, you're playing 4D chess to trap Ren in 3D at the end, Mayo said. I don't understand your reference, but, almost any option. Yes. Celthia didn't apologize for it. But what I said about the compatibility is also true regardless of me saying it. Both things can be true at the same time. Ren was looking at the runes above the door. The same lines Celthia had reorganized to make them more readable. He had been studying them while the exchange moved around him, and somewhere between the confirmation of Celthia's motives and the silence after, something had shifted in what he was seeing. Not in the runes themselves. In how he was reading them. They were genuinely part of Celthia's internal network, she couldn't lie through them, there was no mark of contradiction integrated into the runes that repeated endlessly like a simple but intense network of nodes, and what they said made sense. So this was a challenge to understand the corruption directly in the crystal, in both senses at once. If Celthia wanted access to his interior space for the rematch, what she needed was for Ren to do exactly what she claimed he could do, understand the process well enough that the nucleus he delivered didn't become corrupted, and be capable of pushing the corruption back from inside the system. But that was the opposite of a plan designed to make him fail. If she wanted him to fail, the last thing she would do was show him how to succeed, right? Unless she calculated he wouldn't be able to win regardless. Ren looked at the chamber runes a moment longer and seemed to understand something. I'm going to try, he said. Ren. Leora's voice had the exact temperature it had when concern had outrun patience. If Celthia wanted us to use the sacrifice, Ren said, eyes still on the runes, she wouldn't have shown me this. He indicated the reorganized lines above the door. But she also has to tell the truth to force me to try the riskier approach. What she wants is indeed the rematch. For that she needs me to understand certain things correctly, and that means the information is accurate, because if it weren't she wouldn't get what she wants from it. But she deliberately didn't mention one thing I just understood. He paused to say something to Leora quietly, close enough that it didn't carry, then continued at full volume. So besides that thing she left out, she gave me correct information against her own interests, or risked not getting her rematch. He looked at Leora. Either way I think she can't stop what you can do, and she's redirecting attention away from it. He held her eyes. I trust you. Leora took the time she needed to review that reasoning. Looking for the piece that didn't fit, the angle that created a gap in the logic, the assumption that only held if you didn't press it. She found nothing. Which didn't mean there wasn't anything to find, but... Ren leaned toward her before closing the distance to the door. His voice dropped to the exact level that reached her and stopped there, the kind of intimacy that was automatic by now. What I told you is true, and we have a trump card, the fusion. If the crystallization starts, you can pull me out mid-process. He kept the delivery level and factual. There's no risk to my primary system if I put the mantis at the front of the exchange. If I'm fused when it happens and the mantis is the one making contact with the door's system, only the mantis's nucleus takes the full effect. The other three beasts in my system run on a different frequency when the fusion is active, my primary in particular, since it's the one managing the fusion itself. The door can't reach them the same way until it finishes with the first one in line. A pause to let her get that truth. And the fusion bonuses give me enough resistance to hold against the beam for a meaningful stretch. I've read more operational detail about how these doors function in the other ruins than what she's showing us highlighted here. That specific part isn't in her highlights. Celthea left it out deliberately. Leora looked at him for a long moment. If it goes wrong, she said, and the word went down flat, no bend to it, a line rather than a suggestion, I pull you out. Whatever is happening with the door at that moment. Yes, Ren said. From the walls, Celthea said nothing. Nothing was also a kind of answer when Celthea was the one choosing it. Ren moved toward the door, then turned his head back toward Leora one more degree. She knows that part is true and didn't bring it up because doing so would have cost her the advantage. Exactly. Celthea's laugh arrived from the walls, quiet and unforced, the kind that came before you could decide whether to let it out. Not just handsome, she said. Smart as well. How tiresome. The pause that followed had a particular quality to it, the pause before something more honest than what had come before. Though the part that matters to me was never the crystallization, darling. It was getting you into the system so we can play at pulling opposite ends of the same corruption rope. That's the game I built this for. That's what actually benefits me. Ren had already known that before she said it, and had already told Leora in the quiet exchange. The entire chamber had been constructed so that game would favor Celthea and not whoever played against her. The purple runes covering every surface weren't repetition for its own sake and weren't the product of an obsession that had run past its usefulness, they were an amplification system, the mana in the space filtering through them since the beginning of the descent and changing to that corrupted quality as it moved, conditioning the chamber so that any internal exchange happening here would have the weight of the room behind Celthea and the resistance of it against whoever stood on the other side. He tilted his head toward Leora one more degree. The rune flow enters from above and exits through this door into the crystals. If I redirect it to my mantis core before it continues the existing process in Sirius, I'll have a window to understand how to neutralize or reverse it before the mantis's core crosses the halfway point. Not a question. The tone of a plan already assembled, presented for review rather than consideration. I already know the order. Leora looked at the walls for a moment, reading the pattern with her own sensitivity, whatever her particular range could extract from it. Then she looked back at Ren. The only reason you're doing this now, she said, each word placed flat and deliberate, not a question anymore, is that if you don't, Sirius's core keeps corrupting, and when the artifact arrives we'd have to leave him on the wrong side. A real good fighter in the wrong camp. And Luna would be saddened by it. Yes. Silence stretched between them. And if you wait until your power is higher, or let the earth sacrifice until it's corrupt enough to meet the compatibility conditions she mentioned, that time gets used to push Sirius further anyway and bring in the artifact before you can do anything about the crystal from outside the door system. Yes. Leora exhaled through her nose, quiet and flat, the exhale of a person who had checked every angle and found the one she didn't like was the only one that held. She didn't speak after it, just sat with a decision already made and already agreed to, the particular stillness that arrived when both of those things were true at once and there was nothing left to decide. You'd better be right about this, she said. Because if you're not, Luna and Larissa are going to come kill me, not your statue. And that's not fair. Ren didn't respond to that directly. Something shifted in his face just enough. Leora read it. Go, she said. Ren turned toward the door. The first step inside the range was the hardest to take. Not because Ren's body resisted. But because the instinct built from years of combat and mana and situations where danger had a recognizable signature said that stopping was correct, and that continuing required overriding it deliberately. Ren overrode it in the end and took the step. The door lit up. Not like the rune light on the walls, that constant glow of stored mana sitting in passive suspension. This was different, more directed, like lines scanning him from head to toes. The beam came immediately after. Like something that had been waiting in a dormant state and had received the signal that what it was built to respond to had entered its range, responding in the only language the mechanism had available. The guards tensed. Mayo moved half a step forward before correcting herself, the reflex ahead of the decision. Leora's spirit fire lit in both palms without waiting for conscious instruction. The beam covered Ren and nothing happened. More precisely, something happened that nobody watching from outside could see. The beam didn't impact, didn't rebound, and didn't scatter. It just reached Ren and disappeared into him with the smoothness of water touching porous earth, finding the channel and moving through it rather than stopping against it. From the walls came Celthia's laugh. Not the kind that laughed at someone but the kind that laughed alongside someone even when that someone wasn't laughing, the laugh of a person who had just seen confirmed what they already knew. Ren barely heard it. What was happening inside was louder than anything outside. The door's system connected to his mind perfectly and without preamble, the way two parts of the same network recognized each other rather than being introduced or adapted. Not words, not images, but something closer to instructions arriving directly at the processing level, bypassing language entirely. Ren read them the way he read everything, quickly, breaking the parts before the whole finished arriving. Two beasts of minimum gold rank with the required elements. That was the only condition. Not platinum, not diamond, not the absolute power one would have expected from something built at this scale. Minimum gold, and the element mattered more than the rank, which Ren had covered across all his beasts with room to spare. The nucleus he delivered would be duplicated. One copy for the door's system. The original would be returned at the end, directly from the final chamber, which meant the process wasn't a sacrifice in the permanent sense but something closer to a capability verification, the system taking what it needed to know and giving it back once it had what it was made for. The effect that crystallization had on a conventional person wasn't what happened here. Ren understood what the doors were. Designed for someone like him. For someone like Celthia. Not for the conventional tamers who had reached these places through strength or searching or accident, but for the ones the system recognized as part of the mechanism itself, the ones who could connect without the process needing to force the connection. The ones this architecture had been waiting for. I still don't know how you crossed paths with the dragon's light, Celthia said from the walls, thinking aloud more than addressing anyone. But here you are. You're something special now. Almost like me. A pause. You're the product of someone's attempt to stop the inevitable, built by working backward from what I am. The funny part is that the attempt came out better than they intended. Another pause, shorter. You almost compliment me instead of being my undoing. Ren still didn't respond. Not because he had nothing to say but because the door had more to tell him and the conversation with Celthia could wait or not wait, and in either case he was here for what he had come to do. He had entered fused, which was the precaution taken specifically for this moment, and the act of fusion left the mantis as the only available beast for the process. Not the optimal choice in terms of raw energy, the Hydra or the Wolverine would have offered a stronger crystal core at the end, but the mantis had her own qualities, the ones Ren had developed in her from the beginning and that gold one had matured into something without an exact equivalent in the system. It was enough. Ren directed his intention toward the mantis in the way the door's system had shown him to formulate it, and the mantis system responded with the familiarity of something that had been waiting for someone to ask correctly, a recognition of the process rather than a reaction to it. The beam interacted with the process in a way that wasn't crystallization. No pain at all. No resistance of the kind he had prepared every layer of his system to handle. Something closer to what happened when a well-placed rune entered resonance with the mana of the person activating it, that sensation of something finding its correct shape without effort because the shape had always been correct and the only thing missing was the moment of finding it. Like two parts of a system recognizing each other across the distance between them. Almost spiritual, someone with that world vocabulary would have said. Almost digital, someone with a different kind of vocabulary would have said. The connection completed. And from inside the door's system, before Ren finished processing what that meant, something answered. Fast, with the urgency of a long wait ending, not interested in another second of patience now that the connection was live. But the attack came in the moment after the connection finished establishing itself. Not like a beast's attack, nor like a tamer's in conventional combat. The corruption filling the chamber, the kind the purple runes on every wall had been amplifying since the group descended the first staircase, found the opening that Ren's connection created and entered through the mantis core cleanly, the way a key fit a lock it had been cast to match. The gap was right now. And Celthea, from inside her network, was already pulling. Ren didn't even tense. That was the first instinct, and it was wrong, because tensing against corruption was giving it exactly the kind of resistance it knew how to consume. He had learned this the hard way the first time the corruption had been dense enough that aggressive resistance made things worse rather than better. His system had remembered that lesson even when his mind had been too occupied to consciously recall it. So he relaxed. Not completely, not the way you relaxed when there was nothing to worry about, but the specific opposite of tensing, keeping the system active, the channels open, the circulation running without giving the corruption a pressure point to push against. Like keeping water moving so sediment doesn't have the stillness to settle. Fern would have understood that analogy better than any mana theory Ren had ever written. He analyzed. The incoming corruption had a signature, distinct from what the wall's corruption produced and distinct from what the chamber mutants had carried, though it shared lineage with both. It had structure, the signature of something cultivated or designed rather than simply generated, repetitive patterns that corresponded directly to the exterior runes and told any system that read them which frequencies to amplify and which to suppress. Not raw corruption, instructed corruption. Ren read the patterns. Deliberately, without urgency, finding the primary amplification axis first and then the secondary ones, looking for the points where the structure was repeated because the points where something is repeated are the points where its limits and weakness are more predictable. No different in principle from reading the crystallization runes in Selphora or Victor, only more complex and more dynamic, a living flow rather than a static crystal. But the same skill applied. Celthea's writing style, which was embedded throughout in the purple runes, had a strange quality, more intense than Leora's, more precise than Larissa's, almost artistic in places, hiding small details in the geometry that required real attention to catch. But it had internal logic, and anything with internal logic Ren could eventually read. He found the first reduction point at 2 minutes. Not to stop the flow but to divert a fraction toward an expulsion channel that didn't carry the effect the corruption was built to deliver. The equivalent of opening a secondary valve to reduce pressure in the main line without shutting anything down. The advance slowed. Not enough for the danger to clear, but enough to confirm it could be affected, enough to show the system had seams. The second point took longer because it sat deeper in the pattern and required him to have read enough of the surrounding architecture to know where to look for it. When he found it, the additional reduction was smaller but more stable, the kind of adjustment that didn't easily undo itself even when the system tried to compensate. He was learning. And while he was learning, the door's interior space was taking shape around him. The space was unlike anything Ren had entered before. Not the empty library of his own mind. Not the abstract beast mental architecture that fusions produced. This one had the geometry of something built deliberately, a space that responded to the runes outside the way a room responded to the building containing it, the interior defined by the exterior in every proportion. The floor, if that was the right word, was a translucent blue that Ren recognized as the base color of mana before corruption touched it. The walls shifted that blue progressively toward purple at the margins, and the margins were still moving inward. The whole space being dyed from the edges toward the center. Hello again. Celthea stood at the far end, wearing the figure Ren knew but different, fused with the Hydra, which had reached platinum during the time Ren had spent climbing to gold. Crystal scales caught the blue-purple light and scattered it. Corruption and its vast energy network once again gaining advantages that seemed unfair. The Hydra at that rank was visibly different from how Ren's looked, brighter and more irregular at the same time, the quality that accelerated corruption growth produced, results faster and stability lower, the trade-off written plainly in the surface of every scale. Beside her, a beast, she indicated, slightly moving her face with something between a smile and a presentation. Not what Ren had expected after the 1,000-ton mutant insect above, though the connection to some of the appendices it had was there once you knew to look for it. A compact insectoid creature, silver rank, with the original architecture before the corruption had altered the base form past recognition, the external plates bright and reflective, the articulation closer to the design it had started as. The parts the corrupted insect had once had, before Celthea had pushed it through too many processes. A beast soul, extracted from the body before Ren and Leora had finished destroying it in the physical world. I don't have the improved egg to give it a better foundation yet, Celthea said, without particular drama about the limitation. But even without your help opening the door to get it, the base skill set is interesting. Very adaptable. She looked at the creature with something approaching fondness, in whatever proportion Celthea had fondness. It was fortunate that even while corrupting its physical body so heavily, my mind being so embedded in its system gave me access to its soul. Integrating it into my true system, which is still crystallized, so was a great deal of work. But it was worth it. Before you and your irritating girlfriend destroyed it. Ren attacked. He had the fusion active, which meant the power he projected was many times bigger from what he would have had without it, and he used the moment while Celthea was still presenting the beast to drive the purifying light ray toward what might be the corruption's source point. Cheating, Celthea said, without moving. She split the attack with the platinum hydra's reflective plates, and what wasn't split reached her already reduced. More resistance than a platinum 1 Tamer had any business having. This field, she said, answering a question Ren hadn't asked aloud. All that energy from outside, all those years of work, have to be useful for something. A brief laugh. In here I can move considerably more power than I could move out there. Considerably more. She had built the chamber for this. Every rune on every wall, every layer of corrupted mana amplification, every mutant used as fuel in the selection system above, all of it had been infrastructure for this interior advantage, this space, where the weight of the room sat behind her side and against his. Ren didn't attack again immediately. He read the space instead, the same way he had read the corruption signature on the way in, looking for the logic behind how Celthea moved power here, looking for the seams. You'll have to hit me with something considerably stronger than that, Celthea insisted. Considerably. If you want anything to actually hurt me, you need to bring something I can't simply push back with what the field is giving me. Ren didn't respond. He had used the attack as cover. The time it took to analyze how to reverse the flow, the time Celthea spent moving toward him, the exchange itself, all of it had been useful in a way the attack's result wasn't. He now knew more about how to work against corruption in this space than he had known 3 minutes ago. He knew more about how to reverse it. He knew what to do with the crystal core to make the process of purifying corruption for serious clean rather than messy. That knowledge was real and it was staying with him regardless of how the rest of this went. He calculated. He had found the reduction points, he had read the rune pattern, he had understood enough of the system to know how to reverse Sirius's crystallization and what the nucleus needed for the process to hold rather than collapse. All of that was solid in his mind now. The problem was that Celthea's preparation in this space was enormous. The exterior runes weren't only amplification, they were a field advantage that made every exchange one where she had more than she should and he had less, and no matter how well Ren understood how to move against the corruption flow, moving against a flow that came from every wall simultaneously while the person directing it had platinum-level power multiplied by the field was an equation that didn't close well. Not yet. Celthea launched at him. Between movements she kept talking, because Celthea was profoundly lonely and even in a fight she couldn't stop herself from maintaining the interaction, the hope that Ren would engage back and give her something to respond to. You'll need to bring something stronger if you want me to feel it, she kept moving, kept pushing. Ren took a step back. Then another. His eyes moved while he retreated, not erratically but methodically, running an inventory of the space that he kept quiet enough not to be obvious from the front. the blue floor bleeding purple toward the margins, and the rate at which it was moving. The structures the system's architecture formed at the edges of the space and what they could be used for. The flow patterns the corruption followed in transit, not random, because nothing in a design system was random if you could read the design. Something at the left edge caught his attention for a fraction of a second. A point in the space's structure where the pattern was slightly different, an irregularity that would have passed unnoticed without the context of the last several minutes spent learning what the pattern looked like when it was consistent. The discontinuity was small. Celthea didn't catch it because Ren barely reacted and she was annoyed by his silence. He kept retreating. Then he looked at her and gave her what she had been waiting for him to give her. Attention. Simple verbal engagement. Celthea noticed the shift immediately, and while she kept advancing, the pace dropped a degree. Just one. So. Ren said, in the tone of someone starting a conversation without particular urgency. Celthea waited for what came after. Nothing came. Her expression moved through several things in quick succession. Surprise first, he had finally spoken, and the first thing out of his mouth was a single syllable with nothing behind it. Then something between amusement and confusion. Then, almost against her own judgment, she answered, because Celthea had been alone for too long and couldn't stop herself when something spoke to her, even when the something was obviously a tactic. I didn't expect that from you, she said, and the pace had dropped another degree. I always saw you as the cool type who only speaks when he has something important to say. A pause. You want to make small talk. Genuinely? We can talk, Ren said. No point attacking you now. You just demonstrated your defense is too amplified. I'd just be burning energy for no result. That is small talk. That's the most obvious thing I already know you could possibly say to me. Celthea looked at him. She processed the situation with enough attention to realize that Ren was talking to her because he understood that was what she wanted. Clever. Handsome, and also irritating. So what do you intend, she said, knowing the answer would be unsatisfying. You can't retreat forever. The corruption is filling your crystal more while you waste time, and when it does I'm going to be even stronger and you're going to lose your fusion and have even less control than you do now. Retreating only accelerates the inevitable. Ren cancelled the fusion. Celthea processed that as a dare for half a second and advanced, because without the active fusion the power and speed gap between them widened in the wrong direction for Ren and the right direction for her, and not advancing would have been deliberately ignoring a direct tactical advantage. Ren raised one hand. A wait signal. Celthea kept advancing, ignoring it. Ren held until the distance between them reached the specific point he had calculated, then used the lightning element to move much faster and create the space he needed. Celthea watched him with the irritation of someone being made to waste time instead of having a real fight. She closed the distance again slowly. The lightning came again. Different angle, same result. The third time Celthea stopped pretending the irritation wasn't there and moved at full speed, closing the gap with the velocity of something running on more field energy than it could productively spend. The ray arrived again at the end before she could complete the distance. Celthea stopped. Celthea looked at him across the space between them. The blue in the floor was still losing ground to the purple at the margins, and she had the field, and she was faster, and the gap in raw power was real. But she had stopped anyway. Because Ren had been retreating for several exchanges and hadn't gone anywhere in particular, and the space he kept moving toward was the same general area, which wasn't what someone did when they were simply buying time. It was what someone did when there was something specific in that area that made it worth being in. She looked at Ren with the frustration of being managed without seeing toward where, that gap in understanding bothered her more than the managing itself. But Ren had stopped too. Celthea spoke after a short, visibly anxious pause. You need to fight me now. Ren smiled. First time in the entire exchange. The kind that came from finding confirmation of something one had been looking for, not performance. That's exactly where you're wrong. There's a right moment for things. Celthea raised an eyebrow. What moment was he waiting for when every second worsened his position? She didn't ask. Not asking was her way of requesting the continuation without requesting it. You think I still see the ruins as untouchable, Ren said. And you feel very secure in your preparation. As if what you wrote your runes so integrated into them that nobody could touch them and manage affecting you directly. Celthea said nothing. They aren't. The mutual understanding between them at this point was almost absurd from the third-person POV, if there had been a POV with anyone in it to watch them standing apart while Ren raised one hand. He needed time. Celthea needed to understand what he was doing with that time. Both of them knew the other knew, and so the conversation continued because it was what both of them had available at this specific moment. You still can't strengthen the weakest aspect of those mutants' corruption, Ren said. Celthea's eyes opened wide. Not the gradual opening of someone arriving at a conclusion but the sharp opening of someone just told something they had no business knowing. A second later they were no longer only strongly opened eyes, but furious eyes. That's not fair. The calm she had been operating with throughout the conversation was gone, her voice had the temperature of someone genuinely angry rather than strategically expressing it. Ever since the idiot king crystallized our main body, the spiritual energy became incompatible with the physical network trapped in the crystal and the spiritual aspect weakened when the minds of all our followers shut down. But you shouldn't know that without being connected to the golden network. You're not supposed to know that, it was supposed to be my opening to trap you here, you cheater. A step forward, which Ren countered with one of his own, because this advance wasn't going to stop for words. She continued. What I wrote in these runes, the code I built for this, only I know how it works. I invented it. It doesn't exist anywhere you could have learned to read it. Ren laughed. The short one he had when something struck him as genuinely funny, not the managed kind. Next time make the patches larger. Celthea looked at him. Your invented code is beautiful, Ren continued. Very expressive. But very small. Small enough that the details are visible even when the rest isn't. Another pause. Also, the 10th chamber's runes are untouchable, you're right about that. But the first 9 aren't, because they're yours and not ruins. Your mutants built them trying to replicate the internal ones, and when you excavate chambers imitating the originals, and depend on the guardian beast whose illusion was always going to die with it anyway, to hold the idea together to fool me, the beginning of your long design is exposed in the most surface-level nodes. Celthea didn't move. I told Lin to verify it before rejoining us, Ren said. And Lin told the others when they went back up. You couldn't bring your guardian out of its chamber not because you overfed it too big but because the chamber was designed to contain it. And the other 9 chambers your mutants built have a serious error. Another pause, Ren stretching the time, which ended as soon as Celthea moved a foot towards him. The error is copying the internal structure of an open ruin in a perfect mirrored structure when building outside it. If I hadn't entered one identical to the original and thanks to Selfra Grandma's story I might not have caught it. Leora is erasing the important nodes from those false outer chambers right now. Celthea tried to smile. It came out rigid. Not quite a smile. Stranded halfway between composure and what lived underneath composure, the expression produced by someone running calculations fast and arriving at options none of which they liked. I still win in here, she said, playing her last card with the voice of someone unsure if the card was worth what they thought. There's a reserve node in the real chamber. Even if they destroy everything else, that node has enough energy to fully corrupt your beast's crystal and the crystal of the man you came to save before it collapses. They can tear the whole system apart and I still win on the strength saved in the real ruin. Ren smiled again, and this time the smile was bigger and had something mischievous in it. That's exactly what I meant when I said you didn't integrate the runes deeply enough. He looked at her with the attention of someone closing an argument that had started several minutes ago. What you wrote in the one chamber that should be untouchable isn't as integrated as you believe. The vibration of the enormous 1,000 tons beast moving while we were in the 10th chamber showed me the exact location of that node. 1,000 tons of moving mass leaves marks in the space most affected by your energy redirection. The redirection leaves a thin side for a sequence of runes readable even in your personal code. Celthea said nothing. Leora can destroy that node too with some effort even inside a ruin, because you reduced the reinforcement in that layer when you were redirecting and integrating it. A beat, making full use of Celthea's open mouth. And it shouldn't take long. When you lose the field pressure you have right now, when the rune flow cuts from outside, that's when I'm going to attack you. The interior space held the silence of something that had been running constantly and was starting to understand it was about to stop. Celthea stood still for a moment and then began accumulating power. The interior space responded, the purple at the margins moving toward the center with the momentum of energy that had the full field behind it. Then the field stopped accumulating to go in her direction and continued toward the center with her input, toward her feet, in fact, in the way that happened when a system designed to amplify started pushing from the wrong end. The purple that should have kept expanding around had stopped. A few seconds passed. Then it even started retreating, not fast, but in the wrong direction for Celthea, and the more power she accumulated for the attack she was building the faster it retreated, as if the system that should have been amplifying her with excess to spare was now running in reverse at her own expense. Celthea let the accumulated power drop when she saw that. She stood still for a moment. Then she smiled, and this one was different from the earlier ones, smaller. It was the smile of someone who had just realized she had lost in a way that, in retrospect, had a certain elegance. Outside, Leora had been a volcano for a while. Mayo didn't use those exact words but used something functionally equivalent, because Mayo had the specific ability to find the funny angle in any situation including this one, which was that her beast was carrying Leora while Leora sent every remaining piece of spirit fire she had after the fusion toward one section of the 10th chamber's ceiling. And the heat this produced was the kind of heat Mayo would have preferred to experience with considerably more distance between herself and the source. Could your love display be any more intense? Mayo said. Shut up. Leora didn't take her eyes off the point Ren had asked her to attack before entering the system, the section where the runes were densest and the overlaid ones could be erased if the correct type of energy arrived with enough sustained concentration. Spirit fire was exactly that type of energy because it acted on the ethereal mana component before the physical material, and the runes were mana even when written in stone. It just looks more like marital worry and anger than technique, Mayo said. Although, those might be the same thing right now. Mayo. Shut up. The spirit fire burned several degrees hotter. Hikari landed beside them with the firefly shining at half intensity, her way of communicating that everything was in order without saying so. The first 9 chambers runes are nearly all gone, she said. Shizu's group is on the false ones breaking the walls. Umi's group has run covered below and his readings are normal. A pause. The crystal started gaining the first few millimeters of purification. Leora didn't respond, but the fire leaving her body stabilized and concentrated into a more efficient point in a way that had less to do with the report and more to do with the specific relief of hearing it. Mayo watched the heat ripple around her in a more focused direction away from her general location and decided the next witticism could wait. Inside, Celthea sat down on the floor of the space. The smile was still there, smaller than before, genuine in a way the earlier ones hadn't been. I won't be helping you, she said. In case you were wondering. Now that I understand that using power to fight you reverses the process, I won't do it myself. She half shrugged. It's pointless to burn energy that way. I thought you wanted to enjoy deflecting my attacks, Ren said. Don't be an irritating winner. Don't make me angrier. A pause with something almost theatrical in it. Since I'm giving you this victory gracefully, the minimum you can do is to be a gentleman about it. Ren smiled. You're right. I won't do it anymore. He paused. I'll push the process myself, then. He breathed slowly. Then he took a spatial jump with the energy he had been conserving, energy that no longer needed conserving because there would be more than enough of it now, landing in the most purple area of the space, where the corruption was densest and the center of the system had the most concentration available to work with. Under his feet the purple began moving with the same logic as it had at the margins, but now those margins were retreating. Lines of purple climbed up from the floor to his ankles, then higher. "I expected you to use that method," Celthea said, with genuine satisfaction in her voice. "You've become very good at working with the energy you used to reject so strongly." Ren didn't respond. He began releasing energy outward from the point where he stood, converting the corruption into something different before expelling it, the process he had learned not in theory but in the practice of the last several years and that he could now direct by reading how the flow was organizing itself. The radiation that came out had the luminous quality produced by something that had been corrupted and no longer was, a light that was different from the light of regular mana because it had passed through something and come back changed. Outside, in the physical world of the 10th chamber, the crystal of the mantis in the nucleus Ren had delivered began brightening with white light, gradually, the purification moving from the central point outward. "It's a waste," Celthea said. Not with anger. With the genuine resignation of someone watching energy used in a way they found deeply suboptimal. That amount of energy could accomplish many things. Ren looked at her. She was sitting at the edge of the space, not attacking, not accumulating, with the posture of someone who had arrived at the position where talking without obstructing was the only option that didn't accelerate her own defeat. Since she was cooperating in the most minimal possible sense because it kept him near long enough to have someone to talk to. Still desperate for interaction even now. "What kind of things?" Ren finally said, indulging her. Celthea looked at him with the expression of someone receiving a question they hadn't expected. "Productive things, I mean," Ren added. She took a moment. Then she laughed, and it was the laugh she had when something genuinely amused her. The inner space hummed with the latent friction of clashing magic, but Celthea was in high spirits. She practically radiated a relaxed, effortless amusement amidst the storm of power. "In theory, you should have a much larger network," she observed, her gaze tracing the glowing, strained lines of energy coursing through him. "Like mine." She tilted her head, her smile turning almost nostalgic. "Well. Even though mine is crystallized right now, if yours doesn't continue growing at some point, your development will eventually stagnate." A brief pause, filled only by the crackle of displaced power. "All the energy you're expelling right now, wasting really, could build something substantial for you," she continued. Then, her voice hardened just a fraction. It was the tone of someone drawing a line in the sand. "Though I'm not about to tell you how to transform it without both forces recognizing each other as enemies and annihilating themselves. That would be giving you far more help than the situation demands." Ren gritted his teeth, his focus locked on the purple veins creeping up his ankles. "Right now, I only know how to expel it without it tearing me apart," Ren replied, his voice strained but steady. "I don't really have another choice." His focus remained on the purification process as he spoke. Blue continued spreading through the inner space. He paused. He weighed the risks, the drain on his stamina, and the sheer absurdity of the situation. Then, he offered a concession, something surprisingly generous. "But if you want to absorb it yourself, rather than letting me purge it into the void." Ren exhaled a sharp breath. "If it ends this faster, I won't burn my own energy trying to block you." Celthea stared at him. The playful spark in her eyes dimmed, replaced by a sharp, calculating gleam. She processed his words with the careful scrutiny of someone deciphering hidden traps. It was a pragmatic offer. Ren was throwing away energy in the purification process anyway. She could reclaim that lost power without spending resources fighting for it. The only price? Leaving a system that was already slipping through her fingers earlier. Silence stretched. Ren kept working. He couldn't afford to stop. The corrosive purple lines were now around his hips. Slowly, agonizingly, the brilliant hue of the mantis crystal reclaimed another few millimeters. Celthea thought it over. It wasn't the frantic calculation that preceded a lethal counterattack. It was a quieter contemplation. "Nah," she said softly. Ren broke his concentration just enough to shoot her an incredulous look. "The amount of energy left in the core, and in the half of the crystal you're trying so desperately to erase." She waved a dismissive hand, the casual gesture of someone writing off a minor debt. "It's really not that much for me. With your friends smashing the siphon on the outside, most of what I've hoarded all these years is going back into the network anyway. This small side is not a catastrophic loss." A beat of silence. "Honestly? I'd rather just stay and chat for a bit longer." Without warning, she dropped to the floor. She settled onto the immaterial ground of the crystal space with the total ease of someone lounging in their own living room. Propping her chin in both hands, she fixed him with a look. It was undeniably coquettish, not forced, but naturally, effortlessly alluring. Then, she scooted closer. Just a few inches. Very, very slowly. Ren immediately gathered energy. Mana surged through his veins as he gathered a dense sphere of energy, leveling it directly at her center of mass. Celthea didn't flinch. She simply raised an open palm, her movements completely devoid of haste. "Relax. I just want to get a closer look at you." Ren held the volatile energy at the ready. A second passed. Then another. The blinding glow cast harsh shadows across her amused features. Finally, with a frustrated sigh, he let the ray dissipate. Blasting an enemy who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, resting her chin on her hands, was technically possible. Tactically unnecessary, though. He took a mental step back, trying to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. This wasn't how he had imagined things going. He had braced himself for a war of attrition. He had pictured a brutal tug-of-war, both of them ripping at the corrupt energy from opposite ends, tearing the system apart until one of them was violently ejected from the crystal space. He had prepared for the crushing weight of that life-or-death struggle. Instead, his sworn enemy was sitting on the floor, elbows resting on her knees. She was watching him sweat and bleed magical energy with the exact same passive interest of a bored passenger watching rain slide down a windowpane. He exhaled, long and weary. "Are you seriously the person the corruption chose, of its own free will, to be its main vessel?" Celthea's eyebrows shot up. "I don't mean that as an insult," Ren clarified quickly, cutting off whatever retort she was forming. "It's just, the power you control still feels incredibly heavy. It feels profoundly serious. Even when I manage to deflect it perfectly, even when I'm not in immediate danger, it feels ancient. Like it has an oppressive will of its own." He paused, glancing at her brightly lit, amused face. "And yet, it chose someone as cheerful as you." Celthea studied him. Her expression shifted. It wasn't exactly offended, but it lacked the immediate, breezy acceptance of someone who had missed the slightly abrasive undertone of his observation. "We're more alike than you think," she said finally, her voice dropping an octave. "The entity and I." She turned her gaze toward the shifting landscape of the inner space, watching the blue purity devour the corrupted purple. "Of course, right now, with the entity crystallized and me acting as the primary siphon, my consciousness bleeds through a lot more. The entity itself is far more rigid and grim when you hear it directly." She let out a slow breath. "But the core nature of its energy, how to bend it, how to make it detonate, that was always easier to channel with the body I had when all this started. Raw, intense emotions are a vastly more efficient conduit than any formal training." She looked back at Ren. The playfulness was gone, replaced by a quiet, reflective sorrow. Maybe being a child at the beginning wasn't a drawback. Maybe it was an advantage. Emotions at that age don't have the social filters and layers of control you build up later in life. They're pure. Unadulterated. Even if they look chaotic from the outside. A heavy pause settled over them. "And my real body is still in there. Still frozen at that exact age." Ren's hands hesitated for a fraction of a second. The word struck a chord he preferred to keep silent. You too, Celthea pointed out. There was no accusation in her tone, just quiet recognition. The entity tied to you also chose you when you were just a boy, right? I'm not sure it chose me. No. I'm not even sure I found it on my own. His gaze drifted downward. There may have been insane luck involved. Maybe it was both. Maybe. He forced his attention back to the task. He pushed harder. The pure blue light flared, surging forward to claim more territory. But the backlash was severe, the residual purple lines creeping up his thorax darkened, turning a sickly, necrotic black as they fought his dragon light influence. A dense silence swallowed the room. Ren's mind drifted into dark waters and he found himself thinking about something uncomfortable. He felt a creeping dread as he considered the cosmic horror of it all. 2 children. 2 fragile, developing minds acting as the initial anchor points for ancient entities. Entities whose endgame seemed to involve wrapping themselves around so much of the world that human concepts of scale would become entirely meaningless. It was a sickening thought. It made his stomach churn with a profound, existential weight. But he also knew it wasn't a problem he could solve by dwelling on it right now. He took a breath. Celthea. She tilted her head, locking eyes with him. If you ever find yourself struggling with the weight of what you're carrying, Ren said. His voice was low, devoid of malice or pity. It sounded exactly like the tone he'd use when speaking hard truths to himself in the mirror. If you ever need help separating yourself from it, I could try to help you. If you come to me. Celthea froze. A faint flush of color crept into her cheeks. It was an incredibly human, jarringly vulnerable reaction. Then, she laughed. It wasn't her usual mocking giggle. It was a bright, startled sound, the laugh of someone who had just been handed a gift they hadn't expected to receive today. I didn't expect you to actually care, she said softly. There was zero irony in her voice. It was stripped bare, ringing with the genuine shock of someone profoundly surprised. Ren kept his eyes on his work, offering no reply. Celthea lingered on his silence. Same goes for you, she finally whispered. If you ever need the same. All around them, the battlefield was shifting decisively. Celthea pushed herself gracefully off the floor. I'm leaving. I'm leaving before your friends completely break the siphon outside. It'll just be a headache to get out back to my net otherwise, she announced. Once you push past the halfway point, the energies are going to get violently chaotic. I'd rather not be here when that happens. She took a deliberate step backward. Then, she paused. She shot him one last look over her shoulder. The playful, coquettish smirk was back, but this time, the warmth behind her eyes was undeniably real. Take care of yourself. And maybe. See you soon. She offered a single, exaggerated wink. And she vanished. She was gone before Ren could even open his mouth to reply, which, knowing her, was exactly how she had scripted the exit. Left alone in the silence, the inner space continued to flood with radiant blue light, expanding unchallenged into the dark. Chaos arrived exactly as Celthea had promised. The inner space didn't just collapse, it shattered. The crystalline logic Ren had painstakingly mapped out over the last few minutes disintegrated without warning. Predictable currents of mana turned into a violent, churning maelstrom. It was the terrifying, erratic movement of raw power abruptly stripped of the system that had bound it. Ren pushed through the turbulence, desperately continuing the purification. He was reclaiming massive swathes of energy from the corruption, but the backlash was immediate. This wasn't the familiar burn of physical combat, nor the dull ache of sustained concentration. It was a profound, systemic overload. His very being was processing volatile energy at a speed it was never designed to handle. Every phantom nerve in his projected consciousness screamed, an honest reflection of a vessel pushed past its breaking point. He was anchored inside his own crystal on the left side of the massive door, the Mantis One. With the Guardian's core sitting dead center, it was the first piece his purification could actively purge. But because of his position, Sirius's crystal, waiting on the right, remained heavily contaminated. Then, the ancient door woke up. It reacted the way ancient, non-decaying mechanisms often do, functioning on a rigid, weirdly unflawed logic. The conditions were met, even if imperfectly. The Guardian's core and Sirius's crystal now held more than half, just enough of a pure imprint to push the system. The threshold was crossed. The door registered a passable compatibility in the 3 keys, completely ignoring the rot still clinging to the bottom half of 2 of the 3 crystals. It initiated the sequence. Ren scrambled to finish. He pushed his mana to its absolute limit, trying to buy just a few more seconds to cleanse the remaining fractions of corruption. But the fractions were too large. The door was done waiting. The mechanism violently severed his connection. His consciousness was forcefully expelled from the inner space, discarded with a mechanical indifference of a system that had completed its function and no longer needed its user. Ren gasped, his vision swimming as he slammed back into his physical body. The damp, heavy air of the 10th chamber, actually just the starting point, the Guardian's lair, rushed into his lungs. He immediately severed his fusion. Without the vast reservoir of the inner space's corrupted energy to fuel it, the cost of maintaining the form was rapidly eating into his own energy. The glowing aura around him flickered and died. In the center of the chamber, the Guardian's massive core destabilized. It warped into blinding energy and vanished completely from its resting place. Ren didn't know yet what shape it would take next. He didn't know it would condense into an egg, a vessel brimming with special potential, much like Luna's wolf, but burdened by a tragic flaw. Nearly half of its base system would be born corrupted. It wasn't the victory Ren had fought for, nor the prize Celthia had sought. It was a messy, compromised reality dictated by a door that had run out of time. A deep, grinding rumble vibrated through the stone floor. Sirius's statue began to sink into the ground. It descended with agonizing slowness, following an irreversible, automated sequence. It was exactly as Selphra had once described. The final chamber was preparing to receive its prize, swallowing the statue into the depths of the ruins. Ren stepped forward toward the open doorway. He reached into the mechanism and retrieved the 2 remaining crystals, the Mantis and Sirius. He stowed the Mantis quickly, its mysteries could wait. But Sirius's crystal. Ren lingered on it. Resting in his palm, it possessed an uncomfortable, anchoring weight. It felt exactly like the core of Luna's mother had felt when he first held it. It didn't look like a person, but it carried the undeniable gravity of a life that meant the world to Luna. He held it with quiet reverence, since, despite wanting to secure it away, he had to keep purifying it. He turned around. Umi's group was standing just behind him. They were perfectly composed, their eyes scanning him with the calm efficiency of a rear guard. They had monitored his physical body the entire time his mind was adrift, watching for any crystallization or vital signs slipping past acceptable parameters. No problems, one of them reported before Ren even had to ask. Ren gave a curt nod. A rush of displaced air heralded Leora's arrival. She dropped from Mayo's flying beast before the creature had even fully landed. She didn't use any mana to do something like a spatial jump, she simply didn't have the reserves left to burn. She practically launched herself at Ren. It was the frantic, urgent movement of someone who had held their breath for far too long. She collided with him, her arms wrapping around his neck in a brief, punishingly tight embrace. Through her hug, Ren could feel the depth of her exhaustion. It was the bone-deep drain of maintaining a powerful fusion long enough to completely obliterate Celthia's densest rune node. "Don't you ever do something that reckless again," Leora mumbled, her voice muffled against his shoulder. Ren wrapped his arms around her, grounding her. He didn't offer the easy, direct response. He couldn't promise her he wouldn't do it again, not with any real honesty, because they both knew he would inevitably break that promise. So, he gave her the only truth he could currently afford. "Everything is fine now." Mayo touched down right behind Leora. Her face was a complex mask of relief and lingering shock, the expression of a tamer that can't be fun when she's still processing the sheer scale of the mission they had just survived. The sharp, rhythmic sound of destruction echoing from the upper stairs had ceased. Lin emerged, followed closely by Shizu and the rest of their squad. Lin stopped and met Ren's eyes. Her posture was impeccably straight. Her expression was cool, collected, radiating an aura of absolute control. To anyone else, she looked completely untouched by the battle. But Ren knew her too well. The exhaustion of using her own fusion was there, hidden in the small details. He saw it in the way she shifted a fraction more of her weight onto her left foot. He noticed the split-second delay between her eyes tracking the room and her mind formulating the words. "The upper chambers are disabled," Lin stated, her voice crisp. "Good," Ren replied. He accepted the report with the exact same brevity she used to deliver it. Ren let his gaze sweep over his assembled group. They were battered. Their breathing was heavy. They were undeniably tired. But they weren't out of commission. They weren't broken, and they were nowhere near the state where pushing forward would be irresponsible. Ren mentally sifted through the information Selphra had shared about the Guardians. In this specific branch of the ruins, they would be facing elemental constructs of wind and earth. He had a strong suspicion they wouldn't pack nearly the same catastrophic punch as the entities of light and darkness. He also considered what he knew about the door systems distributed throughout these ruins. Then, he looked down at his hand. Sirius's core rested heavily in his palm. Leaving it in its current, half-corrupted state for longer than necessary felt like a ticking clock. He pushed his mana into it, attempting to continue the purification process manually. The resistance was immediate and viscous. Pulling the corrupted energy out and cycling pure wind mana back in was a grueling task without the door's ancient mechanisms to stabilize the crystal's form and without being inside it in energy form to absorb the stuff easier in him. The corruption clung to the core, fighting back and not wanting to change from crystal to energy. It was going to be a slow, agonizingly complex process, one he would have to manage passively while they fought their way down. If they decided to go down. "We keep moving," Ren finally announced. No one raised an objection. Except for Mayo. "Just one question," Mayo said. She used that specific, dry tone she reserved for when she already knew the answer, but needed it stated out loud for the official record. "If the lunatic with a sudden fixation on you decides to come back, is the plan really to let her trap us in a stairwell where we can barely fit one person at a time?" Ren met her gaze. "If she does that, at least we know how to jump." Mayo processed that. She weighed the tactical reality of teleporting out after being cornered by an ancient horror. "Fine," she said. It was the firm conviction of someone who found the tactical response acceptable, if not entirely comforting. It was certainly a better alternative being able to jump than the non-jumper people Orion strategy had not favored. The group seamlessly reformed their ranks. The stairwell leading down to the first true chamber waited for them. The first chamber offered no resistance. It held only the key, a mechanism Ren dominated with a flick of his mana. The first guardian waited in the second chamber. It was a mid-silver construct of swirling dust and sharp gusts. It died instantly. Ren didn't even break stride. He fired a simple, condensed bolt of lightning from his palm. It was the kind of casual strike a tamer throws just to verify their mana circuits are responding correctly. The ozone crackled, the construct shattered into fine silt, and they moved on. High silver in the fourth chamber. 2 guardians. Also vaporized. Chamber 6 held 4 low gold beasts. Chamber 8 threw 8 mid-gold constructs at them. The elemental guardians of wind and earth in these upper tiers simply weren't the kind of adversaries that demanded complex strategies for Ren. They only required the attacker to be present and swing hard. And for a vanguard team that had just survived a grueling descent through 10 chambers of warped mutants, capped off by a standoff with Selphia herself, this was barely a warm-up. Even running on depleted reserves, they carved through the sand and wind with ruthless efficiency. Gold-ranked beasts were no longer a threat to Ren. What did demand his attention, however, were the pedestals. After every cleared chamber, the ruins offered rewards. They were the exact same pedestals Sirius had undoubtedly found on his own descent. The same ones Orion's people had looted from the water and fire ruins. The same system Yino's explorers had triggered first. The ruins rewarded forward momentum with whatever power they had left to give. But the most critical prize, the one that had fundamentally defined the power disparity among the high command of the two cities for years, was waiting at the very bottom. According to Selfra's accounts, the double contract potions would be there. Ren mentally catalogued the potions. He calculated how many people could fundamentally change their lives if he pushed all the way to the end to secure them. He glanced back at the 6 guards. He looked at Mayo. These were people who had bled in every major battle over the past few years. They had followed him into the abyss. Yet, they were all still single-beast tamers. It had never been a lack of talent or loyalty holding them back, it was purely a lack of opportunity. Priority always went to the strongest. The ones who could maximize the collective defense. It was a cold, necessary logic for survival. But looking at his battered, resolute team, Ren decided that wasn't the only logic available to them anymore. They kept descending. In the 9th chamber, the ruins finally demanded more than just their physical presence. 2 high gold guardians materialized from the floor and immediately fused, twisting into a massive, jagged cyclone of razor-sharp rocks and howling pressure. For the first time in actual combat, Ren drew the mantis crystal. He left Sirius's core safely tucked away. He wouldn't dare use it for battle, nor would he try to fuse his mantis one with it. Using it as a weapon meant treating a person, the father of someone incredibly important to him, like a disposable field tool. Even if the crystal was still partially corrupted, even if the man was currently trapped in the petrified statue they had left behind, and even if he could repair it later, Ren refused to cross that line. The mantis crystal, however, was entirely different. It was, technically speaking, a clone of his own system. The door's mechanism had taken a perfect scan and stored the original. But the replica the system spat out possessed the exact same structural integrity. It held the identical neuromana pathways the mantis had carved into Ren's own system. Those invisible, metaphysical sockets were still waiting inside Ren's body, perfectly shaped for the crystal he now held in his hand. It was like holding the final piece of a puzzle, intimately knowing the exact shape of the void it was meant to fill. Using it didn't feel like wielding a weapon. It felt bizarrely akin to flexing his own fingers. The synergy wasn't merely skill like Orion's case, it was instinctual. The moment his skin touched the faceted surface, energy surged. Before Ren could even formulate a conscious command, the crystal aligned. The trajectory of his attack autocorrected, his internal system calculating the flawless angle of execution in a fraction of a second. It felt less like casting a spell and more like extending a limb he had momentarily forgotten he possessed. The fused high gold guardian took the full brunt of the crystal's full strike. The beam of raw, mantis aspect gem light ray hit with such devastating, focused power that the construct simply ceased to exist. The brief skirmish turned the 9th chamber into nothing more than a live-fire testing ground for Ren's new weapon. Finally, they breached the 10th chamber. The ruins threw their last desperate defense at the intruders, a towering platinum-rank entity, a flawless amalgamation of crushing earth and shredding wind. The beast roared, unleashing its full, unadulterated power in a sweeping shockwave meant to flatten them all. Ren didn't dodge. He raised the mantis crystal, projecting a perfect, impenetrable shield that absorbed the platinum-level impact with a resonant, bell-like chime. Behind the safety of the barrier, Ren instantly initiated a fusion with his 2 remaining beasts. The mana in the room grew suffocatingly dense. He charged the attack for 5 long and powerful seconds. When he finally released it, the devastation was absolute. The platinum construct shattered into a million harmless pieces. The last guardian fell. In its ashes lay the pristine core they needed for the last door in the very first ruin in Starweaver territory, the objective that had started this entire, grueling campaign. Ren picked it up, storing it alongside their accumulated spoils. A deep satisfaction settled over him. This part of the job, at least, was completely finished. The 10th and final reward chamber didn't have a massive door requiring 3 cores to open. The moment Ren stepped across the threshold, he recognized the architecture. It mirrored the water and fire ruins perfectly. It was the specific, deliberate layout of a space designed to be a final transit point, not a fortified vault. This was the end of the line. Without the oppressive, lingering hum of a pending trap or an active mechanism, the air here felt different. It was profoundly still. It carried the heavy, undisturbed quality of a forgotten tomb, a place that had waited in the dark for an eternity for someone to finally arrive. The pedestals stood in the dead center of the room. Resting on top were the double contract potions. The system had hoarded them here, saving its greatest treasure for the very end rather than scattering them along the path. The vials glowed with a soft, pristine light, perfectly preserved after their long wait. But they weren't the only things waiting in the center. And right there, exactly as Celthea had mentioned, was an egg. The first thing he saw was that egg. Not the petrified statue. Not the pedestals. It was the egg resting in the center of the chamber. Somehow, it had entirely bypassed the mental inventory Ren had been building of what awaited them here. Celthea had explicitly mentioned it, yes, but hearing about an anomaly and actually standing in its presence were 2 entirely different things. It was massive, far larger than anything newly formed had a right to be. Its surface didn't look like a shell or scale, it possessed the distinct, sweeping quality of crystallized wind. It was almost silver, flashing with reflections that warped and shifted depending on where you stood. It was translucent, but not in the bright, piercing way of a light aspect crystal. It was cloudy, like a storm trapped in glass. Faced with the choice between earth and wind, the fallen guardian had clearly leaned into its superior affinity upon its collapse, exactly as Luna's wolf had done. Yet, a dark stain marred its beauty. Nearly half of the iridescent surface was bruised with a sickly, purplish tint. The corruption had deeply infiltrated the base system before the door's automated, incomplete purification had severed the process. Wind. This was what remained of the whisper of the wind, the half-corrupted guardian capable of weaving terrifyingly real illusions. The exact beast Celthea had coveted for her own arsenal, the one that could forcefully project a person's deepest desires into reality. It had left this legacy behind. Staring at it, Ren realized it looked incredibly close to a superior, insectoid version of his own mantis. Or would have been had it not already been fundamentally mutated by the jade energy of the seed. Ren stared at the dormant storm in the shell for a long moment, calculating the vast, complicated implications it would have on their immediate future. Then, he deliberately forced his eyes away. Moving it right now served absolutely no tactical purpose, and the rest of the silent chamber was still waiting for him. Pedestals dotted the expanse of the room. Atop them, the potions glowed with an unalterable, pristine light. They possessed the eerie perfection of items that had survived in the dark for decades, perfectly preserved by a system that maintained absolute stasis without ever being asked. And there, in the back of the chamber, stood the statue of Sirius Starweaver. It stood frozen, imposing, and tragically hollow, missing the heart that should have been beating in its chest. The very core Ren currently had stowed away, the one he would inevitably have to return in ways he hadn't fully prepared for yet. Since for now, Sirius's core in his palm remained an active, grueling work in progress. 30% corruption. That was the wall he had hit. He had spent the entire descent passively purifying it, bleeding off the rot while simultaneously fighting, and this final 30% was the most agonizingly stubborn. It wasn't raw, chaotic energy anymore, it was the rot that had been given ample time to deeply integrate into the core's architecture. Purifying a soul while dodging strikes was far from the most efficient process. But it was the only process he'd had available. He let out a slow breath. The massive door that would unlock the chamber where Lycia waited was a 3-core mechanism. But they had them now. All 3 cores were finally in their possession. It was tangible, heavy progress, the kind you could actually feel in your hands. Ren turned his gaze to his guards. They were staring at the glowing pedestals with the complex, muted expressions of people who had just stepped into a myth. They knew they were standing in front of something profoundly life-changing again. Following Ren was always like this, but their exhaustion was still battling their disbelief. They hadn't quite decided how to feel about it yet. He looked at Mayo. "The potions," Ren said, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. He spoke with the definitive tone of a commander concluding a tactical equation he'd been running in the background for 40 minutes. "I'm going to advocate for your group to get them when we get out of here." Mayo blinked, her gaze snapping from the glowing vials to Ren. "Maria and Matilda too." "Cool." "So," she drawled, a smirk fighting through the grime on her face, "are we all going to be infected by that mushroom of yours?" Ren huffed a quiet laugh at the deadpan joke, acknowledging the sheer absurdity of his spore companion's mechanics without rising to the bait. He decided to play along. "As many of you as I can manage." Mayo processed the answer. Her shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch. "Good," she said. It was the simple, grounded response of someone receiving incredibly good news and seeing zero reason to complicate the moment with false modesty. "We deserve to be triples." It was only then that Ren noticed the back wall. The stone was entirely covered in runes. They were the same archaic script he had been reading during the entire descent, but the center housed something fundamentally different. It was a dense, intricately woven node. After a moment of study, Ren recognized the architecture. It was the exact same design that powered the massive door activation mechanisms, just scaled down drastically. As he stepped closer, the node reacted. Matter condensed on the surface of the wall, forming a small crystal. It was circular and strangely flat, feeling more like a textured surface than a three-dimensional object. He approached it. He reached out and pressed his fingers against the cool surface. The small crystal instantly flared to life. An automated scanning sequence triggered again, very similar to the massive door's protocols, as tight, geometric lines of light washed over Ren's body, mapping his internal networks. A sudden beam of light shot from the crystal, striking him dead in the center of his chest. He didn't even have time to flinch. But there was no violence in the impact. It carried the precise, deliberate attitude of something that knew exactly where it belonged and used only the absolute minimum force required to get there. Deep within his internal system, a massive shift occurred. It took Ren a full second to identify the sensation. The beam hadn't delivered an attack, nor had it given him another crystal clone. The light had forcefully deposited the real Mantis back into his soul space. The ruins trial was officially completed, and the system was returning the hostage. The living Mantis, newly settled back into the familiar warmth of Ren's internal network, immediately flared with confusion. It sensed the clone crystal Ren was still holding in his physical hand. Through their bond, Ren felt the beast's bizarre cognitive dissonance. It perceived the clone as something simultaneously deeply familiar and entirely alien. It was the metaphysical equivalent of staring into a mirror and realizing your reflection possessed its own physical texture and weight. The clone crystal was practically the Mantis's own crystallized echo. The beast prodded at the sensation with intense, wary curiosity, trying to decide if the thing in Ren's hand was a piece of itself or a completely different entity. Ren waited patiently for the Mantis to finish processing the existential shock, which took considerably longer than he expected, before finally storing the clone crystal away in the Wolverine spatial storage, right alongside the rest of their hard-won materials. "Rest for a bit," he announced to the group. It wasn't a tactical command. It was the quiet request of a man who knew the next step required absolute, surgical concentration, and concentration demanded silence. "I need to work on this." He withdrew Sirius's core once more. Sitting down, he initiated the purification process. Doing this in a state of rest, without the deafening roar of combat or the chaotic pressure of the crystal inner space, was a profoundly different experience. But it was also agonizingly slow. The remaining 30% of the corruption wasn't fighting him with blind rage anymore, it was fighting him with familiarity. The dark energy had rooted itself into the specific, intricate pathways of Sirius's beast system. Tearing it out without damaging the host required microscopic precision. Around him, the group settled down. They collapsed with the specific, heavy grace of seasoned fighters who have just survived a nightmare and have been granted temporary permission to stop anticipating the next blow. The guards paired off. Leora slumped heavily against a wall right next to Lynn. Lynn, true to form, sat perfectly rigid, having selected her resting spot with the exact same scrutiny she applied to a battlefield. And Mayo. Mayo had hopped up onto the most central pedestal. It was clearly a sacred altar meant for ancient relics, entirely unsuited for sitting, but Mayo had unilaterally decided it was her chair now. She sat cross-legged, casually inspecting the silver egg. Half an hour bled by. The core in Ren's hands yielded another agonizing 5%. 25% remained. It was taking an eternity. But it was fine. They could afford to keep resting, slowly replenishing their shattered mana reserves for the long climb back to the surface. The current pace was manageable, provided the conditions in the ruins remained exactly as they were. Then, the conditions changed. The warning didn't come as a sound, it came as a physical pressure. A suffocating wave of energy rolled down from the ceiling before the first echo even reached their ears. It was a highly specific signature, the heavy, oppressive displacement of air that occurs when something possessing massive weight and high rank moves rapidly through an enclosed space. And it was moving with a cold, focused intent that had absolutely nothing to do with exploration. Ren felt it ripple across his expanded perception. His mind categorized the threat in the fraction of a second it took him to recognize a familiar, creeping dread. Something was coming down the stairs. A heavy, collective silence fell over the room as every single eye snapped toward Mayo. They stared at her as if she were a breathing omen of bad luck. I only said that at least we know how to jump. Mayo threw her hands up defensively. Her gaze remained locked on the dark, gaping maw of the stairwell, her face twisting into the deep, uncomfortable grimace of someone who desperately wished they had been wrong. The oppressive energy bleeding down from the ceiling didn't belong to a single entity. It was fragmented, scattered into distinct pieces, yet it pulsed with a sickening, unified rhythm. It possessed the terrifying coherence of a shattered machine whose gears still turned in perfect synchronization, regardless of the distance between them. 8 distinct magical signatures. Each one, isolated, would have been manageable. Their only real advantage right now was the physical bottleneck of the ruins. The stairwell was incredibly narrow. Only 6 of those disjointed horrors could physically squeeze through the shaft at a time, forced to crawl down one by one, and that discarded the ones that looked more like legs. It was the exact tactical bottleneck Ren had banked on when he originally warned the group against letting Celthia's artifacts assemble in the lower chambers. Now, that same bottleneck was being weaponized against them. "We need to move out," Ren ordered. But nobody moved. And the reason nobody moved was the exact same reason the urgency in Ren's own voice had died before the sentence even finished echoing off the stone walls. Sirius. The petrified statue of Sirius Starweaver remained anchored in the center of the chamber. It wasn't bolted to the floor by iron or stone, but it was fixed in the way only ancient ruins could fix things. Its magical circuitry was seamlessly woven into the ley lines of the room itself. Moving it was practically impossible, it would be like trying to uproot the foundational pillars of the ruins with bare hands. It wouldn't yield a single inch until Ren completed the decrystallization process. And that process couldn't be triggered without the heart, the core, securely integrated into the statue's chest to grant the three-dimensional system its vital coherence. And the core still harbored 25% of its impure, deeply rooted corruption. Ren stared down at his open palm. The core pulsed with a sickly, bruised light. He was forced into a brutal mental equation. If he slammed the core into the statue right now, injecting that remaining 25% of rot directly into Sirius's dormant body, what part of the man's system would be permanently crippled? Sirius was a high-tier tamer bonded to two beasts. That meant his overall network comprised his human core plus the intricate systems of both companions. If the corruption spread uniformly upon activation, mathematically, it would only infect roughly an eighth of their total combined network. Could he purge it later once the man was awake? Probably. It would be excruciating, but probably. Ren ground his teeth together. He swallowed the bitter curse he wanted to spit out regarding the corrupted girl's immaculate timing. Complaining wouldn't change the reality. Suddenly, Celthia's bizarre behavior clicked into place. She had been so relaxed, so conversational. She had accepted her defeat in the crystal space with such effortless grace. And while she was sitting on the floor, playing coy and making casual conversation, she had been ruthlessly stalling. While he was distracted, her scattered artifacts had been mobilizing, crawling fast toward this exact spot. It was a failsafe she never mentioned because she didn't want to. It was horrifyingly clever. But acknowledging her genius didn't solve his immediate, terrifying dilemma. If they grabbed the core, cut their losses, and fled up the stairs, they would be leaving the hollowed-out statue behind. Celthia could easily project a deeply corrupted substitute core and slot it into Sirius's chest. Or she could simply reinfect the full core if he decided to leave it inside the statue. If she claimed Sirius Starweaver as a vessel, the problem would instantly graduate from a temporary tactical retreat to a permanent, catastrophic failure. There would be no saving him on any reasonable timeline. There was only one path forward. Ren stepped squarely in front of the frozen Tamer. He stared into the translucent, wind aspect crystal forming the man's chest cavity. He had to do this completely blind. No second test runs and no luxury of having been successful on a fully formed statue a first time. A successful time. But the hesitation vanished. Ren drove his hand forward, plunging the core directly into the statue's chest. The ruins reacted instantly. It possessed the rigid, undeniable logic of an ancient mechanism finally receiving the correct gear. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the floorboards. The dormant runes carved into the walls of the 10th chamber flared to life, shifting from a dull gray to a blinding, active glow. The ambient mana in the air violently reorganized itself, releasing some of the anchoring onto the newly established focal point in the center of the statue. Above them, the 6 hostile signatures registered the massive mana spike. Their crawling descent instantly accelerated into a frantic, scrambling dive. Beside the wall, Lin stood up. There was no dramatic flourish, no battle cry. It was the smooth, economic movement of a veteran who had silently evaluated a rapidly deteriorating situation and calculated exactly what needed to be done. She gave the rest of the exhausted guards a brief, clinical glance, assessing their remaining combat readiness in a fraction of a second. Then, she walked forward. She planted herself squarely at the base of the narrow stairwell, her posture completely relaxed but tightly coiled. "I'm going to buy some time," she said softly. Ren didn't look up. He drew deeply on his shattered reserves and triggered his fusion, pushing his connection with his beasts to their absolute maximum threshold. A dense aura of power erupted around him. Without wasting a millisecond, he directed the flood of purifying energy straight into Sirius's chest, forcing the flow aggressively upward toward the head. The triage was brutal, but the logic was undeniable. If he ran out of time, or if his mana completely failed him before the process was finished, unfinished limbs could be dealt with later. Arms and legs lost could have future solutions. They were gruesome, far from ideal solutions, amputation and later localized severing to push healing, but they were survivable. Internal organs, however, did not have workarounds. An incomplete central mana network, an open or unfinished brain, those were fatal. If he had to choose what to discard, the core and the mind had to be flawless. The extremities would just have to suffer. The faint grinding, skittering noise of the first 6 horrors squeezing into the staircase echoed into the chamber already thanks to his extremely sensitive hearing. It was a frantic, desperate sound that scraped directly against Ren's expanded perception, demanding his attention even as he poured his entire soul into saving the statue of his father-in-law. He shut the noise out. He went to work. Ren's success or failure wasn't a matter of technique. The technique was flawless. The magical mapping came to him faster than the last time. It was the undeniable proof of muscle memory, the kind of deeply ingrained practice that settles into a tamer's bones and refuses to fade, no matter how much time passes between attempts. The intricate, frozen pathways of Sirius's crystallized body opened up under Ren's perception. The tiger and serpent systems felt intimately familiar, even in this new, petrified format. When Ren initiated the sequence, the magic responded with the smooth, frictionless glide of a skill executed to absolute perfection. The problem, as it almost always was, lay somewhere else entirely. It was the raw, unadulterated data load. He had to do everything at the exact same time. The sheer volume of microscopic, vital information required to transmute these stone instructions back into living tissue was staggering, violently pushing against the absolute limits of human cerebral capacity. The torso and the head could not be built in stages. It was a biological impossibility. If he created a beating heart of living tissue inside a chest cavity that was still solid crystal, lacking the sprawling, elastic network of a circulatory system to carry the blood, Sirius' heart would simply hemorrhage. Bleeding to death inside your own petrified shell was hardly an improvement over remaining a statue. Everything, the brain, the lungs, the heart, the intricate webbing of arteries and nerves, had to transform simultaneously as a single, cohesive unit. Maintaining the complex structure required for that, while the sheer scale of the spell redlined his brain's processing power, was the insurmountable gap between what he could do and what he needed to do right now. It was a monumental task. It was the kind of mythic feat only someone with Ren's freakishly immense capacity could even dream of attempting. But aspirations of greatness demand a toll. Sometimes, that toll can't be paid, not because the potential isn't there, but simply due to the cruel reality of circumstance, exhaustion, and a mind that hasn't fully matured enough to hold a universe of data at once. He felt the exact moment he hit the wall. It wasn't a gradual, fading fade into exhaustion. It was a sudden, violent crash. It was the precise, unforgiving point where his internal system recognized that the demand exceeded the supply, and it simply shut down to prevent a catastrophic aneurysm. He was agonizingly close. But even very close wasn't enough. In a fraction of a second, Ren realized he couldn't hold it. The delicate, impossibly complex spell collapsed inward, triggering an automatic failsafe, shutting down completely because continuing with a flawed pattern would be infinitely worse than stopping. The fusion shattered. Ren hit the stone floor hard, gasping for air. The frustration was venomous. Getting so close only made the microscopic distance remaining feel infinitely more unjust than if he had failed at the very beginning. He pressed the heels of his hands brutally against his forehead, his vision swimming. Above them, the hostile signatures skittering down the stairwell grew louder. The scraping, clicking sounds were a physical reminder of the time slipping through his fingers as he lay uselessly on the cold stone. But Lin didn't flinch at the sound of his collapse. She still believed. Lin was already on her feet, planted squarely at the base of the stairs in her combat stance. She merely shifted her eyes, catching him in her peripheral vision. "I still have some residual fusion energy left over from the last battle," she said. She didn't turn her head away from the dark shaft. "I can buy you exactly 5 more minutes." Ren couldn't find the breath to answer. Lin let out a small sigh. "Ever since I met you, you've shown me an endless string of miracles," Lin said. She didn't add any emotional emphasis, because in her mind, adding drama would only subtract from the absolute weight of the truth. "I stopped believing anything was impossible for you a long time ago." A beat of heavy silence. "So tell me, is it possible, or is it not?" Ren kept his head buried in his hands, his fingers digging into his scalp. He was desperately, frantically searching his mental inventory for a solution, a shortcut, a hidden reserve, anything. A few feet away, Leora was gnawing on her fingers. Her eyes darted wildly between Ren and the stairs. It was the frantic, consuming anxiety of someone who now possesses zero means to help, and knows their own helplessness is only making the tension worse. Mayo let out a long, dramatic sigh. Miracles have levels, Lin, Mayo drawled, her tone dripping with the forced casualness of someone saying something they'd really rather not say. The situation is screwed up enough without you breathing down his neck. She glanced over at Leora, then down at her own self. Besides, we non-doubles are the useless ones to even make time at this point. We have zero energy left, and our baseline power against these ancient artifacts is basically zero. We're dead weight in a straight fight right now. She paused, her mouth twisting into a dark, self-deprecating smirk. Honestly? He probably should have brought Taro and Min down here instead of deadbeats like us. It's not his fault not being God. Mayo had branded herself useless entirely as a joke. It was a calculated attempt to throw herself under the bus to lighten the crushing psychological weight pressing down on Ren's shoulders. But hearing her say it, hearing that they couldn't do anything, triggered something. A spark caught fire in Ren's exhausted mind. It wasn't a slow realization. It was a violent, blinding flash of connection, the exact moment two wildly disparate puzzle pieces finally slammed together to reveal the picture. Maybe it is possible. Ren vaulted off the floor, his previous exhaustion obliterated by a sudden, manic surge of adrenaline. Forget Julia's permission and take the potions. Right now. Mayo stared at him. The self-deprecating smirk vanished, replaced by genuine concern. You mean the double contract potions on the pedestals? Mayo's expression tightened, clearly evaluating whether the sheer stress of the situation had finally shattered his sanity. Ren, there are no beast eggs here. And even if there were, any beast we'd contract right now would be an iron rank baby. What are we supposed to do with a microscopic bump to our overall power and mana pool? We'd be in the exact same useless boat we are right now, just with your weird mushrooms growing in our heads. I have eggs in the Wolverine's spatial storage, Ren fired back, already moving. What? Dozens of them and multiple types. I sell them based on market scarcity, but I've been hoarding a specific batch for years. Ren waved a hand, dismissing her confusion as he rushed forward. But I'm not giving you frontline combat beasts. These I'll give you are specifically tailored for newly ascended double tamers. He stopped, locking eyes with Mayo, then swept his intense gaze over the other guards. You said it yourself a bit ago, Mayo. You'd all be infected by my spores. And that is exactly what I need. Leora's eyes widened. She reached the conclusion half a second before Ren finished his sentence. Your network, she breathed. 7 nodes, Ren confirmed, his words spilling out with the rapid-fire speed of a man building the parachute after he'd already jumped out of the plane. Even if the new beasts are barely iron rank, it doesn't matter. What way, Finch, and everyone else with my spores prove to me is that my system can interface with them if we are close. It works just like Celthia's corrupted hive mind. Only with tamers who have my same mushrooms. Ren threw his hands out, aggressively channeling his mana to rip open the Wolverine's temporary spatial stomach. When they're close to me. You get it? They feed into my sensory network. With just one person, the boost is barely noticeable. But with 7 of you. 7 nodes simultaneously linked to my core through the improved spores. Ren's eyes blazed with a desperate, hopeful light. You become my external brains. You can give me the exact mental push I need to shoulder the info load of transforming Sirius. Leora didn't wait for Ren to finish his sentence. She was already physically shoving Mayo toward the pedestals. She understood the urgency of their situation, every second spent explaining the plan was a second they were bleeding from their survival clock. Ren pulled the eggs from his spatial storage. 7 of them, completely identical. Their ash-gray shells were laced with pulsing, glowing golden veins. They carried the undeniable signature of his own deliberate cultivation. These were the golden successors, the heavily upgraded lineage of the original grey spore beasts that had started it all. The potions came first. There was no ceremony, no hesitation. The girls grabbed the glowing vials and downed the liquid in single, jagged gulps. They were veterans, they had long since learned that monumental, life-altering moments rarely required elegant framing. The contract snapped into place a heartbeat later. It was a rapid process, the kind of fast-tracked bonding that occurs when time is the only currency that matters, and integrating a feeble iron-rank beast into a seasoned gold-rank tamer requires zero physical or mental friction. The girls synchronized with their new beasts. And instantly, the spores emerged. Small, glowing with the bright golden tint of their upgraded lineage, the mushrooms bloomed onto the heads of their new hosts. They settled into the women's nervous systems with the docile, placid energy of creatures utterly devoid of combat instincts, bred entirely for their utility in altering the bonding network. Mayo reached up, her fingers grazing the smooth cap of the glowing fungus. Her expression twisted into a complicated knot of amusement and profound indignity. "I am acutely aware," she deadpanned, "that there is a mushroom sitting on my head." "Not one." "You all have many now," Ren replied, his voice already vibrating with the overlapping echoes of his reinitiating fusion. "I haven't decided if that makes it better or worse yet," Mayo muttered. The others stayed quiet while touching them too. They had the exact same brilliant golden ones resting on their heads, but their expressions held something softer. It was the look of people who had just been handed something they hadn't realized they were waiting for. These new beasts were tiny. They were iron-rank non-combatants that functionally added almost zero raw power to their arsenals. But they would be an extra beast in the end and were his. They had come directly from Ren's own hands, a strange, intimate gift that made the little golden beasts invaluable. Ren didn't waste another breath. He violently threw open the connection, linking his mind to the 7 new sensory networks simultaneously. The extra space that would be helping with the huge influx of data wasn't just space, and the sensations and emotions of 7 girls hit him instantly. It wasn't the cold, theoretical math of a computational expansion, it was warm, heavy, and intensely visceral. It gave him a feeling that raw numbers couldn't describe. It wasn't his first time connecting with someone, not even a group of girls, and it wasn't as intimate as his fiancée's group connection or as big as the overwhelming, godlike processing power his fully awakened spore companion gave him, but it was something different from both of those. Smaller and less intense yet more friendly and pure. And right now, in the razor-thin margin between success and failure, that something pure was exactly the lifeline he needed without extra meanings than that of helpfulness. At the base of the stairs, Lin turned back for one final glance. She was smiling. It wasn't the strained, artificial smile of a captain trying to boost morale before a slaughter. It was a quiet, profoundly satisfied smirk. It was the look of someone watching her prophecy fulfill itself right on schedule. Without a single word, she pivoted and launched herself up the narrow, dark stairwell. She moved with terrifying speed, her legs burning with the potent, residual energy of her merging fusion, rushing upward to meet the skittering horrors head-on. Ren dove back into the task. As the connection deepened, he realized again that the true value of this extra network wasn't the microscopic processing power of the 7 new iron-rank mushrooms. It was them. Mayo and the 6 guards were friends. They had years of cultivation carved into their bodies. Their minds had developed the kind of expanded perception that only comes from the best cultivation techniques he gave them, a depth of mental endurance that their iron-rank beasts' classifications completely failed to measure. And more importantly, they trusted him. It wasn't the fragile, abstract trust of soldiers following a commander. It was the blood-forged, absolute certainty born from standing shoulder to shoulder in the worst times. That absolute trust translated directly into that pure mental access. When Ren reached into their minds, he didn't encounter the reflexive, guarded walls most would have instinctively erected when sharing minds and sensory feelings. The gates were thrown wide open. They surrendered their mental architecture completely. Even Mayo. She complained about the intrusion, and technically, the flood of shared sensory data was deeply uncomfortable, but she didn't throw up a single barrier to block him. She gave him everything too. The raw mental bandwidth flooded into Ren. It wasn't a godlike network, but it was real, tangible, and added directly to his own massive capacity. In a spell where the only bottleneck was the gap between his maximum mental output and the required data load, this extra external RAM was just enough. His analyzing gaze surged forward. The intricate, impossible map of Sirius's petrified body lit up under his expanded perception. Ren locked down the vital organs. He mapped the entire torso. The head. He pushed even further, weaving the complex muscular structures of the deltoids, the biceps, the triceps, threading back the concept of living tissue from the solid stone. But then, the pressure spiked again. The bottleneck returned. It was further down the line, but it was the exact same absolute wall. The shared network was maxed out. Their combined mental capacity was redlining. The forearms and the legs, the extremities half still unmapped, were going to remain solid crystal. He had absolutely no processing power left to add them to the active transmutation without collapsing the entire process. Sirius wouldn't be happy or comfortable, but it would need to do. That was when the mantis bypassed his conscious commands. Deep within his soul space, the golden-lined jade insectoid beast seized total, autonomous control of Ren's physical body. Instantly, Ren felt the mental drain of his own biological functions vanish. The mantis took over the invisible, background processing, regulating his heartbeat, managing his breathing, micro-adjusting his posture, even filtering the physical pain including the headache of the mana burnout. It was the kind of neurological tax a human mind constantly pays without ever noticing. By ripping that burden away from Ren's brain, the mantis freed up a tiny, razor-thin fraction of cognitive capacity. It wasn't much for someone with Ren's level of perception. But it was the kind of relief you only notice when a crushing weight is suddenly lifted. Yet the mantis wasn't finished. Operating Ren's arm like a biological puppet, it reached into his spatial storage. It pulled out the clone crystal, the perfect, faceted replica of itself the ruin's door had generated earlier. The crystal still resonated with the exact frequencies of Ren's own beast system. When the mantis connected it into the active circuit, it didn't connect like the girl's borrowed, external perception. It connected as a direct, hardwired extension of Ren's own network. It was a parallel processor that spoke the exact same native language as his core because it was born from it. The final piece clicked into place. The needed network for the full job was complete. Ren felt at the exact moment the clone crystal locked into the circuit. It wasn't a physical sensation, but a profound, metaphysical click. It was the deep, resonant satisfaction of the last desperately needed puzzle piece sliding effortlessly into the exact space it was always meant to occupy. The entire map of Sirius's petrified body suddenly bloomed in his mind's eye. It was completely illuminated now, down to the microscopic cellular structures. Every vital organ, every hidden artery, every inch of the complex mana network was present and mapped with micrometric, terrifying precision. Ren didn't hesitate. At the top of the stairs, Lin was giving her all to buy him these minutes. He couldn't afford to waste a single second. He unleashed the mana. He flooded the entire system simultaneously from the very first spark. His nervous system screamed under the crushing data load. But the mapped fixed architecture held. His own massive capacity, bolstered by the borrowed processing power of the 7 girls, plus the autonomous physical relief granted by his mantis, plus the direct extension of the clone crystal, the sum of it all was exactly enough. He held the impossible three-dimensional map steady in his mind. The brain operates in microseconds, and although Ren couldn't know this in a 100% scientific sense, he could sense that he needed to do everything fast if he didn't want to damage the most sensitive tissues. If he wanted to save the man and not just create a fresh corpse, the entire process had to be almost instantaneous. Consciousness is a fragile, relentless cascade of chemical signals and electrical impulses. They fire anywhere from a sluggish 1 meter per second in slow fibers to a blistering 120 meters per second in fast-twitch pathways. And those signals do not wait. If the crystal yielded sequentially, if the transmutation crept slowly up the neck, or if the heart turned to flesh a millisecond before the brain, the delicate electrical storm of Sirius's mind would likely hit a dead end and be damaged. The brain would recognize that the physical medium it required to exist was not there, replaced by transitioning matter. That tiny interval, practically invisible to the normal human perception, could be fatal. The continuity of self could short-circuit. The memories could be damaged with no solution in the only place where memory was stored, and there could also be no solution if the three-dimensional form was affected even if just a little. Everything had to change at the exact same time. And even as he pushed the mana to its absolute limit, a cold dread gnawed at the back of Ren's mind. Would the tissue still function after years locked in stone? What about the 25% corruption still lurking in the core he had just slammed into the chest cavity? Would it trigger a catastrophic mutation the second the blood started flowing? Perhaps what would remain after the instant would simply be flesh instead of crystal, without the continuity that made the mind belong to the same person. In the best case, would the man who woke up still be Sirius Starweaver? Or would he just be a flawless meat puppet mimicking a ghost? Just a perfect clone that wasn't the original anymore. There was no way of knowing before he achieved it. Ren let it all go. He detonated the accumulated energy in a perfectly controlled, simultaneous explosion. The raw mana flooded every single coordinate of the internal map at the exact same time. The translucent crystal didn't shatter, it simply yielded. It rewrote its own atomic structure in a single, blinding flash, obeying a physical logic that had violently overwritten the magic holding it in stasis. The sound was barely a whisper. The transformation was complete. It took Sirius Starweaver a long, disjointed moment to realize he was staring at a face he knew. It wasn't that his consciousness was slow to return. Basically a miracle, his brain was firing perfectly. His very last memory, the final, searing image burned into his retinas before appearing here, was standing before the massive door of the ruin. He had been reaching out, opening his hand to someone he desperately wanted to touch, before a blinding, consuming light swallowed everything behind her and finally his own full view. Now, he was staring at the luminous rune-packed, heavy stone walls of a dark chamber. The contrast was big. It was enough to make his newly reformed nervous system demand a frantic, staggering heartbeat just to recalibrate his equilibrium. A young man was kneeling directly in front of him. Around 18 years old, maybe slightly older. The kid was panting, his face pale and dripping with sweat, but his expression was illuminated by a profound, exhausted relief. It was the unmistakable, radiant look of someone who had just pulled off an impossible miracle and was entirely too happy about it to hide it. Sirius blinked. He didn't recognize him. His elite Tamer instincts kicked in instantly, brutally overriding his confusion. His mind snapped to a tactical assessment before a social one. Who is this? What is his threat level? Does this situation require an immediate, offensive response? The young man remained perfectly still. He was still kneeling, his arms extended toward Sirius's chest. His hands were still hovering in the air, glowing with the faint, residual crackle of highly concentrated mana. Sirius narrowed his eyes, studying the intention in the mana and the face more closely. The features. The sharp structure of the jawline, that highly specific, intensely stubborn quality burning in his jade eyes. It wasn't an exact match, but it was horrifyingly familiar. Did he have a brother? It looked exactly like an older version of the face he had seen just hours ago, a face that had been simultaneously exasperating and impossible to ignore. Sirius's brow furrowed into a deep, confused scowl. The arrogant, hard-headed 13-year-old kid he had beaten into the dirt on his way to the ruins hadn't been 18. Not even close. But the foundational traits were undeniable. The core architecture of a person's face doesn't change too much, even as a child stretches into an adult. But for Sirius, only a few hours had passed. A few hours was nowhere near enough time for an obnoxious little boy to transform into the battle-hardened young man kneeling in front of him. He clearly remembered leaving the 13-year-old and his little group of friends behind on the trail. The kid hadn't gone down easily. He had fought back with a terrifying, reckless intensity. It was the exact brand of stubbornness Sirius had learned to recognize in the boy who eventually caused massive, world-altering problems, for better or worse, depending entirely on which side of the battlefield you stood. Stop playing hero and go back to school, Sirius had told him more or less with different words. He had spoken with the absolute finality of a man who had zero time for negotiations, heavily implying he would personally beat the kid senseless if he followed. The boy had challenged him anyway. He had proven he wasn't just a nuisance, he was genuinely dangerous. But Sirius was an elite. He had crushed the kid's resistance, turned his back, and continued his journey to get the stuff needed to recover the statue of his wife alone. Then Julius had arrived, and the situation had rapidly spiraled out of control. The mutants had swarmed. The beasts he encountered on the path to the chamber were exactly what one would expect in the outer rings, silver rank horrors, breeding in massive numbers as the corruption aggressively ate and rotted the root systems of the world. But their movement hadn't been mindless. There was a linear, unnatural pattern to their migration. They were heading toward the city. It wasn't a perfectly coordinated military march, but there was enough consistency for a veteran to read the grim reality written in the dirt. A horde was gathering. Even knowing that, Sirius hadn't turned back. He couldn't abandon his mission now. So he pushed forward, upstream against a relentless, snapping tide of mutated flesh. He slaughtered them, one by one, carving his path into the dark. But he had to ration his energy with the grim, calculated determination of a man stranded in a desert counting his last drops of water. Mana was strictly reserved for catastrophic emergencies. Raw, physical strength had to carry him through everything else. It was the only viable strategy to carve a path through the suffocating tide of mutated beasts surging toward the city without burning out before he even reached his objective. And the tide was massive. A relentless, chittering river of corrupted flesh. He wasn't entirely alone in the culling, though. The environment itself fought back. Golden noses, clustered by sheer luck along the migration route, dove and pecked at the silver-rank beasts flooding beneath them. They struck with the frenzied voracity of predators that had stumbled into a boundless feast. Many of the birds were so bloated they could barely move, yet they kept striking, driven by blind instinct because the feed just kept coming. In the Gold 2 zone, the bloody pattern repeated. Deeper still, in Gold 3, the colossal, carnivorous sprouts of the giant forest floor were literally choking on prey. Some vines hung limp and unresponsive, their mana digestive capacities completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of bodies. The entire ecosystem was gorging itself, and it still wasn't enough to stem the tide. But tactically, it made sense. The mutant strategy of forming a narrow column and brute-forcing a safe path through sheer numbers, was very effective. Sirius's contribution to the slaughter was added to the ecosystem's toll. He wanted to help the city more but that would burn his mana fast, so having no other choice, he tightened his grip and kept moving. By the time he reached the coordinates Zhao had provided in the Gold 3 ring, the landscape had been changed. The massive, petrified claw tree that was supposed to serve as a landmark was completely gone, either moved or physically buried by the endless trampling of thousands of beasts. The subterranean sinkhole beneath it had been drastically widened. Mutants poured in and out of the crater in a ceaseless, churning flow, connecting to an adjacent tunnel that spiraled up the colossal dead body of the tree from underground. The constant traffic had violently merged the two distinct entrances into a single, massive highway. Sirius processed the chaotic terrain with the split-second analytical speed of a veteran tamer. They had been forced upward. There was no other logical explanation for the subterranean flow violently breaching the surface with such intensity. If the ancient walls of the inner ruins remained what they historically were, indestructible, the mutants had hit a dead end below. Although they might have begun their invasion of the ruins from lower down, Sirius surmised it had something to do with the flow moving toward the city. The mutants had found access from above, wherever the chamber system had a natural opening or one created by something that predated all of this, and had descended in sufficient numbers for the traffic itself to widen the entry points. To enter that saturated pit, raw muscle wouldn't be enough. Wading into that river of flesh would be like trying to punch a waterfall. It was time to spend mana. Sirius activated his shadow step. He melted into the darkness, slicing smoothly through the dense tide without physical resistance. But when he finally breached the interior of the cavern, he found something deeply unsettling. The outward flow simply vanished. The chamber was gorged. The terrifying pressure driving the mutants to the surface had hit a saturation point. Inside the ruins, the problem ceased to be about the current and reverted entirely to volume. Sirius had braced himself for a duel against an ancient guardian. Instead, he found himself staring at a suffocating, wall-to-wall ocean of silver-rank beasts. He immediately cut his mana supply, reverting to physical force to preserve his core. Hundreds of beasts stood between him and the first doorway alone. Hundreds more waited in every single false chamber that followed. As he waded through the gore, a dark realization settled over him. These weren't the actual ruins. These were crude, adjacent chambers excavated by the mutants themselves. It was an artificial hive built for some unknown, deeply unsettling purpose, likely the real reason the Horde had breached until the surface in the first place. The anomaly didn't stop at the architecture. The power scaling was fundamentally wrong. Based on everything Sirius knew about the new corruption, mutant ranks possessed a hard ceiling at silver. But that rule was currently being shattered. As he descended, the designated guardians defending each threshold were noticeably stronger than the surrounding fodder. Not by a dramatic, impossible margin, but the increase was consistent. That consistency was terrifying. It meant an evolutionary gradient existed here. A forced progression that absolutely defied the established laws of corruption. By the time he reached a chamber guarded by a fully realized gold-rank mutant, and he hadn't even breached the 10th level yet, Sirius had slaughtered thousands, and a deep, gnawing dread had set into his bones. He couldn't have known it then. He had no way of knowing that the thousands of corpses he was leaving behind would become the foundational biomass for the next generation anyway. He was witnessing the embryonic stage of a nightmare that would churn for years, each generation devouring the last, climbing the evolutionary ladder on a mountain of their own dead, until these very chambers mutated into the hellscape Ren's group would eventually face. Sirius hit the 10th level running on fumes. He was utterly physically depleted by the sheer numbers. The fiercest enemies he had faced during the grueling descent had barely scraped high gold at their absolute peak. But he knew the final chamber would be entirely different. He knew very well that the true entrance to ruins of this nature would be protected by a platinum-rank guardian. Sirius drew a ragged breath, preparing to trigger his beast fusion and burn his absolute final reserves if the situation required it. But when he stepped into the cavernous final chamber, he felt nothing. The air was dead. The stealth capabilities of the beast, the terrifying whisper of the wind that would eventually fall to Celthea, the original guardian whose soul had been warped and repurposed, were entirely outside the realm of human knowledge. No historical archive mentioned a beast capable of erasing its presence so flawlessly, simply because no one had ever survived an encounter to document it. Sirius walked cautiously toward the massive, seemingly empty door. And then, he saw her. Sirius remembered. The memory didn't come back in fractured, hazy pieces, it crashed into his mind whole and agonizingly flawless. He remembered the looming door. He remembered the chamber he had sworn was empty. And he remembered Lycia appearing just beyond the safe zone. She was radiant. She possessed the exact clarity, the exact warmth, the exact gentle inflection of her voice that his own desperate, grieving heart would have conjured if asked to paint a perfect memory of his wife. She had opened her arms, calling him in for an embrace. And he, exhausted, bleeding, and utterly starved for her, had stepped forward. Lycia. Sirius whispered. The name slipped from his lips in the dim-lit chamber. He spoke it before his newly reformed brain could fully process the horrifying context of that memory, before he could reconcile the beautiful vision with the grim reality he had just woken up in. Ren didn't say a word. He just slowly shook his head. Leora mirrored the gesture. Her face twisted into heavy sorrow of someone forced to confirm a devastating truth the victim is only just beginning to piece together. "You were tricked," Mayo said. Her voice was sharp, fast, speaking with the practicality of someone who believed ripping the bandage off quickly would make the underlying wound hurt less. "The Guardian showed you exactly what you wanted to see. It was a trap." Sirius processed the revelation in agonizing real time. The missing piece of the puzzle slammed into place with the terrifying clarity of a man realizing he had walked willingly into an executioner's trap. The platinum-rank Guardian did exist. It possessed a flawless, legendary artifact-like capacity for stealth and psychological projection, and it had weaponized that capacity exactly as Sirius would have weaponized any tactical advantage if their roles had been reversed. "The Guardian Beast," Sirius barked. The disorientation vanished, instantly replaced by the sharp, authoritative urgency of a military commander identifying an active threat. "Platinum rank. Did you fight it? I can help you." "Sorry, father-in-law, but it was already diamond rank," Mayo interrupted. She flashed a quick, entirely inappropriate grin, delivering the devastating information with the rapid-fire speed of someone desperate to land her joke before the conversation moved on. "It spent years down here gorging on pure corruption. And don't worry, we already killed it." "We didn't Hikari retorted. "Move faster. A diamond beast is the least of our problems right now," Ren snapped, cutting through the banter like a knife. Sirius's head whipped toward him. "The artifacts crawling down those stairs are vastly more durable than any corrupted diamond rank wannabe," Ren said. He was already pulling Leora. His eyes swept over the bruised and battered group, calculating their exit chances with the cold efficiency of someone who had been running survival algorithms in the background of his mind. "It's time to focus. Lin's fusion isn't going to hold them off forever." He paused, just for a fraction of a second, ensuring his next words carried the absolute, undeniable weight they required. "We will give you the full debrief when we are safe. Please wait till then." Sirius felt his newly reconstructed body react before his brain could even formulate an argument. It was the deeply ingrained muscle memory of a veteran who had spent decades learning the exact difference between a situation that allowed for questions and a situation that demanded immediate, unquestioning obedience. This was the latter. He pushed himself off the stone floor, his legs steadying beneath him. A few feet away, Mayo's face was practically twitching. She looked like a pressure cooker of withheld comments and burning questions, all aimed squarely at the man who had technically just time-traveled several years into the future without ever moving his feet. But Ren was right. Mayo knew it. Even though the chaotic part of her soul desperately wanted to witness Sirius's reaction to the absurd reality of the new world, she bit her tongue. She held it in. Around them, the guards moved with silent, fast efficiency. Hannah and Kira practically shoved the 3 remaining pristine double contract potions into Ren's hands, entirely bypassing any ceremony or lingering. It was the kind of rapid, unceremonious handoff that only happens when the ceiling is about to collapse. Mako and Shizu worked in tandem with their Earth aspect beasts, rapidly sweeping up the loose crystals, the scattered artifact fragments, and the rest of the chamber's harvested materials. They were moving at a breakneck pace, but they were meticulous. Leaving priceless resources behind for the ancient horrors currently chewing their way down the stairs was the kind of amateur mistake this squad simply did not make. Mayo, however, still had the silver, wind aspect egg from the Guardian. She had both arms wrapped tightly around it, pressing it against her chest. Her posture screamed attachment. She had clearly decided this baby was hers to carry, and she was going to force Ren to verbally demand it if he wanted it back. Ren didn't ask. He took one look at her stubborn stance and let her keep it for now. But any use would need prior full purification since it was still almost half corrupted. Instead, he reached out, his fingers wrapping firmly around Leora's hand. It was a small, grounding gesture amidst the chaos. He pulled, and they bolted for the stairs. The rest of the group surged after them. Sirius ran too. He kept his pace with the vanguard group, his boots were slamming steadily against the ancient stone, but his mind was spinning violently against his skull. The physical world was blurring past him now, but the implications of what was happening were getting clear and hitting him faster than he could consciously process all of them. He also caught the surrounding environmental clues left behind as they sprinted. He recognized the empty pedestals flashing by in the dim light. A very recognizable image for him, as they were even in the same order, but with an important detail missing if this was to be compared with the ruins that took his wife. He noted the distinct lack of a massive, three-cores door. So this was not the main ruin. He read the archaic architecture but only from memory and not at Ren's level of detail. This wasn't a transitional hallway or chamber. At least that much he knew from the lack of a second door. This was the final chamber of the ruins, nearly identical to the one he had fought so desperately to reach. Except, the main door for the three cores was missing. Wait. If this was the final chamber of the new ruin, the last one he explored, and he was here so far down, physically running alongside them. His chest heaved. His lungs expanded, pulling in the damp, stale air, burning with the undeniable fire of living tissue demanding oxygen. The light he had seen in his final memory. The blinding beam that had appeared behind Lycia's image. It hadn't been any array, it hadn't been a lethal strike. It had been the crystallizing beam. He had been turned to solid crystal. And somehow, impossibly, maybe this boy that was in front of him at that moment had brought him back. Sirius's mind did exactly what his daughter Luna's mind did whenever a massive, world-shattering revelation hit without warning. It showed its true way of thinking. The questions swarmed, multiplying faster than he could organize them. The internal storm was violently intense, a furious, chaotic energy he had learned from Lycia, but he locked it all down behind a flawlessly stoic expression just like Luna. He was a man who had spent his entire life mastering the art of an unreadable face. Maybe we just need to put back the heart, his mind screamed. Slamming a heart back into a statue actually brings a human being back to life. While running, he cast a sharp glance at the girl clutching the silver egg to her chest. Something about the sharp curve of her jaw, the specific way she carried herself, it tickled the back of his memory. It was the deeply unsettling familiarity of recognizing the ghost of a child hiding in the face of a fully grown adult. A child you hadn't been around to watch grow up. Was I crystallized? Sirius demanded. His voice was blunt, cutting through the heavy sounds of their boots on the stairs. Did you bring me back by shoving my crystal heart into my statue? Mayo let out a sharp, breathy laugh. It wasn't a mocking sound. It was the hysterical, entirely genuine laugh of someone who knew her next words were going to break his reality even further, and there was absolutely no way to cushion the blow. Oh, yeah. You were solid glass. We could literally see right through you, Mayo called back over her shoulder, not breaking her stride. But no, that was just step one. You don't reverse a full-body crystallization just by plugging a heart back in like some easy puzzle. It takes a hell of a lot more than that. Sirius stared at the back of her head. So it was not that simple, but still, it was done. And that means. The implications hit him in a devastating, cascading avalanche. Each realization violently kicked open the door to the next before he could even brace himself. If he had been reversed, if a statue could become flesh again, who else could be saved? Lycia. Could Lycia be? He swallowed hard. If he had woken up at the bottom of a ruined cavern, surrounded by unknown seasoned fighters, how much time had actually passed? What had happened to his city? To his family? Days? Weeks? He looked at Mayo's adult profile again. A cold, suffocating dread seized his newly beating heart. Years? Don't tell me it's been years. Luna, Sirius breathed. The name tore its way out of his throat. It carried a ragged, desperate urgency that completely shattered his stoic mask. It wasn't a question, it was a plea. A few steps ahead of him, Leora, still gripping Ren's hand tightly as they climbed, turned her head. The deafening crash of combat echoed down the stairwell, violently severing the conversation before anyone could say a single word about Luna. Sirius didn't flinch. He recognized the brutal, percussive rhythm immediately. It was the unmistakable sound of a high-tier brawl, the kind of noise any seasoned fighter knew in their bones without needing to see the details. Operating on decades of deeply ingrained muscle memory, he instantly expanded his mana perception. What he felt rolling down from the upper chamber made him sprint faster. It was an absolutely massive display of power. It felt dangerously close to the output of his own peak fusion, but the flow was completely wrong. It was volatile and erratic. It possessed the chaotic, shrieking signature of two very different amounts of power flow being pushed together by sheer, brute force, rather than naturally harmonizing. Even worse than his high silver and gold dissonance. They breached the seventh chamber. There, positioned at the bottleneck where the stairs connected to the sixth floor, a lone Tamer was holding the line. She was battling a writhing, pitch-black mass that was desperately trying to squeeze its way down the narrow shaft. It was Lynn. Her back was to them, her feet practically nailed to the stone floor. She held the most immovably solid martial stance Sirius had seen, and she was unleashing a relentless, blinding storm of kicks. Fire and wind mana bled together upon impact, superheating the air until the friction generated violent arcs of electricity that snapped off every strike. Her legs moved with a terrifying speed and ferocity, they blurred into near invisibility, creating the visual illusion of a massive, twin-bladed fan spinning out of control. But instead of just rotating, it was constantly pushing the blades forward, projecting a ceaseless, explosive shockwave of concussive force directly up the stairs. She wasn't gaining a single inch of ground. But she was holding the choke point. And for her, stalling the enemy was the only victory that mattered. Ren didn't wait. He surged past Sirius, instantly throwing himself between Lynn and the creeping dark artifacts above, physically shielding her from whatever ancient nightmare was trying to push through. Seeing him, Lynn finally dropped her guard. She severed her fusion, and the relief was immediate and physically devastating. Stripped of the magical reinforcement that had been propping her up past her biological limits, her legs gave out. She violently stumbled forward, her knees buckling. But she didn't fall. The dense, iron-corded muscle built from many years of grueling physical training caught her. In less than a second, she locked her joints, snapping back into her perfectly rigid, signature posture. The bone-deep exhaustion was undeniably there, but she buried it beneath a wall of pure willpower that had been forged long before she ever contracted a second beast. Sirius stepped up beside the young man he still didn't recognize, ready to lend his power to the fight. As he moved, he caught a glimpse of Lynn in his peripheral vision. He recognized her instantly, it was effortless as she was an Ashenway branch he often saw near Selphra in their youth. Lynn hadn't aged with the dramatic, unrecognizable shifts of a teenager entering adulthood. She possessed almost the exact same face, the exact same unyielding posture, the exact same presence Sirius remembered from before the day he was frozen. Something tight and anxious in his chest suddenly loosened a bit. Seeing her was a silent, profound confirmation that the world he had just woken up in still held anchors he knew. Lynn caught his gaze. Her eyes swept over his fluid, unhindered movements, and she realized in a fraction of a second that Ren had successfully pulled off the impossible. She didn't cheer. She merely offered a small, brief smirk, the quiet satisfaction of a soldier confirming a mission accomplished. But there was no time for reunions. A suffocating wave of pressure violently dragged their attention back to the stairwell. Ren triggered his fusion. The Hydra and the Wolverine. Gold 2 and Gold 3. The two massive systems violently slammed into the physical space in Ren's body at the exact same moment. The resulting shockwave of displaced air was so intense it physically forced everyone in the room, including Sirius, to whip their heads toward the source. Sirius felt the sheer magnitude of the power before his brain could fully process the reality of it. This was almost a kid. 18 years old, maybe 19 at most. Yet he was casually radiating an aura that completely eclipsed the absolute maximum output Sirius could generate at his absolute peak. And the kid was doing it without straining. He wielded this godlike jade-colored energy with the terrifying nonchalance of someone merely operating at their standard, everyday baseline. The energy was flawlessly, impossibly stable. Sirius didn't even have time to ask a question. Ren unleashed a combined blast of absolute light and devouring darkness spiraling directly up the stairs. Sirius watched the spell's trajectory with wide eyes. As an elite, he recognized the terrifying mastery behind the strike instantly. It wasn't just raw, blind destruction, no, the control was perfect. His best signature attack, yet he couldn't do it at that level. The spell carried a lethal potency and a microscopic precision that could only be forged through thousands of hours of desperate, bleeding practice. It was a flawless integration of two opposing forces woven into a single, devastating motion, something that fundamentally shouldn't be possible for someone so young. A monster of pure talent. Even amidst the screaming urgency of their impending deaths, Sirius felt a profound, overwhelming surge of respect. The blast slammed into the artifact. The entire atmosphere shuddered. Smoke and blinding residual mana flooded the corridor. But as the dust violently cleared, the horror was still there. It was completely intact. The massive, black limbs simply reoriented themselves against the stone stair and resumed their agonizing crawl forward. It possessed the cold, unstoppable persistence of an object entirely devoid of the concept of self-preservation. It didn't care about damage or pain. It only cared about reaching them. Ren immediately pivoted. He dropped the heavy, exhausting fusions of the Hydra and Wolverine, instantly switching to a pure wind mana push. Using the Mantis crystal in his hand, he seamlessly matched its frequency, making the spell incredibly cheap to cast. It was a masterclass in mana efficiency. He was maintaining the physical pressure on the artifact without bleeding out the last mana reserves he desperately needed to conserve. The howling gale lacked even a quarter of the destructive, flesh-tearing damage of the light-dark blast. But raw damage wasn't the objective anymore if the artifact's front couldn't be damaged. If he could hit the corrupted flesh controlling it from behind. But it was out of reach in the bottleneck of the stairs. Luckily, to stop it, they didn't need to kill it. They just needed to push back. And an endless, suffocating wall of wind, without wasting energy on lethal force the artifact would just absorb anyway, was the most efficient tool he had left. But the tactical reality remained grim. The artifacts were blocking their escape route. 6 colossal, black arms were forcefully wedging themselves into the stairwell, their sheer mass occupying the entire shaft and already spilling out into the edges of the 7th chamber. The normal route was gone. The only remaining exit was a small sliver of dark space slipping past the grinding limbs. They had to jump. And it had to be a shadow jump. A light jump required an uninterrupted line of sight to the destination, and from where they stood, the other side of the blockade was not visible. There was zero chance to use it in those conditions, so Leora and Hikari couldn't push themselves to help with their mana fumes. Ren ran the brutal math out loud. He wasn't giving a report, he was just trying to organize the grim reality in his head. I can't carry all 9 of you, Ren gritted out, his eyes locked on the encroaching mass. He quickly evaluated the battered, exhausted group. Even if I split the load, 5 or 6 with me, and the others with Sirius, it won't work. The jump distance is too long. Best case we'd materialize on the other side with completely empty mana and without energy, we're just feeding ourselves to them. Sirius listened to the rapid-fire calculation. He didn't know exactly how much time he had spent as a petrified statue, but as he stood there, he realized the process had done something entirely unexpected to him. When his flesh returned, it brought something back that he had nearly burned out completely before his death. Energy. His mana core was thrumming. He was completely fully charged thanks to Ren's rewind process. It was the bizarre, miraculous byproduct of having existed as a literal mana crystal for some time. His system had essentially hard rebooted. He felt a surging vitality that completely contradicted the physical and magical exhaustion he should be feeling from the grueling descent he remembered fighting just hours ago in his altered perception. He opened his mouth to offer his reserves, trying to carry all 10 people while fused. If he fused now, burning his full mana pool to the absolute limit, maybe he could brute force the entire group across the gap. And if that wasn't possible in the end, he would do what any seasoned military commander did when faced with total annihilation: he would suggest a triage. Prioritize the VIPs, secure the essential assets, and accept the necessary sacrifices. But before the first syllable could leave his lips, a voice echoed through the chamber. "Hello again so soon. Celthia." The voice didn't echo off the ancient stone this time. It squelched from somewhere else. It projected directly from the pulsing, necrotic-looking meat woven tightly between the artifact's 6 colossal arms. It was the exact same grotesque, biological architecture Celthia had used to speak other times, and it was very different to the one coming from the walls of the 10th chamber. But hearing it up close, vibrating through a wall of living, corrupted muscle, and echoing in the stairs made the air feel suffocatingly heavy. "It seems I arrived just in time," Celthia said. Her tone was terrifyingly bright, brimming with the genuine, warm delight of a hostess welcoming old friends. "And I'm really glad we get to see each other again so soon." Ren didn't break his focus. Sweat beaded at his temples as he forced his mana into the howling wind barrier, grinding it relentlessly against the unyielding, black mass of the artifacts. "You're a cheater," Ren gritted out, his voice strained. "I thought we ended things on good terms in there." "Yes, yes. But that was then," Celthia replied lightly, a dark, genuine amusement threading through the fleshy tunnel. "And this is now." She paused, letting out a soft hum. "Though, I must admit, I do love the sound of good terms in there. It has a certain romantic charm to it, don't you think so?" The amusement vanished, instantly replaced by a razor-sharp, calculating edge. "So. Since you kept me such lovely company, and you even thought about helping me if I ever needed in such a sweet, tender way, I'm giving you a rare opportunity. You can negotiate with me now, before I bring my other platinum-rank mutants to the party." She let that hang in the air for a second. It was a deliberate, weaponized concession, and Leora wasn't happy about the way it was framed. But it could be the only way out. They're a bit far away, unfortunately. Being bred in another ruin, all the way in Yino. They'll take a little longer to arrive. So what you say? The implication hit the group like a physical blow. A ticking clock had just been activated. Every second they wasted standing in this stairwell was a second closer to absolute annihilation. If platinum-tier horrors from Yino arrived to reinforce this blockade when they were this low on mana, whatever slim chance of survival they currently held would evaporate completely. The situation would instantly shift from a desperate bottleneck to a slaughter. They needed to move. Now. Ren's jaw tightened. "What exactly do you want to negotiate?" he demanded, his eyes locked on the crushing limbs ahead of him. "What do you mean by that? What's your price?" "Oh, please. You all seem to know already what I want," Celthia mocked, her voice vibrating through the purple rotting tendons. "You didn't even try to hide it." A dark giggle echoed down the stairs. "The egg. The one your little jester fool guard is carrying. That is what I want." Mayo's breath hitched. She had been clutching the big, silver, wind aspect egg to her chest since they fled the bottom chamber. Instinctively, she tightened her grip. "Just like you, handsome, I'm building a squad to fill all my free nodes," Celthia continued. "I'm looking for beasts too. But I want special ones. And that dormant little storm in her arms is very, very special." Worried, Mayo tried to shift the massive egg behind her back. But it was a completely futile gesture, like trying to hide a boulder behind a sapling, yet she did it anyway and started muttering some nervous jokes about how dumb would be giving away free power to the enemy. The alternative was standing still and accepting she was holding something she wanted for some reason. Celthia laughed. It was a high, melodic sound. Or, if you prefer, you could offer yourself, handsome. Her tone shifted again. It wasn't a growled threat, it was breezy and casual, like someone perusing a dessert menu. Give yourself to the corruption and join me. That way, we can chat every single day, and I'll kindly let your little friends walk away until the day we save them all from their sad little lives. In your sick, twisted dreams. Leora snarled. Her voice dripped with absolute venom. The very idea of Celthia claiming Ren as some sort of trophy for corruption ignited a furious, blinding rage in her chest. Over my dead body. Well, if all else fails, Celthia sighed, completely unfazed by Leora's death glare. You could always just leave me that old man for now. He's already tainted so. It would be beautifully easy to reinfect him. It would be nice to have another defrosted pawn on the board. Just like poor Orion to be able to do some errands pure corruption can't. The trap didn't spring with a roar or a kinetic blast. It triggered the exact second the last syllable left her lips, using her casual dialogue as the ultimate misdirection. It wasn't actually an attack, more like a strange resonance. The blackened artifacts clogging the stairs suddenly pulsed with a sickening, violet luminescence. The waves of purple energy hit Ren first. Sickly black veins violently spiderwebbed from his chest across his neck and arms. The corruption moved with huge speed from the point-blank distance, recognizing the lingering vulnerabilities in his core rift, the crack left over from his still non-fully recovered system, and flooding them. The entire group tensed, already merging with what little energy they had, adrenaline spiking in blind panic. But Ren didn't scream or trash, he didn't break. Without relying on a massive effort or falling for the dramatic surge of power, he applied the cold, clinical methodology he had painstakingly mastered from many attempts and lately inside the mental landscape of the crystals. He read the incoming flow of necrotic like mana. He mentally seized its own internal runes and violently counter-rotated them. The purple lines halted, hissed, and dissolved into harmless, pure energy before they could dig their claws into his soul. They didn't corrupt him, they only recharged a small amount of his energy. Ugh. You're no fun when you don't lose control, Celthia complained, an audible, childish pout in her voice. But the resonance wasn't finished. The silver egg in Mayo's arms abruptly convulsed. It wasn't a violent thrashing, but a deep, rhythmic vibration. Mayo gasped surprised. She could feel it against her ribcage, a living, ancient thing eagerly responding to an external corrupted pulse. The lingering rot tainting the bottom half of the shell flared to life, singing in perfect harmony with Celthia's projected power. It recognized the source and it wanted to answer. Terrified for a short moment, Mayo loosened her grip. She didn't drop it, but she pushed it away from her body, desperate to sever the sickening, vibrating connection from her own flesh, muttering something about the unexpected infidelity of a creature so young. Then, the true catastrophe struck. A heavy thud echoed over the howling wind. Sirius Starweaver collapsed to one knee. He gripped his chest, his face contorting in sudden, blinding agony. The same sickly purple veins that had attacked Ren the first time, when younger, now violently erupted across Sirius's skin, crawling up his throat and down his forearms. But Sirius didn't possess Ren's impossible immunity. He hadn't spent hours decoding the corruption's logic. The residual 25% of the corruption in his core, the necrotic anchor Ren simply hadn't had time to cleanly purge before resurrecting him, woke up. Sirius's corruption greedily devoured Celthia's ambient energy, rapidly expanding, feeding on the external pulse with the terrifying ease of a parasite finally reuniting with its hive network help. Ren's eyes widened in horror. He whipped his head toward the fleshy parts behind the artifact's cover. "Stop it," he roared. It wasn't a negotiation anymore, it was a desperate command. The gale force wind he was projecting exploded in intensity, howling through the chamber, but it still wasn't enough to physically dislodge the massive, anchored artifacts. "I can stop, sure. I will stop the second you give me something else I want, Cynthia replied. Her laughter tinkled down the stairs, light and breezy, the sound of a predator perfectly comfortable playing with her food. But honestly, I don't mind. You can stay right here and think it over. We can chat a little longer, if you'd like. A soft, echoing giggle vibrated through the purple meat. But fair warning, when my platinum beasts finally arrive, and you're all bleeding and exhausted, the negotiations are going to get much more aggressive. My leverage is going to be absolute. She let the silence stretch for a heartbeat, ensuring the crushing weight of her threat settled over them. And it won't be nearly this cheap to let you walk away. Just a few seconds earlier, in that microscopic window of time when the violet pulse of corruption first struck Ren, before the young man had even begun to fight it back, Sirius had been watching him with worry. And in that briefest of moments, Sirius finally saw it. At a thought speed several times faster than a normal person thanks to his Tamer's level, before the shockwave of corrupted energy finally reached him. The memory washed over him with the crisp clarity of an event that, to his own internal clock, had occurred mere hours ago. He saw the stubborn, fiercely arrogant 13-year-old boy on his path to the ruins. He remembered that boy being tainted by this exact same corrupted energy, weaponizing it, riding the surge of his own rage in a way Sirius had deemed recklessly dangerous. Was it the same boy? The question paralyzed him before his mind could even fully articulate it. Because if this now more terrifyingly powerful young man standing before him was the same arrogant child, it meant years. Years. Frozen in solid crystal form. His conscious mind violently rejected the concept, but the deeper, instinctual part of his brain, the part that had been quietly collecting the puzzle pieces since he woke up, had already assembled the grim picture. The sharp angle of the jaw. The familiar, unyielding defiance in the eyes. It was Ren. And if this was the same Ren, the threat he currently posed was on an entirely different scale than the one Sirius had calculated during their brief skirmish in the forest. If this boy decided to turn on him right now with that seemingly unlimited corrupted energy feeding his rage, could Sirius even hope to stop him? The answer was a terrifying, absolute no. But Sirius didn't have another second to process the existential dread. Because the shockwave of corruption finally slammed into him. He felt it intimately, experiencing firsthand the exact same corrupted tide he had watched Ren wield and resist hours prior. But it didn't strike like a painful hit. It arrived as a sweet, intoxicating whisper. It was the seductive invitation of boundless, liberating power. It washed through his veins, offering to strip away the heavy, suffocating limits he had spent his entire life respecting. It promised him the freedom to mold reality, to warp his own flesh, to push his beast fusions infinitely past their normal points. It wasn't the agonizing burning he had anticipated. It was warm. It was euphoric. But Sirius Starweaver was a man defined by his boundaries. He would not bow to a cheap, narcotic temptation. He violently rejected it. He slammed his mental defenses shut. And the backlash was catastrophic. The euphoria instantly shattered, replaced by an agony so intense and unexpected it nearly ripped a scream from his lungs. His nervous system lit up like it was submerged in boiling acid. He didn't drop immediately. He fought the collapse millimeter by agonizing millimeter, his muscles locking in a desperate war against breaking from the effort. His knee eventually hit the stone floor. But even as he fell, his eyes remained locked on the only thing in the room that made sense to look at, Ren. Ren was caught in the exact same necrotic crossfire, yet he was barely flinching. Through his own blurred, pain-filled vision, Sirius watched the young man simply clench his fists. He watched Ren's breathing slow, becoming deep and rhythmic. In a matter of seconds, Ren violently reversed the infection. He forced the purple veins to retreat, restoring his internal network to perfect equilibrium with a cold, terrifying level of control. Sirius, currently drowning in his own failing biology, couldn't even fathom the astronomical willpower required to execute a purge like that mid-combat, still keeping the wind flow against the enemy. A bitter taste flooded Sirius's mouth. He had been instantly, effortlessly humiliated by the one person he least expected. He had defeated and judged this boy so harshly for what he felt not long ago. He had lacked even a shred of empathy for the burden the kid carried while affected by this curse, writing him off as a dangerous liability. Sirius squeezed his eyes shut. His knee ground into the stone. A guttural, ragged roar tore its way out of his throat. It wasn't a choice. It was the raw, biological failure of a body being invaded at the mana level, the phantom pain completely overwhelming his ability to suffer in silence. The entire group whipped their heads around, staring at him. It was the exact moment he desperately wanted to be invisible. The shame was suffocating. To be a legendary commander, reduced to a screaming, kneeling liability in front of a squad of kids. But beneath the crushing shame, a much more useful emotion crystallized, absolute, first-hand understanding of Ren's purity of mind. The corruption wasn't just some cheat enticing energy to be outmuscled or fought with a normal moral standing. It was vastly more insidious and resilient than any noble or military academy had ever prepared him for. Fighting it required a monstrous, unfathomable level of sheer determination. But he was Sirius Starweaver. He clamped his jaw shut. He bit down so hard on his own gums that hot blood flooded his mouth, utilizing every ounce of the ironclad discipline he had forged over a lifetime to force the dark energy back. It wasn't enough to escape. The door the corruption had found inside him wasn't the normal, easily guarded threshold of a weak-willed tamer succumbing to temptation. It was a gaping, physiological breach. It was the 25% of his core that Ren simply hadn't had time to purify before slamming it back into the statue to save his life. That unhealed wound was essentially a massive gateway, permanently propped open, allowing Celthia's power to pour in unopposed. Sirius simply didn't possess the power and specific, arcane understanding of the rot needed to rebuild that dam. It wasn't entirely his fault the gates were open. But his ability to fight the flood, relying entirely on the raw honor and grit of a soldier, was the only thing preventing total, immediate possession. He couldn't be asked to hold out for much longer. Not against this. This was the resonance of Celthia's most devastating artifact, the massive, blackened claw currently wedged in the stairwell. It was the exact same ancient weapon that had caught Ren in his most vulnerable state in the past, nearly integrating him into the hive mind entirely. It had taken Lynn, Luna, Larissa, and Leora risking their very lives to drag him back from the brink that day. As long as Celthia maintained the pulse, Sirius was trapped in a sinking ship with a shattered hull. His determination was legendary, but it was not infinite. And Celthia knew it. Ren spun toward him the second his own system stabilized a bit. But the tactical reality was a true nightmare for his mind power. Purging corruption from your own network, where you intimately know every channel, every valve, every point of resistance, was one thing. Reaching into the soul of another person and trying to surgically extract the rot, while purifying and maintaining a powerful wind, while that person was actively being bombarded by the source. It was nearly impossible. The external assault was constantly scrambling his attempts to establish a clean circuit to close the huge door. Celthia was gaining ground by the second, and Ren was rapidly running out of ways to hold her back. Sirius felt his own pure mana boiling. His thoughts were growing dark, aggressively twisting into violent impulses as the corruption flooded the channels his discipline could no longer seal. Relying on decades of deeply ingrained training, the most likely soon to be a fallen commander made the only logical, desperate call available. "Leave me. Leave the dead weight," Sirius ordered. He forced every single syllable through his blood-soaked teeth, desperately trying to maintain the steady cadence of a proud officer. "Leave the less important ones behind. Run now, while I can still hold myself back. No. Hold on to my energy." Ren roared back, his hands glowing as he refused to break his containment energy. His eyes darted frantically, calculations firing at light speed. The brief clash with the corruption hadn't just tested him, it had fed him. By perfectly counter-rotating the purple lines, he had absorbed a fraction of Celthia's projected energy, stacking it on top of his own meager, remaining reserves. I'm getting everyone out of here. Ren shouted. With what I just absorbed, I have enough. I can make the jump. He snapped his head toward Lin. Her face was a mask of grim, absolute focus. There was no room for panic, no space for doubt. She processed Ren's words in a fraction of a second and immediately understood the brutal physics of what he needed. To jump them all, he needed to condense their mass. Lin turned sharply. Shizu, she barked, her voice cutting through the howling wind. Spit out the prisoners. Do it now. Shizu hesitated, but only for a fraction of a second. 7 people with different elemental affinities were brought here. They were together with the 2 members of the Aster and Jean families, brought along as unofficial sacrificial pawns. In the middle of a catastrophic crisis, they were nothing but dead weight. Ren wouldn't want to leave defenseless people behind, even technical enemies, but the brutal reality of the ruins left no room for morality. The families would still benefit as agreed, but the priceless artifacts and mana crystals stowed inside Shizu's Wolverine were for Lin much more valuable than 7 bodies that would anchor down a desperate spatial jump. If Shizu's Wolverine was destroyed before they escaped, the beast would simply regenerate from her core with time. She wouldn't lose the beast, but the loot inside would be gone, falling right into Celthia's hands. Giving that monster more ammunition of any kind was a fatal mistake. Shizu made the cold, necessary choice. She violently expelled the 7 prisoners onto the stone floor and immediately absorbed her beast back into her own body. A massive shadow warped the air as Ren summoned his own Wolverine, bigger than hers. Get in now, Lin barked, already herding the battered group toward the beast's gaping maw. Ren's Wolverine was a vault. It held mountains of harvested materials, eggs, crystals, weapons, artifacts. And because those items were born of pure mana, they integrated seamlessly into the beast's spatial dimension back to Ren's core without adding physical weight or resistance. Living, breathing humans were fundamentally different, not originally born from mana. You couldn't just drop a person into a spatial stomach and transform it into ethereal mana. To absorb someone alive, the Tamer had to actively cocoon them in their own mana, essentially dragging them through a localized time-space distortion your mana pushes to create. It normally was agonizingly difficult and burned a massive amount of energy. Larissa had spent months mastering the technique to travel with Ren first, and only succeeded because of their shared high light element affinity. But putting them into the internal system of the specialized beast did help because it reduced the energy needed, like a control aid. It acted as an external processor, a biological RAM, buffering the massive energy drain of the jump. Which was exactly why it was worth putting the whole group inside Ren's Wolverine instead of making the jump without that help. It wasn't a pleasant ride. Unlike Shizu's conventional, slightly slimy Wolverine, Ren's storage was more defined by his shadow control, dry, suffocating, and pitch black. But packing them inside for a moment was the only way Ren could generate enough thrust for a long-distance jump. Leaving the 7 prisoners thrashing on the floor clawed at Ren's conscience, but leaving Sirius behind to become Celthia's corrupted puppet was a nightmare he refused to allow. Luna was his absolute priority in that case. 7 pseudo-enemies paled in comparison to her father's well-being. But the crisis was spiraling. If Ren didn't want to drag an almost unconscious, trashing man across dimensions, and end up fainted by the effort, he had to force Sirius to snap out of it and help him with the jump. Ren was already pushing his brain to the point of an aneurysm. He was simultaneously forcing his purifying mana into Sirius's chest to fight the invasion while projecting a howling wall of wind to hold back the blackened artifacts on the stairs. A thick line of blood dripped from his nostril and ears, tracing the line of his jaw. The dual mental load was tearing him apart. Uncle Sirius, fight it. Leora screamed at Sirius. Then she hurled the exact same desperate words, the exact same resistance mantra, she had screamed at Ren the day the corruption first claimed him. Lin didn't waste time on words. She grabbed Leora by the waist and unceremoniously hurled her into the Wolverine's open jaws. Then, running on absolute fumes, Lin stepped forward. She unleashed the very last dregs of her mana, taking over the wind pressure just long enough to give Ren a second of undivided focus. You have to hold on. Ren roared over the howling gale, locking eyes with the kneeling commander. Luna loves you. Despite everything, you cannot give up. Something deep inside Sirius Starweaver shattered. But it shattered in the exact right direction. Inside Wolverine's mouth, Hannah sensed something and suddenly went rigid. A bizarre, phantom sensation brushed against her perception, strange in the chamber's atmosphere. This was the moment. Not only Sirius' body. His will, the last vestige he needed to push back against the corruption with all his might, to also stop fearing Ren's mana and begin working with it, opening himself to external control in the way passive resistance demanded. He surrendered his stubborn, solitary resistance, opening his network to his full external control. Lynn saw the tension leave Sirius's shoulders. Knowing the connection was made, she didn't hesitate. She threw herself backward into the Wolverine just as her legs gave out. Sirius gasped, regaining a fleeting, desperate control of his own body. He reached out and fused, his aura flaring, and poured his massive shadow energy into Ren's shadow jump. The world collapsed around them. They vanished into the void. But the air in the cavern rippled with an unnatural mana distortion. Hannah's contracted beast, the Royal Venus Antenna, was unique within the group. It possessed a highly specific, rare capability, spatial disruption blocking. It was the exact same beast she had weaponized years ago as the expensive babysitter she actually was, acting as Julius's operative, to repeatedly track down and trap the three mischievous princesses when they tried to teleport away into danger. That hyper-tuned spatial sensitivity had screamed in alarm moments before. The dimensional current they were riding wasn't flowing outward, it was bending back on itself with huge power. Don't waste the mana. Hannah shrieked into the dark. She was a fraction of a second too late. The Wolverine's jaws had snapped shut, dissolving back into Ren's shadow, submerging them entirely in the violent swirl of shadow and earth mana of his beast space. But when the darkness violently peeled away, the heavy, stale air of the seventh chamber hit their lungs again. Ren stumbled, his boots scraping against the familiar stone. Sirius' knees hit the ground hard. They hadn't escaped. The jump had executed flawlessly, big reserves of Sirius mana had been burned, but the spatial destination had been hijacked. The corrupted flesh and the artifacts themselves had rejected their exit, violently ricocheting them back to their exact point of origin. Celthea began to laugh. It wasn't the playful, coquettish giggle she had used before. It was a shrill, hysterical cackle. It was the uncontainable, euphoric laughter of a predator watching the trap snap shut flawlessly on its prey. Sirius collapsed to both knees. The crushing weight of their failure hit him, and the purple corruption surged violently in his veins again, feeding eagerly off the sudden wave of despair. Ren stared at the fleshy barricade on the stairs, his chest heaving, sheer disbelief painting his blood-stained face. There are 6 chambers in these kind of ruins with guardians that can be beaten into special eggs. Celthea's voice vibrated through the rotting meat, still laced with breathless laughter. My platinum beasts from Yino haven't arrived yet, that is true. A heavy, deliberate pause hung in the air, letting the sheer dread of her next word settle into their bones. But I've had another little beast in me that I absolutely adore. It is incredibly helpful, especially when dealing with little jumpers who think they can escape and not pay the deals whenever they please. They were truly trapped. It wasn't a dramatic exaggeration, it was the cold, suffocating reality of their situation. The spatial jump had violently rejected them, slamming them back into the exact same dead-end cavern. At the top of the stairs, the monstrous artifact continued its relentless, grinding descent, absorbing every frantic attack they threw at it. Worse still was Sirius. Stripped of a good portion of his mana he had burned to assist with the failed jump, his internal defenses had shattered. Without that stability threshold to push back the invasion, the purple rot was visibly accelerating, crawling up his neck and sinking deeper into his reconstructed flesh with every passing second. And echoing through the pulsing, corrupted meat slathered across the walls, Celthea's laughter continued to ring out, sharp, triumphant, and maddening. Ren slowly pushed himself off the stone floor. A thick line of blood trailed from the corner of his mouth down to his chin. It was the undeniable, physical toll of a body that pushed leagues beyond its absolute limit, a biological warning that his neurons were beginning to hemorrhage from the sheer strain. He ignored it. He didn't even bother to wipe it away. Deep within his chest, a spark ignited. His mana core began to emit a low, thrumming golden light. Enough! Ren roared. His voice wasn't a shout, but it carried a heavy, lethal edge that cut straight through the howling wind. Stop it! Why should I listen to you? Celthia's tone remained light, dripping with the breezy amusement of a predator holding all the cards. You certainly didn't listen to me when I politely asked to negotiate. Because I can't trust that you'll actually let us walk away, even if I do make a deal with you. In response, the golden light in Ren's chest flared brighter. It bled through his skin, casting stark, long shadows against the cavern walls. Celthia perceived the shift instantly. The playful amusement in her voice didn't completely vanish, but the temperature of it dropped drastically. It acquired the sharp, defensive edge of a creature that suddenly found itself cornered by something it deeply preferred to avoid. Don't you threaten me again with that disgusting, foul light, she hissed. The memory of their last encounter, when that exact same light had violently purged her, was clearly still fresh. To mask her unease, she lashed out. She violently increased the input of the corruption. Sirius convulsed. His back arched off the ground, his fingers digging uselessly into the solid stone until his nails cracked. He didn't scream, he was too proud, too disciplined for that, but a ragged, agonizing groan tore through his gritted teeth. It was the sound of an iron-willed soldier physically breaking under a torture his body simply could not contain in silence. But the torrential wave of purple energy that Sirius was desperately trying to reject. Ren absorbed it with zero resistance. He inhaled the dark miasma voraciously. He abandoned the careful, meticulous purification techniques he had used before. Instead, he violently ripped the corruption straight from the air, dragging it into his own system and forcefully, aggressively refined it. He used the toxic energy as raw, volatile fuel, feeding it directly into his core to make it burn even brighter. The golden light radiating from his chest became blinding. It illuminated the entire seventh chamber in a brilliant, searing halo. It was pulsing at a dangerous frequency, teetering right on the edge of fully awakening his smallest, yet undeniably most terrifying, ally. It was a suicidal tactic. Burning unfiltered corruption to supercharge his core guaranteed massive internal damage. It risked crippling his future potential permanently. But looking at the situation and at Sirius writhing on the floor, Ren knew there was no other choice. If this is the game we are going to play, Ren said. His eyes were dead, his voice dropping to a terrifying, absolute calm. The voice of a man who has moved entirely past warnings and straight into consequences. I can take your energy and reverse it all the way to the source. And this time, I'm not just going to expel you. I will make absolutely sure you suffer 10 times worse than you did last time. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the stairwell. Why you don't care about the man twisting in agony right behind you? Celthia challenged, though her voice betrayed a subtle tremor. Ren didn't turn around. He didn't even cast a glance over his shoulder. That man isn't just anyone, Ren said, his burning eyes locked dead ahead on the pulsing meat of the tunnel. He will just have to endure it with sheer willpower while I deal with you. And he can. The pause that followed was fundamentally different from the ones before. It was longer. The texture of the silence had shifted. It was no longer the silence of a predator waiting for its prey to bleed out, it was the frantic, calculating silence of a creature realizing it had stepped on a landmine. All right. Fine. Celthia's voice had lost its playful cadence entirely. Just, don't force your annoying little friend to come out and interrupt us. The invisible pressure vanished. The violet pulse of corruption was instantly severed. On the stairs, the massive, blackened artifacts ceased their grinding descent. They froze completely, locking into place like deactivated statues. Behind Ren, Sirius let out a long, ragged exhale. It was the desperate sound of lungs finally pulling in clean oxygen after suffocating for an eternity. His breathing rapidly leveled out, his elite biological system immediately fighting to stabilize the rhythm the corruption had stolen from him. Seeing the threat halt, Ren finally allowed himself to breathe. He cancelled the howling wind and willed the blinding golden light in his chest to dim back down to a dull ache. He ran a rapid, internal inventory of his core. Sirius's massive influx of mana during the failed jump had kept Ren from hitting absolute zero, but just barely. Between that and the volatile corruption he had just force-fed himself, he was sitting at exactly 15% capacity. It was the absolute dregs. It was the precise threshold a tamer reaches when they have bled out everything they have to give, yet stubbornly refuse to collapse. "I wasn't lying, you know," Cynthia said. Her voice crept back through the cavern, slowly regaining a fraction of its usual, conversational lilt. "I mean it. If you are willing to negotiate, I will open the path and let you walk away, but this is the first and final offer." Ren stood in the dimming light, looking at his options. Their situation was still on a razor's edge. But if making a deal meant he didn't have to permanently shatter his own core to push her off. He didn't rush his answer. He let the silence stretch, the non-deliberate quiet of a man actually making a heavy decision, not just pausing for dramatic effect. Finally, he acted. He channeled a sliver of mana and summoned Mayo out of the Wolverine's spatial storage. She materialized on the stone floor, a bit confused. "Wait, you won't give your favorite maid to the enemy, right?" Her arms were still wrapped fiercely around the massive, silver egg, clutching it to her chest. "Give the egg to her," Ren ordered quietly, not in the mood for her joke. He jutted his chin with a serious face toward the enormous, black claw resting at the bottom of the stairs. The artifact was waiting with the cold, unmoving patience of an appendage that knew time was on its side. Mayo's mouth opened to protest. She looked up, ready to argue the massive downsides of the order. Then she saw Ren's eyes. She saw the blood on his chin, the profound exhaustion carving lines into his face, and the grim absolute certainty in his gaze. She closed her mouth. She swallowed hard, and moved while letting out a trembling sigh. It was the sound of a soldier realizing that whatever argument she had prepared simply didn't matter anymore. The priority of their survival was written on that face. Mayo stepped forward warily. She walked slowly toward the towering, grotesque artifact. She didn't look at it, she just kept her eyes glued to the stone floor to avoid cowering back, and her face was twisted in a bitter grimace, the universal expression of someone surrendering a priceless treasure to the enemy and choosing to physically ignore the exact moment of the handoff. She gently placed the silver egg into the open, corrupted palm of the claw. "Get back inside," Ren instructed promptly. Mayo didn't hesitate to flee. She scrambled backward, and Ren pulled her back into the Wolverine's spatial hold. Ren turned his glare back to the stairwell. "Now get out of the way, Cynthia." Yes, Cynthia cooed softly. But. Ren's eyes narrowed into lethal slits. "The egg as a free pass was the price when you all had full mana and hadn't tried to pull a fast one on me," Cynthia pointed out, her voice dripping with sudden, venomous practicality. "You are in a much worse position now than you were 5 minutes ago." She let a 1-second pause hang in the air. "I want something else now." Ren's instincts flared. His muscles coiled, ready to launch himself at the claw and rip the egg back before the artifact could retract with it. The golden light in his core instinctively surged to life, ready to burn all corruption again. Wait. Cynthia's voice snapped through the cavern. For the very first time, there was genuine, panicked urgency lacing her words. "The prisoners. I just want the prisoners you were going to leave behind anyway." Ren's eyes shifted slowly toward the center of the chamber. 7 bodies lay trembling on the cold stone. They were the prisoners, the unofficial sacrifices from the Astor and Jean families. They were entirely immobilized, their wrists and ankles clamped in the heavy, unyielding mineral restraints crafted by Sulphura and Julius. Thick gags choked off their voices, reducing their desperate pleas to frantic, muffled whimpers. "It's only fair, you know." "For the sake of respect and justice and all those just things," Celthia's voice echoed from the pulsing meat on the walls. Her tone was terrifyingly light. "You guys were the ones who jumped without listening to me, right? So, this is fair. Really, really fair." A wet, sickening sound rippled through the cavern as the artifacts shifted. "Just give me this, and I'll let you walk away. I promise." A few feet away, Sirius had finally managed to push himself to his feet. He swayed slightly, his posture lacking the rigid, imposing perfection it usually held when his mana reserves were full. But his eyes were sharp. He stared down at the squirming prisoners, running the exact same grim, tactical calculation that was currently freezing the blood in Ren's veins. They both knew what this meant. Handing over living, breathing humans to the ancient entity Dragarian had imprisoned in the crystal was a catastrophic mistake. These weren't mindless, corrupted beasts. These were human pawns. Agents that could operate entirely outside the crystallized domain, monstrous network Celthia controlled. They maybe could even change their face with Cethia's shenanigans and walk into cities. They could bypass wards. It was a terrible idea even if there was no other choice. Sirius knew it. Ren knew it. But as Ren looked from the hostages to the exhausted, corrupted future father-in-law beside him, the brutal math of their survival gave no other choice. Ren gave a single, tight nod. The prisoners went feral with panic. Their muffled screams spiked into shrieks of absolute, blinding terror as they thrashed violently against the stone floor. It didn't matter. From the walls, Celthia let out a sigh. The sound carried a completely different texture than her previous laughter. The sadistic, calculated edge was gone. It was replaced by a deep, genuine satisfaction, the sound of a starving creature finally being handed a meal. "Well then," Celthia said. Her voice was brisker now, the tone of someone who had already moved on to the next item on her agenda. "I'm going to have the claws moved down into the 7th chamber to clear out the stairwell for you." Ren didn't move a muscle, he just watched. For massive claws were currently wedged into the narrow staircase. Given the sheer, colossal scale of the artifacts, for was the absolute physical limit the shaft could hold. If Celthia only moved 2 of them down into the chamber and left the other 4 clogging the path, the situation wouldn't be resolved, the trap would just be displaced without the wind resistance from before and with now 2 claws to fight inside. But he decided to trust and waited. The first blackened claw scraped against the stone, pulling itself out of the stairwell and descending heavily into the chamber. Then the second. 2 of the massive, black artifacts slithered forward, surrounding the prisoners in a cage of corrupted limbs. Then the third. As the third massive limb cleared the entrance of the stairs without anchoring itself to block the path, Ren felt a microscopic knot loosen in his chest. It wasn't nearly enough to drop his guard, but it was enough to marginally shift the odds. If she betrayed them right now, fighting 3 artifacts in an open room and pushing only 3 in the stairs, with Sirius backing him up, was a vastly different scenario than fighting 2 with the same 4 in the suffocating bottleneck. "Don't try to run early," Celthia called out, her voice echoing as if she had plucked the calculation right out of his head. "Really, really gonna keep my word. Just wait. Let the last one come down." The heavy, grinding scrape of the final artifact echoed through the shaft. As they waited for it to clear, Celthia spoke again. This time, the quality of her voice changed completely. It was softer. Stripped of its strategic malice, it sounded incredibly small, echoing in the dark. "Didn't you ever think about the third option of staying yourself?" she asked. A lingering pause stretched between them. "We would be good company for each other. We'd have all the time in the world to talk about so many things." Ren let out a long, weary exhale. "Sorry. I have too many things to do." "Ah." The single syllable hung heavy in the damp air. The final blackened claw slid out of the stairwell, its massive bulk settling onto the floor of the seventh chamber. The dark, narrow path leading up was finally, completely unobstructed. "Does the offer still stand?" Celthea asked quietly. "The one you made me back down in the 10th chamber?" Ren took a deep breath. Deep within his chest, his mana core was still visibly burning. It cast a faint, golden halo through his skin. Sirius fell into step right beside him, his jaw set, trusting the young man's lead. Ren looked up into the darkness of the stairwell. "If you keep your word this time," Ren answered, his voice steady. "Yes." A bright, sudden laugh bounced off the stone walls. It was the bright, musical laugh she let out when something genuinely surprised her, the kind of pure, unguarded reaction she couldn't suppress even if she wanted to. "It's a promise, then," she chirped. There was a brief pause, a spark of genuine, wicked humor lighting up her final words. "But oops. You better hurry up, my other mutants are almost here." Ren stood exactly where he was. Slowly, a grim smile curved across his blood-stained lips. The stairs could wait just a second longer. He had listened to Celthea's warning about her incoming platinum beasts with the adapted ear of someone who had spent enough time playing her twisted games. He understood exactly how she weaponized her words. She always offered the truth to be read as is in the mana, but systematically stripped away the crucial details that defined it. She built the shortest possible bridge between a statement and a completely incorrect assumption, letting her victims walk themselves off the edge. She had agreed to move her artifacts out of the way. She had technically kept that promise and let them go. But she had deliberately omitted any guarantee regarding the other platinum beasts rushing toward them just after that. Ren didn't care. The final black claw had just scraped clear of the stairwell, and he still had one more move to play before he started climbing. Because, in all their bargaining, Ren had also never actually specified how far his promises extended either. He violently ignited his core. The low, thrumming golden light that he had been maintaining as a passive warning didn't just brighten. It detonated. He took the absolute dregs of his remaining energy and weaponized it in the most direct, aggressive manner possible. It wasn't a gradual surge of power, it was an instantaneous, blinding solar flare. It blinded the eyeless horrors in the room. The ethereal, telepathic network Celthea used to coordinate the massive artifacts, the invisible web anchored to the pulsing, corrupted meat slathered across the walls, was violently disrupted. The pure, aggressive golden light forced itself into the necrotic frequencies, burning everything it touched like acid thrown onto exposed nerves. The ethereal network snapped. It wasn't a permanent destruction, nor was it irreversible damage. But it bought Ren exactly what he needed, a single, chaotic second of dead air. For one heartbeat, the flawless coordination between the 8 artifacts short-circuited. Celthea's sensory input dissolved into blinding static. 1 second was all he needed. Ren's shadow violently stretched from his boots across the stone floor like liquid obsidian, the massive, invisible jaws of the Wolverine lunging directly toward the 7 bound prisoners. He couldn't do a spatial jump with the interference and weight he was carrying, but if he could just drag them into his shadow, the Wolverine's internal space would swallow them whole in the fraction of time he had left and they could run. Then, the purple network regenerated. Celthea screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was the raw, unhinged shriek of a predator realizing the prey had just flipped the chessboard. It was a furious, deafening roar that needed to explode out of her before her mind could reset. "That is unfair. You lied to me." "No." Ren roared back, his voice tearing through his raw throat. He had been preparing this exact counterargument the moment the final claw had started moving. "You purposely left the platinum beasts out of the deal when you promised to let us go. And I never agreed that I wouldn't save the prisoners I handed over." A silence followed. It lasted for the exact fraction of a second Celthea needed to rip his argument apart and find the logical flaw. She couldn't find one. What she found instead was a blinding, absolute fury. The corruption in the room spiked to maximum capacity. This wasn't the slow, controlled, torturous pressure she had used to slowly break Sirius. This was the raw, unmanaged floodgates bursting open. She directed the suffocating, purple explosion of energy of all her artifacts directly at them, an unfiltered tidal wave of corruption. Ren met it head-on. Ren didn't deflect the energy, he inhaled it strongly. The golden light in his chest flared even brighter, shifting from an outward shield to a ravenous, internal furnace. He was deliberately absorbing the lethal corruption to forcefully convert it into the fuel he desperately needed to sustain his shield and his shadow. He was even burning his final 15% in a way the human body was fundamentally not designed to survive. You are risking to permanently cripple your own network just to save a few worthless pawns. That is pure greed. Celthea sneered. Her voice had dropped from a scream to a freezing threat. She recognized the fatal flaw because it was a flaw she would have done herself. You are entirely too greedy, Ren. Just like me. She pushed harder. The invisible weight of the corruption doubled. Sirius, caught in the devastating crossfire, collapsed entirely. The corrupted tide slammed into his vulnerable network, violently buckling his knees and sending him crashing into the stone floor. Yet Ren didn't let him fall to the dark. He reached out, grabbing Sirius by the shoulder, and brutally forced his own golden energy into the Tamer's chest. He injected a massive surge of pure mana he shouldn't be able to give away. Deep within Ren's soul space, the small fungus friend violently woke up in pain. And it screamed into Ren's mind. What are you doing? The flow is too massive. You are running on less than 10% baseline mana. We cannot sustain this conversion rate. If we are in this much danger, you need to run. Full speed, right now. Ren heard the frantic, desperate logic of his just awakened and confused companion. He ignored it. He kept pushing. The shadow sliding across the floor just needed to stretch a few more inches to completely engulf the thrashing prisoners. On the floor, Sirius felt the blinding surge of Ren's golden energy flood his veins. His failing body was suddenly, violently hyper-energized. A profound shock rippled through him, immediately followed by a soaring, undeniable respect for the sheer, impossible strength of the determination the boy standing over him had. But then Sirius looked up and he saw Ren's face. The blood wasn't just trickling anymore. It was a torrential, horrifying flow. Thick, dark crimson poured steadily from Ren's nostrils. It leaked from his ears and wept from the corners of his eyes, staining his teeth as he gritted them. It was the catastrophic physical failure of a central nervous system being pushed so far past its breaking point that the blood vessels in his skull were simply rupturing. Stop! Sirius roared. He forced himself up, grabbing Ren's arm with a trembling, vice-like grip. The prisoners aren't worth this. You are vastly more important to the future of this world than 7 pawns. Prioritize your own life. Sirius understood the grim truth of war. Ren was the ultimate weapon against the corruption. To throw away that weapon for 7 hostages was a catastrophic tactical failure. But Ren refused to yield his ideals. Just a little more. Crack. The sound didn't echo in the cavern. It was entirely internal. It was a sickening, metaphysical fracture that vibrated straight through Ren's soul. It was the sound of an invisible pillar collapsing under an impossible weight, a pillar Ren had subconsciously assumed would always hold because it had never failed him before. The small fungus ruptured from the pressure and vanished. It didn't carefully retreat into the depths of his soul space, nor did it gradually fade from exhaustion. It was violently obliterated. Its projected physical form was shredded, forcibly dispersed back into the ether as the corrupt flow it was trying to filter vastly exceeded its processing capacity. The agonizing pain that accompanied the broken bond tore through Ren's mana system. It was a profound, hollow agony he had never personally experienced before. He had seen others suffer it. He had watched Taro wince when he lost a beast in combat. Watched almost all his friends even. He knew the devastating, soul-tearing grief of having a beast, a piece of your own spirit violently restarted. Ren swallowed the scream. The pain was blinding, but pain had never been enough to stop him. His main beast ability to project would be back in a day or two as everyone did. And at least the fact that the fungus body had been broken had released the energy outside, preventing Ren's system from being damaged further and losing all future potential. Yes, pain wasn't the problem. The present situation was. Without the fungus acting as an external processor, the internal scaffolding holding Ren's massive system together instantly collapsed. Without those vital supports, his core could no longer resonate at the precise frequency required to project the golden light and maintain the physical manifestation of even the full long shadow. The blinding golden halo sputtered and almost died, shrinking down to a faint, pathetic ember. On the floor, the sprawling shadow snapped shut instantly. More than halfway. 2 prisoners had fallen into the Wolverine's void. 5 were left writhing on the cold stone. Stripped of his ability to convert the incoming purple mana, Ren's small remaining reserves took the full, unfiltered impact of Celthia's crushing power. The blow was absolute. Ren's vision exploded into chaotic, fractal colors, the final warning signs of a brain abruptly shutting down to protect itself from a lethal aneurysm. His legs gave out. But Sirius was still glowing. The massive dose of golden energy Ren had desperately injected into him was still burning in his veins. Sirius's elite biology was processing the foreign mana slowly, utilizing it differently than his own. Operating on pure military instinct, Sirius made the brutal, split-second decision only a veteran commander could make. He triggered a partial fusion with his tiger. His muscles expanded, rippling with sudden strength. He lunged forward and grabbed Ren. There was no gentleness in it. He hauled the unconscious boy up by the harness, securing him with the desperate, vice-like grip of a man carrying his only lifeline. With Ren practically dangling from his arm, Sirius pivoted and launched himself up the cleared stairwell at blinding speed. The 5 remaining prisoners were left behind in the dark. As they sprinted upward, Celthia's voice drifted up from the depths of the 7th chamber. It carried the chilling, satisfied tone of someone who hadn't gotten exactly what she wanted, but was perfectly content with the bloody compromise they had forced upon themselves. "I told you," she cooed into the darkness. A heavy, mocking pause followed. "You were way too greedy." Sirius didn't look back. He hauled Ren up the stone steps, his heart pounding with the terrifying realization that whatever nightmares were rushing to meet them from Yino would be here far sooner than any of them wanted. Celthia's laughter followed them all the way up into the dark. Ren was utterly destroyed. He was barely clinging to consciousness, operating strictly on the phantom fumes of a burnt-out core, yet he was still meticulously circulating the most complex containment and recovery runes he had learned. He was running on autopilot, but it was the terrifying, hyper-competent autopilot forged from years of surviving brutal mana filling and depletion in the harshest cultivation imaginable. The part of his brain responsible for deliberate, conscious thought had almost shut down to conserve energy. What remained was pure survival instinct, forcing the runes to work in his battered circuits. He had exactly 1% of his energy left. That tiny, flickering ember absolutely could not be allowed to die. If his core flatlined, the Wolverine would instantly violently expel its non-mana contents. Living beings that weren't born of mana, the spatial stomach couldn't hold them without a Tamer's active suppression. If the shadow spell broke, the 9 crucial members of his vanguard and very important people to him, along with the 2 prisoners he had managed to snatch back, would be violently vomited onto the cold stone at the absolute worst possible moment. So, he kept the runes spinning, he ignored the crushing weight in his skull and he fought the black fog creeping relentlessly into the edges of his vision. Still fighting. Even though Sirius had to support most of his weight while they climbed the stairs to the 6th chamber, then almost all of it in the 5th, then all of it in the 4th. From the abyss below, the sounds of a promise of pursuit echoed upward. It was the sickening, grinding noise of the colossal claws repositioning themselves. It was a terrifying cacophony of objects far too massive trying to fastly reorganize within a space too narrow to comfortably contain them. It was the heavy, scraping prelude to a hunt. They were preparing to climb. But then, cutting through the grinding stone and shifting meat, came a scream. It erupted from the exact same depths as the claws. It didn't sound like the roar of a predator, it was the intense, unhinged screech of someone who had just looked down at their winning hand and realized the cards had been set on fire. What? But she had been laughing just a moment ago. Through the haze of his failing mind, Ren couldn't understand it. The scream left the mana in the air laced with a venomous, bitter resentment that simply didn't make sense. In the grand tactical balance, Celthia had won the exchange. She had secured the Wind Aspect Guardian Egg, a terrifyingly problematic prize that Ren simply hadn't possessed the time or strength to steal back. She had also secured the 5 remaining prisoners. Yes, Ren's group was escaping with Sirius, the double contract potions, tons of crystals and the priceless artifacts from the lower vaults. That was a massive victory for humanity. But considering the reality-warping illusions that Silver Egg could eventually spawn, Celthia still held the ultimate tactical advantage. She had gotten what mattered most to her. There was absolutely no logical reason for her to be screaming in genuine anguish when, just seconds ago, she had been gleefully mocking Ren for his greed. What Ren's fading consciousness simply couldn't comprehend yet was what had happened in the dark. Sirius hadn't chosen to merge with the Celestial Tiger for the escape solely because the spatial jump jammer prevented him from using his Shadow Serpent. He had used the Tiger because he had explicitly left the Serpent behind to do something else. When Ren had desperately injected his golden energy to stabilize Sirius, and in the end failed to stretch his shadow far enough to swallow all the hostages, Sirius had instantly recognized the tactical failure. He had initially deployed his shadow snake through the floor shadows, aiming to merge it with Ren's shadow to physically extend the Wolverine's reach. It did get to Ren's shadow. But the exact millisecond the spore fungus was obliterated and Ren's shadow violently snapped shut, Sirius changed the order. As a veteran commander, he knew the cardinal rule of warfare: you never leave usable assets for the enemy. Finding his Shadow Serpent stranded on the far side at the end of the space that the collapsed shadow had occupied, he didn't command it to retreat. He ordered it to dive into the shadow of the nearest thrashing prisoner. The Black Serpent was only a Silver 3 beast. In the grand hierarchy of mana density, it was barely a threat. But Sirius possessed the unique, compounding buffs of a double Tamer. That passive reinforcement of his golden ranked tiger injected enough lethal, concentrated force into the snake to allow its fangs to effortlessly slice through the aura of a gold 1, even a gold 2 Tamer with some effort. And the rank disparity meant little against a completely defenseless, unmerged, immobilized target. 5 throats. The serpent moved like liquid death. Celthia had noticed the anomaly almost exactly in time, but almost wasn't enough. The victims barely had any blood left in their veins by the time she reacted. The 2 most robust prisoners, the ones with the deepest vitality pools, who possessed a microscopic chance of surviving the catastrophic blood loss, were violently swallowed by Celthia's corrupted flesh at the very last second. Perhaps one of them would cling to life. But the other 3 were already completely drained, their skin a ghostly, irreversible white by the time she looked at her ruined prizes. Sirius cancelled the summon just after hearing the scream. The ethereal projection of the Black Serpent dissolved, snapping back into his core. The return of mana from the cancelled beast fed into his system, and Sirius ruthlessly burned it to push his legs even faster up the brutal incline. Finally, the first massive door of the true ruins materialized at the end of the final stairwell. Even when you fully expect a checkpoint to be there, laying eyes on it after a descent into hell brings a profound, staggering wave of relief. The platinum beasts from Yino had not breached to this level yet. The path was clear of them. However, 2 artifacts still blocked the archway. They were different from the towering claws inside the lower chambers. They were also wired directly into Celthia's network, but their biological architecture was wide, thick, and slug-like. Crucially, they lacked the massive, jagged talons the inner artifacts used to anchor themselves into the stone steps. "You cheating beast!" Celthia's voice ripped through the corridor, her fury still raw and wildly uncontained. "I am not letting you leave." Sirius understood the two new artifacts in a fraction of a second. Two blockades, no anchoring claws. Without the mechanical friction of talons gripping the stone, they couldn't create the immovable bottleneck the four massive arms had formed in the narrow stairwell below. The kinetic force required to dislodge them wasn't remotely the same as the impossible one down there. Sirius could push them. But Celthia's strategy didn't rely solely on a physically weak barricade. A suffocating shockwave of corruption blasted through the corridor before either man, older or younger, could brace themselves. It was the same hypercondensed, explosive pulse she had used to violently drop Sirius to his knees in the chamber below. But this time, Ren's lingering golden energy flared to life again. It wasn't a conscious choice on Ren's part, he was far beyond the capacity to actively micromanage his mana distribution outside himself. But the massive dose of stabilization energy he had injected into Sirius was now circulating through the commander's veins. Sirius had accepted the pure energy fully and was essentially radiating Ren's pure, powerful signature. Like a fiercely aggressive autoimmune response, that golden residue instantly reacted to the corrupted threat that had spawned it. The purple wave crashed into Sirius and shattered. Celthia's pulse failed to drop him again. Without breaking his stride, Sirius drew upon the absolute maximum output of his celestial tiger. And he didn't swing his fists. He roared. The blast of wind that erupted from him wasn't the standard, slicing gale of a conventional combat beast. It was a concussive, kinetic detonation. It was the devastating, hyperdense shockwave forged by a tamer who had spent decades mastering the power of air's pressure. The explosive wall of said pressure slammed directly into the two unanchored artifacts. The impact created a violent gap between the two huge masses. It was enough. Sirius shot forward like a fired bullet, hauling Ren's almost limp body through the narrow, tearing breach a split second before the corrupted flesh recovered and slammed violently shut behind them. They were through. But the edge of the corruption wave had still clipped Ren. Sickly purple lines immediately bloomed across his collarbone, creeping up the side of his neck. Ren fought them completely passively. He couldn't aggressively reverse the rot at the blistering speed he normally could. His primary beast, his internal anchor who was normally dormant but present was not helping now, and his core was no longer resonating with the crushing power of the fungus' small and entangled yet robust net. Operating on a desperate 1% baseline, his conversion process was agonizing. It was the clumsy, inefficient work of a craftsman stripped of his tools, slowly grinding down fractions of the rot. It was absorbing agonizingly slow, but it was better than nothing. Yet he still stubbornly refused to pass out. He forced the meager circulation to continue and the necrotic lines receded, fighting him every single millimeter, moving many times slower than they would have if he possessed the strength to simply incinerate them, but moving. Sirius burst out of the true ruins, stepping into the sprawling expanse of the 10 fake upper chambers. But the heavy, dead silence they had left behind during their initial descent was completely gone. From directly above them, vibrating through the thousands of tons of solid bedrock separating the true ruins from the surface layers, came a sound that froze the blood in Sirius's veins. It was the catastrophic, grinding roar of solid stone being shattered. And bleeding through that noise was the suffocating, atmospheric pressure of mana so impossibly dense it warped the air itself. It carried the cold signature of entities that did not pause, did not calculate risk, and possessed no instructions other than to obliterate whatever stood between them and their target. The platinum beasts from Yaino were finally here. They were actively tearing through the ceiling. Sirius didn't say a word. He didn't need to. He simply tightened his bruised grip on Ren's arm, adjusted the boy's weight against his side, and kept running. The reality of facing two near-platinum monstrosities, backed by dozens of high and mid-gold beasts, was a nightmare under his best of conditions. But facing that kind of overwhelming force when your muscles are screaming, your mana is scraped down to the marrow, and you are physically dragging an unconscious, bleeding ally. That isn't just a disadvantage. It is an almost impossible, vertical mountain to climb. even if you are serious Star Weaver. The Great Rift was no longer just a geographical wound, a gaping chasm separating the world's crust, forcefully pushing the two great cities to the east and west. In the shadows, miles away from the heavily fortified city borders, Celthea had been quietly performing surgery on the earth. She had spent months connecting the distant northern and southern extremes of the abyss. She capitalized on the city's defensive postures. The human armies simply couldn't mobilize the massive numbers required to patrol and attack every single mile of the endless chasm. Deep in the dark, massive bridges of jagged rock had been grown and woven together. They reconstructed themselves faster than any scout team could hope to demolish them. Where a human vanguard managed to shatter one section, another stone artery would aggressively calcify and connect corruption to both world sides before the humans even finished their retreat. The result between destruction and creation had tilted so drastically in Celthea's favor that sending teams to break the bridges had become a strategically pointless endeavor. Those secret arteries had given Celthea the terrifying ability to transfer her mutant hordes far away from the city's watchful eyes. But moving undetected came with a steep logistical cost. The journey from the Yino ruins to this specific location required a big, sprawling detour through the lower gold rank zones of the rift's surface. That detour had been their absolute saving grace. The extra hours the Platinum Beasts spent navigating the long, hidden route around the city were the exact margin Ren's group had needed to complete their descent, get serious, and begin their escape. Almost escaped fully outside. Almost. The beasts had finally arrived. They reached the coordinates just as Sirius hauled Ren's limp body into the fake upper chambers. The final, brutal leg of this escape wasn't going to be a clean sprint to the surface. It was going to be a claustrophobic nightmare, fighting through a subterranean gauntlet against horrors actively digging down to meet them. The stone ceiling wasn't indestructible, but without a dedicated earth aspect Tamer to part the rock, the difference was small. However, there was another saving grace, one that was vastly more important than the detour. The true, original guardian of the specific ruin that sent these beasts, the apex predator that had given Celthea her troublesome skill, was already dead. That meant there was no localized entity there capable of evolving into the diamond tier. There was no dragon-like beast capable of retaining the crystal's vast consciousness or housing Celthea's mind or fundamentally warping space over a massive radius to completely sever their escape. That specific, apocalyptic threat had been eliminated years ago. Celthea simply hadn't cultivated that ruin with a proper guardian at hand to infect, unlike the chamber they had just barely survived. The other ruin, the cradle of the terrifying, anti-jump earth elemental beast, had been raided and conquered by King Colioran and his elite vanguard long before Celthea had ever fully integrated her consciousness into the purple crystal. That ruin had birthed two of the infamous 7 purple crystals that eventually fell into Orion's hands, artifacts that were ultimately disintegrated and scattered back into the world's mana network. That specific anti-jump earth beast had been one of the very first assets the ancient crystal had desperately tried to secure. It had hoarded the creature's egg long before it had ever found a human medium capable of truly absorbing its power. Celthea had eventually become that missing puzzle piece. She was the perfect medium. But merely integrating with the crystal hadn't granted her instantaneous, godlike access to all these abilities. A support-type beast, no matter how profoundly useful for trapping prey, couldn't serve as a primary combat core. The ancient crystal's multi-beast system was archaic. It possessed rigid requirements and brutal evolutionary bottlenecks that were fundamentally different from Ren's network. Ren's spore system was an elegant, biological copy. The architect copied the foundation of the ancient entity, but improved upon it, utilizing the natural inspiration of living things that the base existence lacked. Where Ren could organically expand his sensory network through symbiotic spores without sacrificing a single human life, the purple crystal demanded a bloody toll. It required living human sacrifices, souls forcibly integrated into its architecture, to advance. It was the stark difference between a vicious, ancient entity and a modernized counter-design. But despite the archaic flaws, the crystal/Celthea had finally managed to pay the energy toll. Armed with her mutant hordes, the 8 colossal artifacts, and the final, dark contribution of Orion's fall, the purple crystal entity had finally forged the perfect core through Celthia, mirroring the exact same terrifying ascension Ren had achieved through his fungus. She had successfully integrated her beast nodes all the way up to the platinum tier, getting 4 potentially terrifying slots. So Celthia had vast, hidden reserves and resources. She controlled 3 fully functional ruins chambers complexes in Yino. And she still commanded the chamber Sirius and Ren had just fled, a fortress they wouldn't dare re-invade from fear of being imprisoned again by the crushing artifacts. So she had 4 massive, subterranean laboratories to experiment with ancient runes and forcefully mutate her beasts. And now, the last test of her power had arrived, seeing if the enhanced horrors hidden in the nearest Yino chamber could capture Ren, Sirius or secure more gold-rank pawns for her chessboard. These beasts possessed a staggering level of power. Any tamer with even a fraction of Ren's mana sensitivity could feel their oppressive auras radiating through the bedrock, even with the long detour around Yino some may have felt them. But if they were coming as reinforcements, they were likely going to be just a few hours too late. The beasts tearing through the ceiling were not guardians and they didn't carry Celthia's chatty consciousness like the artifacts below, they were not at that level, they'd need 1 extra rank up. They were simply feral. Fast, heavily armored, and brutally strong. And fast was the absolute worst possible trait they could possess when hunting an exhausted man who couldn't use his spatial jumps. Sirius simply couldn't rip open a long-distance shadow portal. The cost of the spell was basically suicidal. To execute a jump, he would have to physically carry Ren's dead weight, plus the 11 living non-mana-born people currently tucked away inside the spatial stomach of Ren's Wolverine. He would have to actively coat every single one of those 12 entities in his own mana to shield them from the dimensional friction. Attempting that while somewhat drained from the earlier failed jump and fighting the corruption, and running solely on the residual fumes of Ren's golden energy, would instantly deplete him. The equation didn't balance. Jumping wasn't going to save them. All that remained was the common, brutal, agonizing act of running uphill. Basically climbing. 2 near-platinum nightmares, dozens of mid and high gold horrors spilling down behind them. And a battered Sirius Starweaver, dragging a half-dead teenager up the stairs. Down below, Celthia was still throwing a tantrum. Furious and screaming, she forcefully commanded the 2 massive, long legs of the main artifact in the stairwell. It dragged its horrific, black mass upward in a jerky, almost comical display of desperate movement. She was violently trying to reposition the grotesque purple meat-carrying tower, desperate to keep Sirius trapped within her spatial jamming radius while continuously firing long, purple shockwaves of corruption up the shaft. Sirius's eyes narrowed. The world around him slowed down to a crawl. What he was looking at right now wasn't a military engagement. It was something entirely different, a scenario of retreat while surrounded. He couldn't know, but it was basically an American football game. But he was the only player from his team left on the field. There were dozens of massive, lethal defenders standing between him and the end zone. He had been handed an impossible pass. He was carrying the ball, a young man whose genius title didn't even begin to cover his true value to the world. And the end zone was the safety of the city walls, miles and miles away across the longest, deadliest football field in existence. This wasn't just a game of evasion tactics. It was the most intense, high-stakes sprint a human body could possibly endure. The only difference was that getting tackled wouldn't result in a lost down or a change in the scoreboard. It meant the boy in his arms, the single most important key to humanity's future, would stop breathing. Sirius ruthlessly adjusted his grip on Ren's arm, hauling the boy tighter against his side. Above them, the ceiling of the 10th fake chamber violently detonated. The first platinum beast shattered the bedrock, raining massive boulders and choking dust down upon them. It launched itself at Sirius before the debris even hit the floor. It was a terrifying blur of jagged, interlocking armored plates and blinding speed. Sirius had less than a fraction of a second to evaluate it. He didn't brace for an impact. He didn't try to block. Sirius jumped to one side and violently twisted his torso. He channeled the celestial tiger element, pushing the beast's powerful wind currents through his own legs. The maneuver possessed the liquid, flawless fluidity that only comes from decades of perfect synchronization between a tamer and his beast. He manipulated his own mass, forcing his body entirely out of the trajectory. The armored horror violently crossed the exact empty space Sirius had occupied just a millisecond prior. The beast's immense momentum worked against it. It skidded across the stone, its claws screeching, taking a crucial second to violently break and reorient itself toward its agile prey. 1 second. That was all Sirius needed. He was already 2 massive steps higher up the crumbling new entrance, or more like a new exit for him. Hold on, Sirius grunted to Ren, completely unsure if the bleeding boy was even conscious enough to hear his voice. Above them, 9 fake chambers still separated them from the surface. Each cavernous room was an open expanse, empty space the hyper-fast beasts would use to run them down if Sirius lost even half a step of the impossible, lung-burning rhythm he had to maintain. A deafening roar shook the stone as the second platinum beast violently breached the chamber right behind the first. Sirius sucked in a ragged breath of dust-filled air, locked his jaw, and anchored his burning legs for the next explosive push of the tiger's wind. Sirius was utterly exhausted. He had only managed to reach the 6th fake chamber. For the very first time in this entire, harrowing escape, he was actually running ahead of the mutant horde. But securing that lead hadn't been easy, and it certainly hadn't been fast. In fact, a grueling amount of time had passed. Behind him, the lower chambers were a graveyard of shattered architecture. After the long dance with Celthia's jump jammer artifacts and her beast, the fake walls had been pulverized almost into fine dust, thick stone supports were violently snapped in half. It was the brutal footprint of a desperate odyssey. Every step of Sirius's ascent had required him to dodge a volume of enemies that defied all dodging possibility logic. Every leap between levels had been a frantic negotiation with gravity. Every evasion was a split-second calculation, made in a razor-thin margin where his muscles had to execute the maneuver the exact millisecond his brain finished the math. He was a canvas of open wounds. Shallow, jagged cuts laced his arms, his legs, and his back where the heavily armored, impossibly fast beasts, creatures with far too many legs, had grazed him in passing. A deep, ugly gash tore across his ribs, bleeding slowly in perfect, agonizing rhythm with his heavy breathing. His thighs and calves were not just slashed, but deeply bruised in a dozen places. Yet, he kept his legs moving. Stopping, even for a single breath, was the one mistake this subterranean hell would not forgive. Ren, remarkably, was perfectly fine. That was the only variable that truly mattered for him. It was the sole reason Sirius bore the brunt of the injuries instead of avoiding them entirely. He had deliberately compromised his own combat efficiency a bit. He had throttled the explosive power of his celestial tiger wind, reducing the kinetic force of every push just enough to safely cradle Ren within his shadow, and although losing mana input he ended up getting some agility back without the extra mass anchoring him down. As long as he didn't attempt to rip open a spatial tear, as long as the escape remained strictly physical, the steady mana drain of housing the boy was a burden he could shoulder. Perhaps, after a long enough sprint, the drain would become lethal. But once they broke through to the surface and neared the city, when his core was running on absolute fumes, he could release him. Or reinforcements would find them first. The city's perimeter defense grids had to detect energy signatures of this catastrophic magnitude barreling toward their walls. They had to. It was part of the purpose of the city's existence, defense. Sirius had served those walls long enough to hold a desperate, unshakable faith that the vanguard would respond. But first, he had to close that distance. He hauled himself up into the 5th chamber, capitalizing on a massive cave-in he had orchestrated in the floor of the 6th. He had baited the horde, dodging at the exact right angles to bring the mana-reinforced stone crashing down, buying him this fragile lead in the first place. But as he climbed, he heard it. Behind him. Below him. Closing in. It was that rhythmic clatter of the two massive, asymmetrical platinum centipedes that would be in his future nightmares if he ever made it out. They were dragging their colossal bodies up the vertical shafts at a speed that their huge size should have made biologically impossible. He could hear the heavy, almost metallic-like screech of their armored plating gouging the stone as they ascended. They were getting closer. Inch by inch. Despite his flawless evasion, despite every bit of the tiger's wind accelerating his legs, they were closing the gap. Sirius confirmed the grim reality he had suspected since his very first dodge. They were faster than him. Only slightly, but slightly was a death sentence. Because of their sheer mass, Sirius only gained an advantage on the hairpin turns. When the centipedes launched their immense bulk forward, they couldn't brake. Inertia betrayed them, they had to violently scrape against the walls to reorient their momentum after throwing everything into a lunge. But on a long, unbroken straightaway, their massive leg span devoured the distance. And the path back to the city was also a flat, open sprint of hundreds of kilometers. The nightmare was just beginning. The fragile lead he had bought with his own blood and sweat would mean absolutely nothing. Sprinting at maximum velocity wouldn't be enough. He would have to run at top speed while continuously, flawlessly dodging lethal strikes. Every near miss, every glancing blow he was forced to take, would bleed away his momentum. It would make the next sprint slower, and the next dodge harder, locking him into a fatal, downward spiral that only ended one way if no one intervened. He considered summoning his tiger completely. The beast could carry him and run. But a gold-rank beast was fundamentally slower than a platinum-rank anomaly even with the serpent extra buffs as a double. A massive, 4-meter-tall tiger carrying 2 humans on its back would be an equally massive, unmissable target on an open plain. One mistake, and it was all over. Sirius ground his teeth together. He braced himself for the most agonizing marathon of his life. Then the stone floor violently erupted beneath his boots. He threw himself sideways. It was an evasion by a margin so microscopically thin it didn't even deserve to be called a margin. The colossal, mandibled maw of the lead centipede snapped shut on empty air, crushing the exact pocket of space Sirius's torso had occupied half a second prior. As the beast's massive head slammed into the wall, struggling to correct its own massive inertia, Sirius ruthlessly planted his boot on its armored shell, stealing its momentum to launch himself into the mouth of the next stairwell. Sirius finally dragged himself out of the subterranean hell of the first chamber. He was bleeding profusely now. He was battered, his clothes shredded, and he was exhausted on a level that made his previous fatigue in the 6th chamber feel like a light warm-up. The final 5 chambers had been infinitely worse than he had calculated, for the exact reason he had feared. Every single time the beasts caught up to him, the resulting skirmish had brutally taxed his momentum. Speed lost was speed that could not be reclaimed, it only forced him to burn his remaining energy faster. With a final, desperate heave, he vaulted out of the massive sinkhole. He cleared the lip of the colossal tree-like corpse, a landmark that was now terrifyingly hollowed out, eaten away more than half, much more compared to when he had first entered years ago. The blinding light of the midday sun slammed into his eyes in the clearing. It was the very first touch of natural light, the first breath of true surface air he had felt in this dark, futuristic for him, world since his descent. For one fragile, suspended heartbeat, it felt like victory. It felt like he had actually done it, survived the abyss and breached the surface to begin the flat race to the city. But right at this achievement's line, he had run out of time. Directly behind him, exploding out of the pitch-black sinkhole he had just abandoned, a maw opened. It was huge. Fully prepared to swallow him whole. It lunged so fast, and was so incredibly close, that the violent displacement of air hit the back of Sirius's neck a fraction of a second before fear even registered in his brain. Sirius prepared to make his final stand. Perhaps futile. Yes, probably futile. But he had already decided it at some point during the climb, wordlessly, something someone like him couldn't help but decide, he would fight to the end. Every instinct carved into his brain confirmed that doing this instead of a last, full power push of wind, was undeniable suicide. But the decision hadn't been made out of logic. It had been forged silently, somewhere in the dark, suffocating depths of his determination. Again and again. It was the only choice a man like him could ever make. He would fight until his heart literally stopped beating. He would burn the absolute last, smallest fraction of his life force to try and save this world. To preserve a future where his daughter might, by some impossible miracle, finally get to see her mother again. His daughter. She was the single most valuable treasure in his existence. And simultaneously, she was the source of the most excruciating pain he had ever known. Sirius fiercely loved, and utterly dreaded, looking at Luna's face. Just looking at her tore him apart. He didn't even need to speak to her. A passing glance was enough. The simple, passive act of letting his eyes rest on his daughter's face squeezed his heart with such a violent, crushing pressure that later, when he was finally alone, he would completely fall apart. Far from the scrutinizing eyes of the Tamers under him, far from the exhausting performance of maintaining the stoic, ironclad mask everyone expected of him, he would collapse. He would weep like a newborn child. That terrifying, imposing commander. The living legend who could instantly silence a crowded war room just by stepping across the threshold. It was a fake. All fake. A flawless, necessary lie. In reality, Sirius Starweaver was the most ridiculously, hopelessly sensitive man currently breathing inside the world's last manaless bastion for humanity. Every hardened soldier who saluted him, every politician who feared his unyielding glare, they all would have laughed in his face if they could see what he did in the dark. He would routinely retreat into the spatial dimension of his own shadow beast. He would hide in the pitch black, where absolutely no one could perceive him, and let the crushing facade shatter. The tears would flow uncontrollably, gushing violently, without his permission. Only Selphira had ever seen him break. It happened once, entirely by accident, during those first agonizing days when the wound of losing Lycia was still raw and bleeding. Selphira had never spoken a word of it. She had never used it against him. But it was very possible that witnessing that pathetic, devastating image, a sobbing man entirely stripped of his armor, that broken man she shouldn't have seen, was the catalyst that drove her. Seeing his hollowed-out soul was likely what fueled her relentless, years-long obsession with investigating Orion. So many years had passed since that day, that tragedy for his small family. And absolutely nothing had changed. Sirius still wept like a child in the dark. Luna simply reminded him too much of Lycia. His wife's genetics had been overwhelmingly dominant. Luna had inherited almost everything from her mother, the exact structure of her cheekbones, the elegant slope of her jaw, even the highly specific reactions, like the stubborn way her chin tilted up exactly 1 degree whenever she was challenged. She was a ghost walking in the daylight. The only exceptions were her hair and the color of her eyes. Those two traits were the only half contributions Sirius had made. They were the only two places on his daughter's face where he could look and see her, rather than the phantom of the woman who had been violently ripped away from him. But it wasn't just the physical resemblance that destroyed him. Sirius wasn't just hypersensitive. He was cursed with a profound, suffocating level of empathy too, a trait his rigid posture and cold eyes made impossible for anyone to guess. No matter how perfectly unreadable Luna made her face, no matter how flawlessly she maintained the icy composure of a high-house princess, Sirius could feel the agony radiating beneath her skin. He felt her pain as if it were his own flesh burning. The loss of Lycia still lived inside Luna with a violent intensity that she violently refused to show the world. But Sirius could always feel it. Every single time they stood in the same room, her masked grief wrapped around his throat like a tightening noose. Her silent agony stacked on top of his own, compounding the grief until the sheer emotional weight became physically unbearable. The only way he could function without completely shattering was by creating distance. He couldn't look at her directly. Feeling her mana signature from the distance was enough to assure him she was safe. It was the only way he could watch over her without the act tearing him to pieces. He rewrote the same letter every single week, meticulously crafting word after word, ensuring she knew she was still in his mind without ever having to force his trembling face to look into hers. When absolute duty demanded they meet in person, he prepared for hours. He would bite down on his own tongue until his mouth tasted of iron. He spoke the absolute minimum number of words required to avoid a breakdown. He held the stoic facade together through sheer, bleeding willpower, counting the seconds until he could escape to a dark space, summon his shadows, and finally let the dam burst. He allowed his work to consume him entirely for one very simple reason. It was the best distraction this hellish world of pain had to offer. It was a brutal, agonizing world for a man whose deep empathy meant he had loved with the same intensity as Lycia, internalized and combined with his own. The memory violently dissolved, snapping him back to the bleeding present. The colossal, mutated maw was closing in, swallowing the light around him. Sirius rotated his body with every bit of his remaining strength. As he also forced a final, agonizing fusion with his two beasts, violently scraping the absolute bottom of his core to charge one last beam of light and darkness. He emptied his entire system into the attack. If he could just stagger the platinum beast, if he could push its colossal mass back down into the sinkhole, Ren would have a chance to survive. A tiny, microscopic chance, but a real one. The boy could run or he could hide in the overgrowth and wait for the city's vanguard. Sirius had to trust that Ren was still conscious inside the shadow dimension. The Wolverine hadn't forcefully vomited its passengers onto the shadow space, which meant the boy's mana was still circulating. Ren was in there, clinging to consciousness with the exact same infuriating, unbreakable stubbornness Sirius had witnessed in the forest, the same stubbornness that Sirius had seen in him from the first time but hadn't wanted to admire, the stubbornness of an arrogant child whose entire being refused to accept defeat. Sirius charged the flickering dual-element ray, dark and white in his hands. And with the fusion power and in the exact same fluid rotation motion, he twisted his torso and violently hurled Ren away from the sinkhole. He was executing the final, desperate pass. He was the battered quarterback staring down a lethal blitz, hurling the ball toward an end zone he would never get to cross himself. He placed his entire legacy, the fate of the world, and his final sliver of hope into the hands of his team. He was trusting Ren to win the game he could no longer finish. The shadow containing Ren sailed through the air, clearing the immediate whole radius. Sirius was now turned back to face the abyss. The colossal jaws that eclipsed his vision. He released the shadow and light spiraling ray. His form was flawless. His execution was exquisite, right down to the very last energy particle. If Sirius Starweaver knew how to do anything, it was how to perfectly control his face and his mana. It was his final, defiant offering to a broken, painful world before leaving it. But the beam that erupted from his palms was tragically thin. It was starved of energy. Exhausted. It almost flickered like a dying candle, completely devoid of the kinetic force required to hope to destroy the armored plating of the nightmare crashing down upon him. Sirius knew at the exact instant the magic left his hands. It wasn't going to do a damn thing. But suddenly, the terror vanished. It didn't matter anymore. The excruciating, years-long pain of living without Lycia, and being unable to enjoy looking at his daughter was finally going to end. In that suspended, frozen heartbeat between life and the crushing dark of the beast's maw, Sirius let out a soft sigh. He finally lowered his mental shields. He let the memory rise, that specific, radiant memory he had kept buried deeper than any other. The one he never allowed himself to look at, because even a fleeting glimpse would utterly destroy him. It was an ordinary, sunny afternoon in a world that no longer existed. Lycia and Luna were both hugging him at the exact same time, laughing. The image bloomed in his mind, vivid and warm. And just as it always did, every single damn time, it broke him. Tears spilled over his bruised cheeks. He was crying like a ridiculous, sensitive baby, right in the face of a terrifying monster. It was so utterly and completely embarrassing. Yet his final, fading thought was directed entirely at the boy flying through the air behind him. Make her happy, Sirius pleaded silently, entirely lacking the breath to speak the words. Please survive. You pulled me out of the crystal so you can now find Lycia. And let her hug Luna all she wants. Like his useless father never could. The pathetic, exhausted ray of light and dark drifted toward the plunging mutant. And then, a localized hurricane, a concussive, deafening wall of wind, violently slammed into Sirius's chest, throwing him backward onto the sky. In front of him, the pathetic thread of his dying spell abruptly exploded. It expanded dozens of times its original size, transforming from a dying ember into a blinding, roaring pillar of absolute light and crushing darkness. The platinum mutant was instantly vaporized. It wasn't cut, it wasn't wounded. Its colossal mass was simply erased from reality in a fraction of a second. The apocalyptic column of dual energy didn't even slow down upon impact. It punched straight through the beast and detonated deep within the subterranean chamber below, shaking the very bedrock of the continent. It was a strike packing 10 times the destructive payload Sirius could have generated on his absolute best day. Perhaps even more. It hadn't been his spell. His exhausted, flickering ray had been swallowed whole, absorbed and weaponized by another, vastly superior force, like a single drop of water being devoured by a tidal wave. Gasping for air, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs, Sirius slowly turned his head. He looked up. He searched the sky for the origin of that impossible, godlike energy. There, silhouetted against the blinding glare of the midday sun, 2 figures were descending over the clearing. The light was too intense to look at directly, but their auras were clearer than the sun. One figure was unfurling massive, sprawling wings of pure light. They were so radiantly brilliant that the sun behind them felt like a cheap, dim bulb in comparison. The feathers weren't made of physical matter, but of solidified, holy brilliance. It was a divine angel, suspended above the scarred earth, descending from the heavens to fix what the corruption had broken. And drifting down right beside her was the second figure. It was completely cloaked in a shadow so absolute, so suffocatingly dense, that it didn't reflect the angel's light, it violently drank it. From that swirling abyss of darkness radiated an aura infinitely more terrifying than the platinum beast that had just been erased. As the shadow expanded in Sirius' mind, it projected a colossal, phantom silhouette. It was the unmistakable shape of a wolf's jaws. The maw wide enough to swallow the entire world and leave it trapped in an endless, starless night. Suspended in the sky, completely dominating the atmosphere, the 2 figures looked down at him. Ren hadn't been asleep. The interior of the Wolverine's spatial stomach was pitch black and suffocatingly silent. Nobody inside had been violently expelled, but that was small comfort. The guards, Mayo, Leora and Lynn were completely drained, their mana reserves flatlined. And none of them had any way of seeing the nightmare unfolding outside. They were completely blind to the fact that Sirius was currently sprinting, dodging, and bleeding his way through 10 cavernous, collapsing chambers. Being trapped inside 3 distinct layers of mana, operating across 3 overlapping dimensions folded one inside the other, completely scrambled external mana reading. It was a sensory blackout. But Sirius had been absolutely right about one thing: Ren was awake inside his shadow. He was clinging to consciousness through pure, agonizing willpower, meticulously circulating his mana through the intricate rune-like pathways of his system. He had promised himself he wouldn't let his core completely extinguish, and he was honoring that promise. The pathetic 1% of energy he had left slowly ticked upward. It became 2%. Then 3. Then 4. He was forcefully absorbing the purple lines still burning across his chest and neck. He processed the corruption agonizingly slowly, grinding it down into pure energy with the meticulous, teeth-gritting patience of a man who literally had no other option to survive. He had just scraped his way to 5% when he felt it. Through only one-dimensional barrier for him, he felt the cadence of Sirius's movements change. It was no longer the steady, powerful rhythm of a seasoned commander executing a calculated retreat. The kinetic feedback vibrating through the shadow became jagged. Desperate. It was the erratic, lung-burning rhythm of a man who could no longer physically afford to keep running, yet continued to force his almost broken legs forward simply because stopping meant being eaten alive. Ren felt every brutal impact. Every dodge that was executed a fraction of a second later than the last. Every explosive burst from the celestial tiger muscles was losing degrees of kinetic force. Sirius was on his absolute last legs. The moment Ren realized the mutant horde was finally catching them, he began to prepare a spell. He gathered 4 out of his meager 5%, pooling it into pure wind mana. It was a small reserve, but it was all he had. The plan was to unleash it as a localized kinetic burst, just enough to physically push Sirius forward one final time, should they reach the razor-thin margin where a single push meant the difference between escaping the jaws or being crushed by them. It was a pathetic, desperate plan for a pathetic, desperate mana reserve. But it was all he had to offer. What Ren completely failed to calculate was that Sirius was going to fully stop, sacrifice himself and throw him. And the arm of a fully fused Tamer, who has ruthlessly dumped the absolute final dregs of his nervous system into a single, physical motion, possesses a terrifying amount of kinetic force. It completely defies the logic of a gentle push toward the exit. Ren was violently ejected from Sirius's shadow, grabbed and he was launched high into the air at blinding speed. The transition from the suffocating, pitch-black void to the glaring, blinding sunlight and rushing surface air was incredibly jarring. Before his battered brain could even fully process that he had been thrown clear of the ruins, his instincts overrode his disorientation. His first priority wasn't to brace for the brutal fall. It was to instantly contort his body mid-air, twisting to look back at what Sirius was facing. He saw the mouth. It was too huge and too close. An abyss of jagged teeth and armored plating, actively closing over the exhausted Tamer. And directly above it, Sirius was firing his final, desperate ray of light and darkness. Even from a distance, Ren instantly recognized the spell for what it was, a dying, exhausted thread of mana that lacked even the concussive force required to break the beast's armor. It was woefully insufficient. Panic flared in Ren's chest. His internal system was still highly unstable without the small fungus. The absence of his primary beast was a gaping wound in his mana architecture. The network functioned, but with the violent, grinding irregularity of a complex machine missing its central gear. But where Ren's conscious processing failed to be enough, the mantis stepped in. It was his most proactive companion, second only to the talking mushroom when awake, and it did exactly what was necessary. Without waiting for a command, the jade insectoid beast forcefully seized control of the clone crystal currently stowed within Ren's shadow. It was a flawless bypass. The two systems synced, Ren's own battered core and the pristine crystal clone that responded to him as a direct extension. Together, they violently magnified the spell. They produced a volume of wind mana that elevated Ren's desperate intention from a pathetic, dying gesture into a massive, concussive force. Much, much more than a gesture. Ren's explosive burst of wind slammed into the beast's lower jaw at the exact same millisecond Sirius's exhausted ray struck from above. The platinum mutant suddenly found itself colliding with two opposing sources of kinetic impact, having only calculated its trajectory to crush one. It didn't wound the beast. But the sheer, unexpected upward force of the wind violently stalled the momentum of its colossal jaws and pushed Sirius out. It bought them the fraction of a second they needed. Miles away, standing in the city's wall, Luna had felt the mana pressure shift. She hadn't asked for permission. She simply jumped and materialized in the castle's war room and declared she was leaving, her tone leaving absolutely no room for Selphora or Julius to mount a counterargument. To her, the reality of the situation was glaringly obvious. These were not normal mana spikes in the rift's gold ring. The energy signatures bleeding through the earth were too big for that distance. They were on a scale the city's perimeter defenses hadn't faced since the invasion of the artifacts. And more importantly, they were barreling directly toward the specific coordinates where her father's crystal statue rested. That consistency possessed absolutely nothing casual or coincidental about it. But Julius and Selphira didn't argue. They didn't try to restrain her or downplay the threat. They understood the urgency of the moment far better than Luna did, because they actually knew the truth of what was happening in those ruins. They only made one demand: she had to take Larissa with her. It wasn't a request for a chaperone. It was cold, military tactical logic. If the situation turned apocalyptic, Larissa's winged fusion could forcefully transport the two of them out of the hot zone vastly faster than Luna's celestial tiger could run on the wind. Furthermore, even with both of them deployed, the city still retained more than half of its elite defensive vanguard. It was an equation that balanced perfectly into an acceptable risk. Luna didn't waste breath on a verbal response. She simply spun on her heel and summoned her tiger, silently confirming that their analysis was correct, and she had already run the exact same calculations herself. When Luna arrived in front of her, Larissa mounted her lynx without a word. They launched into the sky together, streaking toward the horizon. As they rapidly closed the distance to the anomaly, the mana readings changed. The colossal, oppressive auras of the platinum beasts hadn't diminished. They were still massive, and they were rapidly approaching the surface. But Luna and Larissa weren't focusing on the monsters. They were desperately scanning for the other signatures. The now small ones. They were searching for the human tamers who were supposed to be somewhere beneath that scarred earth. But even with Luna and Larissa's hyper-tuned, elite perception, it was agonizingly difficult. The human signatures were so impossibly faint they were practically indistinguishable from the ambient static of the battlefield. They were almost entirely extinguished. Almost. Luna felt it first. Ren's specific mana signature registered against her perception even when inside a shadow. It was as intimately recognizable to both Luna and Larissa as the aura of someone who had fundamentally become a part of their own souls. It didn't matter how faint the volume was, they knew the exact texture of his energy. And there was someone else very recognizable for Luna. But what the mana reading told them made their blood run cold. It was the ragged, dying pulse of someone who had completely emptied their core, pushed past every conceivable limit, and was currently existing solely through pure, irrational stubbornness. He was hovering on the absolute razor's edge of death. Still soaring through the air, high above the giant trees, Luna and Larissa looked at each other. Their eyes were wide, heavy with a profound, terrifying worry. There were no words. There was no need for deliberate discussion or grand declarations. The synchronized fusion of the two girls ignited the exact millisecond the decision was made. Above the giant forest, Larissa's wings of pure light violently tore open the sky. Utilizing the ultra-fast, long-range spatial transport that only a light-aspect-fused double Tamer could execute with such blistering speed, Larissa bypassed the physical distance entirely. The world blurred into a series of staccato, blinding flashes. In the time it would have taken any other vanguard to simply formulate a battle plan, the two girls materialized high in the sky directly above the clearing. Hanging suspended in the air gave them a flawless, instantaneous panoramic view. Their hyper-tuned perception read the entire chaotic battlefield in a fraction of a second. They saw the massive sinkhole. They felt the suffocating, oppressive auras of the platinum and high-gold mutants churning in the depths below. And exploding out of the shadows of that abyss was Sirius Starweaver. He was leaping forward, moving with the desperate, ragged momentum of a man running on absolute fumes, driven solely by a burst of wind mana. And directly behind him, a colossal, mountainous mass of armored plating and jagged teeth was closing the distance at terrifying speed. Luna didn't have the luxury of time to process the sheer, impossible miracle unfolding beneath her. Her father had been ripped from his crystal prison. He was breathing. He was running. Ren had actually achieved the impossible without even warning her, a reckless, insane reality Larissa had hastily outlined for her during their frantic flight to arrive here. But the overwhelming joy of seeing him alive meant absolutely nothing right now. Because the colossal maw of the platinum beast was snapping shut directly behind him. The girls locked eyes for a microsecond. They nodded. Still in freefall, their hands tightly locked together, their double fusion fully active, they began to charge their combined strike. It was the exact same now dual, element ray they had used to pull Ren back from the brink of corruption, only this time, they were operating without Leora's spiritual anchor. Luna ruthlessly dumped most of her mana pool into the crushing gravity of darkness. Larissa mirrored her, weaving the searing brilliance of light. They needed maximum, devastating output. The signatures directly beneath them were platinum tier, backed by dozens of high gold anomalies pouring out of the sinkhole. These were big threats that needed to be violently corrected right now, before they could breach the perimeter and scatter across the open plains. Their evaluation was made in real time, based entirely on the visible flow of mana. Sirius still possessed just enough residual kinetic energy to throw himself clear at the very last possible second. That meant they could drop the hammer on the exact coordinates he was about to vacate, obliterating the beast without catching him in the crossfire. It was a perfectly clean, clinical strategy, built on the solid assumption that Sirius, carrying Ren in his shadow, would absolutely refuse to be devoured while he still had a single drop of mana left to dodge. But Sirius ruined the plan. Instead of using his final surge of energy to leap to safety, he refused to move. He violently threw Ren's shadow away from his body. Then, he triggered his own fusion, turning to face the abyss in a suicidal final stand. "No, you foolish father." The scream tore from Luna's throat before she could even consciously decide if shouting was appropriate. It was the raw, furious cry of an elite tamer who had just watched a perfectly calculated, life-saving strategy shatter into pieces. They couldn't abort the spell on time. The synchronized, high-cost dual-element ray was already at critical mass. Breaking the stabilization too fast would cause it to detonate in their hands. They also couldn't dive fast enough to physically pull him out of the way, either. The discharge sequence of the massive spell was making an spatial jump impossible, and falling there was agonizingly, fundamentally slower than the jaws snapping shut around him. They were going to watch him die. But then, saving the entire strategy by a fraction of a millisecond, Ren's wind exploded upward. It was absolutely, undeniably clutch. The colossal jaws stalled, violently knocked off balance by the sudden, upward kinetic burst from below. Larissa and Luna had a free target now. The powerful rays carried energy over the 20% maximum mana that a common tamer could draw as instant mana, since a fused double could draw 40% thanks to having two beasts as a support medium. By perfectly combining their efforts with the two beast copies, they had used 30% each. But Luna's blinding spike of raw panic and frustration at the attempted sacrifice found the exact conduit it needed in the charging spell. Larissa's profound, mirroring worry fed into the exact same channel at the exact same moment. They were holding hands, their souls completely synchronized by the network being inside Ren's mind had taught them to navigate. It was almost biologically impossible not to channel that explosive, adrenaline-fueled emotional spike directly into the magic. The 30% output they had originally calculated spiked violently. It slammed into the absolute maximum of 40%, every single drop of quick-action mana the two girls had available. The black and white spiraling ray descended from the heavens. It completely erased the first beast. It didn't even shatter the exoskeleton. It simply deleted the colossal monster from reality. The sheer, overwhelming density of the dual energy left absolutely no room for anything other than a smoking, empty absence. The beast swarming directly behind the vanguard mutant caught the brutal, almost unmitigated excess of the impact. The shockwave was apocalyptic. It instantly destroyed the front rows of the gold-tier mutants and violently blasted the remaining horde backward in a deafening, concussive explosion. Hovering in the sky above the crater, the residual aura clinging to the two girls was blinding. Their hands were still locked together. To Sirius, who was staring up from below, entirely stripped of his mana, his fusion broken, and hovering on the very edge of unconsciousness, there was only one way his failing brain could process the sight. It looked exactly as if the heavens had forcefully dispatched two otherworldly demigoddesses to solve a nightmare the mortal world simply could not survive on its own. Miles beneath the surface, deep within the fractured fake chambers, Celthea had been furiously rallying her 8 massive artifacts. She had been crawling relentlessly toward the surface with the manic persistence of a creature that refused to accept defeat. But the colossal shockwave from the girl's blast violently tore through the bedrock, slamming into her vanguard and brutally crushing her back down into the abyss once more. High in the air, the girl's mana pools was at roughly 60%. It was still a massive reservoir, vastly more than the two battered, bleeding men on the ground possessed, but the volatile, quick-action mana required to sustain their maximum output double fusion was completely burned out right now. They couldn't hold the form anymore. They cancelled the fusion. The air warped as they summoned their physical mounts. The massive celestial tiger materialized first, its paws finding purchase on the howling wind. The blizzard lynx coalesced a split second later, sleek and surrounded by snow. The two giant felines positioned themselves seamlessly beneath their falling tamers. From their elevated vantage point, possessing the cold, absolute clarity of predators surveying the field, Luna and Larissa rapidly evaluated the wreckage below. Ren was falling, still carrying the residual, horizontal momentum from Sirius's desperate throw. Sirius had been violently launched upward by the sheer force of Ren's wind blast, but gravity was already reclaiming him. He was about to plummet right back down toward the jagged lip of the sinkhole. Both girls immediately spurred their beasts into a dive, instinctively rushing to catch Ren before he hit the ground. But halfway through the descent, they realized they didn't both need to intercept the same target. Luna's cheeks flushed with a sudden, sharp embarrassment. She caught Larissa's eye, offered a tight, acknowledging nod, and immediately ceded the rescue of Ren to her. She violently banked her celestial tiger, diving fast and hard toward the crater to snatch her rescued father out of the air before Ren's fading wind updraft gave out completely and dropped him into the abyss. Luna's tiger seamlessly caught Sirius on its broad back. Larissa's lynx melted through the air, perfectly catching Ren's limp body before he could strike the earth. They hovered above the battlefield, the dust settling around them. Deep beneath the shattered earth, they could still feel the 8 colossal artifacts. The oppressive, corrupted aura bleeding out of the sinkhole was undeniable. Their senses picked up the terrifying, churning mass of corruption waiting in the dark. The rapid action mana was fast to accumulate, they were close to 20% again, they could stay. They could probably fight and slaughter the remaining gold-tier beasts that had survived the blast. Perhaps. But the artifacts were not something they could simply destroy with brute force. And facing them wasn't the objective today. Today's mission was extraction. It was about pulling these two impossibly stubborn men out of hell after they had burned their absolute souls to secure the right outcome. And that outcome remained agonizingly fragile as long as they lingered on this cursed battlefield. There was no deliberation, no vote. Neither of them even had to voice the retreat as an option. In perfect synchronization, the two massive felines banked hard toward the distant walls of the city. Each beast carried a battered, unconscious passenger who was in absolutely no condition to protest. They left the scarred clearing behind. The oppressive, purple aura continued to bleed out of the earth, settling into the heavy, profound silence that always follows another skirmish of a war that ends without a ceremony. Sirius woke up first. It wasn't because he had pushed his body less than Ren, nor was it because his elite biology naturally recovered faster. In the end, during the harrowing escape, Sirius had sustained the most prolonged, brutal physical exertion of the two. He had sprinted, dodged, and bled through 10 collapsing chambers, dragging his limits with a body that had only just been returned to flesh. But Ren's exhaustion existed on an entirely different way. Ren hadn't just run or fight. He had waged a complex, agonizing mind and mana war against corruption. He had fought it within the ancient door's mechanisms, within Sirius's chest, and deep inside his own circulatory system, over and over again, until the foundational internal architecture holding his system together had violently collapsed. Through sheer, terrifying willpower, Ren had remained conscious until the absolute last possible second. He held on to his sanity until his senses confirmed the oppressive, necrotic mana of the horde was finally out of range. Only then, in the safety of the open sky, did his Wolverine violently vomit the 9 women and the 2 surviving prisoners. And only then did Ren's brain finally allow him to pass out. Sirius had experienced absolutely none of that. He hadn't been awake to see Luna desperately haul the prisoners into her own shadow. He hadn't seen the women falling from the sky that Luna and Larissa rapidly distributed among the giant felines and a massive shadow wolf, which had finally materialized to help once they confirmed there was no pursuit. The blistering, immediate speed of Luna and Larissa's initial sky rescue had rendered any attempt by Celthea to chase them utterly pointless. The ancient entity had already fallen back into the abyss at the start as too big a disadvantage in the race to the city. Sirius and Ren had missed the entire flight back to the city. Had missed Mayo's inappropriate, tension-breaking jokes aimed directly at Luna. Had missed the deeply intense, whispered conversation the 11 women shared about Ren, about Luna's feelings, and about Sirius's own lingering probability of disapproval for the multi-marriage. It was a dense, highly intimate exchange that filled the entire journey home, one that none of the women present would forget anytime soon. When Sirius finally opened his eyes, the roar of the abyss was gone. He instantly knew he was in the castle. The immaculate architecture of the royal quarters hadn't changed a single inch in the years that, to him, had felt like mere seconds. The vaulted ceilings, the elegant proportions of the room, the specific, warm angle of the afternoon light filtering through the towering windows, it was all exactly the same. A profound, overwhelming wave of relief washed over him. It was deeply comforting to find something else the relentless march of time hadn't stolen from him while he was frozen in the dark. Luna was sitting in a chair to his right. The very first thing he saw was his daughter offering a curt, silent nod to Matilda, who was quietly organizing something on the left side of the bed. The head maid immediately curtsied and practically sprinted out of the room, undoubtedly rushing to alert the high command that the Star Weaver had finally awakened. Sirius turned his head and looked at Luna's face. Instinctively, he bit his lower lip. It was his oldest, most reliable trick. He would bite down hard, gnawing on the flesh until he tasted the hot, metallic tang of his own blood, forcing his brain to focus entirely on the sharp physical pain. It was a deliberate misdirection, a way to aggressively ground himself so that the devastating emotional reaction of looking at his daughter wouldn't bleed onto his face. He had done it thousands of times. It had worked flawlessly for years. It worked in front of Luna, in front of the nobles, and in front of his soldiers. They all knew the imposing, immovable Sirius Star Weaver, none of them knew the shattered man hiding beneath the armor. But today, the internal agony was different. Down in that dark hole, standing before the colossal, mutated jaws, he had finally made his peace with dying. He had deliberately unearthed the single most painful, beautiful memory he possessed, and he had fully accepted that he was going to die with that image in his head. But he had unearthed the ghost, and he hadn't died. Now he was alive, lying in a soft bed, and Luna was sitting right in front of him. She had grown so much without him there to see it. She looked even more like her mother than the last time he had seen her. The resemblance was so flawlessly exact that looking at her meant looking at two people at the exact same time. The daughter he had in front of him, and the wife he had lost, perfectly overlapping in the same face, separated only by the shade of her hair and the color of her eyes. He bit down harder. The blood flooding his mouth was vastly more than normal. And yet, the trick failed miserably. For the very first time in years, sitting in front of the one person he desperately needed the facade to work for, the iron wall shattered. The famously stoic, terrifying commander didn't even feel the tears fall until they were already tracing hot paths down his cheeks. He didn't try to wipe them away. He had no other choice left. He surrendered. He finally stopped pretending. Sirius looked his daughter directly in the eyes, truly facing her in a way he had never possessed the courage to do in his entire life. "I regret so much. I am so sorry." His voice broke on the very first syllable. "I am sorry for being a practically absent father. For never being capable of keeping you closer. For disappearing into my work." He swallowed hard, the taste of blood and salt mingling heavily in the back of his throat. "I'm sorry for letting myself be tricked and trapped, for losing down there. For risking your mother's heart and breaking my promise to you. For being a coward who preferred distance over enduring the pain I was supposed to endure. He couldn't stop crying. The tears flowed freely. I am so sorry, my daughter. Luna drew in a long, shaky breath. She stared at him. With her hyper-tuned perception, she felt the bleeding pulse of her father's mana. She knew instantly that this wasn't a polite apology meant to smooth over an uncomfortable silence. It was a confession. It was the raw, unfiltered truth of a man who had spent years suffocating his own soul, and it finally finding an exit wound. Luna violently jerked her head to the right, desperately hiding her face so he couldn't see her own facade crumbling. I forgive you. Her voice trembled on the first word and refused to steady. I think, sniff. I think I understand why you did it. She was crying too. With trembling fingers, she reached into her shadow space. A soft, brilliant glow illuminated the dimming room as she pulled out the light crystal, the crystallized heart of her mother. Still keeping her face turned away, she held it out where Sirius could clearly see it. It was absolutely pristine. There wasn't a single microscopic fracture. There wasn't a hint of wear and tear from use, not even the slight dullness Sirius remembered from his own time carrying it. It had been completely regenerated and preserved with desperate, meticulous devotion. The flawless state of the crystal spoke volumes. It articulated exactly how fiercely Luna had loved and protected that core in his absence, screaming truths she could never bring herself to say out loud. But if you ever do something so stupid again. Her voice cracked entirely, shattering in the quiet room. She violently forced the pieces back together, her tone dropping into a fierce, tear-choked warning. Like trying to sacrifice yourself and leave us alone. I will never forgive you. The last remaining thread holding them together snapped. They both broke down completely. The tears came in heavy, unstoppable waves. Father and daughter, sitting just inches apart, fundamentally unraveling in the exact same room after years of forcing themselves to mourn in total isolation. But even as they wept, they both instinctively clamped their jaws shut. They gritted their teeth, violently swallowing their sobs, terrified of making a single sound. It was the one tragic, undeniable trait they shared in that exact moment, the deeply ingrained, inherited instinct to suffer in silence. They were terrified that someone in the hallway might hear them. The stoic, unyielding commander had to remain the stoic, unyielding commander. The flawless, composed princess had to remain the flawless, composed princess. Even though, on the inside, they were exactly the same. They were just two broken people who had missed each other far more than they knew how to express. They had shared a shy hug while ugly crying behind the gritted teeth and inside their minds. They sat like that for several long, trembling minutes. Until heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed in the stone corridor outside. Selphira was walking down the hall with Victor. She was actively teasing him. She spoke with the breezy, effortless placidity of a woman who had found the absolute perfect conversational nerve to strike, casually prodding him about an upcoming presentation Victor clearly would have preferred to never discuss again. He replied with the stiff, carefully reconstructed dignity of a man who had already survived one excruciating public humiliation, and had firmly decided he was absolutely not going to give Selphira the satisfaction of a second one. Guided by Matilda's frantic alert, the two of them were heading directly toward Sirius's door. A brilliant, intense light spilled from the doorway at the far end of the corridor. Selphira felt the distinct ripple of mana a split second before her eyes processed the glow. It was healing energy. The concentration was low, woven with a delicate and specific frequency, its purpose was undeniable. Beside her, Victor blinked. The sudden flash caught his attention, and he stared down the hall with mild, mundane confusion. Lacking Selphira's hyper-tuned sensitivity to mana signatures, he couldn't read the story the light was telling. Selphira didn't rush forward. She didn't alert Victor, nor did she break her stride. Instead, she simply looked away for a fraction of a second. Her eyes narrowed slightly as her brilliant mind formulated a silent hypothesis. She deduced the emotional breakdown, the puffy eyes, and the desperate need to erase the physical evidence before anyone walked in. She archived the deduction away, completely smoothing over her expression, and continued walking at the exact same relaxed, unbothered pace. When they stepped through the doorway, Sirius was lying flat on the bed. Luna sat in the chair right beside him. Both of them wore expressions of flawless, impenetrable stone. Selphora almost broke character laughing hard at them, but she resisted with an ironic flat face too. There wasn't a single trace of redness in their eyes. There wasn't a microscopic drop of blood on Sirius's lower lip. The delicate healing light that had flashed into the hallway had executed its job perfectly, sweeping away the physical wreckage of their grief. What remained was a perfectly curated portrait, a stoic, recovering commander and his perfectly composed, attentive daughter. Exactly what the world expected to see, and absolutely nothing more. Selphora didn't say a word about it. Victor, blissfully unaware, didn't notice a thing. Choosing to deliberately ignore whatever profound, embarrassing vulnerability had just transpired within these four walls, Selphora cut straight to the point of being here. She walked up to the bed, her gaze analytical and sharp, and asked Sirius exactly how he felt and what his last clear memories were. The interrogation that followed was incredibly specific. These weren't polite inquiries about his comfort. They were high-level verification questions that only Sirius would understand. She even asked for obscure details of his past life, exact sequences of military events, classified names, dates, and the underlying logic connecting them. Selphora delivered the questions with the cold, methodical rhythm of an engineer running diagnostics on a complex machine. Sirius matched her rhythm flawlessly. He answered every single query with crisp, military precision, firing back the correct data even if his newly awakened brain didn't entirely understand why she was testing him so aggressively. Finally, Selphora let out a slow, quiet sigh of relief. "Seems like the crystallization process didn't warp or damage your mind," she murmured, speaking almost more to herself than to him. Everything aligned perfectly. His memories were slotted in the correct chronological order. His demeanor was entirely consistent with the imposing man who had marched into the subterranean ruins years ago. His emotional and tactical reactions operated well within his established historical parameters. Where it truly mattered, Ren's reversal was an absolute, flawless success. Victor stepped closer to the edge of the bed, a warm, genuine smile breaking across his face. "Julius and Arturo are tied up with the city's work right now," Victor explained, his tone ringing with profound sincerity. "But they will be here to welcome you back the second they can." He paused, a familiar, teasing glint returning to his eyes. It was the specific kind of humor Victor deployed when delivering news that wasn't exactly bad, but was undeniably uncomfortable. "I have to warn you, though. You've fallen quite a bit behind. We've all successfully completed the 1,000-day method while you were sleeping. It's going to take you a few years to catch up to us." Sirius processed the jab with total, unbothered equanimity. The petty competition of cultivation rank simply didn't register on his radar. He had far heavier things weighing on his soul right now. Selphora pulled up a chair and sat down. "There is a massive amount of intelligence you need to catch up on after being trapped as an idiot statue for years." She launched into the grand debriefing. She laid out the entire, bloody tapestry of the past few years. She detailed Orion's horrific betrayal. She explained the grueling years she had spent operating in the shadows, conducting desperate, unheeded research. She recounted how every single one of her paranoid theories was violently validated the day Orion finally launched his catastrophic coup. Sirius's aura flared. The temperature in the room lowered as a sudden, suffocating fury rolled off the commander. His jaw clenched, his eyes darkening with the sheer, violent rage of a man discovering a profound treason of unimaginable scale. But Selphora didn't stop talking, and the painful betrayal rage slowly dissolved as she explained the aftermath. She told him that the war was already over. The coup had been crushed. Orion had been utterly defeated. She outlined the horrifying intelligence they had forcefully extracted from Orion's own mouth right before his absolute downfall. Piece by piece, in chronological order, she rebuilt the world he had missed. However, Selphira deliberately left one massive piece of intelligence off the board. The missing piece was. She did not mention Luna's marriage to Ren. And it wasn't an oversight. It was a calculated, deliberate omission. That was a deeply personal revelation that belonged entirely to Luna. It was a truth the princess had the right to deliver on her own terms, in her own time, not a bullet point to be rattled off in a military debrief. At the very end of her report, Selphira addressed the one agonizing truth Sirius was desperately waiting to hear. Lycia, is very possible. Selphira spoke the words with care, terrified of offering a promise she couldn't guarantee. But you are going to have to be patient. The boy completely shattered his own limits down there. He burned a massive amount of energy. That is not an easy process, and trying to force it while his core is recovering would be infinitely worse and riskier than simply waiting for his full recovery and the right moment. She let that sink in. Your resurrection was not even a safe process, it was an absolute emergency. Selphia made a direct move to your chamber, and it is a sheer, unbelievable miracle that you survived the forced process intact. A heavy pause settled over the room. But you can count on him to do it for her. Though, I'm sure you already know that. Selphira's eyes locked onto Sirius's, her tone dropping, carrying a profound, undeniable weight. And remember, you owe that boy vastly more than just a simple, thank you, . Sirius slowly turned his head. He looked at Luna for a long, silent moment. Then, he nodded. He already knew what Luna wanted. Just before they stepped out into the hallway to visit Ren's room, Selphira held up a hand, stopping Luna. Notify me the exact moment he wakes up, Selphira instructed Luna. She used the exact same measured tone she had used when requesting updates on Sirius. In the exact same way. Matilda was already running through the castle, diligently notifying the long list of people who had demanded to know the second Sirius opened his eyes. The castle's communication network was already fully active. Matilda would be back soon and Selphira's request was essentially a formality at this point. But she spoke it anyway, because when Selphira delivered a formality, it carried the undeniable weight of something critically important. And Luna looked incredibly distracted today. Luna gave a tight nod of confirmation. Sirius bid Victor a brief, respectful goodbye, moving with the quiet stiffness of a man who was still manually gathering the scattered pieces of his reality. He looked at Selphira last, apologetically. He didn't speak, but his eyes carried the heavy, unspoken weight of the entire debriefing, acknowledging the massive, terrifying implications of what he had not been there to help with and what they had to do next. He wasn't a kid to be scolded, but he knew he deserved the idiot statue comment and much more. So he wouldn't complain about her utterances, now or in the future. Father and daughter stepped out into the stone corridor and walked toward the room next door. Ren's room was significantly more crowded and chaotic than Sirius's. Leora and Larissa flanked the bed like an absolute, impenetrable honor guard. They stood on opposite sides of the mattress, exuding the stubborn, rooted naturalness of two people who had been standing there for hours and possessed absolutely zero intention of moving. Lin, unsurprisingly, was already gone. Ren was safely out of the woods, and Lin was fundamentally incapable of sitting still in a quiet room when there was critical work to be done. The moment his vitals were said to be stabilized, she had immediately returned to her duties. The rest of the vanguard guards were scattered elsewhere in the castle. They were currently subjecting themselves to rigorous, highly invasive mana network experiments under Wei's manic supervision. The eccentric teacher, now also a researcher, had descended upon the new golden spore beasts with a terrifying, technical enthusiasm, eager to dissect the mechanics of a virtually undocumented mana system. Inside the bedroom, the only remaining guards were Maria, who was quietly keeping a watchful eye on Larissa, and Mayo, who was loudly claiming to be guarding Leora. Of course, anyone with a functioning brain could tell that Mayo's diligent guarding had absolutely nothing to do with protecting Leora, and everything to do with hiding from Wei. Mayo was desperately avoiding being dragged back to a laboratory to have the glowing mushroom that now could appear on her head aggressively measured and poked. Ren's parents stood quietly in the far corner of the room. The frantic, blinding panic was gone. Leora had carefully, calmly explained the entire subterranean nightmare to them, a bit less realistic. She had ensured the details didn't escalate their terror, grounding the horrifying details in the absolute reality that Larissa had completely, flawlessly healed their son's physical body. What remained in Fern and Reed's eyes was simply the bone-deep, lingering exhaustion of two parents who had been forced to watch their child be dragged back from the brink of death one too many times. Fern gripped Reed's hand tightly. Reed just let her hold it, staring silently at his son's rising and falling chest. Taro, Min, Lu and the rest of the friends had already come and gone. They had barged in, confirmed with their own eyes that Ren wasn't dead, and immediately launched into a hushed, collective sigh of relief. Min and Mayo had quietly agreed that this was just Tuesday, another classic instance of Ren violently pushing himself past the brink of human endurance and surviving purely out of that impossibly high mountain of a pain threshold. Min, however, in the end hadn't been satisfied with a visual inspection. Driven by his usual, paranoid thoroughness, he had stubbornly insisted on personally auditing the healing spell. He had meticulously scanned Ren's mana circuits, double-checking Larissa's surgical work with the intense skepticism of a man who absolutely refused to trust that something was fine until his own senses confirmed it. Larissa had dramatically rolled her eyes at his interference, but she hadn't stopped him. In fact, she had ended up smiling. Because as annoying as Min's paranoia was, it painted a beautiful, undeniable truth: Ren had friends who genuinely, fiercely cared about him. And in a world this broken and small, that was a rare, precious thing worth protecting. Their visit had been abruptly cut short when Zhao stormed into the room. Had viciously scolded the boys for abandoning their posts on the defensive wall during a high-alert crisis. Suitably chastised, everyone who didn't have the political backing of a massive, untouchable high-house family had immediately scrambled back to the front lines. Sirius looked down at Ren. This was the boy who had dragged him out of the crystal. The one who had willingly thrown himself into the suffocating depths of an ancient ruin, fought back a tide of absolute corruption from within the door's mechanisms, and purged the rot from his own veins. This was the boy who had stubbornly clung to consciousness, bleeding from his eyes and ears, until there was absolutely nothing left to fight. Now, wrapped in the quiet stillness of sleep, the crushing weight of the world had momentarily lifted from his features. With his face finally relaxed, stripped of the agonizing tension of combat, he looked exactly like what he was beneath it all, a very young man. He looked barely older than the infuriating kid Sirius remembered leaving behind in the forest what felt like only hours ago. Slowly, Sirius shifted his gaze toward Luna. And his curse, the suffocating, hyper-tuned empathy he had spent his entire life failing to turn off, showed him the truth. His daughter was standing perfectly still beside Ren's bed. To the untrained eye, she was a statue of royal composure. But to Sirius, she was a screaming tempest. He could feel the whirlwind churning violently inside her chest. It wasn't just the profound, overwhelming gratitude anyone would feel toward the savior of their father. It wasn't just the breathless relief of seeing a comrade survive. There were other, vastly more complicated layers buried beneath the surface. It was a dense, tangled, agonizing longing. Sirius recognized the exact frequency of that emotion immediately, because he had felt it himself. It was the exact same all-consuming, terrifying gravity he had felt whenever he looked at a woman with hair a color his daughter had not inherited. Mayo, who possessed a terrifying, preternatural radar for silences that desperately needed to be broken, chose that exact moment to speak. The three most beautiful and powerful maidens in the kingdom, absolutely lost staring at a sleeping boy, Mayo drawled, leaning against the wall. She spoke with the breezy, casual tone of someone merely commenting on the afternoon weather. Ren really does have impossible luck. Though, I suppose karma balances the scales by ensuring he gets brutally beaten to a pulp every now and then. Sirius frowned, the shift in his expression barely a millimeter. But the three girls reacted instantly. Leora flushed first. Leora never bothered to hide what she felt, she wore her heart directly on her sleeve, and her cheeks flooded with a bright, undeniable crimson the second the words left Mayo's mouth. Larissa reacted a fraction of a second later. She cleared her throat softly, turning her head away. It was the highly controlled, dignified blush of a woman who felt the heat but absolutely refused to let it govern her expression. And then there was Luna. She reacted last, precisely because she fought it the hardest. The blush fought its way through her icy, princess-perfect facade in the end too, staining the tips of her ears and dusting her cheeks with a frantic, undeniable warmth she couldn't suppress. All three of them. Triggered by the exact same flippant comment about the exact same sleeping boy. Sirius registered the entire sequence of events in the single second it took to unfold. Suddenly, the suspicions that had begun forming the moment his empathy touched Luna's whirlwind began to solidify into a very concrete, very unsettling shape. His mind began connecting the dots. He remembered his old conversations with Selphra. He remembered, from the years prior to his petrification, how both Selphra and Julius had casually, yet pointedly, dropped hints about their deep interest in pulling someone like Ren into their respective families. They recognized his monstrous talent, his unmatched utility, his terrifying capacity to do the things absolutely no one else in the world could do. And now, here was his precious daughter. Looking at this boy with a hurricane of longing in her soul, blushing in perfect unison with two other young women representing highly relevant houses. Sirius didn't know the exact details yet. He didn't have the hard facts. But Sirius Starweaver knew how to analyze a battlefield. And the political logic his mind immediately suggested squeezed his chest in a way that had absolutely nothing to do with the grief he carried for Lycia. This was a different breed of pain. It was the cold agony of a father waking up from a crystal tomb to discover that while he was frozen, his little girl had grown up. She had been swept into a massive, sprawling game of political chess. He hadn't been there to protect her. He hadn't been there to ensure that whatever arrangement she had fallen into was built on her actual happiness, rather than her value as a high-house bargaining chip for the people who moved the world from the shadows. He wanted his daughter to be happy. Beneath the armor, beneath the stoicism and the military discipline, that was the only thing he truly cared about. He looked at the battered, sleeping boy. He looked at his fiercely blushing daughter. And a dark, highly specific paternal worry coiled in his gut. He didn't have all the information yet, but his instincts were screaming. Was this boy actually going to give Luna the happiness she deserved? Or had his daughter been boxed into the exact same tragic arrangement so many highborn daughters suffered, a political marriage where personal joy was the very first casualty sacrificed on the altar of the greater good they didn't even know about? He didn't say a single word out loud. It was too soon to make accusations, and he was missing far too many pieces of the puzzle. But sitting there, right beside the bed of the boy who had pulled him from the abyss, Sirius made a silent, ironclad vow. He was going to find out the absolute truth. And if the answer wasn't the right one, his miraculous resurrection from the crystal was going to serve one more profound purpose. He would dismantle the entire board if he had to. Beside him, entirely unaware of the calculations running through her father's head, Luna continued to watch Ren. She still carried that internal whirlwind her father could read so clearly, completely convinced her mask was holding. For Sirius the situation was incredibly complicated, tangled in a knot that offered no easy solutions. On one hand, the debt he owed Ren was astronomical. It went so far beyond a simple, thank you, indeed. He didn't just owe this boy his life, or his freedom from the chamber or corruption. He owed him the possibility of Lycia. That impossible, miraculous dream was only viable because Ren existed, because Ren seemed to possess the terrifying capacity to bend the laws of reality. Sirius wanted that. He wanted his wife back with the suffocating intensity of a man who had spent years grinding his teeth together just to stop himself from crying. And the single living entity in the entire world capable of handing him that miracle was currently asleep in the bed next to him. But on the other hand, wanting something desperately from someone did not give him the right to sell his daughter to get it. The intrusive, sickening thought that Ren might eventually take Luna as a mere concubine, rather than his official wife, sent a violent heat rushing up his throat. It took every ounce of his legendary discipline to stop himself from literally foaming at the mouth in pure rage. The sheer, insulting idea of it. His daughter. Lycia's flesh and blood. Reduced to a secondary, subservient position in a crowded political harem. It didn't matter if he owed the boy the entire universe. It didn't matter how much suffocating gratitude he carried in his soul. Absolutely not. And yet. As the protective fury burned in his chest, Sirius's analytical mind presented a counter-argument. He already possessed a vastly different understanding of Ren. Sirius had just looked the corruption dead in the eye. He had felt it invade his own flesh. He knew exactly what it felt like, that sickly, sweet invitation of boundless power that tore your soul apart the second you accepted it. He had experienced firsthand that it was absolutely no joke. He had deployed every single ounce of his legendary, lifelong military discipline just to barely resist it, and he had still failed miserably. He would have become a monster if Ren hadn't intervened. And this young man? He didn't just resist the corruption. He controlled it. Ren absorbed it. He forcefully purified it, violently bending the necrotic rot to his will and weaponizing it as fuel against itself. To execute that kind of absolute dominance over the darkest energy in existence required a level of mental fortitude and spiritual purity that Sirius couldn't even begin to comprehend in someone so young. That fact alone fundamentally changed the problem. Someone possessing a soul of that absolute, unshakable purity could not possibly harbor malicious intentions he could call out. A boy with a mind that diamond-hard couldn't be inherently wicked, manipulative, or cruel. He was convinced now. It was biologically and spiritually impossible. As he stared at the steady rise and fall of Ren's chest, Sirius's perspective shifted entirely. He no longer saw Ren as the arrogant, annoying kid from the forest. He no longer saw him as a convenient, hyperlethal tool that Selphira and Julius coveted for their political games. He saw Ren exactly for what he was, an absolute, living blessing, carrying a cosmic burden that no one else in the history of the world could shoulder. The anger in Sirius's chest slowly dissolved, replaced by a profound, grounding certainty. In fact, he realized, he didn't just accept it. He actively wanted this boy for Luna. And it was precisely because Luna also wanted him. As Sirius watched the three girls hovering around the boy's bed, the sprawling, invisible political web that Selphira and Julius had meticulously woven over the years finally made perfect, terrifying sense. He saw exactly why the kingdom's greatest minds coveted this boy, and why they had built an entire strategic ecosystem around him. Ren wasn't just a prodigy, he was the sun they were all trying to orbit. But Sirius was a father before he was a commander. He wanted Ren for Luna. And he wanted him for Luna alone. That was the suffocating knot he couldn't untie. But before he made a single move, before he threw his political weight around, negotiated, or threatened anyone, he needed to speak to his daughter privately. He needed to know exactly where the battle lines were drawn. He needed to ask her exactly where she stood. He needed to know if she was competing, and who exactly was winning. The other two girls hovering around the bed were practically family. They were her earliest childhood friends. The suffocating idea that his precious daughter was being forced to wage a bitter, romantic war against the girls she had grown up with, who were now backed by massive, influential houses, twisted something deep in his gut that went far beyond mere nausea. Sirius spent the entire day turning the problem over in his mind, grinding it down like a stone in a mill. The parade of visitors was constant. Julius and Arturo arrived first. Their visits were heavy with the profound relief and warmth of men who had suffered a similar, agonizing loss, a loss of a father that mirrored Luna's, and were now welcoming back a ghost from their previous world. Then came his old comrades. Grizzled veterans from the Wall, men who had long since buried him in their minds. Each visit was a delicate balancing act. Sirius held conversations with half his brain, exchanging pleasantries and military assessments, while the other half remained completely obsessed with the silent drama unfolding across the room. His daughter and the two other girls never left Ren's side. For the entire day. They didn't take shifts. They didn't find excuses to step out for fresh air or food. All three of them simply orbited the unconscious boy's bed with a relentless, gravitational constancy. Watching them hover, tracking their micro-expressions of worry and devotion, Sirius gathered all the unspoken intelligence he needed. It wasn't until late into the night, when the castle had settled into a heavy, suffocating quiet, that Sirius finally found his opening. Luna stepped out of the room after Leora came back for a brief moment, heading to the washroom to splash water on her exhausted face in front of the mirror. He intercepted her in the dim, stone-arched hallway, far out of earshot from the others. He asked Luna directly. And he didn't use long, winding diplomatic preambles, he spoke with the delicate, agonizing care of a man who knew the answer mattered far too much to ruin it with a clumsy question. So he just honestly let out everything that was in his mind. Luna's cheeks instantly flushed crimson and she let out a heavy sigh. She already knew she couldn't evade this. She had known this subject was coming the exact second her father woke up. She had dreaded it even before that, anticipating the difficulty of explaining the monumental shifts in her life to a dad who had been frozen in time to see and slowly digest the process himself. Hearing his honest yet incomplete view was better than many of the possible outcomes. She hadn't known how he would react. And internally, as she scrambled to find the right words to explain and give a bigger picture, a sudden, fierce spark of defensive anger flared in her chest. It wasn't directed exactly at her father, but at the suffocating, judgmental position the situation forced her into. Ren won my heart without even asking for it, her internal voice was gaining strength, her mana violently spiking beneath her calm exterior. I am not going to give father a single inch to complain. Ren is my most cherished person. He is sitting at the very top of my priorities, even above you father. So say whatever you want. She was already shouting a ferocious defense in her head before poor Sirius even finished formulating his concern. But in the physical reality, she just kept her chin high. Her high house composure snapped flawlessly back into place, sealing the internal tempest away. The decision is already made, Dad. I am going to be with Ren, no matter what. She paused, tilting her chin up another defiant, unyielding degree. And you had better give us your blessing at the wedding. Sirius slowly raised both hands in a gesture of absolute surrender. I am not going to stand in your way, he assured her, his voice low and steady. Quite the opposite, I'm glad is him. He lowered his hands, the yielding father instantly replaced by the analytical commander. But what is going to happen with Larissa and Leora? If all three of you seem to be equally. No, you don't get it. Nothing is going to happen, Luna cut him off. Because all three of us are in absolute agreement. It is going to be an alliance, Dad. Not a war. Sirius went ice cold. He analyzed his daughter. He pushed his hyper-tuned empathy to its absolute limit, scanning her aura. He searched for the hidden remorse. He looked for the contained suffering, the hairline fracture of jealousy beneath her perfect composure that he could always find in this kind of relationship because it was always there. He found absolutely nothing. Luna was genuinely, completely fine with it. A violent, chaotic succession of emotions tore through Sirius. The heat rushed up his neck again. The protective, foaming rage bubbled right at the edge of his throat. The part of him that had spent a lifetime building honor, securing rank, and demanding respect violently rebelled against the idea of his precious daughter sharing a husband. But then, just as it had every single time he felt the rage building today, a memory slammed into him. He saw Ren bleeding in the ruins. He saw the boy dragging him through the dark, fighting the world-ending corruption over and over again until his brain hemorrhaged. He had done all of that for Sirius, a man who was, to Ren, nothing but the father of a girl he cared about. Ren had shattered his own soul to save him, entirely for her. Sirius ground his teeth together, violently locking the whirlwind of his own emotions behind an iron gate. Will you truly be happy like this? Luna looked him dead in the eyes. Yes. Sirius felt it immediately. The emotional texture radiating from his daughter in that moment was vastly more complicated than a simple yes. It wasn't false, not even close, but it carried a heavy, intricate depth. And before he could question it, before he could point out the complex web his empathy was reading beneath her simple answer, Luna spoke again. She delivered words that he didn't expect. It sounded like the profound, ancient wisdom of Selphra, meticulously filtered and forged into Luna's own absolute truth. True happiness isn't just fleeting joy today, Dad. It isn't a passing thrill, and it doesn't depend on what other people think. She spoke with the grounded, unshakable calm of a woman who had analyzed this exact reality 1,000 times over in the dark. I am incredibly lucky, and I am profoundly blessed. Because I am going to get back everything I lost, and more. And I owe every single piece of that miracle to him. It isn't just an enormous gratitude, although it is that too. With him, I feel safe, I feel useful, and I feel like I am actively contributing to a goal that is so much bigger than myself. She stared at him, unblinking, her eyes burning with quiet steel. I have absolutely no regrets. I wouldn't do a single thing differently, even if I was given another life. I am exactly where I want to be. And with that absolute finality, she turned on her heel and walked back into Ren's room. Sirius was left standing completely alone in the cold, stone hallway. He leaned against the wall, a heavy realization settling deep into his bones. He truly had missed so much. His little girl had grown up in ways that went far, far beyond her striking resemblance to Lycia. She had grown inward. She had forged an impenetrable core of certainties that he had never given her. She had built that strength all on her own, or perhaps with the help of the people who had stood by her when he was frozen in time. He let out a long, shuddering sigh. The turbulent emotions of the day were still churning in his chest, somewhat unresolved. Some things simply couldn't be fixed or accepted in a single day, no matter how desperately a man wanted to resolve them. Sharing. An alliance instead of a singular, more common marriage. His daughter, Lycia's flesh and blood, locked into a controversial arrangement that any idiot noble could use as ammunition to whisper, to gossip, to look down their noses at her. That final, intrusive thought was exactly the spark Sirius needed. It gave him his new absolute, lethal direction. If his daughter had chosen this path, if she was truly, undeniably exactly where she wanted to be, then it was no longer Sirius's job to stand in her way or question it. His job was to ensure that absolutely no one, not a single, pathetic, gossiping noble in the entire last bastion of humanity, ever had the room to speak about his daughter with anything less than absolute, groveling respect. And he knew exactly how to guarantee it. The absolute least he could do was push this boy until he became king someday. Because absolutely no one dared to whisper about a king's wives. You couldn't expect anything less. No one looked down their nose at the wife of a sovereign. A king's wife commanded absolute respect, or the offenders faced catastrophic consequences. And Sirius Starweaver was absolutely not going to spend the rest of his resurrected life hunting down idiot nobles to shut their mouths one by one. His daughter was going to be respected. By everyone. Sirius straightened his spine. He stood tall in the empty corridor, a cold, terrifyingly calm determination settling over him. In the middle of a chaotic world he couldn't control, he had finally found one highly specific, concrete objective he could actively execute. Father-in-law to the king. He smirked into the shadows. The title didn't sound half bad. Ren opened his eyes a full day later. He wasn't anywhere near 100%. His body immediately broadcasted that harsh reality to him, filling his limbs with the heaviness of wet sand. It wasn't the drowsy fog of a long sleep, it was the agonizing, hollow ache of a manobiological system that had been completely drained and was only halfway through rebuilding itself. But he was conscious. He was tethered to the waking world, and that was vastly more than he could say for the last 48 hours. The very first thing he noticed, even before his heavy eyelids fully fluttered open, was the hum in his chest. The small fungus had returned. It rested deep within the center of his system space, exactly where it had always belonged. It had fully recovered from the catastrophic systemic collapse that had violently banished it into the ether during their frantic escape. Its presence was an immediate, profound relief. Instantly, the chaotic, jagged flow of his internal mana smoothed out. The invisible gears of his magical architecture finally clicked back into place, correcting the agonizing irregularity Ren had been forced to endure during the sprint through the ruins. It was highly likely that the fungus's return was the exact catalyst that finally pulled his conscious mind back from the dark. His system was whole again. It was still riddled with microscopic fractures, the lingering, aching residue of a load a normal tamer never would have survived, but the foundation in Ren was solid. The second thing he noticed, as his vision finally cleared, was the sheer, crushing weight of the stairs pinned on him. They were all there. Leora, Luna, and Larissa sat around the bed, flanked by their respective maids. And the gazes they leveled at him carried entirely different, intense frequencies of emotion. Leora looked at him with the profound, heavy understanding of a soldier who had shared the trenches. She had been down in the suffocating dark with him. She had faced the artifacts firsthand. She knew exactly the brutal, ticking clock logic behind every single reckless decision Ren had made. Her eyes were clouded with deep concern, but there was absolutely zero reproach. Reproach required at least a small lack of understanding, and Leora understood perfectly. Luna and Larissa, however, were annoyed. It was a complicated brand of annoyance. It was the frustrating, helpless anger that flares up when someone you love does something incredibly stupid and suicidal, but you can't genuinely yell at them too much because their reckless gamble yielded the exact right outcome. The parameters of the mission had been strictly defined. It was a stealth reconnaissance mission. Avoid combat if possible. If the situation escalated beyond what their small vanguard could quickly and safely handle, they were ordered to retreat, report back, and mobilize more reinforcements. Leora had already patiently explained the tactical reality to them. Ren had triggered the trap because the corruption eating at Sirius and the massive door was advancing in real time. Retreating to gather more hands could have meant handing Selphia the exact window she needed to break the door and claim the prize. But Larissa wasn't having it. She absolutely refused to believe there hadn't been time to send even a simple communication. In her mind, the decision had been made in a gray margin where reporting and acting were treated as mutually exclusive, when they shouldn't have been. She had grudgingly accepted Leora's explanation, but she fiercely maintained her stance. Ren was vastly more important than the mission. Period. That was Larissa's absolute hierarchy. She didn't care how sound the tactical logic was. Nothing justified risking his life like that. Luna entirely agreed with Larissa's hierarchy. Ren was the ultimate priority, but her own feelings were a tangled knot. Of course, Ren was more important than the mission. That wasn't up for debate. But looking at his pale face, she couldn't suppress the overwhelming, tidal wave of gratitude that he had ignored the rules anyway. Because he had been reckless, because he had pushed himself until he bled from his eyes, her father was currently alive and conscious in the room next door. Being furiously annoyed and profoundly, tearfully grateful for the exact same action was a maddening contradiction. But it was exactly the kind of contradiction Luna had been forced to learn to live with from the moment she chose Ren. Ren groaned softly, planting his palms against the mattress as he tried to sit up. The reaction was instantaneous. All three girls moved in perfect, frantic synchronization. 6 hands converged on his shoulders and chest, gently but firmly forcing him back against the sheets. A chaotic chorus of soft, overlapping instructions filled the room, telling him he needed to rest, demanding he stop moving, reminding him that his shattered body needed time to knit itself back together. Ren froze. When he was alone with any one of them, he could be a bit bold. But having the combined, overwhelming weight of their affection focused entirely on him all at once, especially with the maids watching from the corners, made his face burn. Suddenly shy, he let himself be manhandled, though he stubbornly negotiated his way into being propped up against a small mountain of pillows rather than lying completely flat. Once he was somewhat upright, he reached into the ambient mana. He summoned an object from his shadow space. It materialized in his palm, the swirling, heavy core of the Earth and Wind Guardian. It was the final key. The exact item they needed to open the ultimate door in Lycia's ruin. He held it out where all three of them could clearly see it. Larissa and Leora didn't say a single word. They both silently turned their heads to look at Luna. Of the three of them, this artifact affected her the most directly. Her mother was currently trapped in crystal, waiting on the other side of the door that this core would open. Whatever Luna felt, whatever she decided in this moment, took absolute priority over anything Leora or Larissa might want to say. Luna stared at the swirling core. Then, she lifted her gaze and looked directly into Ren's exhausted eyes. "Put it away," she commanded softly. Her voice was entirely devoid of the frantic, desperate urgency anyone would expect from a daughter inches away from saving her mother. "You need to finish resting first." She reached out, gently wrapping her hands around his. "I know the resurrection process isn't easy. And even though you have successfully pulled it off once, you need to be at absolute 100% before you attempt it again." She paused, her thumb slowly, soothingly stroking the back of his hand. It was the tender, grounding gesture of someone communicating volumes more through touch than her words alone could carry. "Do not force your system, Ren. Your health is the only thing that can give us more miracles like this in the long run. If you permanently burn out your core just to rush this, we lose vastly more than just a little bit of time." Her eyes pleaded with him. "Rest a little longer." In the corner, Mayo opened her mouth. The mischievous glint in her eye signaled she had the absolute perfect, tension-breaking comment chambered and ready to fire. "Mayo," Leora warned sharply without even turning around. "Bring Ren some food," Larissa commanded, her tone clipping the air. Before anything else, Luna finished, her eyes still locked on Ren. Behind Mayo, Matilda and Maria moved in perfect unison, each delivering a swift, synchronized smack to the back of the clown-faced maid's head. Mayo snapped her mouth shut, her tongue poking out playfully. She quickly evaluated the tactical reality of the room. It was 5 against 1, and the central apple of discord had only just awakened from a coma. The odds for landing her joke were decidedly unfavorable. "You guys never let me be me," she grumbled, already turning toward the door. But as she walked away, a bright, genuine smile spread across her face. She protested the method, but she completely agreed with the reality. Because at the end of the day, this exact, chaotic scene meant Ren was awake. It meant they had survived, and life had finally returned to a state normal enough that their biggest immediate problem was the proper chronological order of hot food and bad jokes. From the shadows of the open doorway, Sirius watched the entire exchange. He had arrived silently at some point during the commotion. He hadn't announced himself. He simply lingered on the threshold. He watched Ren unwillingly put the priceless core away the exact second Luna asked him to. He watched Luna holding the boy's hand. He watched the 3 powerful young women orbiting the bed with that profound, unwavering devotion he had noticed yesterday. But today, he was looking at it with entirely new eyes. Sirius let out a long, quiet sigh. Slowly, he nodded to himself. They were right. He didn't even need to ask. The boy lying in that bed was not a tyrant. He wasn't the kind of man who forced his will on others, nor did he take more than what was freely given. And he absolutely did not view Sirius's daughter as a political chess piece. Ren was currently holding Lycia's freedom core, the single greatest, most desperate prize he could possibly offer to Luna to win her absolute favor. Yet he had stowed it away, simply because Luna had asked him to prioritize his own rest. Standing in the quiet hall, Sirius couldn't suppress the profound wave of gratitude washing over him. His admiration for the boy deepened, settling into his bones. Ren was guarding his wife's core in his shadow, and the second the boy's shattered system fully healed, he was going to perform one more impossible miracle. It wouldn't be long now. It was almost time. Getting the little fungus back was absolutely everything Ren had needed. With the tiny entity safely anchored back in its rightful corner of his mana system space, reactive, humming with that quiet, steady presence Ren only ever realized he missed when it was violently ripped away, his entire internal world reorganized itself. The intricate mana channels that had sputtered and ground against each other during the escape, operating with the agonizing friction of a machine missing a vital gear, seamlessly clicked back into place. Instantly, his monstrous regeneration kicked in. It was a terrifying, unnatural advantage that fundamentally separated Ren from any conventional tamer. His mana went into overdrive, rapidly repairing the microscopic internal damage at a blistering speed that no common healer could ever hope to replicate. It didn't even take him a full 24 hours to return to his absolute 100%. In fact, the only reason he remained confined to the mattress until the following morning was the girls. They were suffocatingly worried, and they absolutely refused to let him stand up. Every single time he shifted his weight or tried to swing his legs over the edge of the bed, they intercepted him with a fiercely coordinated insistence, gently but firmly pushing him back into the pillows. And Ren, even though it made his cheeks burn just to admit it in the privacy of his own mind, had to accept that being pampered all day wasn't entirely a bad thing. It was all in the small details. Leora's hand gently smoothing out a wrinkle in his blanket for absolutely no reason. Larissa quietly anticipating his needs, placing a glass of water on the nightstand right before he even realized he was thirsty. Luna sitting close by the window, pretending to be deeply engrossed in a book, but immediately snapping her eyes up the second his breathing hitched or he shifted his weight. It was profoundly embarrassing to let himself be coddled like this. But it wasn't unpleasant. It wasn't unpleasant at all. His parents practically crushed the breath out of him when he finally managed to stand up and convince them he was fully healed. Fern threw her arms around his neck first. She held him with the terrifying, bone-deep strength of a mother who had spent the previous 2 days holding her breath, waiting to see if her son was ever going to open his eyes again. She only let go when Reed gently placed a heavy, calloused hand on her shoulder, quietly reminding her that the boy still needed oxygen to live. Reed pulled them both into a softer, briefer embrace. He didn't offer a grand speech. He just told him to try not to worry his mom too much and gave her a firm, solid pat on the back, a gesture that perfectly articulated everything the gentleman couldn't bring himself to say out loud in front of a room full of eyes. They all knew the reality of the wall with the daily attacks from outside, but knew Ren was not in danger there. After this brief respite, Ren would inevitably have to return to that wall. So, his parents headed back home. They were still wrapped in a lingering layer of worry, but the crushing panic had subsided now that they had seen him walking and breathing just fine. Currently, Fern and Reed were shouldering part of the monumental task of managing the sprawling Patender territory, the massive expanse of land formerly known as Goldcrest. They weren't doing it alone. Arturo's administration, alongside Selphora and Julius's veteran staff, provided a massive structural safety net. Thanks to that support, the political responsibility wasn't entirely crushing, but governing a territory wasn't exactly something they had been born to do. The learning curve was vertical and grueling. Surprisingly, Klein had emerged as one of their most invaluable assets. As a child, Klein had received the rigorous, foundational education required to eventually rule his former territory. It was the residual scaffolding of an aristocratic life he had never actually gotten to live. But that suppressed knowledge was blooming now. He understood the geographical and political nuances of the zone well enough to anticipate logistical nightmares long before they materialized. Viewing the territory's problems from a modernized, now outsider perspective, allowed Klein to be remarkably bold and open-minded when drafting solutions. And then there was Theodore. Empowered by the spore fungus anchored to Finch, Theodore was functionally managing the financial infrastructure of the entire territory single-handedly. His brain processed taxation, trade routes, and resource allocation at a terrifying, blistering speed that previously would have required an entire room full of elite mouse accountants. Together, step by step, Ren's family was integrating their massive new obligations into their daily lives. The sheer weight of it wasn't crushing them anymore. Week by week, the terrifying, overwhelming burden of rulership was slowly morphing into something resembling a normal routine. When his internal system was finally, flawlessly in order, Ren turned to look at Luna. "It's time." Two simple words, but they instantly shattered the calm. Luna's nervous system spiked with sudden, strong anxiety. With her father, the resurrection had been a violent, rushed ambush rather than a deliberate wait. It had been an absolute emergency. The trap had been closing, the corruption was actively devouring Sirius's core minute by minute, and when Luna got the information from Larissa in their way to help, there simply hadn't been any psychological space for the fear of failure to set in. In a brutal environment where every second wasted on hesitation was a second stolen from survival, the frantic, blinding rush to save Ren had actually been a strange kind of mercy. Now, there was no rush. And the total absence of a ticking clock opened a massive, suffocating void in Luna's mind. That void instantly filled with terrifying fantasies of every single microscopic variable that could go wrong. What if the transmutation process, stripped of the adrenaline and brute force that had fueled it the first time, revealed a fatal flaw the urgency had masked? What if the magical feedback of the first mana dead had affected Ren's beast permanently? What if her mother, after all these agonizing years of waiting, after 1,000 rewritten letters, after Luna had guarded the pristine crystal in her shadow without allowing a single scratch to mar its surface, turned out to be internally damaged in a way no one could diagnose until the process was already active? The heavy, dreadful caveat Ren had repeated so many times about the crystallization process, the phrase, almost certainly, echoed violently in Luna's head now. It carried a crushing, paralyzing weight she simply hadn't had the time to feel when her father's life was on the line. Nothing is going to go wrong. Ren didn't say it with the hollow, placating tone of someone just trying to calm a panic attack. He spoke with the heavy, grounded and absolute certainty of a craftsman who had perfectly mapped his own machinery. "I have mastered it," Ren stated firmly. "The first time, I was literally learning the biological mapping on the fly, surrounded by total chaos, while that crazy girl actively tried to kill us. This time, I know the exact architectural pathways. I know exactly how the spell weaves together, and I know exactly how to make the data load vastly easier to carry." He held Luna's panicked gaze for a long, heavy second, ensuring the absolute truth of his words anchored her racing mind. Then, he turned his attention to the rest of the group. "But I am going to need every single available mushroom user. Every single non-busy one. Including the maids." Maria and Matilda had finally, mercifully received official authorization to drink the double contract potions. And they hadn't secured that permission without first enduring many hours of grinding, bitter envy every single time Mayo smugly paraded hers around. The two other maids had claimed 2 of the 3 remaining vials. On paper, the authorization bore Victor's official seal, making it look like a highly regulated, formal mandate from the absolute highest tier of government. In practical reality, the paperwork was nothing more than bureaucratic theater to avoid general nepotism and cronyism talks. Ren was the commander who had led the vanguard into hell to secure those potions. Therefore, the absolute authority over who drank them belonged to him, and him alone. Victor's official stamps merely legitimized a decision Ren had already finalized in his head. Maria and Matilda were endlessly, profoundly grateful to him. Aside from the power, they were mostly just thrilled to finally experience the network for themselves, rather than having to listen to Mayo brag for hours on end about the psychedelic majesty of lending her processing power to Ren's mind. By networking the maids, the vanguard guards, Wei, and a massive influx of promising youths from various academies that Wei had frantically assembled for this exact occasion, Ren was building a supercomputer. He would have a surplus of human nodes, granting him a massive, cushioned safety margin for the data load that he absolutely hadn't possessed the first time. Finch and a few other early adopters were tied up with territorial duties, but the numbers in the castle were more than enough. The spore fungus was no longer a Wren's only fringe anomaly, it was a heavily documented, heavily funded institution. Its miraculous ability to forcefully carve out a second beast slot at the gold rank had long ceased to be yet another Wren's private secret. It was now a dedicated, sprawling field of magical research bearing its own official classification. Driven by Wei's manic enthusiasm, the professor, now eccentric researcher, had successfully strong-armed several of the great houses into heavily financing trials and spore integration across a much wider cross-section of the population. Wren had used his upgraded, golden spores to systematically alter massive batches of cheap, common gray eggs. By injecting his secondary cradle spores crop, he had elevated those low-tier eggs to a guaranteed, 100% probability of producing an activated spore fungus upon contracting. And attached to every single one of those cheap gray eggs was the ultimate, world-altering promise, securing a second combat beast without ever having to burn a priceless, impossibly rare double contract potion. For many of the new subjects, that promise was still theoretical. They hadn't reached the required rank to see it fulfilled yet. But countless tamers were signing up and following the grueling methodology anyway. The sheer, overwhelming potential of the reward vastly outweighed the risks. The only genuine, terrifying obstacle for the masses was the cultivation process itself. It didn't reach the maddening threshold of the 10 times amplified agony that Wren was forced to endure, a curse born from housing the original, primary fungus alongside many more beast slots. But the golden spores still demanded a brutal toll. They made the standard cultivation process twice as mana-hungry, so twice as painful. And, twice as painful, was a brutal enough metric to leave many tamers weeping on the cultivation room floor as their mana circuits burned. Even so, there was never a shortage of volunteers. The waiting lists were miles long, filled with candidates literally fighting for the open slots. A free, government-subsidized beast that guaranteed a second contract upon reaching the gold tier with a 100% Omni boost helping your second beast was a lottery ticket. It was the ultimate prize, and thousands of people were more than willing to suffer a little more physical agony than their bodies preferred in order to claim it. Wren's plan for today was elegantly simple in its structure, yet monumental in its scale. He would establish the anchor first. He would connect his mind to Wei, the maids, and the girls' guards. 10 nodes of absolute, unshakable trust. These were people whose systems would yield to his intrusion without much, most without a single spark of friction, willingly opening their sensory networks to him. Those 10 would form the stable, bedrock foundation. Once that foundation was secured, he would weaponize his control to forcefully extend the network outward, linking into the 50 additional nodes. These were the academy youths, strangers whose mental connections would be vastly less efficient, flooded with the chaotic, overwhelming static of unfamiliar minds. But individual efficiency became entirely irrelevant when dealing with this kind of volume. 50 inefficient, noisy nodes mathematically dwarfed 10 perfect ones. And yet the 10 trusted anchors would act as the structural rebar, seamlessly organizing and filtering the chaotic output of the 50 into a cohesive, synchronized processing array. This, in reality, was the correct, perfected way to wield the spore network. Sirius's resurrection had been the messy, desperate product of a catastrophic emergency. It was a spell executed on the absolute razor's edge of Wren's mana and biological collapse, fueled by a meager 7 iron rank mushrooms and a hastily summoned clone crystal. Today was vastly different. This massive, meticulously orchestrated web was exactly what Wren intended to establish as his baseline operating standard from now on. He was thinking of building a network so vast and robust that the word impossible would simply mean difficult, rather than a suicidal overload that threatened to shatter his core. And as he mapped the sheer, sprawling capacity of this new network in his mind, a quiet, breathtaking thought crossed his consciousness. He quickly shelved it for later, but it lingered. Perhaps, with a network that large, I could actually save our king without needing to reach the diamond rank first. But that was a battle for another day. First thing first. Today, at the very least, they didn't have to worry about Celthia's sadistic traps. The Starweaver ruin was located within human territory, far to the northwest of the cities. They were surrounded by absolute security. Towering above them was the Great Wall and the massive, reinforced dome shielding their feet. Below ground, overlapping shifts of elite tamers constantly monitored the subterranean seismic activity. There wasn't a single microscopic fissure where Celthia could slip one of her blackened artifacts or mutant horrors through without triggering a massive, immediate counteroffensive. They were home. And their home was heavily guarded. Furthermore, there were no ancient beasts or lethal trials left to overcome in the dark. Sirius had conquered those challenges years ago, paving this path with his own blood. Today, the objective was purely mechanical. They simply had to slot the elemental guardian cores into the final door, and the vault would open. The core of light and darkness. The core of fire and water. And finally, the prize they had paid for in blood during an escape none of them would ever forget, the core of wind and earth. A brief, analytical curiosity drifted through Ren's mind as he mentally listed the elements. He wondered why wood, a primary, foundational element, didn't figure into the door's requirements. He had no way of researching it right now. Perhaps, once the vault opened, the ancient architecture inside the ruin would offer some clues. He filed the anomaly away alongside his other unanswered questions. They already knew, in broad strokes, what to expect on the other side. If this ruin mirrored the architecture of the one in Yino's southeast, then waiting behind this door would be another brain, a big, impossibly complex crystal formation. Julius and Zhao had discovered the Yino brain during that doomed expedition, having been manipulated into finding it by a trap carefully laid by Celthia and Orion. Tricked and inefficiently trapped by the twins, they had been forced to abandon the priceless formation to the dark. To this day, the Yino brain remains indefensible. The Yino side wall had been forced to aggressively retreat, consolidating their military strength into a much smaller perimeter just to protect their surviving civilian population. That ruin was now swallowed by corrupted territory, transformed into a lethal playground that Celthia could weaponize at a moment's notice. It was a ghost place no human dared to visit. But if everything went according to plan today, humanity would finally have a brain of its own. Pristine. Uncorrupted. And completely, absolutely under their control. The preparations were finalized, and the massive entourage transported to the northwest coordinates. They descended into the ruin together. The security of their own territory allowed for a vastly larger procession than the desperate strike team that had plunged into the abyss to rescue Sirius. The girls were there. Lin walked at the front. Sirius walked near Luna, the steady, rhythmic clack of his boots on the stone serving as a living, breathing testament to his miraculous return. And because they were close if defense was needed and safely blanketed by the city's perimeter defenses, even the highest echelon of leadership had come, Selphra, Victor, and the appointed, secondary representative of what used to be the Starweaver's Night faction. The representative was a relatively unknown gold-rank Starweaver Tamer, a cousin of Sirius. He walked with a stiff, nervous posture, clutching the black crystal of Orion's wife tightly in his hands. It was the physical symbol of a fractured branch of the family, the loyalists who hadn't followed Orion into treason and still demanded a seat at the table. But the cousin's authority existed far more on paper than in actual, tangible power. He sweated under the unspoken, suffocating presence Luna naturally radiated, entirely aware that the icy princess was slowly, inevitably absorbing whatever meager political relevance his faction had left. The descent took a long, grueling time. They walked through 10 colossal chambers, each one vaster and more imposing than the last. And every single one of them was completely empty. The silence was absolute. There were no roaring guardians, no chittering hordes of mutants, and absolutely none of the oppressive, rotting weight of corruption that had suffocated every level of the previous ruin. For those who had survived the descent to rescue Sirius, the contrast was almost alien. It was the exact same impossible, monolithic architecture. The same towering ceilings and sprawling corridors designed to make intruders feel like insignificant insects. But it was completely immaculate. It was a tomb that had waited in the dark for hundreds of years, perhaps even longer, silently anticipating the arrival of the exact keys the final door demanded. The rhythmic, unified sound of the group's boots was the only thing moving in that vast space. Every footstep echoed off the distant, towering walls. Finally, they reached the 10th door. 2 cores were already embedded in the ancient stone. They had slotted the second into place the moment they had secured it from the opportunistic faction, leaving the 2 to wait for the final piece. The light and darkness core rested securely in its central socket, the fire and water core sat opposite to it on the right. Both spheres pulsed with a low, steady, dormant luminescence. They emitted the faint, vibrating hum of an ancient, starving machine waiting for the circuit to finally close. Only one socket remained empty on the left. The core Ren was currently carrying. Ren stopped. He reached his hand into the abyssal, liquid darkness of his shadow space and slowly drew it out. The core of the Wind and Earth Guardian caught the dim, ambient light of the chamber, turning slowly against Ren's open palm. It was the size of an adult human skull, a heavy, perfectly smooth, translucent sphere, swirling with violent, intertwined veins of silver gray and earthen brown. Ren held it there for a long moment. He didn't immediately step toward the massive stone door. It was as if the sheer, crushing gravity of what was about to happen demanded a single, suspended second of absolute stillness. Luna completely stopped breathing. It wasn't a conscious decision. The oxygen simply seized halfway down her throat, trapped tightly in her chest. Her eyes were violently glued to the swirling stone resting in Ren's palm. She didn't look at the door. She couldn't. Staring at the polished core was infinitely more bearable than looking directly at what it actually represented. Her mother had been trapped on the other side of that door for years. She was a fractured, agonizing piece of Luna's childhood, frozen in unbreakable glass. She was a warm voice that Luna lived in absolute, secret terror of one day forgetting. And now, the final, insurmountable obstacle standing between her and that crystal prison had been reduced to a skull-sized sphere in the hand of a boy who, instead of looking at the door, was looking directly at her. Right beside her, Sirius wasn't breathing either. Father and daughter stood shoulder to shoulder in the dim light of the 10th chamber. They were holding the exact same breath, crushed by the exact same suffocating anxiety, entirely unaware that the other was doing it. The stoic, battle-hardened commander who had charged into the abyss years ago chasing the ghost of his wife, and the icy princess who had been forced to grow up in the shadow of her absence. Both of them were exactly 1 core away from reclaiming the center of their shattered world. Ren looked at Luna's wide, trembling eyes one last time. Then, he stepped forward toward the door. Ren slotted the final core into the empty circular depression on the colossal door. The heavy, swirling sphere of wind and earth seated perfectly into the stone. It fit with the flawless, airtight precision of a mechanism designed for that exact, microscopic tolerance. For one agonizing heartbeat, absolutely nothing happened. Then, the ancient stone reacted. It was the exact same phenomenon Sirius had witnessed years ago, 10 chambers above, when he had used the slightly dragonified Shadow Wolf Guardian core to breach the ruins' outer gates. The door didn't simply push the core inward, nor did mechanical gears grind to lock it into place. The solid stone drank it. The heavy sphere seemed to liquefy, dissolving directly into the monolithic slab. At the exact same moment, the other 2 embedded spheres, the pulsing light and darkness core, and the swirling fire and water core, suffered the exact same fate. The 3 solid cores violently destabilized, converting instantly into pure, blinding energy. The colossal door finally moved. The monolithic slab that had securely sealed the 10th chamber for centuries didn't just slide open, it retracted completely into the surrounding bedrock. As it ground backward, the massive influx of energy from the 3 cores surged into the surrounding stonework. It ignited the ancient runes carved into the archway, triggering a blinding chain reaction. The light raced along the massive frame and violently propagated inward. Section by section, the intricate symbols etched across the walls of the final chamber flared to life. It was a breathtaking cascade of illumination, moving with the rhythmic, pulsing cadence of a massive, bioluminescent nervous system waking from a centuries-long slumber. Everyone in the corridor held their breath. Ren narrowed his eyes, his mind instantly analyzing the glowing runes as they flared. He was searching for the lethal, rotting signature of traps, or the aggressive spikes of a defensive mechanism. He found nothing. After spending agonizing hours deciphering and surviving Sethia's corrupted mana in the previous ruins, Ren immediately recognized the fundamental difference here. This mana was pristine. There was no necrotic taint, no hidden malice. It was simply the mechanical response of a system that had been given the exact keys it demanded, and nothing more. It was safe. It was time to step inside. Ren took the first confident step over the threshold, and the rest of the vanguard flowed in behind him. The 10th chamber was exactly what their doomed expedition in Yino had taught them to expect. And yet, simultaneously, it was entirely different. Dominating the absolute center of the cavernous room stood a colossal crystal formation. It was the brain, the exact term Julius and Zhao had coined when desperately trying to describe the anomaly they had found in Yino. It was breathtaking. The massive, translucent structure towered toward the ceiling, defined by impossible edges. Deep within its crystalline depths, light refracted through a dizzying geometry that the human eye simply couldn't easily follow. It felt less like a rock and more like a hyper-advanced brain forged from solid glass. Scattered across the vast floor surrounding the brain were loose, raw mana crystals and dormant artifacts, resting quietly exactly as they did in every ancient ruin, waiting to be claimed. But this time, the architecture was noticeably bare. There were no ornate pedestals. There were no priceless double contract potions waiting to be snatched. There was only the towering crystal brain. And at its massive base, carved directly into the root of the structure, were 7 empty sockets. 7 hollow slots, patiently waiting for something that wasn't there. Ren swept his gaze over them as the vanguard immediately fanned out, their instincts taking over as they efficiently harvested the loose crystals, refusing to leave anything of value behind. But Ren didn't care about the loot. The glowing brain wasn't either what he had come to see today. His eyes locked onto the far back of the chamber. There, standing quietly behind the colossal brain, positioned directly beneath the crystals that Ren had absorbed into his Wolverine space looking for them, were the 2 statues. One was pitch black. The other was blindingly white. They were 2 breathtakingly beautiful women, eternally frozen in a tragic moment. Both figures were sculpted in desperate, fiercely protective stances. Their crystal bodies were leaning sharply forward, arms covering to the front, perfectly capturing the exact posture of someone violently throwing themselves between a lethal threat and what stood behind them. The ancient crystal had flawlessly preserved the precise millisecond they had stopped moving. In both women, it was the undeniable, heartbreaking moment of someone sacrificing absolutely everything they had to shield another. Ren stared at the white statue. He didn't need Sirius or anyone else to confirm her identity. He knew she had to be the white statue based on the pristine light crystal Luna had guarded in her shadow for years. But even without that clue, the biological reality was obvious. It was like looking at Luna through a pane of glass that aged the image by a decade. They possessed the exact same elegant cheekbones, the same proud slope of the jaw, the same structure in their faces. Looking at the frozen woman, Ren could practically see almost the exact person Luna would grow up to become. She was standing right in front of him, flawlessly sculpted in white crystal. His eyes drifted down to the center of their chests. Both statues featured a perfectly smooth, gaping cavity where their hearts belonged. Ren slowly turned his head, glancing back at the 7 empty slots carved into the base of the crystal brain. His mind calculated the variables, weighed the mysteries, and ruthlessly pushed them aside. They didn't matter. Not right now. He would find a way to activate the formation without whatever belonged in those slots, or he would figure out how to fill them later. Today, there was only one absolute priority. He was going to give Luna exactly what he had promised her. Despite its massive size, the group quickly and efficiently settled into the perimeter of the room. While the majority of the vanguard stared up at the impossible geometry of the brain, completely mesmerized by the scale and the heavy, sacred silence of the chamber, Luna stepped forward. Sirius walked silently right beside her. Together, father and daughter approached the white statue. A few paces away, the secondary representative, Sirius's nervous cousin, whose entire authority was currently derived from the black crystal he clutched in his sweaty hands, stepped toward the black statue. He held the corresponding dark heart. Today, Ren was only going to work on Luna's mother. Orion's wife would have to wait in the dark a little longer. Executing 2 resurrections of this catastrophic magnitude in a single day was functional suicide. Even with his newly established supernetwork of spore nodes fully active, pushing his core that hard was a risk he absolutely could not afford to take today. Luna's hands were visibly trembling. Sirius gently placed his large, scarred hand over hers, steadying her. Together, they carefully raised the pristine light crystal and slid it into the gaping cavity in the white statue's chest. It slotted in with a soft, perfect click. A few feet away, the nervous representative mirrored their actions. He slid the black crystal into the dark statue's chest, seating the heart so it would be perfectly ready whenever Ren recovered enough to take his turn, even though that turn wouldn't be today. Victor stared at the base of the colossal crystal brain. They had the cores. Water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. 5 elemental keys sitting right there in the chamber. The temptation was a burning, unbearable itch in his soul. What if they attempted a partial activation of the brain right now? Just a tiny, controlled surge to see how the ancient circuitry responded. If any of the delicate pathways burned out or fractured during the test, Ren was standing right there with his monstrous ability to repair the damage. It was the kind of once-in-a-lifetime experimental opportunity that physically pained an enthusiastic man like Victor to let pass. He took a breath. He opened his mouth to suggest it. Selphora didn't say a word. She didn't even turn her head to face him. She simply shifted her eyes, pinning him with a single, glacial look before his first syllable could even form. It wasn't a glare of outright anger. It was a cold, terrifyingly clear look that reminded him, in the space of a microsecond, that Sirius and Luna were currently standing inches away from getting their dead wife and mother back. If anyone dared to suggest treating this sacred, agonizingly tense moment like a casual experiment, Sirius would likely end in their feet. Victor understood perfectly. He snapped his mouth shut and aggressively discarded the idea. At the back of the chamber, Ren finally initiated the sequence. He organized his 10 most trusted anchors in the immediate inner circle, Wei, the vanguard guards, and the maids. These were the systems he intimately knew, minds that would welcome his magical intrusion without a single spike of resistance. Behind them, the 50 young academy nodes fanned out around the colossal crystal brain. They linked hands, forming a massive, living circuit designed to shoulder the catastrophic data load Ren absolutely could not bear alone. He triggered his dual fusion, executing the exact same architectural framework he had used on Sirius. Except this time, it was almost effortless. It felt almost natural. The fully realized supernetwork achieved what the desperate, improvised web of 7 iron rank mushrooms had nearly failed to do. Anchored by Wei's silver rank fungus, the 60 nodes flawlessly distributed the crushing burden. The intricate, biological mapping of the white crystal statue unfolded in Ren's mind with the smooth, frictionless familiarity of a well-rehearsed symphony. Everything flowed perfectly. There were no frantic bottlenecks. There was no blinding, skull-splitting headache stalling his progress, and he didn't need the mantis to desperately hijack the clone crystal to save his life at the last second. Fully fused, the complete biological map locked in his mind, so Ren unleashed the payload. He couldn't trickle the energy, he flooded the circuit all at once. The white statue transformed from solid, ancient glass into warm, living flesh in a single, instantaneous microsecond, a perfectly controlled biological explosion exactly as fast as the human brain's speed required. The statue had been frozen with its eyes closed. So, Lycia returned to the world of the living with her eyes squeezed tightly shut. And the absolute very first thing she did was scream. She wasn't screaming in pain. She was screaming the exact, desperate words she had been shouting in the final, agonizing millisecond before the light swallowed her. Her brain simply picked up the exact sentence it had been halfway through processing when time stopped. And I love you both so much. Sirius, you stubborn idiot, you have to take care of her. I am sacrificing myself because I love you, so don't you dare be miserable. A small pause to recover some air. Tell Luna, my perfect little baby, Mommy loves you immensely and I will always. She had shrieked the words at the absolute top of her lungs, completely convinced she was in the final, terrifying second of her existence. But then Lykia stopped entirely on her own. Nobody interrupted her. She simply realized, halfway through her frantic screaming, that she was still talking. If she were truly in the final, lethal second of her life, she shouldn't have enough breath left to finish the embarrassing paragraph. The dramatic declaration died in her throat, cut off mid-words. A few feet away, Luna and Sirius instantly broke out in full-body goosebumps. The sheer, concentrated second-hand embarrassment was physically painful. To hear Lykia loudly, shamelessly broadcasting such intensely private, agonizingly emotional declarations in front of 50 strangers was a nightmare neither of the two hyperstoic, emotionally repressed Starweavers was prepared to handle. She slowly opened her eyes. Am I dead? Is this heaven? She muttered aloud. No, no. Can't be hell, I behaved. The very first thing her eyes focused on was Sirius. He was older. The years had undeniably left their mark, but the legendary vitality of a high-tier Tamer had preserved him far better than time usually allowed. Lykia recognized him instantly, without a single microscopic shred of doubt. She would know that stoic face anywhere. Oh my God, you seem old today. But you aged like fine wine. You still look so handsome with those lines on your face, she blurted out. But then, her eyes drifted to the person standing right next to him. A young woman. An adult. Her daughter. An adult. In that single, shattering detail, Lykia's brain processed what her perception of time had hidden from her. A second hadn't passed. A decade had passed. She had somehow been trapped for entire years while her precious baby grew up without her. The devastating realization of everything she had missed hit her like a physical blow, and the tears instantly began to stream down her face. Except, Lykia didn't just internalize this realization. She didn't suffer quietly in the dark like her husband or her daughter would have. She shows everyone. Out loud. Without a single filter. She externalized absolutely every single frantic, chaotic thought firing through her brain, exactly how Luna's mind worked on the inside, but Lykia did it in reality, completely devoid of shame. How much time has passed? Luna is an adult. My little baby is a grown woman. I was trapped all these years. I missed absolutely everything. Another small pause to recover some air. Sirius is older but he is still so incredibly handsome. Why did nobody tell me this sooner? No, of course nobody told me, I was a literal rock. Oh my God, I missed her entire childhood wahaha. The words poured out of her mouth in an unstoppable, frantic torrent as she openly wept. In the back of the room, Mayo violently slapped her own forehead with her palm. Watching the scene unfold, Mayo couldn't help but wonder if Luna, a girl so pathologically shy and reserved, was actually going to regret pulling her mother out of the crystal. At this rate, the icy princess was going to literally die of embarrassment before the sun went down. But despite the bone-deep cringe shivering down their spines, despite the mortifying reality of Lykia screaming all of what should be her mind's secrets in front of half the territory, Luna and Sirius didn't hesitate. They lunged forward. The three of them collided in a desperate embrace. They held on to each other with everything they had, and they cried without any filters. Lykia's non-stop, frantic torrent of spoken thoughts tangled beautifully with Luna's quiet, broken sobs and the heavy, undeniable tears Sirius couldn't even pretend to hide anymore. Selphira smiled warmly. With a casual, elegant flick of her wrist, she erected a massive, soundproof barrier around the three of them. She instantly severed them from the rest of the group, granting them the absolute, sacred privacy a reunion of this magnitude demanded, shielding their vulnerability from the 60 nodes and everyone else who had absolutely no business intruding on this intimate moment. But, being the wicked, mischievous woman she was, Selphira deliberately left Ren inside the barrier with them. Whether he wanted to be there or not, it was far too late for him to escape. He was officially a part of this eccentric, chaotic family now. Though, showing a rare ounce of mercy, Selphira didn't trap her own granddaughter Leora, and Larissa, who were theoretically family as well, to let them escape the awkwardness, for this time, at least. A soft, profoundly gentle smile touched Ren's lips. He leaned against the wall of Selphira's barrier, watching the scene unfold. His mind drifted back to the back of an academy building, a little over 8 years ago. He remembered the icy, stressed little girl he had met that day. She was a child carrying a suffocating, crushing weight on her shoulders. Yet, even buried under all that political and emotional ice, she had still worried about a poor boy when absolutely no one else in the school carriage cared. Now, she was finally getting to experience the one thing he had possessed all along. Because at the end of the day, Ren realized, he had always been vastly wealthier than her. It didn't matter that Luna had been born into big aristocratic wealth while his family almost starved in the outer ring to pay the tuition. It didn't matter that her shadow wolf was universally perceived as a majestic, terrifying beast and she was of noble lineage, while his original spore fungus was written off as the most pathetic, useless mutation a peasant tamer could contract. Those were just the shallow, superficial ledgers the world kept to measure people from the outside. But in the only ledger that actually mattered, Ren had always been light years ahead. He had possessed 2 parents who fiercely loved him. Parents who cooked warm meals for him, who kissed his forehead, and who hugged him tightly before he walked out the door. Luna had lost both of hers. And now, thanks to the agonizing, impossible journey that had brought them to this underground vault, she had them back. The effort had nearly shattered his core the last time, but looking at the 3 of them, clinging to each other inside the soundproof barrier, sobbing uncontrollably and whispering each other's names, it was worth every single drop of blood. Ren pressed his back harder against Selphira's wall. He didn't dare attempt an escape. Stepping away meant moving meant making noise, and making noise meant intruding upon a sacred, fragile moment that did not belong to him. So, he froze. He turned himself into a living statue at the very edge of the dome, fully determined to hold his breath and remain invisible until the tearful reunion ran its natural course. I am going to have a very serious, very loud conversation with that wicked old snake grandma about deliberately trapping me in here, Ren promised himself silently. But right as he was mentally drafting his complaint to Selphira, Lycia's tear-soaked eyes fluttered open over Sirius's broad shoulder. She stared directly at Ren. A sudden, freezing chill violently crawled up Ren's spine. He immediately threw both of his hands up in a frantic, universal gesture of utter surrender. He desperately tried to communicate with his entire face that he had not asked to be here. This is an accident. I am a victim of Selphira's twisted sense of humor. I will leave the exact second this barrier drops. But Lycia wasn't glaring at him with suspicion. She was staring at him with intense, unfiltered curiosity. She sensed something strange radiating from the boy. It was a bizarrely familiar, intimate frequency that she couldn't quite place, causing her to narrow her eyes sharply through her tears. Lycia looked at Luna. Then, she snapped her gaze back to Ren. And right there, in the span of 2 seconds, her motherly instincts connected the dots. She read the subtle, undeniable biological cues. She registered the exact way her daughter was standing in relation to this boy, the deeply intertwined scent of their mana signatures, and the undeniable, invisible tether binding them together. She didn't need anyone to draw her a map, the entire picture violently clicked into place. And again, because Lycia possessed the exact same intense, chaotic mental energy as her daughter, but absolutely none of the icy filters, she immediately shouted her deductions at the top of her lungs. Wait a minute. Who is this mana-density impossible young man? Lykia yelled, pointing a trembling finger over Sirius's shoulder directly at Ren's face. Why is he in our private family bubble? He has your mana all over him, Luna. Oh my god. Are you two together? Oh, look at his face, he's so cute. But he looks terrified. Did you threaten him into dating you, honey? No. Well, excellent choice. Ren's face instantly flushed a violent, burning crimson. He watched in absolute horror as a crooked, wickedly delighted smirk spread across Lykia's tear-stained face. Without missing a beat, Lykia extended her arm out from the family huddle. It was a crystal-clear, undeniable invitation for Ren to join the massive group hug. Ren stared at her outstretched hand, then slowly shifted his eyes to Sirius. The terrifying Commander Starweaver was currently sobbing his eyes out, clutching his wife and daughter as if the world were ending. Ren instantly went pale as a ghost. He imagined himself walking over and wrapping his arms around his terrifying father-in-law. He imagined what the famously lethal man would do the second he realized Ren was crashing his sacred family reunion. No. Absolutely not. I will choose death first, Ren thought, actively trying to meld his body into the wall. That was when Luna noticed. With thick tears still clinging to her eyelashes, she looked over her shoulder and saw him plastered against the edge of the barrier wearing the exact expression of a man who would vastly prefer to fight a platinum mutant barehanded than step into the middle of her mother's outstretched arm. Luna smiled. It was a breathtakingly beautiful, tear-soaked smile, laced with a sudden, wicked streak of pure happiness and mischief. She didn't give him a single second to negotiate. She didn't offer a verbal invitation. Luna simply flicked her wrist, weaponizing her shadow and his. A tendril of liquid darkness snapped around Ren's ankles and violently yanked him forward across the stone floor, dragging him directly into the center of the crushing embrace. What transpired inside the chaotic center of that hug would forever remain an absolute, fiercely guarded secret among the four of them. No one outside that barrier would ever hear the wildly inappropriate, rapid-fire questions Lykia shamelessly lobbed at Luna through her tears. They would never know the sheer, unfiltered bluntness of a woman who literally said every single chaotic thought the exact millisecond it crossed her mind. And they would certainly never know about Sirius. They would never know about the totally unexpected, crushing embrace the towering commander subjected Ren to. They would never hear the raw, broken, agonizingly vulnerable voice of a legendary warlord completely stripped of his armor, desperately thanking the boy who had handed him his life and his wife back. In that isolated bubble, entirely devoid of political facades, stoic masks, or military dignity, Sirius let everything out. That specific memory would stay locked in the vault between them. Especially the part regarding Sirius's gratitude. Because Ren would sooner cut out his own tongue than ever divulge to the world how fiercely the famously stoic Sirius Starweaver had squeezed him, and would absolutely never reveal that the terrifying commander had actually dropped to his knees, coming a literal hair's breadth away from frantically kissing Ren's boots in a state of pure, unadulterated, weeping gratitude. It was a staggering, absolute emotional breakdown that not a single nobleman in the entire kingdom would have believed possible. And they certainly wouldn't have believed that Luna had to physically save Ren from having his feet kissed by delivering a flawlessly executed, desperate karate chop to the back of her father's head to stop him. The four of them lingered there for a long time. Lykia learned almost everything directly from Sirius's mouth when he was relaxed enough. Luna stepped in to fill the gaps, providing the intricate details her father simply didn't know, or smoothing over the narrative when Sirius, still emotionally shattered and profoundly unaccustomed to speaking so many words consecutively, choked on a sentence. Together, father and daughter frantically painted the chaotic landscape of the years she had missed. And the entire time they explained, safely wrapped in the massive group hug Ren was utterly failing to escape from, Lykia continued doing what she did best. She relentlessly, loudly vocalized absolutely every single thought that crossed her mind the exact millisecond she thought it. And as the political and historical reality set in, her thoughts grew increasingly, deafeningly incredulous. So he was a commoner. Lycia shrieked, squeezing Ren so tightly his ribs creaked. He started with absolutely nothing. With the literal weakest beast on record. And he ended up marrying. She paused, taking a massive gulp of air as her brain violently processed the geopolitical math. My Luna? No, wait. You are telling me they tied him to all the high houses? He conquered the girls from the highest, most powerful families in the entire kingdom, and their families want him? The actual Dravenholm princess too? Her voice pitched higher and louder with every explosive revelation. How is that even possible? How many impossible feats did he accomplish? Who is this boy? And why is he hugging me? No, wait, I invited him to hug me, that's fine because he is my son-in-law, but seriously, who is he, Dragon God's son? Ren's face burned. With every single shouted sentence, his cheeks flushed a deeper, more agonizing shade of crimson until he practically glowed in the dark. Lycia was still amused about Ren's story. Well, it sounds like he only missed an important daughter from the Goldcrest house. Lycia hollered cheerfully, mentally ticking off the kingdom's high noble inventory. That specific, wildly inappropriate observation actually managed to break the tension. A chorus of genuine laughter erupted from Sirius and Luna despite the heavy emotion of the moment. It was even more hilarious to Luna. But they had spent far too long inside this soundproof bubble, so the rest of the kingdom's sprawling history and the Goldcrest fall could be delivered to Lycia at a much slower, calmer pace later, preferably when she wasn't fresh out of a crystal tomb, and when Ren wasn't currently the color of a dying star. When the tears finally subsided and the breathing leveled out, Ren managed to expertly slither his way out of the crushing embrace and the avalanche of gratitude. Though, if he were being brutally honest with himself, a truth he had absolutely no intention of admitting out loud today, or probably ever, he had actually gotten used to the hug at some point. It hadn't been unpleasant at all to be fiercely doted upon by Luna's reunited family. But that small, warm realization was again, a secret he would keep strictly to himself. A significant amount of time had passed. Ren raised his hand and unraveled the mana threads of Selphra's soundproof barrier. As the ice dome dissolved, Selphra didn't offer a shred of resistance. Ren immediately noticed the cavernous room was much emptier. The 50 Academy youths who had lent him their mental processing nodes were entirely gone. At some point during the tearful family reunion, without anyone inside the bubble noticing, Selphra had efficiently thanked them, generously paid them with high-grade silver shine crystals, and dispatched them back to the surface under Victor's supervision. Now, only their inner circle remained in the 10th chamber. Selphra, who had known Lycia intimately from the old days, stepped forward first. Behind her came Larissa and Leora, the girls who were essentially about to become Lycia's extended family. They approached to formally greet her, offering polite, aristocratic curtsies. However, both girls had to bite the insides of their cheeks, desperately fighting back smiles as their future mother-in-law immediately unleashed a torrent of loud, entirely unfiltered commentary regarding how stunningly beautiful they were, loudly comparing their facial structures to Luna's and elbowing Ren, making him red again. Ren slipped away when Leora was unable to resist and walked toward the colossal crystal brain. He did it partly out of genuine, burning curiosity. But mostly, he did it to put some physical distance between himself and his new mother-in-law's top-of-her-lungs inner monologue, which continued to narrate every single passing thought at a volume that offered absolutely zero mercy. He stood before the towering, translucent structure, his eyes sweeping over the 7 empty, perfectly round sockets carved into its base. The ancient runes etched around each slot clearly indicated a specific element. Ren meticulously read them one by one, translating the dead language until he identified the socket corresponding to Earth. Without overthinking the mechanics, he reached into his shadow. He pulled out the mantis crystal, the perfectly crystallized clone of his own beast system. He firmly slotted the clone crystal into the empty Earth depression. A soft, pulsing hum vibrated through the stone floor. A dim, gentle light flared from the socket. It was a partial, incredibly smooth activation. The ancient supercomputer had recognized that one of its 7 vital missing components had been restored. Behind him, Luna had quietly slipped away from the greetings. She stood a few paces back, watching him intently. "What are you doing?" she asked softly. "Just testing," Ren replied. Then, he reached out and placed his bare palm flat against the colossal crystal brain. His internal system connected to the ancient formation instantly. It wasn't like the brutal, violent kick of Sirius's corrupted heart, nor was it the chaotic, screaming static of Celthia's chaotic network. This connection was breathtakingly clean. It was perfectly ordered. A pristine, crystal-clear thread of raw data flowed directly into his mind. It unfurled effortlessly, operating on the flawless logic of an ancient machine that fundamentally recognized the entity touching it, willingly handing over the exact intelligence it was permitted to share. Ren gasped softly, dropping his hand from the crystal. He blinked rapidly, processing the data. "Are you okay?" Luna asked, quickly stepping up beside him. Ren gave a firm nod. Driven by her own curiosity, and inherently trusting that the brain wasn't rigged with lethal traps since Ren had touched it unharmed, Luna stepped forward. She placed her delicate hand on the exact same smooth facet of crystal Ren had just touched. Almost immediately, she snatched her hand back, blinking in confusion. "Did it tell you how to use and create the crystal hearts too?" Ren asked, his eyes still distant as he reviewed the information. Luna turned to him, her brow furrowing in deep confusion. "What are you talking about?" "The system crystals," Ren clarified. "The exact instructions for filling the empty crystals. The method for manufacturing the cores without needing to." "No." Luna shook her head, thoroughly bewildered. "I didn't see any of that. I just felt an immediate, heavy lockout instruction. It was like the artifact was directly demanding that all 7 crystals be seated in their slots before it would see if it could grant me permission to access its knowledge based on something else." Her frown deepened. "Something inside it instinctively warned me that without those 7 keys, the data was strictly classified." "Did it actually give you the information?" Ren went perfectly still. The silence stretched between them for a long, heavy moment. His mind flashed back to the suffocating darkness of the corrupted ruin. He remembered Celthia's mocking voice echoing off the rune-covered walls, arrogantly explaining that he and she were fundamentally different from ordinary Tamers. She had told him that these ancient doors, these massive brains, and these ruins were designed exclusively for specific, apex entities, and that he had already evolved into one of them. Celthia had dropped it as a casual, arrogant piece of trivia in the middle of a deathmatch, and Ren had simply filed it away to survive. Now, the horrifying, awe-inspiring puzzle pieces violently snapped together. The ancient brain had willingly handed him the classified data, while completely locking Luna out. The supercomputer recognized his signature. It acknowledged him as an apex entity possessing some kind of administrator privileges, a being allowed to bypass the rigid, multi-crystal requirements it aggressively demanded from every ordinary human. It was the exact same loophole Celthia possessed. It was the exact same authority that had allowed him to command the ruins' doors to open without having to be crystallized. "There is a way to fill all 7 of these crystals," Ren said slowly. His voice was hushed. "Without sacrificing anyone." Luna's eyes went wide. The breath hitched in her throat. "What?" "Without ever having to forcefully crystallize a living human being again to forge the cores." Ren stared at the towering brain, then at the 7 empty sockets, and finally turned his burning gaze to Luna. "It just gave me the correct method." Luna was completely paralyzed. If he could forge the hearts without human sacrifice, it changed everything. This was bigger than what Orion wanted. "Bring Sirius," Ren commanded, his voice tight with anticipation. "Please. And position him on the exact opposite side of the brain from me." He pointed across the colossal formation, indicating a specific, empty socket carved with twisting, ethereal runes. "The wind slot. Have him touch the crystal exactly there." Ren had specifically asked for Sirius for a very concrete reason. The thread of data that the ancient crystal brain had injected directly into his mind included a staggering detail, something he absolutely never would have guessed on his own. Since it changed his understanding of the consequences of his resurrection process. He had assumed that when he pulled Sirius out of the crystal, he had completely, flawlessly reversed every single magical effect the ruins had inflicted upon the commander. He was right, but also wrong. The physical petrification had been reversed, yes. But the ancient system wasn't that simple. When a living human was forcefully crystallized, the ruin meticulously mapped their three-dimensional biological and magical architecture. It recorded the exact schematic of the sacrifice, burning that unique signature permanently into the deep, invisible tissue of the superbrain's network the ruins seemed to be. The answer to Ren's worry didn't reside inside Sirius anymore. It resided in the system's memory. That residual, metaphysical brand served as a localized access point. A reversed entity like Sirius could still interact with the crystal brain in a way an ordinary, unpetrified human shouldn't. It took Luna an agonizingly long time to physically separate her father from Lycia. It wasn't just because Sirius was stubbornly clinging to his resurrected wife like a drowning man. It was because Lycia, fresh out of the crystal and operating at maximum chaotic capacity, possessed absolutely zero intention of letting him go either. She found him vastly more mature, undeniably stronger, and ruggedly handsome with his new small face lines, and because her brain possessed absolutely no filter between her thoughts and her mouth, everyone in the massive chamber heard her exact, screaming assessment of her husband's maturity upgrades. Every single time Luna gently tried to pull Sirius away for just a moment, her mother immediately invented a brand new, highly dramatic reason to retain her grip on him. No. Where are you taking him? I just got to know him like this. He smells so good now. Like campfires and danger. Why do you need him? I am not sharing my handsome husband. Luna only managed to successfully pry him loose when she explicitly explained that it was a direct favor for Ren. The exact second Sirius heard the boy's name, he yielded instantly. Apparently, anything requested by the boy who had handed him his wife back took absolute, unquestionable priority in his newly rewritten value system. Sirius walked across the chamber and firmly pressed his palm into the empty depression on the exact opposite side of the brain from Ren. A second, soft pulse of light rippled through the stone floor. And with that localized activation, a fresh, deeper thread of classified data flowed directly into Ren's mind. Ren closed his eyes, rapidly processing the new information. As the architectural pathways aligned in his head, he realized he was staring at a massive, systemic puzzle. To fully unlock the supercomputer's potential, he needed to integrate more pieces to finish mapping the network. He needed Lycia, who possessed the exact same residual crystallization brand as Sirius. And he needed the Black Heart, the core belonging to Orion's wife, whose statue remained frozen on the other side of the room. A really interesting possibility began to form in his mind. It was currently incomplete, but the data hinted at a secondary, highly classified function regarding the massive pedestals located in the 10th outer chamber just behind this one. Until now, they had assumed those pedestals possessed only one simple, functional purpose. He desperately needed more data inputs to confirm his theory. Ask your mother to place her hand in the light socket, Ren called out to Luna, his eyes still closed in concentration. Exactly like Sirius did. Then, he turned to Selphra. I need you to convince the representative to take the Black Heart out of the dark statue for just a minute. I just need it to ping the system. Any microscopic damage the removal or use causes, I swear I will personally repair it. Selphra didn't even blink. She turned and delivered a look of such concentrated, terrifying intimidation. It was a single, glacial stare accompanied by half a whispered sentence. The secondary representative went bone white. He immediately ripped the Black Heart out of the statue and handed it over, his panicked face betraying the loud protests he was far too terrified to actually voice. Meanwhile, Lycia obediently waltzed over and placed her hand flat against the glowing light socket. But, true to form, she didn't do it quietly. What are we doing? What is this glowing rock? Is it dangerous? Am I actually helping right now, or am I just standing here looking pretty? Because I can do both, but I prefer to be useful. Ren, honey, what is the plan? Luna frantically scrambled to entertain her, desperately feeding her answers to keep her anchored in place while Ren kept his hands firmly pressed against the brain, letting the next download complete. This time, the data thread was absolute. He received the entire, classified methodology. From beginning to end. Ren broke his connection with the brain and sprinted out of the final vault, charging back into the 10th outer chamber where the pedestals stood. These were the exact same pedestals that had previously received the light and darkness cores. Back then, slotting the cores had activated a localized barrier without consuming the crystals. The Vanguard had logically deduced that the pedestals were simply a specialized, infinite maintenance mechanism. They were completely wrong. Ren now knew that fixed flow barrier was barely a secondary, passive function. Their true purpose was vastly more important. The pedestals granted a recognized apex entity, someone like him, or someone like Celthea, direct access to a systemic bypass that was forbidden to any ordinary human. Ren slammed his palm down onto the light pedestal. Ren activated the runes as the data told him and immediately reached into his mana space and selected the Hydra to clone. He couldn't use the Mantis again, because it was already cloned. The pedestal reacted. A bright, blinding flash illuminated the outer chamber, and a brand new crystal materialized directly above the stone surface. It looked structurally identical to the pristine core Lycia had shed from her system upon being trapped, but the color was different. This new core was a deep, mesmerizing jade, heavily tinted with the radiant, blinding hue of the Hydra's light affinity. It was highly particular, completely distinguishable from a common, naturally occurring elemental crystal. The advantage this pedestal offered Ren was astronomical. His beast had been flawlessly cloned on-site, entirely bypassing the brutal sacrifice the ancient system normally demanded at the entrance. The system allowed the bypass directly because Sirius had finished the chamber challenge long ago. Inside Ren's mana space, the actual Hydra remained perfectly intact. He got to keep his combat beast, and he still obtained the required elemental key. In essence, the ancient pedestal operated as a magical, lost ticket printer. It forcefully recreated the exact keys the system demanded, allowing Ren to operate entirely alone, or effortlessly bypass a lost sacrifice, provided he possessed a large enough roster of beasts to clone. The Vanguard guards who had curiously followed him out of the vault stared at the pedestal in absolute, stunned confusion. They had just watched Ren violate the fundamental laws of equivalent exchange, generating a priceless, high-tier core out of thin air without sacrificing a single thing. Ignoring their gaping mouths, Ren immediately pivoted to the darkness pedestal and repeated the exact same process, this time selecting his Wolverine. Another blinding flash. Another flawless crystal. Another priceless core, generated at absolutely zero cost. Ren now had 3 of his beasts officially registered with the system. He held 3 extra, cloned cores in his power now. Currently, his capacity maxed out at 3 crystals. But theoretically, if he managed to forcefully push his cultivation to an even higher tier, he could systematically clone enough beasts to open every single chamber and obtain absolute, supreme administrative permission entirely by himself. Perhaps the ancient architect had designed it this way intentionally. Perhaps the logic dictated that by the time the entity was strong enough to clone 7 distinct beasts alone, they were formidable enough to claim the prize. Or perhaps it was designed to allow an entity with massive, external support, like Ren's sprawling spore network and loyal allies, to aggressively fast-track certain checkpoints ahead of schedule. And as Ren sprinted back toward the vault, a heavy, deeply uncomfortable realization settled in his gut. The system's logic tracked perfectly with the next goal. To slaughter a diamond-tier dragon, he was going to need a lot of help or have to reach that terrifying, godlike level of power by himself. And whatever apocalyptic nightmare was needed to open any next door that waited in the deepest, sealed chambers of the castle, after getting the 7 rings of those dragons, would undoubtedly demand a quest far more complicated and agonizing than this. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Right now, a different, vastly more immediate detail demanded his attention. Looking closely at the jade tint of the cloned crystals had sparked a realization: his multi-elemental beasts possessed the unique capacity to act as wildcards. The Hydra, the Wolverine, the Mantis, each of these complex anomalies could theoretically satisfy multiple elemental requirements depending on exactly how the ancient brain chose to read their complex signatures. He had to test it immediately. He charged back into the central vault. The majority of the vanguard was still staring at him in baffled silence, completely confused as to why the boy was frantically running in and out of the room carrying crystals that should not exist. Ren didn't waste a single second trying to explain the impossible to them. "What are you all waiting for?" Ren shouted, waving them back to their assigned positions. "Get back to your nodes." While the confused Tamers scrambled back, Ren rapidly slotted the Hydra and Wolverine clones into the empty water and fire sockets at the base of the brain. They locked into place. The system accepted them. Even though they had been specifically forged on the light and darkness pedestals outside, their multi-elemental jade nature allowed them to successfully trigger the fire and water pathways. Instantly, Ren felt the flow of classified data surge with vastly more fluidity. It felt almost exactly like the humming, frictionless presence of his fungus network. The sprawling network within the crystal brain was rapidly filling with energy, eagerly responding to his inputs. But there was still a noticeable, grinding interference. A specific bottleneck where the flow of data violently jammed. Something was still missing. Ren rapidly looked at the remaining empty socket. Wood. He needed the wood core. But because his cloned beasts were functioning as wild cards, the solution was incredibly flexible. He didn't explicitly need a wood core, he just needed one of the original, harvested cores from the Goldcrest ruin, either the pure fire or the pure water core. If he had one of those, he could physically swap one of his multi-elemental clones over to satisfy the wood requirement. He spun around and locked eyes with Selphra. "If I get one of the cores from the Goldcrest ruin, I can activate this entire formation right now," he declared. Selphra didn't question his logic. She evaluated the reality for exactly 1 second. "Then we can afford to wait here a little longer," she stated smoothly. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a hyperfast, messenger bird. She rapidly encoded the urgent request and sent it streaking toward the surface. She looked back at Ren. "Zhao is on border patrol near the Goldcrest Rift. He will retrieve the cores and fly them down here. We won't have to wait too long." They didn't have to wait long. It took exactly 40 minutes. However, for Ren, those 40 minutes felt like an agonizing, grinding eternity. Because for almost every single second of that wait, Lykia relentlessly hunted him around the perimeter of the cavernous room. His aggressively youthful future mother-in-law had officially adopted him with an enthusiasm that was genuinely terrifying. She treated him as if the royal wedding had taken place a decade ago, fully embracing him as a consummate, deeply loved member of the immediate family. She shadowed his every move as he paced nervously around the crystal brain. She bombarded him with rapid-fire questions, offered unsolicited, highly detailed commentary on his posture, and loudly narrated every single passing thought she had regarding him, Luna, and how absolutely insane it felt to basically time travel into the future. "You have such good posture, Ariane." "Luna, doesn't he have great posture? You know, it is so wild being in the future. Where Luna and old daddy Sirius seem to love me much more. Everything seems off, but you are both so cute together. Oh my god, are you two going to have babies soon?" Ren desperately power-walked in circles around the colossal crystal formation, frantically trying to focus on his theories to block the noise out. Lykia power-walked directly behind him, shouting her observations. Sirius power-walked directly behind Lykia, desperately, quietly pleading with his wife to lower her volume. And Luna power-walked directly behind Sirius, burying her face in her hands, desperately trying to calm both of her parents down before she died of sheer embarrassment. Mayo found the entire spectacle absolutely phenomenal. She couldn't help herself. Every single time Lykia lobbed a chaotic, unfiltered comment into the air, Mayo immediately followed it up with a perfectly timed, razor-sharp joke, ruthlessly feeding the chaos. She possessed the deadly accuracy of a woman who had waited her entire life for a situation this perfectly, hilariously ridiculous. The rest of the vanguard stood quietly by the walls, highly entertained. They watched in complete silence as the Starweaver little train, consisting of Ren, the entire reunited family, and a stowaway Mayo, made a frantic, incredibly loud, circular procession repeat around the glowing supercomputer. Therefore, when Zhao finally slammed feet first onto the stone floor of the chamber, sweating heavily and breathing hard, carrying the frantic urgency of someone who had sprinted through the sky without a single second of rest, Ren welcomed the man with a profound, overwhelming joy that went vastly beyond mere gratitude for the delivered cores. It was finally time to escape. I mean, activate the system. Ren didn't waste a single second. The moment Zhao landed, breathing heavily from his relentless flight, Ren practically snatched the 2 harvested cores from his hands. Fire and water. The crystal hearts thrummed with raw elemental power. He immediately carried them toward their corresponding sockets at the base of the colossal crystal brain. Actually, he only needed one of them. But Ren's fast mind had already run the calculations, and the conclusion was undeniable. Physically slotting both cores was going to be vastly faster than asking Lykia to step into her designated position and actually stay put. He needed her to remain perfectly still, far away from Sirius, for the random amount of time required for the ancient supercomputer to read her signature and give him access. By using his wildcard beasts, he could easily cover one extra of those elemental slots and completely bypass the terrifying, unpredictable variable that was his dreamy-eyed, always cheerful, future mother-in-law. Sirius, for his part, was operating with a level of blind obedience that was deeply unsettling to witness. The legendary, terrifying Commander Starweaver, a man whose unshakable composure had been etched into the kingdom's soldiers, was currently executing every single one of Ren's requests without a drop of hesitation. He didn't ask questions. He didn't offer any pushback. He moved with the crisp, absolute readiness of a loyal foot soldier taking direct orders from a vastly superior officer. Ren had handed him his wife back. At this exact moment, if Ren casually asked him to do a handstand and try to touch the vaulted ceiling with his boots, Sirius would probably genuinely attempt it. Ren deliberately chose not to ask Lykia to take her place. But, entirely true to her positive nature, she stomped over and took her position anyway. It wasn't because the system strictly required her anymore. With the fire and water core successfully seated, the math was already covered. She stepped up to the massive structure simply because she absolutely refused to stand by and be useless. If everyone else was physically touching the glowing, ancient thingy to save the world, then by the gods, she was going to touch it too. There was just one massive, infuriating problem. Her designated socket, the light element, was positioned on almost the exact opposite side of the colossal crystal brain from Sirius. The massive, towering structure completely blocked her line of sight. Seriously, who designed this thing? Lykia's voice echoed deafeningly off the cavernous walls. She aggressively planted her palm against the glowing rune, violently twisting her neck at impossible, aching angles as she desperately tried to find Sirius's reflection in the translucent facets of the brain. Why is it built like a giant, obstructive wall? I can't see my handsome husband. I am trying to look at his new scars in the reflection and it's all distorted. They clearly did not think about wives who just came back from the past and want to stare at their husbands while they save the world. This is terrible architecture. Ignoring the shouting echoing around the chamber, Ren focused entirely on the final count. Water and fire were securely covered by the Goldcrest cores. Shadows was locked in, utilizing the black heart belonging to Orion's crystallized wife. Sirius was acting as the living proxy for wind, courtesy of his residual petrification brand. Lykia was anchoring light through hers. Only 2 slots remained empty, wood and earth. He would cover both of them himself, utilizing the unique elemental flexibility of his wildcards. Ren reached into his shadow and pulled out the mantis clone again. He pressed the deep jade crystal into the earth depression. It clicked into place perfectly. The ancient system accepted the multi-elemental beast as a valid proxy for Earth without a single spark of resistance. Next, he drew the Wolverine clone. He carried the swirling core to the final empty socket, wood, and firmly slotted it in. It seated perfectly. The exact millisecond the final crystal touched the bottom of the slot, the massive circuit violently closed. The raw data hit Ren's mind like a tidal wave crashing into an almost dry subterranean cave. This wasn't the threat of intelligence he had experienced during the partial activations. This wasn't a controlled, deliberate drip of information. This was an entire ocean violently breaching the dam. Now that all 7 elemental nodes were successfully anchored, the colossal system unleashed its full payload all at once. Across the circle, Sirius and Lycia both gasped as a faint, echoing ripple of that tidal wave crashed into their own minds. But Ren took the absolute brunt of it. His consciousness violently expanded. It was a sensation he recognized instantly, yet magnified on a scale he had never expected. It felt exactly like when his fungus fully awakened, that sudden, breathtaking widening of his mental bandwidth that allowed him to process data far beyond human limits. But this was larger. The entire, sprawling network of the ancient crystal brain unfolded directly inside Ren's skull. Countless layers of overlapping, hyperdense information stretched outward in every conceivable direction, mapping a localized digital universe that his human perception was only just beginning to comprehend. As he drowned in the vastness of the network, the very first thing to clearly emerge from the roaring static was a pair of system prompts. They weren't formulated in human words. They were delivered in the raw, instantaneous, conceptual language of the brain, ideas injected directly into the deepest, pre-linguistic processing centers of his brain. The first message was an absolute confirmation of Celthia's words, biometric and mana signature recognized. Minimum elements for operational parameters met. Controller authority granted. The ancient system fully recognized him. It formally acknowledged him as an entity possessing absolute, unquestionable command over its architecture. The second message arrived immediately after, hanging in his mind as a pending query demanding an input. Do you wish to grant localized access permissions to the Light and Wind Reformed Core sacrifices, Lycia and Sirius? Ren was so utterly dazed that it took him a long, heavy moment to even formulate a reaction. He was completely lost in the sheer vastness of the network. He was drowning in the intoxicating, godlike high of having the same brain clarity as when his fungus was perfectly synchronized, but with an ancient supercomputer whose processing power he couldn't even begin to measure. The query simply floated there in the void, patiently waiting for a command, while Ren desperately tried to orient himself inside a mental landscape that had just become many times larger than his own physical one. A torrential downpour of classified knowledge began to rain into his mind. He saw the intricate, hidden routes of the platinum ranks. He saw the blueprints for some higher-tier beast fusions. He saw the methodology for manipulating raw crystal. But none of that incredible, world-altering intelligence hit him the hardest. What truly shattered his understanding of reality were the fragmented, ancient historical records buried deep within the tide. It was the classified, forgotten truth regarding the true origin of the ruined system, and the terrifying, awe-inspiring reason they had been placed in this world in the first place. Sirius and Lycia felt each other in the dark. By physically touching the ancient brain at opposite nodes, their minds were forcefully tethered. It was a localized, digital telepathy far deeper and vastly more intimate than any natural, biological bond could ever facilitate. The connection was so absolute, so suffocatingly close, that Lycia finally stopped twisting her neck to hunt for her husband's reflection in the crystalline facets. She didn't need to see his face anymore, she could feel the exact texture of his thoughts thrumming inside her own skull. But alongside that profound connection, they also felt the barrier. It was a thin, localized firewall within the digital architecture. It prevented their minds from wandering deeper into the supercomputer's vast labyrinth. They could feel a massive ocean of intelligence waiting just on the other side of that locked door, but it was a door they fundamentally lacked the administrative privileges to open. Ren, completely lost in the roaring tidal wave of data flooding his own expanded consciousness, took several long seconds to orient himself. The query requesting localized access for the light and wind sacrifices was still floating patiently in his mind. With a deliberate push of will, Ren finally stabilized and authorized the permission. The firewall instantly dissolved. Sirius and Lykia gasped in unison. They were completely overwhelmed as the data stream rushed in, marveling at the sheer, impossible magnitude of it. They were two mortals who had just accidentally discovered a hidden, infinite ocean of knowledge they never knew existed beneath their feet. However, they were not experiencing the exact same tidal wave as Ren. Their biological minds, though marked by the system's residual branding, simply weren't structurally designed to interface fully with the ruins' core architecture. What they received was a heavily filtered, drastically diluted fraction of the intelligence, almost the same Orion had gotten but without Celthia's traps. The roaring main current had been artificially narrowed into a small, manageable tributary, ensuring their human minds could process the data without violently shattering under the weight of it. Ren, possessing full administrative authority and the system bandwidth of the Spore network, received almost everything. And with almost everything, came the ultimate prize, the architectural map. A flawless, three-dimensional schematic of the system unfurled across his expanded consciousness. Ren rapidly counted the glowing nodes, the primary ruin directly beneath the Starweaver castle. 3 supplementary ruins forming a half-circle around it, the ones for the main rings. The 4 massive, interconnected ruins comprising the brain network that he was currently interfacing with. That was 8 total ruins located in his side of the world. And directly across the globe, mirroring the exact same architectural distribution beneath the eastern sister city of Yano, were 8 more. That brought the grand total to 16 ruins spanning the entire first half of the planet. 16 ancient vaults. But on Ren's side of the map, 2 additional anomalies glowed brightly. 2 highly specific ruins that were fundamentally younger than the original 16. They had been secretly constructed much later, designed with one singular, desperate purpose, to birth a specific, localized entity capable of hijacking the original 16 ruins and stealing the absolute foundation of their growth. To understand what that terrifying anomaly actually meant, the historical data thread violently rewound. It pulled Ren back. Far back. To the absolute, mythological beginning of the problem. The original 16 ruins had been built by the primordial Earth Dragon. Not of its own volition. Forced. The Earth Dragon had been subjugated by a vastly superior entity, the colossal, world-spanning dragon that ruled the highest stratospheres. This ancient terror flew higher than the sky itself. It was so impossibly old and horrifyingly massive that its coiled body literally eclipsed the horizon, physically blocking out more of the sun with every passing day. But even an entity that massive was subject to the universal laws of the cosmos. The world-spanning dragon felt the inevitable turning of the cycle, the absolute, unforgiving law that mandated even the greatest beings must eventually surrender their place to the next era. He was too old. About to die. And yet the ancient terror absolutely refused to yield. It wanted to reclaim the fiery vitality of its youth. It intended to cheat the cosmic cycle and remain being himself for all eternity. So, it descended upon the small world like a living catastrophe. The sheer, world-breaking impact of its descent literally cracked the planet's crust in half. The violent sundering completely shattered the original form of the elemental dragons managing the world. In their worry to avoid world destruction by the impact, they used a massive amount of energy, but their original bodies were violently divided and the ancient terror could control them easier, now separately. The original 7 elemental rulers were fractured into 14 vastly smaller, drastically weakened entities. Their elemental and physical forms were divided. Standing over the bleeding, fractured world, the ancient terror forced the weakened elemental and physical dragons to construct a massive, subterranean system, the 16 ruins. A planetary engine designed explicitly to siphon the world's vitality and restore the ancient terror to the absolute zenith of its power, granting it eternal life. The design of the system was as elegant as it was unspeakably cruel. It was designed to aggressively connect to all irrelevant life forms on the planet, anything inferior to a dragon. Specifically, it targeted the new, rapidly multiplying plagues of tiny creatures that were beginning to become a minor, irritating nuisance to the planet's natural ether flow. The excuse the massive dragon offered the fractured elemental rulers was hollow, yet convenient. It claimed the system would painlessly purge the world of the vermin hiding inside the dirt without destroying anything else. It argued that these tiny, rapidly spreading pests were beginning to exhibit deeply concerning behaviors, actively stealing microscopic amounts of the dragon's sacred ether and acting in ways that grossly violated their assigned place in the natural order. But the light dragon and the wood dragon refused to kneel. They looked upward, and they desperately begged the sun itself, their true father, for salvation with energy signals. They were seen. But the sun dragon was simply too massive, too impossibly radiant, to directly intervene on such a tiny, fragile planet. Its sheer physical presence in the atmosphere would have instantly incinerated the world it was trying to save. So, it executed a different strategy. It aggressively projected its consciousness into the ether, materializing its divine will onto the planet's moon. This was only possible because, for countless eras, the sun dragon had bathed the satellite in its radiant light, unknowingly priming the celestial body for this exact, desperate moment. From its lunar foothold, the sun dragon took physical form and violently attacked the purple dragon. The ancient terror that had been born in the orbital space just above the small world would not block his light anymore. This had to end here. The initial, catastrophic clash of the two titans was so violently devastating that the shockwave tore a second, massive fissure into the planet. The small dragons had yet again to avoid destroying the crust ecosystems by draining their power. But this new crack was fundamentally different from the first. The wound caused by the purple dragon's initial descent had been dark, necrotic, and empty, a parasitic theft of the world's lifeblood. This second crack, however, overflowed with blinding, radiant energy and fed the smallish dragons back to full. And when the sun dragon's divine, surplus energy flooded into the world's battered ether, it acted as a planetary adhesive. It stabilized the fractured core, crystallizing it from the absolute center of the world outward, physically saving the cracked Earth from disintegrating in 4 parts into the void, granting the planet vastly more stability and structural resistance. Then the golden one pursued the purple one back into the near space. The cosmic battle raged for a long, grueling time. And while the two titans violently clashed in the heavens beyond the sky, the common elemental dragon seized their opportunity. They aggressively rebelled. They systematically restructured the 16 ruins they had been forced to build. They severed the global network, dividing it into separate hemispheres. Then, utilizing the massive new fissures tearing across the planet, they violently subdivided the initial half again. Using the architectural knowledge they gained from dismantling the purple dragon's engine blueprints, the elemental dragons had secretly constructed the cradle for a brand new entity. It would operate similarly to the purple dragon's system, but its fundamental origin would be entirely different. It would be a child of the light. They utilized the most advanced, highly efficient light absorption architecture they possessed, 1 biological ether and 1 physical ether, to ensure the new entity's final form could securely anchor the sun dragon's projection and actively protect the world. The desperate rebellion's plan was clean. The light entity only needed to successfully connect to a single one, the physical body or an ether-based life form on the planet, and eat both activators. Once anchored, it could forcefully hijack the purple dragon's entire subterranean network. It would still utilize the energy siphoned from the multiplying vermin that were stealing the ether, but instead of violently draining the world to feed a tyrant, it would correctly channel that energy back into the planet's core, maintaining and nurturing the natural cycle. Everything was in place. The elemental dragons possessed absolute faith that the Father-Son would win the cosmic war, and that he would utilize their newly built cradle to project his divine presence directly onto the world as an eternal, benevolent protector. And their faith was rewarded. The sun dragon won. The ancient, world-spanning purple dragon was utterly obliterated. Only a single, shattered fragment of its dark core survived the cosmic detonation, a fragment that after a long time ended plummeting like a dying meteor toward the earth. The dragons welcomed the sun to their world, first letting him enter the physical body. However, the cost of the victory was vastly more devastating than anyone had calculated. The Sun Dragon's projection on the moon had been critically shattered by the catastrophic damage sustained during the fight. The lunar surface was cracked into several massive, floating fragments. And with his mind fractured, the physical body fractured too, falling and sending the body parts all over the world. Desperate, the weakened elemental dragons unanimously decided to channel their own remaining power, sending energy directly from the glowing, radiant fissure to stabilize the shattered moon. But the 14 divided, exhausted elemental dragons simply lacked the raw strength to completely reform the celestial body. Instead, their desperate energy stabilized the elemental alignments within the largest lunar fragments and they became elemental moons. They accidentally forged a sprawling network of 14 distinct nodes orbiting the world, each dragon duo having successfully repaired 2 new, smaller moons that now revolved in perfect synchronization with the dominant elemental dragons below. But the Sun Dragon's primary consciousness remained fractured and separated from the world. It would require a massive amount of time to slowly gather its scattered divine will and successfully descend to the planet. It had to meticulously utilize the exact system the elemental dragons had built for it, then it had to painstakingly reconstruct the moon first, and only then could it safely return to its main body in the sun. Knowing this process would take eras, and acting out of desperate precaution, the elemental dragons agreed to hunt down and permanently annihilate the final remnant of the purple dragon. They needed to destroy that defenseless core fragment before it could ever take root. But they immediately discovered a horrifying problem. The cosmic battle had violently warped the planet's ether fluctuations in localized ways. The 14 weakened dragons could no longer physically travel too far from the radiant, life-giving fissure. If they did, the ether network sustaining them became so agonizingly thin that they could no longer maintain their physical forms, they would literally begin to rapidly degrade and rot. Furthermore, actively maintaining the life support systems for the 14 new lunar nodes of the Sun Dragon constantly drained a massive portion of the energy and intense concentration they could otherwise redirect to the hunt. And the heart of the purple dragon had ended in the absolute worst possible location. It had synced its orbit to hide into a sprawling, desolate region where the ether had been almost entirely vacuumed out. It was a massive, geographical dead zone. No elemental dragon could even approach the place without crumbling. They were trapped. Their only remaining option was to aggressively accelerate the feeding process of the Sun Dragon, desperately hoping they could facilitate his descent before the purple dragon's core could gather enough ambient energy to resurrect itself. The race had officially begun. The sprawling, ancient system Ren was currently interfacing with, the supercomputer that had just formally registered him as its administrator, was the physical manifestation of that network. That desperate effort. It was the architectural battleground of a primordial, millennia-old race between the reconstruction of the light and the horrifying resurrection of the darkness. Ren slowly chewed on the massive, mythological data dump within his expanded mind. And to learn about the space and the size of the sun was something, but there was another something about the entire narrative that deeply bothered him. He had taken what, supposedly, the ether-based form of the Sun Dragon should have taken. Well, he was too late in getting his mind back in order anyway, Purple would have won otherwise. But what bothered him more was that humans didn't appear in the historical record. Or, if they did, they were entirely lumped in with the rapidly multiplying life forms that the dragons completely ignored, casually referring to them simply as the new vermin. They were the tiny, insignificant things hiding in the dirt. The pests spread across the globe, stealing microscopic fractions of ether, exhibiting concerning new attitudes. In the entire, sprawling epic of the system's creation, throughout the apocalyptic, sky-shattering war of the cosmic titans, humans were not actors on the stage. They were a plague. They were barely even considered background context. They were nothing more than the underlying, irritating symptom that 2 colossal dragons had used as a convenient geopolitical excuse to wage a war for absolute supremacy over the planet. A chilling suspicion began to form in Ren's mind. Was the dragon's concern regarding the stolen ether, and the vermin actually the ancient, primordial origin of the modern Tamer system? Was mana, at its absolute biological root, simply the natural, localized energy of the dragons? And had the ancient humans simply evolved to aggressively steal it, using that stolen energy to violently domesticate the most basic, weakest offshoots of draconic evolution, the beasts? Ren physically shivered, violently shaking the horrific implication from his head. Mana was fundamentally, biologically toxic to the human body. Ancient humanity absolutely hadn't possessed a choice if they wanted to live until maturity. A primordial world entirely suffocated by dense, unregulated mana wouldn't have allowed an ordinary human to survive past the age of 15 or 20. They must have spent centuries living like rats, crushed by the atmospheric pressure, hiding in deep caves, reproducing as rapidly as possible before their bodies broke down. Perhaps that was how they had barely survived. They were forcefully, brutally adapted to that toxic ancient world over hundreds, thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands of years. The modern Tamer system, the way humans utilized mana now, wasn't a malicious theft. It was the desperate, bloody result of evolutionary survival. But that logical deduction left an infinitely worse, terrifying question hanging in the void. If humans were entirely irrelevant to the ancient architects, if they were nothing more than vermin, background context, a nameless plague, then how in the world had he managed to become the recognized, administrative bearer of the system? And that question immediately branched into a second, vastly more uncomfortable realization. What did it mean that Celthea, a human actively serving the rotting remnants of the purple dragon, was also a recognized bearer? Ren remained suspended in the vastness of the network. The glowing map of the 18 ruins rotated slowly in his mind, the sheer weight of the entire draconic mythos settling heavily into his bones. He furiously chewed on the single, massive anomaly that the brain, despite its roaring tidal wave of classified intelligence, had entirely failed to explain. Had the purple dragon's parasitic system actually accounted for human compatibility from the very beginning? Had the ancient terror foreseen how the vermin would eventually evolve and develop in a world so incredibly toxic to them? Or worse? Were humans from the beginning what the terror wanted? And when the panicked elemental dragons hurriedly restructured the system to hijack it, did they simply fail to notice the human compatibility loophole due to their frantic rush? Or was it all just one massive, incredibly lucky biological coincidence born from the evolution of the Tamer system? The supercomputer did not provide an answer. That was a terrifying piece of the puzzle Ren was going to have to figure out on his own later. Ren finally pulled his hand away from the colossal crystal brain. For him, processing the monumental data dump hadn't been anything like reading a history book or scrolling through a dusty academy archive. It had been a violent, visceral immersion. He had witnessed the relentless march of time at blinding speed, viewing the birth and death of eras from a cold, terrifyingly omniscient perspective. Every single epoch was compressed into a microsecond, yet agonizingly complete in its detail. An unfathomable stretch of millennia had paraded through his expanded consciousness in what, to the outside world, had only been a few ticking seconds. When he finally severed the connection and his consciousness violently snapped back into the confines of his mortal skull, the real world felt claustrophobic. It felt absurdly small and painfully slow. The cavernous stone chamber, the glowing runes, and the friends breathing quietly around him were suddenly reduced to a fragile, almost endearing scale. It was a jarring, dizzying whiplash, going from containing the apocalyptic fall of cosmic gods within his mind, back to just being a teenager standing in a quiet basement. Ren aggressively shook his head, physically tossing the phantom afterimages of world-spanning dragons from his vision. It was absolutely useless to obsess over a past he couldn't change. If the radiant sun dragon had ultimately lost the primordial race, if its divine projection remained shattered across the lunar cores, and if the parasitic purple heart had awakened first, that was ancient history. It was a cosmic tragedy decided eras before he was even born, and no amount of retrospective dread was going to rewind the clock. The only thing left to do was to ruthlessly exploit the impossible miracle currently resting in his hands. Whether by blind cosmic accident or deliberate, unfathomable design, Ren had stumbled upon the exact administrative bypass needed to counteract the ancient terror's advance. He had the keys. We still need to stop the other one. Ren thought, his eyes narrowing in the dim light. The purple one. According to the sprawling timeline he had just absorbed, the fragmented core of the purple dragon had spent countless years suspended in the void, completely inert, just waiting in the dark. It had only descended upon the mortal world relatively recently, a few decades ago. Did it awaken on its own, its internal clock finally ticking over? Or had it responded to a specific catalyst generated in the world during that exact time frame? Perhaps something fundamental in the world's ether had shifted just enough to reactivate the core. Ren didn't know what that trigger was. But if he meticulously analyzed the chronology of the last century, there might be a hidden piece of intelligence buried in the timeline. Regardless of the why, the ultimate conclusion was glaringly obvious: humanity absolutely could not afford to be the sacrificial cattle fed to a resurrecting purple god. Ren had to systematically dismantle the cosmic horror's advantage. He had to conquer this ancient system, ruin by ruin, heart by heart. And if, at some point in the distant future, the actual sun dragon finally descended from the heavens and furiously scolded him for hijacking a divine system that didn't belong to him, well, he would cross that apocalyptic bridge when he got to it. Fortunately, the crystal supercomputer had forcefully injected him with vastly more than just a depressing mythological history lesson. And the myth itself, Ren quickly reminded himself, could very well be a beautifully constructed lie. It could be pure, architectural propaganda. A strategic fiction hard-coded into the system by the desperate engineers to confuse any unauthorized operator, whether that was a rogue human like him, or the purple dragon itself, should it ever manage to hack into these archives, maybe end up feeling ashamed. But a myth didn't magically become absolute truth just because an ancient supercomputer delivered it with authority. However, if he looked at it purely through the lens of crystal engineering, the underlying logic was flawless. If the elemental dragons desperately needed the sun dragon to gradually rebuild its strength after descending to Earth, acquiring power through carefully gated and correct evolutionary stages, then sealing certain vaults and requiring highly specific elemental keys was exactly the kind of progressive, drip-fed system a master architect would design. The staggered, hierarchical structure of the ruins. The brutal requirements that escalated with every single floor. The absolute necessity of either possessing overwhelming individual strength, or a massive, synchronized support network to breach the final doors. It all perfectly mirrored a containment system designed to safely dose the power of a regenerating, infantile god. Whether the mythological lore was historical fact or desperate fabrication, the magical engineering surrounding him was undeniably real. And the truly invaluable spoils of this digital heist were three highly specific, actionable blueprints now burning brightly in his mind. First, advanced techniques for the molding and manipulation of raw crystal. Second, the architectural framework for a three-way fusion of lesser beasts, allowing a Tamer to forcefully synthesize a vastly more powerful hybrid. And third, a set of radical, paradigm-shifting cultivation techniques that, if they functioned exactly the way Ren suspected they did, were going to violently rewrite the established laws of internal mana everyone in the kingdom followed and would fix a small problem he had. Reviewing the sheer, fluid adaptability of the fusion techniques, Ren realized something profound. The biology of the dragons and their beast descendants was incredibly plastic. It was a malleable, highly reactive crystal biological clay. Ren frowned, a spark of deep frustration flashing in his eyes. Why was human biology so fundamentally rigid? Humans lacked any inherent variable forms. Their biological development was agonizingly slow and linear. They absolutely could not fuse with one another, and when compared to the explosive, rapid-fire evolutionary adaptability of even the weakest beasts, the human form felt painfully static. He shook his head again, harder this time. He was spiraling again. He was falling right back into the endless, philosophical rabbit holes that led absolutely nowhere. Why everything was a useless, infinite labyrinth of a question that produced zero actionable results on a battlefield. He possessed an entire ocean of new, world-altering information, but he also possessed a dangerous, chronic tendency to drown himself in the abstract mysteries he couldn't immediately solve. First things first. Testing. Of the 3 revolutionary blueprints currently searing his brain, 2 were incredibly easy to practically verify right here in this chamber, the crystal molding, and the 3-way beast fusion. He would start with those. Ren was perfectly primed to begin testing his new crystalline theories, but he was immediately interrupted. Wei's frantic, manic curiosity had finally breached its absolute limits. What kind of data did it give you? Wei blurted out, completely incapable of holding his tongue for another second. He pointed a trembling, ink-stained finger at the colossal crystal formation. The frantic, scholarly energy had been bubbling inside him for the entire scene, and the dam had finally burst. The brain. What did it show you? Is it a historical archive? A mechanical manual? A set of architectural instructions? What is it? Ren, who was just about to cycle his mana and physically test the new techniques, turned around to deliver a summary of the most critical intelligence. But someone else answered much faster. Lykia, who was still physically connected to the ancient system via the light socket, immediately hijacked the conversation. She launched into a grand narration. She deployed her trademark, unstoppable talkativeness, but this time it was applied to a cosmic, mythological scale. It was a beautiful, hyper-compressed epic about towering dragons, a savior sun, and apocalyptic cracks splitting the earth. But it sounded vastly different from what Ren had witnessed. It was heavily embellished in some places, and wildly oversimplified in others. It carried the unmistakable, colorful flair of a woman who subconsciously filled in the historical gaps with her own vibrant imagination, entirely unaware she was doing it. And then the giant purple dragon came down and cracked the world, which was terrible. But it's okay because the big sun dragon came down like a massive, radiant hero to save everyone. And the 7 little elemental dragons built this amazing cave system for us to hide and use. It was so beautiful and tragic. Sirius blinked, shaking his head as he pulled himself out of his own data trance. That isn't how it happened, Sirius corrected, his voice raspy and grounded. He possessed the exact same filtered access as his wife, but his pragmatic, military mind clung to entirely different, conflicting details. The sun dragon didn't actually save us in the end. And it wasn't 7 dragons that helped build the ruins, it was. He trailed off, a deep, frustrated scowl carving lines into his forehead. No, wait. Was it 7? Ren stopped dead in his tracks. He listened to the husband and wife bicker over conflicting, blurry historical details, and a chilling realization washed over him: they were missing massive chunks of the intelligence. They weren't misremembering out of carelessness. They were operating with drastically less material than he possessed. He immediately began interrogating them. He didn't ask about the cosmic mythology, that was the least important part, and the easiest to embellish. He fired highly specific questions regarding the practical mechanics. The newly discovered techniques, the manufacturing methods, the exact systemic architecture. His suspicion was instantly confirmed. They had received a pathetic fraction of the payload. What Ren had downloaded as a flawless, hyper-detailed architectural manual, Sirius and Lykia had received as a vague, abstract impression. The absolute most detailed piece of intelligence they possessed was the rudimentary control mechanism for the sacrificial cores, and even that was vastly more of an intuitive feeling than concrete knowledge. Ren mentally archived this revelation, assigning it a terrifying implication that interested him more than anyone else. If Orion Starweaver had received this exact same heavily filtered, fragmented data dump, or worse, a version deliberately corrupted and adulterated by Celthia before he even touched it, Ren could easily deduce exactly how blind the traitor had been. The intelligence Sirius and Lykia possessed felt agonizingly vague, incomplete, and dangerously easy to misinterpret. Anyone making massive, world-altering geopolitical decisions based on that blurry intelligence would basically just be guessing in the dark, feeling like they know stuff. Everyone, touch the crystal, Ren commanded, his voice cutting through the chamber's chatter. He was still going to test his newly acquired techniques, but there was a critical diagnostic he needed to run first. He needed to map the exact access tiers the ancient supercomputer assigned to different individuals. To truly understand the system, he had to observe exactly how the system treated the people around him. Wei didn't hesitate for a single microsecond, he practically threw himself at the glowing brain. Zhao and Leora stepped forward with almost identical haste, their burning curiosity easily overriding any lingering reservations. The rest of the vanguard approached at a more measured pace, placing their hands flat against the massive, translucent facets one by one, until every single person in the room was physically connected to the structure. Then, Ren placed his hand back onto the stone to grant them access. The data tidal wave violently rushed back into his mind, but it lacked the terrifying, suffocating aggression of the first connection. Now that his brain had already downloaded and processed the heaviest, most crushing files, the cosmic mythos and the planetary cosmology, the flowing tide felt entirely manageable. It almost feels light now. And accompanying that data flow was the return of that staggering, godlike mental expansion. To Ren's hyper-accelerated perception, real time began to physically crawl. The seconds stretched out, warping until they felt agonizingly slow, and even a little bit boring. Ren's mind was currently operating at a blistering, supercomputer velocity that the physical world simply lacked the biological capacity to keep up with. He effortlessly concentrated, mentally waving his administrative hand to grant access to everyone touching the crystal. As he quietly observed how the ancient network classified and interacted with each distinct biological signature, the puzzle pieces began to rapidly snap into place. He noticed Luna first. Even before he had explicitly granted her administrative permission, the system had naturally afforded her a slightly higher degree of baseline access than the rest of the vanguard. Armed with his newly downloaded framework, Ren finally understood the bizarre, localized anomaly he had always intuitively sensed within her shadow wolf, but had never possessed the vocabulary to name. Luna's wolf wasn't a standard beast. It was a highly refined, manufactured byproduct of the ruins. It wasn't a wild animal that a human had tamed by that lucky 0.01%, it was a biological asset forged by the ancient system itself. And because Luna was deeply, spiritually tethered to that specific creation, she possessed a native compatibility with the supercomputer that the other tamers simply lacked. And there was more. With the complete, unadulterated blueprint of the global system finally resting in his head, two massive, seemingly unrelated mysteries clicked together. The supposed genetic key, that exceedingly rare, highly coveted aristocratic bloodline that all the high houses had ruthlessly hunted to breed, wasn't a key at all. It was food found in the first ruin. It was a highly specialized, cultivated nutrient explicitly designed to fuel the incubation and growth of the sun dragon. And the priceless double contract potions? The miraculous elixirs that forcefully tore open a secondary beast slot in a tamer's soul. They were nothing more than tonics. They were hyper-concentrated stimulants, engineered to artificially accelerate the development of the would-be sun dragon system. But right there, buried in that truth, was the exact detail that forcefully resurrected Ren's terrifying doubt regarding humanity. These nutrients and steroids were explicitly designed for a mana body to carry a cosmic beast. For that dragon. They were absolutely not engineered for a fragile human body currently housing a tamed beast. The miraculous, kingdom-building benefits that humanity had ruthlessly extracted from these items for generations, were they merely the result of blind, staggering luck? Were they simply accidental, highly beneficial biological byproducts of scavenging food meant for an entirely different, vastly superior creature? Or was there a deeper, invisible design buried in the code that wasn't immediately obvious to the naked eye? Then, a final puzzle piece fell into place regarding Ren himself. Being the recognized administrative bearer of the system actually afforded him highly specific, unique advantages precisely because he was human. He hadn't required the accelerating tonics, nor did he need the absolute totality of the planetary nodes to achieve a biological development that was vastly more complete and stable than what the wild sun dragon would have managed at this stage. His human nature allowed him to ruthlessly exploit the supercomputer's mechanics in ways that a wild beast alone would have severely struggled to execute. Yet again, Celthea was hand-picked too. But every coin had two sides. That exact same human biology stripped him of the explosive, rapid-fire growth speed the original architectural design had guaranteed its intended cosmic host. In Celthea's case the core did a better job. So, he gained an incredible, stabilizing efficiency, but he paid for it by sacrificing size. Yet, the creeping, terrifying doubt washed over him again. This delicate, perfect balance between human rigidity and draconic explosive power, this had to be on purpose. As the diagnostic exercise concluded and the group severed their physical connections to the crystal brain, the ancient network's hierarchy became glaringly obvious. Aside from Luna, who possessed her own unique, systemic bypass, the Tamers bonded to the spore fungus had received a noticeably higher volume of data, delivered with much sharper clarity than the rest of the vanguard. And among them, Wei stood at the absolute apex. His fungus was currently the most developed of the entire group, sitting proudly at the high silver rank. The moment Wei pulled his ink-stained hands away from the glowing facets of the supercomputer, his eyes were wide, practically vibrating with a manic, scholarly euphoria. He hadn't possessed the administrative privileges to download the entire, unadulterated truth. But his enhanced connection had granted him just enough highly useful fragments to deeply suspect exactly how much Ren was getting. "You got the entire thing, didn't you?" Wei blurted out, unable to contain himself for a single second longer. "I think I did," Ren replied. A small, knowing smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "And I know exactly why you are looking at me like that." He lowered his voice, delivering the exact reality Wei was desperately hoping for. "We are only going to need platinum-tier crystals and beast's parts to grow the missing component. It works exactly how we suspected it would." Wei let out a massive, trembling breath he hadn't even realized he was holding. The implications were monumental. It meant the entire roster of new fungus users could finally breach the gold rank earlier than any of them had originally calculated. For a while, they had been agonizingly stuck at a bottleneck. They had been forced to wait, assuming Ren needed to personally reach the platinum rank with his own fungus to harvest the required materials and reconstruct the full methodology buried deep within his beast's slumbering memory. Now, the agonizing wait was over and there would be no more blind guessing. They now possessed the exact, flawless methodology. But then, the manic euphoria vanished from Wei's face, replaced by a deep, unsettling gravity. "The history," Wei said. He consciously lowered his voice to a hushed whisper, an entirely futile gesture in a cavernous, echoing chamber where every single elite was already hanging onto their every word. "Run. Tell me the truth. Are you actually a dragon that lived inside the sun?" "No," Ren said flatly. Wei sagged, letting out a profound, heavy sigh of absolute relief. Then, his brow furrowed, the gears of his brilliant mind aggressively grinding together again. "Then do you know exactly how your beast is connected to all of this?" Hearing the question, Celthea immediately stepped forward from the edge of the circle. The intense curiosity was etched across her ageless face with a blazing clarity she rarely ever allowed the world to see. Ren took a long moment before speaking. He needed to perfectly articulate his thoughts, because the answer he was about to provide was a terrifying, world-altering hypothesis, not an absolute certainty. "I don't believe my fungus is specifically the sun dragon they were desperately trying to nurture," Ren explained, his voice echoing cleanly off the ancient stone. "At least, not the original entity. I think it was originally just a beast designed to be the medium for the original. It was the biological anchor the sun dragon was intended to connect with in order to safely descend to this world." He slowly paced in front of the massive crystal brain, organizing the chaotic, apocalyptic data threads in his head as he spoke. And they likely did not intend to use a single, solitary beast as the host. They were going to use thousands of them to shoulder the cosmic payload, because a single, isolated creature would have instantly incinerated itself trying to contain something that massive. Saying it out loud finally crystallized a nagging, overarching mystery that Ren had never truly understood about the city's economy. That is exactly why there have always been vastly more cheap, gray eggs flooding the market than any other type, Ren continued, his eyes darkening with realization. The spore fungus was incredibly common on purpose. And the fact that plant-type beasts are so staggeringly frequent was also a foundational part of the architectural design. The dragons needed beasts that possessed a massive, natural capacity to absorb sunlight with maximum biological efficiency. The entire, sprawling ecosystem of weak and common beasts that the aristocracy had despised for centuries, it was an intricate, global net specifically engineered to safely catch that falling sun. He paused, letting the sheer, terrifying scale of that ancient engineering settle over the silent room. The fact that this cosmic system ultimately activated within humans, rather than the wild beasts the dragons intended. Ren gave a slight, helpless shrug. I think that is either a massive, incredibly lucky coincidence, or we still don't have the complete picture of what actually happened. It has to be one of the two. Luna stepped forward. She stopped right in front of him, looking into his eyes with that profound, unshakable firmness she strictly reserved for the absolute truths she believed in with her entire soul. Whatever the reality of the situation is, Luna said, her voice steady and clear, it is a profound stroke of luck that someone like you, no, specifically you, found the most important piece of the puzzle. She didn't blink. Because I don't believe anyone else in this world could use it better. Leora and Larissa nodded fast while smiling too. Ren's cheeks immediately flushed a warm, betraying pink. And from across the chamber, his newly resurrected future mother-in-law, who absolutely had not stopped eavesdropping for a single second, violently seized the opportunity. Oh my God, Luna is absolutely in love, what a blessing. Lykia shrieked at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing deafeningly off the vaulted ceiling. He makes her talk like that, so he is the perfect boy for her. My daughter is so incredibly blessed to have found real love. A handsome, brilliant boy who saves the entire world and just happens to possess the perfect magical system. I can already hear the wedding bells. Sirius, are you listening to her? And look at our perfect, blushing son-in-law. Mayo leaned casually against a nearby pillar, her eyes gleaming with wicked delight. Careful, Lady Lykia, Mayo called out smoothly, delivering the comedic kill shot with precision. If you compliment him any harder, he is going to spontaneously combust from sheer embarrassment, and then humanity will lose its only hope. Ren's face instantly burned a shade of red new to science. Deciding that right now was the absolute perfect moment to violently change the subject before he actually died of embarrassment, Ren reached into his shadow space. He pulled out a raw, unrefined mana crystal. Ren closed his eyes and aggressively focused his will, instantly deploying the techniques he had just downloaded from the ancient supercomputer. The reaction was immediate and breathtaking. The hard, jagged surface of the raw crystal suddenly yielded to his mental command. It became as soft and malleable as wet clay. The vanguard watched in absolute, stunned silence as the solid stone warped, twisted, and effortlessly changed shape in his bare hand. Then, with a final, sharp mental adjustment, Ren completely dissolved it. The crystal broke down, converting back into the pure, glowing ether from which it had originally been formed. The radiant light slipped through his fingers, evaporating safely into the ambient atmosphere. A heavy, collective murmur of awe rippled through the gathered elite guards. The ability to flawlessly mold solid crystal with a mere thought, and then safely break it down into pure energy, was not a minor parlor trick. It was a terrifying display of absolute dominance over mana. With these new techniques, we are going to be able to accomplish incredible things, Ren stated. He clung desperately to his cold, professional persona, entirely using it as a shield to block out Lykia's continuing, loud commentary regarding his prowess. Specifically, we will be able to cultivate more efficiently. And we can manufacture vastly more complex artifacts than our current technology allows. He turned his back to the group and stared down the long, dark corridor leading toward the exit of the vault. The next thing I want to test requires a lot more room. Without waiting for permission or offering any further explanation, he broke into a sprint, charging out of the central vault and heading straight for the colossal 10th outer chamber. The manic, buzzing energy of a scientist on the verge of a breakthrough radiated from his back. The three-way beast fusion. Driven by sheer, overwhelming curiosity, the entire vanguard immediately ran after him. Ren decided to test the three-way fusion for just a single, brief moment. He was running on fumes. Dragging Lykia back from the crystal had exacted a vastly heavier toll on his body than his stoic expression let on. Even though the massive 60-node spore network had perfectly distributed the catastrophic data load, the absolute bottom of his core's mana reservoir was bone dry. His system ached with a deep, hollow exhaustion. But he desperately wanted to verify at least one of the two major combat techniques before the day ended, and this was the one he had been chasing for years. In pure, theoretical terms of raw magical power, he had possessed the capacity to execute a three-way fusion for a long time. What he had crucially lacked was the real architectural comprehension. He simply hadn't understood the processes well enough to execute the spell without it violently detonating in his hands. But the ancient supercomputer had just handed him the flawless blueprint. With the complete, unadulterated architectural framework currently burning in his mind, Ren saw the terrifying reality of the technique. The fusion absolutely did not stop at 3. Theoretically, he could fuse 4 beasts. 5. Maybe even more. The only genuine, unyielding requirement was that the beasts had to be relatively close to the same cultivation level so their combined energies wouldn't cannibalize each other, and the resulting chaotic flow had to be securely tethered by specialized support runes. Unlike a standard two-way fusion, where the flow of mana was a simple, linear tether between beasts, this advanced technique required the runes to operate in full bidimensional space. The Tamer had to weave the volatile energies together into a complex, triangular flow rather than a straight line. And the ancient data had provided a brilliant, highly efficient shortcut. If a Tamer wanted to vastly simplify the mental processing load, or successfully integrate a beast that possessed a lower or higher rank than the others, they just needed to establish a primary host. By utilizing one beast as the foundational base, the Tamer could treat the other beasts as supplementary augmentation nodes. It was a functional logic remarkably similar to how his own spore fungus operated, a sprawling network of perception and support. But instead of networking human minds, this spell forcefully seized the biological systems of the other beasts and grafted them onto the primary host. Ren rapidly evaluated his current options. All 3 of his primary combat beasts were multi-elemental, and they all hovered around the exact same rank. It didn't really matter which one he chose as the foundation. But searching for every small tactical advantage, logic dictated he use the strongest, most physically versatile body available, the Hydra. Its massive, serpentine anatomy and multiple heads were biologically engineered to effortlessly sustain multiple, conflicting currents of raw elemental power at the exact same time. She would be the core. And practicing with her right now meant he would be battle-ready when he actually needed to deploy this nightmare in the field. Ren took a deep breath, grounded his boots against the stone, and initiated the fusion. The power slammed into the room, and with it, Ren finally grasped the terrifying, apocalyptic scale he had been blindly pursuing. The two-headed, gold, 3 Hydra violently transformed. It didn't just grow, it exponentially expanded. The beast swelled to the colossal dimensions of a platinum-tier mutant. Its massive, armored mass ballooned outward, accompanied by a deafening, subsonic roar that physically vibrated the air inside the cavernous chamber. And as the chaotic, overlapping elemental energies of the Wolverine and the Mantis flooded its system, the Hydra's biology violently accelerated. A third, fully formed head tore its way out of the central torso, prematurely achieving an evolutionary milestone that, under normal conditions, would have needed to reach the next rank. The aura bleeding off the colossal serpent was suffocating. It was the oppressive, gravity-crushing signature of an entity that simply no longer belonged to any category the Vanguard was accustomed to fighting. Everyone in the chamber froze, staring up at the monstrosity in absolute, breathless shock. It possessed the sheer, mountainous size of the legendary Dragarian beasts, the apocalyptic monsters the city historically remembered as the absolute, undisputed standard of supreme power. But even individually, those nightmare beasts from the past were mathematically weaker than this. This three-way fused hydra completely eclipsed them. And then, Ren experienced the true, elegant brutality of the ancient method firsthand. He felt it physically surge through his own veins as he held the tether. A three-way fusion did not duplicate the beasts the way the priceless double potions did. You didn't get two beast bodies. Instead, the massive, overflowing kinetic and magical rebound of the combined beasts violently reversed course. It flooded directly back through the tether and pumped straight into the Tamer's own biological system. Ren's muscles gorged with raw, unadulterated power and his body got covered in diamond armor. It granted him a localized, physical strength completely equivalent to being actively fused with a duplicate of the beast, but packed tightly into his human frame. It was a drastically different tactical trade-off. It was vastly less versatile than having two separate, highly mobile instances operating independently on a battlefield. But the sheer, concentrated density of the brute force generated by the rebound finally allowed a human body to directly, physically rival a diamond-rank beast. Ren gritted his teeth, holding the suffocating pressure for just a moment longer to map how the fusion's energy responded to his will. Then, he abruptly cancelled it. The towering hydra dissolved back into him in two different rays, only the main body with two heads and much smaller stayed, and the crushing weight of his absolute exhaustion violently slammed back into him. It was vastly heavier than before. Ren's knees buckled a bit. He slapped his hands down onto his thighs, bending over and panting heavily as the sweat poured down his pale face, desperately trying to catch his breath. It's a little difficult to control with my mana reserves this low, Ren admitted between ragged gasps. Right now, my grip on the spell is sloppy. But I am going to practice it. He slowly forced his spine straight, his mind already spinning with the huge applications of such explosive, overwhelming force. This could be the absolute perfect solution for external, long-range missions where we can't afford to send the entire vanguard, Ren reasoned aloud. With this kind of power output, a single person could comfortably cover an objective that previously required an entire strike team. Leora, Larissa, and Luna tensed simultaneously. The air in the room instantly dropped 10 degrees. The mere concept of Ren wandering off on highly dangerous, isolated solo missions, relying entirely on a volatile, explosive and mana-expensive technique he could barely control while exhausted, did not sit well with them. Not even a little bit. Three identical, fiercely protective, downright murderous glares locked onto his face, communicating their absolute refusal without a single syllable being spoken. Ren immediately threw his hands up in surrender, flawlessly reading the terrifying room. I am not going to run off alone without telling you guys. Ren quickly backpedaled, his voice slightly higher than usual. And I absolutely won't do it without thoroughly mastering the runes and mana input in a controlled environment first. The three girls slowly, begrudgingly relaxed their postures, a little bit. Alright, that is absolutely enough for today. Everyone needs to go and rest, Selphra commanded, stepping forward and definitively closing the day's operations with the unquestionable authority of a supreme commander. There is a massive amount of political work to be done, and we have to return to the surface immediately. Especially you, Ren. You need to get back to your side of the Great Wall. Remember, your learning quest isn't over. Selphra shot him a sharp, highly pointed look. Our convenient little excuse that you were assisting other sections of the wall with an artifact installation after the first reinforced draft is barely holding together as it is. A few more days of absence, and the people you need to believe you are some normal Tamer are going to start doing the math. Ren gave a heavy nod. She was absolutely right. The roadmap for the next few days was firmly set. Ren would sleep, meditate, and let his core fully replenish. Once he was back to absolute 100%, he would return to the subterranean vault and reverse the crystallization of Luna's aunt, Orion's wife. It was a direct, highly emotional request from both Lycia and Luna. Despite Orion's horrific, unforgivable treason, the two women absolutely refused to leave their family member in a crystal tomb when they possessed the tangible power to pull her out, and they'd vouch for her as a virtuous person for what they remember. "We cannot leave her in there, please," Lykia had shrieked earlier, her voice echoing off the stone. She might have been married to a complete, treasonous idiot, but she didn't have much choice for her family's side and is still my cousin. And I desperately need someone to gossip with who actually understands my generation. However, the sacrifices trapped in the fire and water sockets were a completely different story. "This is not a good time for those two," Selphra had stated a while ago, coldly, her glacial tone leaving absolutely zero room for debate. "They have been frozen for far too long. Their respective places in this world have been completely overwritten, so they will just suffer. Reversing them right now serves zero tactical utility, and we have vastly more pressing priorities for your energy reserves." So, for now, Ren was only able to rescue one more person. And looking at the ancient system, Ren was suddenly, painfully aware of the absolute limit the new intelligence had drawn for him. The two kids, unintended victims who had been flash-frozen by Dragarian's catastrophic strike years ago, existed in an entirely different level of magical density. Their crystallization was fundamentally deeper, heavier, and vastly more entrenched than the relatively easier petrification of Sirius or Lykia. Thanks to the hypertuned sensitivity granted by the three-way fusion, Ren was only just now beginning to truly perceive the suffocating density of that dragon's level of energy. Merely sensing it was one thing, actively reversing it was another nightmare entirely. The sheer, astronomical volume of raw mana required to simultaneously maintain a perfect three-way fusion and execute the complex reversal transformation was, for the moment, completely outside of his system's reach. Perhaps, when Moosh breaches platinum. Ren quietly ran the calculations in his head as the exhausted vanguard began to organize themselves for the march back to the surface. If his primary fungus awakened at the platinum rank, if he permanently tethered vastly more human nodes to the supernetwork, and if he flawlessly mastered the three-way fusion instead of just barely holding it together, perhaps then, he could do it. Perhaps then, the suffocating, impenetrable density of those ancient Dragarian-made crystals would cease to be an impossible wall, and simply become another difficult problem he had the ability to solve. Right now, it was a wall. But Ren had learned a very specific, undeniable lesson throughout this entire, bloody journey. Walls had a funny habit of turning into doors if you spent enough time staring at them. He unsummoned the plain gold 3 Hydra 2, heavily shook the lingering exhaustion from his shoulders as best as he could, and quietly followed his new, chaotic family out of the ancient ruin. It only took Ren 48 additional hours to recover and free Lysia from her crystal prison. The physical execution of the spell wasn't the big hurdle anymore. Having successfully navigated the process with Sirius and Lykia, Ren's mastery over the biological mapping was absolute. The terrifying complexity of the magic had simply become a mechanical routine with the new extra knowledge. Now, the genuine struggle was no longer how to execute the spell, but when he could afford to do it. Managing a monumental, world-altering power became an agonizing logistical nightmare when that power was finite. His mind was overflowing. There was so much he desperately needed to practice: the molding of raw crystal, stabilizing the volatile three-way beast fusion, and decoding the radical new cultivation techniques. The downloaded map of the 18 global ruins also heavily implied there was still one undiscovered vault lurking somewhere in Yano Gold 3 territory. There was simply too much to do, and a pathetically small reservoir of time to distribute among the tasks. Every single drop of mana he burned on a resurrection was energy actively stolen from others or his own progression. For the very first time, Ren was truly, viscerally feeling the crushing, isolating weight of being the only human on Earth capable of performing these miracles. But this time, pushing through the agonizing exhaustion was undeniably worth it. Because Luna and Lykia welcomed the ant back into the world of the living with open arms. And Lysia, the widow of the traitorous Orion Star Weaver, turned out to be vastly simpler to manage than anyone in the room had anticipated. There was also absolutely no screaming, no drama. When they gently sat her down and carefully explained the brutal history of the last few years, Orion's violent coup, his catastrophic downfall, his death, and the sheer length of time she had spent frozen as a statue, Lysia did not break down. She didn't weep at all for the husband who had manipulated her into becoming a living sacrifice for his own megalomania. In fact, as the hours ticked by, a profound physical transformation overtook her. The rigid, perfect posture of an aristocratic wife slowly began to melt. Her shoulders, which had been locked in a state of permanent, defensive tension for decades, finally dropped. She let out a long, shuddering breath, looking exactly like a woman who had carried a crushing boulder on her back for so long that she had forgotten it was there, only to suddenly have it lifted away. Lysia was not a malicious person. She was simply a woman cursed with an agonizingly strong sense of duty. She had executed Orion's every command without a single whisper of protest. She hadn't done it out of profound, blinding love, nor out of paralyzing fear. She had done it because she genuinely believed it was her inherent place in the universe. It was the exact psychological conditioning drilled into her from childhood: the high house wife supports, the wife obeys, the wife absolutely never questions the ambitions of the man leading the house. It was a suffocating, ironclad script she had been handed from almost the day she was born, and she had recited every single line flawlessly throughout her entire adult life. But now Orion was gone. The suffocating obligation was dead. The manipulative aristocrats who had relentlessly pushed her into that subservient position no longer held a shred of actual power over her. The Knight faction was currently nothing more than a crumbling sandcastle entirely absorbed by Luna. For Lysia, it was, in the most literal, breathtaking sense of the word, liberating. For the very first time since she possessed conscious memory, there wasn't a single person alive she owed her obedience to. To suddenly discover that absolute freedom at her age felt like a second birth. The world was suddenly vast, new, and completely hers to explore. Eventually, the time came for Ren to return to the mud and blood of the Great Wall. The second his boots hit the stone of his designated sector, he was hit with the exact avalanche of interrogations he had expected. He had been gone for days. Far too many days. The convenient excuse that he had been just assisting with logistical installations in other sectors could no longer support the weight of such a prolonged absence. If he wanted to keep his secrets buried, he had to sell the lie perfectly. The only other option was to openly admit to the military brass that he had been forcefully pulled from the front lines because he was an impossibly valuable, classified combat asset. Neither narrative would go unnoticed by the veterans. The underlying problem was glaringly obvious: the other young recruits who had been abruptly shuffled to different sectors alongside Ren, using the exact same sudden emergency smokescreen, hadn't seen any action. They hadn't encountered heavy combat. They hadn't faced massive, anomalous mutant invasions. They had basically sat around doing absolutely nothing new. Their temporary assignments had been just as mind-numbingly quiet as their old posts. To the rest of the vanguard, it looked exactly as if the recruits had been reorganized out of sheer bureaucratic incompetence, or perhaps due to a phantom alarm that never actually materialized. Once the supposed emergency quietly expired, every single one of those recruits had returned to their normal posts. Everyone except Ren. Ren returned extremely late. When confronted by his superiors, he delivered his alibi with a flawless, deadpan expression. He had been kept behind to help in the installation of more defensive towers and conduct archery training for the local garrisons in the adjacent sectors. It was a lie, but it was a lie spoken out loud with such highly specific, pragmatic military utility that it miraculously backfired entirely in his favor. Instead of sparking deeper, dangerous suspicions about where he had actually been hiding, the story painted him as a hyper-competent logistical genius. It made him look like a soldier so undeniably valuable that high command was forcefully passing him around from sector to sector just to upgrade the entire wall's defensive grid. The archery techniques he had previously taught in his own sector had already drastically improved the veterans' kill ratios. It made perfect tactical sense that command would want him to teach those exact same methods elsewhere. He had accidentally gained a massive amount of military prestige without even trying. But there was another, far more terrifying reason the veterans bought his story. His tower wasn't just a theoretical concept anymore. Before he had left for the ruins, Ren had constructed an autonomous, experimental watchtower 100 meters beyond the wall's defensive perimeter. It was a structure forged from dense wood and heavy earth, intricately wired with his custom mana absorption runes. But the tower standing in the plains today was absolutely not the same structure he had left behind. The tower had spent the entire duration of his absence feeding itself. It hadn't just passively siphoned ambient mana from the atmosphere. It had actively devoured the mutant creatures that blindly charged the perimeter, processing their corrupted flesh and cores with the exact, passive, carnivorous hunger Ren had deliberately woven into its architecture. It was massive now, and also terrifyingly thick. The wooden roots that Ren vaguely remembered leaving as medium-sized structural anchors had engorged themselves. They had thickened into massive, iron-hard trunks that burrowed deep into the blood-soaked earth. The entire structure radiated a heavy, predatory presence that it absolutely hadn't possessed at this level the day Ren built it. It looked less like a guard tower and more like a massive, hungry beast waiting in the dirt. The moment Ren reported for duty, Command immediately pinned a merit badge to his chest. Because that single tower, operating entirely alone, without a human operator, without a single drop of extra mana than his initial investment, had been systematically slaughtering the mutants approaching their sector for days. When the wall's logistics officers finally ran the kill count mathematics, the final number was impossible to ignore. The autonomous structure had reduced the total volume of creatures successfully reaching their sector of the wall by around half. And it had done it while Ren wasn't even there. Even when Ren desperately tried to hide in the shadows and keep his head down, his sheer existence inevitably proved far too useful for the world to ignore. The bureaucratic result was official, and it arrived swiftly. Ren was immediately promoted to the first true rank of military leadership on the wall. He didn't get it for an act of suicidal bravery in frontline combat, nor did he get it for tenure. He got it because he had almost single-handedly deployed, and secretly also engineered, a self-sustaining, autonomous meat grinder that successfully defended the kingdom while he slept. Sergeant Venn signed the promotion paperwork with the exact same relaxed face he applied to everything else. But as he handed the signed document over, the veteran officer leveled a long, heavy stare at Ren. It was a gaze that lingered exactly 1 second too long. It was the calculating look of a man silently archiving a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit the narrative of only a fairly dense management class. Ren accepted the promotion with a perfectly neutral, unreadable mask. He didn't want a single ounce of extra attention. But internally, his mind was racing. The tower works, we need to make many more. It didn't just work, it functioned better than his calculations had predicted. And if a single, isolated tower could execute that level of automated slaughter in a relatively quiet sector of the wall, the defense implications were staggering. What would happen if he deployed dozens of them? Hundreds. If he placed them in the most violently contested red zones, allowing them to feed and grow exponentially without risking a single human life. Especially now that his newly acquired crystal molding techniques would make forging the needed base runes exponentially easier and vastly more flexible. It was another massive, world-altering door opening right in front of him. But that was a project for tomorrow. Right now, he was officially a section sergeant. He had a shift to cover. And standing down the line at position 17, Garrett was already glaring at him. The grizzled guard held a worn cup in his hand, rattling the dice loudly. He wore the exact, impatient expression of a man who had a pending bet to settle and a rematch to collect. Ren's absolute biggest problem upon returning to the front lines wasn't defending the Great Wall. It was finding a place to practice. The three-way beast fusion was absolutely not a spell a Tamer could casually rehearse in the cramped privacy of their barracks. A monstrous, mutated hydra boasting the catastrophic footprint of a diamond-tier entity, and platinum size, radiating a violent, suffocating aura that rivaled or even eclipsed the legendary beasts of Dragarian, simply did not fit inside a standard defensive sector. It certainly didn't fit in the tiny, claustrophobic stone alcove where Ren slept. The exact microsecond he summoned the beast, the sheer concussive displacement of its mass would violently collapse a big chunk of the wall. And if he tried to sneak out into the nearby red plains to practice in the dirt, his meticulously crafted, red Pathfinder alias would instantly disintegrate. He would transition from being the mildly eccentric, highly competent logistics sergeant to being exposed as, Run, the ultimate VIP of humanity, becoming the most frantically discussed subject on the entire wall in a matter of minutes. He desperately needed space. And he needed that space to be located miles away from the veterans he was supposedly trying to win over anonymously. Fortunately, the military bureaucracy had just handed him a perfectly legitimate, airtight excuse to disappear for hours at a time. Command had formally pinned a merit badge to his chest for his profound understanding of the new defensive methods, specifically citing his autonomous tower installations and archery training. The damage, figuratively speaking, was already done by getting a medal. Every single commanding officer on the perimeter knew that Ren built the meat grinder towers. So, what better alibi could he possibly ask for than simply continuing to build them? And it wasn't a fake excuse. Ren was going to be genuinely installing more of the autonomous structures. He was meticulously plotting them at prudent intervals, steadily extending the lethal perimeter from his home sector into increasingly distant, dangerous red zones. The official paperwork justified itself. He had started in the heaviest, bloodiest sectors. He had empirically proven that the autonomous towers functioned flawlessly and absolutely did not misfire on Allied troops. Now that the experimental project had yielded undeniably positive, measurable kill counts, official word had come down from high command, there would be a massive influx of logistical investment to rapidly expand this new grid. Installing more towers wasn't just a believable cover story, it was, quite literally, his brand new, secretly self-assigned, full-time job. Consequently, Ren vanished into distant wall sections for hours every single day. So Ren's ironclad alibi was the manual, back-breaking labor of tower installation. But the reality was vastly different. In practice, Ren actually finished constructing the massive defensive structures in a microscopic fraction of the time he officially reported. Before his descent into the ruins, he had meticulously faked his own limitations when installing his previously made runes. But those being hard to make and taking time had been true. He had spent agonizing hours carefully carving the mana absorption runes by hand, utilizing a disgusting, tedious solvent made from acidic golden rank beast's blood just to make the runes. Now, he executed the entire process in a matter of minutes. Utilizing his newly downloaded techniques, he effortlessly molded raw mana crystals. But he wasn't using the previous standard gold tier shine and density anymore, he casually compressed them into flawless, hyperdense platinum tier and shine cores. He mentally imprinted the updated, highly complex molding parameters directly into the roof of the structure of the stone tower, and just slotted them into the wooden main body with a terrifying ease that would have left any veteran magical engineer gaping in absolute shock. More often than not, he didn't even bother waiting for the designated squad of Earth Tamers he was officially supposed to be directing in making the frame. He simply erected the entire colossal tower entirely by himself. He violently commanded the bedrock to part and the thick wooden roots to weave together, operating with an explosive, godlike efficiency that the humble installation sergeant definitively was not supposed to possess. The massive surplus of hours left over from his accelerated workflow belonged entirely to him. Once he flew for a bit and was completely alone, standing in a sector sufficiently far from his leadership training area, Ren immediately utilized the shadow network. He teleported directly into a massive, heavily shielded, and heavily monitored subterranean vault located deep within Selfra's territory. It was an absolute safe zone. A heavily fortified proving ground where a giant, roaring platinum size and diamond power beast spontaneously materializing out of thin air wouldn't trigger any kingdom-wide alarm. There, in the quiet dark, he spent his stolen hours practicing the fusion. The three-headed Hydra came to be. The sheer, crushing weight of the spell began to feel less like a mountain on his chest and more like a heavy, familiar armor. Ren meticulously learned how to optimize the biological matrix, sustaining her colossal mass with vastly less mana burn. He practiced the delicate, dangerous art of canceling the spell without letting the energetic rebound completely hollow out his core. Every single grueling session was a fraction of a millimeter cleaner than the last. The apocalyptic spell that had initially almost brought him to his knees was slowly, inevitably, bending to his absolute will. And when the clock finally ran out, he teleported back to the surface. The transition back into the Red Pathfinder persona required its own highly specific, physical ritual. Before officially stepping back onto the crowded stones of the Great Wall, Ren would deliberately slump his shoulders. He would rapidly cycle his breathing, faking the exact, ragged exhaustion that naturally belonged to a man who had supposedly just spent the last 8 hours hand-carving runes and screaming at a squad of Earth Tamers under the blistering sun. He made sure to look appropriately sweaty, his muscles hanging with feigned lethargy. Absolutely no one on the perimeter had any reason to suspect that his genuine exhaustion, when it actually managed to bleed through the facade, didn't come from that, but from violently sustaining a legendary, three-way beast fusion that the majority of the military wouldn't have believed possible even if they stared directly at it. The irony of the entire situation did not escape him. The harder Ren deliberately tried to look like an ordinary, exhausted, blue-collar installer and absolutely nothing more, the more profound admiration he accidentally harvested from his ranks. The frontline grunt spoke his alias with deep, genuine reverence. High Command officially had him flagged on a very short, highly exclusive list of young officers worth aggressively grooming for promotion. Every single new autonomous tower he painstakingly installed violently reinforced the public image of an exceptionally capable, fiercely dedicated young sergeant. The hilarious, hidden truth was that the tower installation was the absolute easiest part of his day. Faking for the alibi was what actually tired him out more. Ren was undeniably winning the people over. But standing in the cold wind of the wall, he wasn't entirely sure he was actually learning how to be a leader. That had been the entire foundational point of Julius and Selfer's grand social experiment: ask him to serve from the absolute bottom of the food chain. Make him understand the visceral reality of being a grunt who takes orders before he is ever allowed to give them. Make him earn the absolute loyalty of the men based on his own merit, without leaning on the terrifying, world-altering fame of his real name. And in a strange, twisted way, he was succeeding too easily. The men followed his orders just like his advice with the bow. They respected him. Whenever a new tactical problem arose on the perimeter, they instinctively looked to him for the solution. But Ren deeply suspected they weren't following him for the noble, charismatic reasons Victor had envisioned. They were following him because of an accumulation of results that Ren was producing almost entirely by accident, operating half in the shadows, hastily squeezing in world-saving infrastructure between his secret, apocalyptic fusion practices. Perhaps that was a valid form of leadership too. Perhaps it wasn't. Ultimately, Ren told himself as he deliberately slouched his spine and perfected his exhausted grimace before walking back toward position 17, the philosophical label didn't really matter. He had a massive, impossible-looking, job to do. And he was doing it. If the price of executing that job was forcing his masquerade as a humble, overworked logistics grunt disguised to fail and make his work too easy, then it was a price he would have to pay. As he stepped back onto his designated sector, Garrett immediately spotted him. The grizzled veteran didn't offer a salute. Instead, he just grinned a toothy, scarred smile and casually pointed his chin at the worn wooden dice board resting on a nearby crate. Red Pathfinder, Section Sergeant, Master Tower Installer, and the soon-to-be absolute worst-kept secret in the entire world to everyone except the men standing directly in front of him, let out a quiet sigh. He walked over and sat down, fully prepared to deliberately lose the very first game before systematically taking Garrett's extra crystal so he couldn't drink too much. The days settled into a steady, quiet and pleasant rhythm. One after another, the autonomous towers began to sprout across the Great Wall's vast perimeter. They rose from the blood-soaked dirt like a dotted line of carnivorous sentinels, blanketing a massive portion of the defensive line. On the side, Ren tirelessly polished his three-way fusion. Every single time he summoned the colossal, platinum-tier Hydra, the violent strain on his system lessened a bit. The harsh spell that had initially brought him to his knees, rapidly hollowing out his core in minutes, was bending to his will. He could now sustain the beast's mountainous mass with barely a spike in his heart rate. Canceling the fusion soon also no longer left him gasping for air, the energetic rebound barely even moving his expanding system veins. Meanwhile, on the surface, the towers proved so lethally productive that they fundamentally altered the way the enemy behaved. Mutant attacks in the fortified zones dropped drastically. The relentless, screeching waves of silver-tier beasts became more sporadic. It was as if the corrupted swarms were slowly, collectively learning a brutal lesson, violently throwing themselves against the wooden monoliths didn't breach the wall at all. It merely fed the structures, making the roots thicker and the automated defenses much more lethal. So attacking those specific sectors had become an evolutionary dead end. As a result, massive stretches of the Great Wall fell into a strange, eerie lull that the grizzled veterans hadn't experienced since the years preceding the recent wars. There was barely any work. The shifts grew incredibly long and mind-numbingly peaceful. A single, silent wooden tower was now effortlessly executing the exact same defensive quota that used to require dozens of Tamers fighting for their turf. It seemed to be the beginning of a new era. Ren didn't restrict his fusion practice solely to the safe, subterranean confines of Selfra's private vault after some time. Occasionally, he started to take his experiments outside. Far outside. His ironclad alibi as the Vanguard's premier installation sergeant afforded him the exact window of freedom he needed to execute two massive objectives simultaneously. He could practice his apocalyptic fusion miles away from prying eyes, and he could physically scout the Gold 3 zone for the final, missing wood ruin. He never ventured into the deep rings entirely alone. He was always flanked high above by either Zhao or Victor, hovering in the clouds. They served as both an elite escort and a crucial second pair of eyes sweeping the horizon. Despite the backup, he remained completely out of luck. The fundamental problem was the sheer, geographical scale. The concentric rings surrounding the city grew exponentially larger the further out they pushed, and the Gold 3 zone was simply gargantuan. It was one thing to fly across the zone in a straight line, at maximum velocity, that only took him less than an hour. But systematically tracking a hidden ruin entrance across that entire, sprawling expanse was an entirely different nightmare. And he wasn't just scanning the surface. The ancient vault could be buried hundreds of feet underground, perfectly sealed for centuries, emitting absolutely zero visual or energetic signatures to the world above. It made perfect logical sense, Ren thought, staring out over the endless, biting winds of the plains. With so few humans capable of safely surviving this deep in the wasteland, and such an astronomical amount of territory to meticulously sweep, it was no wonder the ruin had remained undiscovered just like the wind and earth one. If only the downloaded map from the crystal brain hadn't been so infuriatingly vague. Yino's Vanguard had possessed a vastly easier geographical hand to play. The architectural distribution of the main 16 global ruins was relatively symmetrical between the two sister cities, but with one critical divergence: the ruins followed a sprawling spiral pattern, not a circle, and the tail end of that spiral terminated squarely in Yano territory. Mathematically, that meant Yino's two external ruins had been positioned on the tighter, inner coil of their spiral. It was located in their Gold 1 zone, a significantly smaller, far less dangerous ring where executing a grid search was many times easier. For Yano, that exact same two ruins were seated at the absolute outer extreme of the spiral's tail. It was buried somewhere in the suffocating immensity of the Gold 3 zone, a territory 4 times larger than Gold 1, completely overrun by highly complex ecosystems. Trying to locate a buried stone door out here was literally trying to find a needle in a field the size of a small country. But Ren took it in stride. He remained completely calm. There was no ticking, desperate clock driving him to madness this time. Moosh wasn't scheduled to awaken for another 450 days. Until the colossal yet small friend ended up ascending to the platinum rank to face Dragarian, it simply wasn't a huge change anyway. With that massive buffer of time on his side, Ren knew that if he just swept the zone with cold, methodical patience, he would inevitably unearth the vault before the deadline arrived. The search was a background logistical project, not a frantic emergency. Every single scouting trip chipped away a little more of the map. And the wasteland, no matter how impossibly vast it felt, was ultimately finite. Another month quietly slipped by. One afternoon, Ren returned to the wall from his deep zone exploration, completely expecting another standard shift. Instead, he was met by Matilda. She had been dispatched directly by Julius and Selphra. Flanking her was a small, crisp administrative detail and a formal secretary. They had arrived on the perimeter to collect the general performance reports regarding the new recruits and document the sector's events for the quarter. It was a perfectly routine, deeply boring piece of bureaucratic theater that occurred in every single sector of the wall on a strict schedule. The fact that the clipboard-holding secretary was Kasia Ashenway was, without a single doubt, not a coincidence. And the fact that Kasia offered Ren a deeply subtle, barely perceptible nod of greeting as she walked past him certainly had everything to do with her inner circle of friends. The High House girls remained intensely fascinated by the hyper-famous young Tamer who had violently derailed the suicidal political machinations of their own families to save them. Ren had learned at some point that Serafina and Jeanette had also been quietly scooped up and placed securely under Julius's massive and now untouchable political wing. The Prime Minister Prince was actively shielding them from the desperate, scrambling politics of their declining aristocratic branches. The girls now held quiet, comfortable, highly respectable positions within the administration, completely insulated from the ruthless marriages and unscrupulous maneuvers their families had intended to use them for. Seeing Kasia standing here on the wall, holding a comfortable administrative post with direct access to Selphra as a patron, cemented that intelligence as an absolute fact. Neither Matilda nor Kasia approached him to speak. They were sharp, highly trained operatives now, and they knew it was foolish. Red Pathfinder absolutely could not be seen having a casual, familiar conversation with high-ranking emissaries from the inner castle. That would instantly invite the exact kind of dangerous, probing questions their entire, elaborate masquerade was designed to prevent. In truth, the administrative audit was just a convenient front. They were primarily here to silently observe his development, take meticulous mental notes, and report directly back to Selphra. Later, during one of Ren's subterranean excursions, the ancient matriarch would undoubtedly corner him and deliver another heavy lecture regarding his leadership progress. And on the specific subject of leadership, Ren remained exactly as profoundly confused as he had been on day one. Because the simple, undeniable fact was that he had just earned yet another military merit badge simply by doing his normal, day-to-day job. He was just too useful. It wasn't just the sprawling network of autonomous towers. It was the bows. It was the vast, newly unlocked arsenal of runic options he was quietly introducing to the armory. The ancient crystal brain had injected his mind with the architectural insight required to generate the highly complex microrunes. For months, Ren had possessed brilliant ideas for enchantments, but he simply hadn't known how to physically carve them. The clumsy, acidic blood etching method required vastly more surface area than a weapon like an arrow provided. Now, armed with the supreme, almost atomic precision of the new crystal molding techniques, that physical limitation was completely gone. He could flawlessly compress longer, layered effects into almost microscopic crystalline runes. He was effortlessly embedding them directly into the broadheads of arrows, weaving them also into the bodies of the archers' bows, and layering them into the systems of the towers. Every single upgrade he casually introduced made his sector's equipment exponentially more lethal. And every single time the equipment proved its worth in blood, the legend of Red Pathfinder, the prodigy installer of new tech, leveled up. Is this actually what leadership is? Ren quietly chewed on the question as he watched Kasia audit the supply crates, completely unable to find an answer that satisfied him. He didn't feel like a commanding officer. He didn't feel like learning to be a general. He just felt like a guy who continuously built highly useful things, and as a bizarre byproduct, the people around him blindly admired him. He didn't stand on crates and deliver roaring, inspirational speeches. He didn't draw a sword and command glorious, bloody charges into battle. He didn't inspire the troops with his booming voice. He simply looked at a tactical nightmare, engineered a quiet solution to fix it, and let the body count do the talking. But as the cold wind whipped across the stone parapets, Ren realized something profound. Perhaps that was enough. Because when a sudden crisis actually shattered the calm, when a siren blared, a massive mutant broke the tree line, and the entire sector had to violently respond in a fraction of a second, the men didn't look at the screaming lieutenants. They looked at him. They listened to his quiet, clipped instructions without a single breath of hesitation. They immediately shifted their formations to exactly where he pointed. The grizzled, scarred veterans now inherently trusted a teenager's instantaneous read of the battlefield vastly more than they trusted the heavily decorated officers who had served on the wall for decades. In those chaotic, blood-soaked margins between life and death, when the only thing that actually mattered was survival, Ren was the absolute center of their gravity. And as far as Ren was concerned, if the men trusted him enough to follow him into hell when the fighting started, that was more than enough. Everything else was just a bureaucratic label. Selphira had been aggressively dismantling military reports since long before the midday sun hit its peak. The strategy room she shared with Julius for these periodic, high-level audits was neither grand nor ostentatious. It was a space designed strictly for efficiency. It featured a long, heavy mineral table, just enough stiff-backed chairs for the commanding officers, and a row of tall, narrow windows facing the castle's inner courtyard. At this specific hour, the sunlight sliced through the glass at a sharp diagonal, illuminating the dancing dust motes in the air and casting long, warm beams directly across the scattered stacks of parchment. Selphira absolutely despised reading written reports. She always demanded to receive these briefings in person, forcing the officers to stand before her one after another. Ink on a page was sterile. It only revealed exactly what a clever lieutenant had carefully decided to write down after editing out their failures. But the face of the man delivering the news? That told her everything the ink tried to hide. A sudden hesitation, a bead of sweat, a nervous shift of the eyes, those were the raw, unredacted truths she hunted for. The sector commanders filed in, delivering their briefings in strict geographical order. She was waiting for one specific file. The report for the southwest section, Red Pathfinder's designated sector. It was normally thicker than the rest. It was vastly longer and denser than any briefing regarding a mere second-tier sergeant had any right to be. And to Selphira's mind, that glaring, ridiculous disproportion was the very first piece of critical intelligence. The envoy delivering it wasn't the local commander. He was a specialized liaison officer who had spent the last several weeks actively rotating through the southwest sector, meticulously collecting data and cross-referencing the quiet observations compiled by Kasia and Matilda. Selphira had listened to every report. The northern sector was stable. The officer reported a sudden, violent spike in mutant activity during the third week, but it had been swiftly contained with 0 casualties. The northeast was quiet. In fact, it was agonizingly boring. The commanding officer delivered his logistics report with a droning, flat monotony, sounding exactly like a man who hadn't been forced to make a single, life-or-death tactical decision in the entire quarter. Then came the east. There, the defensive rhythm had been fundamentally shattered. One of the new autonomous towers had been installed on their perimeter, and the local envoy seemed deeply, uncomfortably conflicted about it. He couldn't quite decide if the flawless, automated slaughter was actually a blessing, or if relying on the wooden monolith was actively making his frontline tamers soft and out of practice. Finally, the reports shifted to the rift, the bridge checkpoints, and the inner sectors closer to the city center, where the only recent threats thanks to the new dome underground were merchant disputes, heavy commerce, and the creeping complacency of comfort. Selphira listened to every single one of them with absolute focus. She never interrupted needlessly, but when she did speak, she delivered razor-sharp questions that stripped away any bureaucratic fluff. She mentally catalogued every microscopic detail she needed to archive. But beneath her mask of polite, terrifying attention, her mind was impatiently tapping its fingers. She was waiting for one specific file. When the report for the southwest section, Red Pathfinder's designated sector, finally arrived, it was physically thicker than the rest. The quiet observations compiled by Kasia and Matilda. The liaison stepped up to the oak table. He cleared his throat nervously, gripping the heavy stack of parchment. As he began to read, his voice carried the distinct, baffled tone of a highly trained military analyst who couldn't quite believe that the impossible facts he was currently reporting were actually considered routine daily operations in that sector. He started with the towers. The southwest sector had violently transitioned from a zone of regular, bloody activity to arguably the quietest stretch of stone on the entire Great Wall. It wasn't because the enemy had simply ceased to exist. It was because the autonomous towers that Red Pathfinder had casually planted in the dirt were actively growing. The envoy tapped his parchment, his voice dropping as he emphasized this specific detail for the second time. The wooden monoliths were systematically annihilating silver-rank mutants before the creatures could even reach the shadow of the wall. And terrifyingly, the structures seemed to physically harden and grow vastly more lethal with every single beast they processed. The frontline tamers in the sector were reporting 12-hour shifts where they practically didn't have to draw their bows. Some of the grizzled veterans, the envoy noted, a hint of cautious disbelief leaking into his professional tone, have actually started complaining in jest. They claim their arms are rusting from lack of use. A microscopic, amused smile touched the corner of Selfra's lips. That seemed to be a recurrent observation from many sides. Then came the logistics portion of the report. The equipment. The sector's standard-issue bows had been quietly, systematically upgraded with increasingly refined smaller runes. The gear flowing out of the distribution channels managed by Jesse from the Patenter warehouse was arriving in staggering quantities, boasting modular, lethal options that absolutely no common military workshop should possess the technological capacity to produce. Regular grunts were suddenly walking the parapets equipped with anti-corruption light arrows. The envoy read the cold, hard numbers. The sector's ranged interdiction capacity hadn't just improved, it had multiplied exponentially. Entire adjacent sectors were now frantically filing requisition forms, begging High Command for the exact same loadouts. And then, the envoy finally reached the specific section Selfra actually cared about. The people. As the liaison officer began to read this portion, his posture shifted. His tone lost its crisp, mathematical edge. This was the hardest tactical metric to report because it couldn't be quantified or score graded. The soldiers of the southwest sector spoke about Red Pathfinder with a deeply bizarre mix of absolute reverence and casual familiarity. They didn't treat the boy like a distant, aristocratic superior. They certainly didn't treat him like a fragile, untouchable prodigy. They treated him like one of their own who just happened to be extraordinarily, impossibly useful. They affectionately called him the installer. He sat on wooden crates and lost crystals playing dice with Garrett. He stood in the freezing rain and actually listened to Dunn complain about the parapet's inefficient form. He memorized their names. He knew their exact shift rotations. He knew exactly what logistical nightmare was currently stressing each individual guard, and he quietly solved those problems before the men even had to swallow their pride to ask for help. But it was during the crises, the two massive, sudden mutant waves the envoy had personally witnessed during his rotation, that the true anomaly revealed itself. When the eerie calm shattered, when the sirens blared and the entire sector had to violently respond to a lethal threat in a fraction of a second, the men didn't look at their designated lieutenants. They all looked directly at Pathfinder. They didn't look at him because the military rulebook placed him in command. They looked at him because his tactical read of the battlefield was vastly faster, infinitely colder, and far more accurate than that of seasoned officers with triple his years. Every single man on the southwestern wall knew it, even though they had never formally spoken a word about it. They seamlessly moved to exactly where he pointed. They blindly trusted his instantaneous judgment over their own survival instincts. And under his quiet, rapid-fire direction, both massive mutant waves had been utterly annihilated without a single claw scratching the wall. The soldiers say, the envoy finished, pausing for a second as he struggled to find the proper military phrasing for a deeply emotional sentiment, that they physically feel safer when he is on shift. I wouldn't know exactly how to quantify that on paper, my lady. But every single man says it. Selphira slowly nodded, her eyes dark and calculating. There is absolutely no need to quantify it, she said smoothly. Continue. Leora's report followed shortly after. Leora's was a flawless, rock-solid briefing. It was the report of a brilliant young woman executing an excellent job in her own sector, growing into a formidable leader in a way that was highly legible and deeply conventional. It was exactly the type of aristocratic leadership drilled into noble children from the moment they could walk. Leora inspired her troops. She coordinated them with flawless military doctrine. She naturally projected that heavy, undeniable aura that inherently commanded respect and signaled to everyone around her that she was meant to be followed. Her report was precisely what Selphira had expected from a granddaughter of her caliber and character. On any other day, Selphira would have dedicated her absolute, glowing attention to every single syllable of it. Today, however, Selphira found her mind helplessly anchored to the previous report. She listened to the praise regarding Leora with only half her brain, allowing the other half to relentlessly chew on the enigma that was Ren. Because Ren was the anomaly that completely ruined the equation. He was the chaotic variable that violently broke the mold. He was a puzzle she had been turning over and over in her mind without finding a satisfying resolution. Leora was a leader that Selphira had carefully raised and molded. That was clear, and it was a source of profound pride. But Ren? Ren was something else entirely, and Selphira still hadn't figured out the exact political or militaristic vocabulary to name it. When the final report concluded and the heavy oak doors clicked shut, Selphira was left completely alone in the strategy room. The afternoon light had shifted, falling in long, horizontal golden bars across the empty chairs. She let out a long, quiet sigh. Ren was genuinely, profoundly impossible to guide. That was the inescapable conclusion Selphira finally reached after chewing on the problem for the entire afternoon. The realization had been quietly orbiting her thoughts for a long time, but only now, in the quiet solitude of the room, did she allow herself to fully articulate it. The boy was weird. He was genuinely, fundamentally weird. The entire elaborate psychological framework she and Victor had so meticulously designed to prepare him, forcing him to serve from the muddy bottom, making him learn the crushing weight of command, ensuring he earned the troops' loyalty before claiming his throne, was structurally flawed. It relied on a false premise. Their master plan assumed there was a standard, historical mold of a leader that Ren needed to be forcefully squeezed into so that his overwhelming power wouldn't alienate him from humanity. But Ren simply did not fit into any mold. He violently shattered them without even realizing they existed. Selphira leaned back in her chair, and a slow, genuine smile spread across her ageless face. Perhaps that was actually a magnificent thing. Ren didn't need to learn how to be a leader in the conventional, aristocratic sense. Perhaps it was his inherent nature, or the brutal, starving slums he had crawled out of. Perhaps lacking a noble birthright had hardwired his brain this way. His sheer, unadulterated way of being was a magnetic force that naturally pulled common people into his orbit. Sooner or later, everyone standing near him independently reached the exact same conclusion: it was heavily in their best interest to shut up and listen to him. Not because he aggressively imposed his will. Not because he shouted orders or demanded respect. It was because, at his absolute core, Ren fundamentally looked at the world as a series of problems, and he obsessively focused on giving people the exact tools they needed to solve them. A grizzled veteran's draw weight was slowing down. Ren quietly handed him a custom-engineered runic bow. A bloody sector was buckling under constant mutant incursions. Ren built them a self-sustaining, autonomous meat grinder. A rookie guard was struggling with a complex firing angle. Ren delivered blunt, unadorned, mathematically perfect geometry advice. Ren looked at humanity, saw inefficiencies and suffering, and he ruthlessly solved them. And that was the vital key Selphira had been blind to, simply because she had spent centuries swimming in the toxic, performative circles of the high aristocracy. Ren genuinely, deeply cared about fixing the problem. He didn't care about the honor of a noble house, and he absolutely did not care about the geopolitical gossip surrounding his actions. His concern wasn't a calculated political performance. It wasn't a manipulative leadership technique memorized from a dusty military manual. It was raw, unadulterated, and genuine. And the soldiers felt it in their bones. Common men, no matter how uneducated, could instantly taste the difference between an aristocrat feigning interest for morale, and a boy who genuinely, obsessively cared about ensuring they survived the night. They might not possess the vocabulary to articulate it, but they felt the difference with Ren. And they responded to that quiet, obsessive care with a fierce, unbreakable loyalty that absolutely no formal military hierarchy could ever manufacture. Sitting alone in the golden light, Selfra considered another, highly amusing possibility. With the brutal honesty she only permitted herself in perfect solitude, she wondered if Ren even did these things out of conscious, moral goodness. She knew the boy intimately enough by now to understand that his primary, driving engine was curiosity. He was insatiably, dangerously curious. Perhaps, to Ren's hyperactive brain, every single person's suffering was simply a brand new challenge. Perhaps human struggle was just an intricate puzzle his autistic-coded mind absolutely refused to leave unsolved. It was just another way to feed the ravenous curiosity that propelled his entire existence. To Ren, a veteran at a tactical disadvantage wasn't a tragedy requiring pity, he was a broken equation that needed to be balanced. A defensive sector drowning in mutant blood wasn't a heavy logistical burden, it was a fascinating architectural question. How do I automate this defense grid before these exhausted men make a fatal error? But ultimately, Selfra decided, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face, the internal engine didn't matter in the slightest. Whether it was driven by pure, angelic goodness, insatiable academic curiosity, or, most likely, a chaotic, inseparable tangle of both, the result was exactly the same. Ren solved people's problems. The people felt it. And that people followed him to the gates of hell. That was undeniably a form of supreme leadership. Even if it looked absolutely nothing like the political doctrines she had taught for centuries, maybe simply because flawlessly solving every single problem was a physical impossibility for any normal leader. Selfra rested her head against the high back of her chair and stared up at the stone ceiling for a long moment. She knew exactly what she was going to do. The very next time she caught him hiding in her subterranean vault, frantically training that apocalyptic, three-way fusion that literally vibrated the air out of the room and rivaled Dragarian's monsters in sheer mass, she was going to tell him exactly this. She was going to order him to completely stop worrying about learning how to be a leader. She would tell him that he already was one. In his own twisted, socially awkward, entirely unique way, he had mastered it. And the absolute best tactical maneuver he could execute right now was to simply continue being exactly who he was. A soft, wicked chuckle escaped her lips. She wondered how the boy would react when she officially told him that the social experiment was over, and that he was finally free to use his real name on the wall again. He would probably freeze. He would stare at her in complete, unbroken silence for a long moment, violently processing the implications. And then, he would completely ignore the importance of the moment and ask her a lateral question about experimental runic conductivity, or awkwardly ask how Leora and the girls were doing. Selfra laughed aloud, the sound ringing cleanly in the empty strategy room. Yes. That was exactly what he would do. Another month quietly slipped by. Ren had finally received the long-awaited feedback from Selfra regarding his leadership progress, and it had been profoundly and genuinely unexpected. She had cornered him during one of his subterranean fusion practices, and she hadn't delivered a single piece of heavy criticism. She also didn't offer a multi-step political doctrine. She simply told him, with a strange, amused warmth in her ancient eyes, that he shouldn't change a single thing. She explicitly ordered him to continue being exactly who he was. But what had truly thrown him completely off balance was her final, casual decree: he now possessed absolute, unquestionable clearance to drop the Red Pathfinder alias and use his real name on the wall whenever he felt like it. He was granted free rein to manage his designated sector entirely as he saw fit. She even added that, if he managed to flawlessly automate his sector's entire defensive grid, he was free to vanish into the outer rings for even longer periods to do whatever he wanted with his time. Just bring someone as support as always. Apparently, he had somehow passed Selfra's test with the highest possible marks. Whatever the test was. He didn't even know when he had actually taken the test. He didn't know the grading criteria for being a great leader, nor did he have the faintest idea what the political consequences of failing it would have been. But somehow, by blindly fumbling in the dark and obsessively building towers to avoid losing more people, he had accidentally done the exact right thing. He had spent a long, confused time chewing on that realization. And because he ultimately still didn't understand the complex aristocratic logic behind it, he decided to do exactly what he always did with abstract problems that didn't require immediate, urgent solutions. He left it alone. He already had a comfortable routine. He genuinely liked his side of the wall because nobody treated him with suffocating, terrified reverence. He liked that Garrett ruthlessly mocked him when he lost at dice so he could ruthlessly win many times after that. He liked that Dunn casually asked him to pass the canteen without bowing first so he could relax while eating. Revealing that he was Ren Patender, the legendary monster who had crushed a diamond beast, would instantly shatter that fragile, normal dynamic. So, he decided to keep his mouth shut. He didn't tell a single soul on his side of the wall. If some sharp-eyed veteran eventually connected the dots on their own, it wouldn't matter that much. But Ren absolutely wasn't going to artificially accelerate that moment just to lose his tiny, peaceful island of normalcy. The quiet routine continued. More massive wooden towers sprouted like deadly weeds, steadily pushing further and further out along the perimeter. Down in the city underground, Ren's fusion practice grew vastly cleaner. He was becoming incredibly comfortable with the three-way Hydra. He could sustain the colossal, platinum-tier mass for extended periods without feeling any crushing weight on his system now. He was learning to meticulously control the violently swirling internal energy with a precision that had seemed entirely impossible just a few weeks ago. And up on the surface, his deep zone explorations were finally nearing an end. He had almost completely swept the gargantuan Gold 3 ring. Only the sprawling northern sector remained. It was a massive chunk of territory, but it was just the last fifth fraction of the total zone. If he didn't unearth the elusive would ruin in this final zone after having swept the other zones in the south, southwest, west and northwest, he would be forced to completely rethink his search parameters and plunge much deeper underground. But out there in that underground, beneath the quiet surface, something was shifting. Ren didn't know it yet. But the long, peaceful calm before the storm was ending today. And it had been an incredibly long calm. The last few weeks, in particular, had been eerily, uncomfortably quiet. There were absolutely zero mutant attacks in his sector. The corrupted swarm seemed to have completely surrendered, as if the hive mind had finally learned that blindly charging the autonomous towers was just feeding them. Celthia was no longer extracting any tactical data from the mindless meat grinder waves. She couldn't even accurately measure the wall's weak points anymore based on how far the mutants penetrated and how much it took them before dying, because the towers slaughtered them almost instantly. That crude, brute force method of probing the defenses had become entirely useless to her, so she had completely abandoned it. But today, the wall was going to learn a brutal lesson. Celthia absolutely had not surrendered. She was simply switching to a more refined strategy. Ren received the urgent flash report mid-morning. The southern zone on Yino's territory was currently under a bizarre, highly irregular attack. The erratic nature of the mutant wave had the entire local garrison on edge. And critically, due to the current shift rotations, that specific southern zone didn't currently house a single one of the Vanguard's ultra-elite prodigies. Larissa, Leora, Luna, Taro, Min, Lu. None of the double-contract Tamers were stationed there. The sector absolutely wasn't defenseless. It was anchored by Roran's squad, alongside several promising new academy recruits who had also breached the gold rank. Roran, despite being a pervert in Ren's personal opinion, was undeniably competent. Furthermore, that specific sector was heavily fortified with a dense cluster of Ren's autonomous towers and heavily upgraded runic bows. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't a critical weakness. But the phrase, bizarre attack, was exactly the kind of curious anomaly that instantly commanded Ren's undivided attention. Logistically, it wasn't a massive issue. Roran's southern zone was geographically the closest adjacent sector to Ren's. He could reinforce them by taking a relatively short, high-speed flight across the rift. Ren's own sector, meanwhile, was experiencing its usual, mind-numbing, zero-action status. It was another perfectly clear morning without a single mutant in sight. And even if a stray creature did wander close, the towering wooden monoliths were more than capable of handling it. So, when the report of the bizarre attack in the neighboring sector arrived, Ren's decision was almost automatic. His sector didn't currently need him. Roran's sector might. Furthermore, his own burning curiosity regarding the exact nature of this bizarre attack was itching. Ren casually informed his lieutenant that he had been requested to provide logistical reinforcement in the adjacent area. He confidently left his sector's defense entirely in the wooden hands of the autonomous tower, and launched himself into the sky. It was exactly the precise maneuver Celthea had been waiting for. As soon as Ren left, the plan started. Because the Witch of Corruption had absolutely not been wasting her time during the long calm. She hadn't just been quietly mutating new horrors in the dark of her ruins. She had been meticulously studying the macro movements of humanity's most lethal asset. She had been mapping Ren's behavioral patterns, analyzing exactly how the young commander used his time and responded to localized pressure. And her twisted mind had reached a terrifyingly simple, absolutely correct conclusion: if she applied heavy, irregular pressure to an adjacent sector, the boy's inherent heroic complex would force him to abandon his own post to help, blindly trusting his automated toys to cover his absence. That was exactly what Celthea wanted. A window. Just one clean, unobstructed window without him probing the rings near her ruins or on his side of the wall. The exact millisecond Ren's boots touched down in Yano's southern sector, Celthea violently attacked Yano's southern one. What Ren actually found when he landed in Roran's section was highly irregular, and deeply concerning. There was a massive swarm of standard silver-rank mutants, as usual. But they were static just outside the tower reach and being commanded by 3 distinctly advanced gold-rank mutants, ranging from Gold 1 to Gold 3. And they were behaving in a weird way too. They weren't attacking. They were waiting. The 3 gold mutants stood at the absolute forefront of the swarm, firmly planted exactly 1 inch outside the maximum lethal engagement range of the sector's autonomous tower. They were silently measuring it. Testing the boundaries of its aggro radius, priming their muscles for an assault, but absolutely refusing to commit to the charge. It's a probing test for the towers. Ren realized the exact second his eyes saw the formation, his eyes narrowing at the uncommon situation. But this wasn't the only test currently being conducted. Miles away, in his own abandoned sector, the situation was conceptually identical, but the execution was completely, violently different. For Garrett, Dunn, and the rest of the grizzled grunts in the southwest sector, the threat that suddenly broke the tree line wasn't a swarm of silvers commanded by a few golds. It was a roaring, suffocating tidal wave of golds. Dozens of them. And they were being commanded by a colossal, platinum-rank monstrosity. And this platinum horror absolutely did not wait patiently on the perimeter like the gold mutants in Roran's sector. It launched itself directly at the autonomous tower. It didn't probe. It didn't measure the distance. It charged with the suicidal conviction of a biological weapon executing a hyperspecific, direct order from a dark intelligence commanding it from afar. The rock and wooden tower instantly responded exactly as Ren had designed it to. The massive, iron-hard roots violently erupted from the earth. They shot forward like biological spears, violently impaling the charging platinum beast and instantly attempting to rip the mana and flesh from its bones. The monster unleashed a deafening, agonizing shriek of genuine pain as the wooden spikes tore into its corrupted belly. But its sheer, platinum-tier mass was simply too overwhelming. The beast brutally pushed through the surface damage. Riding the sheer, unstoppable momentum of a 100-ton charge, it violently slammed its body directly into the trunk of the tower. It achieved in one catastrophic second what thousands of silver mutants hadn't managed in months. The tower violently snapped. The colossal reinforced structure crashed heavily into the blood-soaked dirt. And right there, in that exact structural failure, Celthea finally exposed the critical, architectural weakness she had sacrificed so many mutants to find. The tower, though violently knocked over, was still alive. It was still viciously attacking with its roots, because Ren had cleverly embedded the vast majority of the lethal runes directly into the wood rather than the stone base. But without the rigid, vertical stability of being firmly anchored upright in the bedrock, the construct lost the vast majority of its kinetic torque. The roots thrashed wildly and did damage, yes. But without the firm leverage required to forcefully launch them like hydraulic spears, they no longer possessed the raw penetrating power to pierce the platinum beast's thick, mutated armor. Seeing the structure fall, the dozens of gold-rank mutants swarmed. They poured over the downed monolith from every conceivable angle. They viciously bit into the thrashing roots, violently ripping them out by the dozens, aggressively dismembering the complex mana structure piece by piece. Up on the wall, the veteran tamers didn't just stand there and watch. They had responded fast despite the days being lazy lately. The enchanted bows sang. And they fired with great accuracy thanks to Ren's constant help. The small runes of purifying light inflicted effective burning damage against the corrupted flesh. The modular control runes, the localized freezing bursts and chaining lightning, also staggered and slowed the charging gold beasts. But it simply wasn't enough. If this had been a standard swarm of silver mutants, those enchanted bows would have decisively annihilated the wave. But against the drastically superior vitality and dense armor of gold-tier beasts, every single creature required a concentrated, sustained volley of fire to actually drop. And against the towering platinum horror leading the charge, the mass-produced arrows were almost useless. Its massive, corrupted bulk absorbed the enchanted mineral broadheads as if it were being pelted with dull pins. The downed tower fought savagely from the mud, thrashing and bleeding ether until the bitter end. But without Ren there to provide the required support against a platinum-level enemy, surrounded and vastly outnumbered by beasts that were as strong as its operating rank, it was an impossible fight. Soon, the wooden monolith was violently, completely dismantled. And somewhere far, far away in the dark, staring through the corrupted, rotting eyes of the platinum beast, Celthea finally obtained exactly what she had wanted to learn. She possessed a good measurement of how much power and concentrated biological mass was required to violently uproot and destroy one of Red Pathfinder's miraculous towers. And she had absolute confirmation that, if the pressure was correctly applied in the right place at the right time, it could be done. She had successfully measured the strength of the tower without Ren being present to save it. The bizarre attack on Roran's section had been nothing more than a calculated, noisy decoy. Ren's abandoned sector had always been the true target. In Roran's sector, the tense, unnatural standoff finally broke. The first beast moved. One of the 3 gold-tier mutants, specifically, the Gold 1 monstrosity broke rank in an instant. It launched itself directly at the autonomous tower anchoring the sector, charging ahead of its 2 companions in a deliberate, probing assault. The tower did not hesitate. It responded with automated immediacy. Massive, iron-hard roots exploded outward from the blood-soaked earth. They shot forward like hydraulic spears, violently coiling around the charging beast. The wooden tendrils snapped taut, instantly and completely neutralizing the creature's momentum. The tower aggressively pinned the monster to the dirt, flawlessly controlling its struggling mass despite the glaring, undeniable fact that, in terms of pure manabiological rank, a gold-tier beast should have effortlessly crushed a silver-tier construct. Standing a safe distance away on the parapet, Ren observed the violent collision. He kept his expression perfectly neutral, burying his intense, analytical curiosity behind a mask of cold indifference. Celthea wasn't the only one fascinated by the exact mechanical limits of the towers for sure. The wooden monoliths currently guarding the wastelands weren't physically durable because of the raw materials they were built from. And they certainly weren't capped at the silver rank out of something like aesthetic sense, or because of any mana incapacity on Ren's part. If he truly wanted to, Ren could have constructed every single one of these towers out of hyperdense, platinum-tier materials. He possessed the crystal molding techniques required to do it now. He had the architectural blueprints to carve the necessary micro-runes. He had the raw capability to erect a sprawling network of defensive monoliths that would rival the absolute greatest, most legendary fortresses of the inner city. But practically speaking, doing so would have been an absurd, logistical nightmare. Platinum-tier materials didn't just grow on trees, well, technically some of them did, but that entirely misses the tactical point. Even though Ren could personally harvest high-tier materials, or even synthetically forge them in the vault, manufacturing them in the astronomical quantities required to physically cover the entire perimeter of the sister cities would have consumed lifetimes he simply did not have. Even if he compromised and built them at the gold rank, which was vastly more abundant than platinum in the city vaults and market now and structurally denser than silver, it would have demanded an insane investment of crystals, time and energy to produce the sheer volume of towers the Great Wall desperately required. But none of those logistical headaches were the actual, foundational reason the towers were restricted to the silver tier. Celthea may have wanted to believe he had chosen silver simply to match the baseline rank of the mutant swarms. But she would be completely wrong. The real reason was the fuel. It was the ambient mana. The towers were specifically engineered to passively feed on the atmospheric ether. And the ambient mana environment surrounding the world's last bastion in the plains was excruciatingly, pathetically poor. The air here was so mana-thin that, under normal conditions, the ambient ether could barely sustain a crude, iron-rank magical construct. The fact that Ren had managed to engineer silver-tier towers capable of operating entirely autonomously, without a human operator forcefully pumping mana into their cores, surviving solely by siphoning the starving atmosphere, was an architectural miracle that absolutely no other magical engineer in history could have replicated. And the tricks he utilized to achieve that miracle were nothing short of genius. First, absolute patience. The towers remained perfectly static at all times. They only actively drew heavy power and engaged their combat routines during a direct assault. Every single second of peaceful calm, every passing hour where nothing triggered their aggro radius, was time spent silently accumulating and hoarding ambient ether. They charged themselves in the dark, tightening their internal magical reservoirs like a massive, coiled spring. When they finally struck, they unleashed big chunks of that hoarded energy all at once. Second, function focus. Ren had carved a highly complex network of conductive runes into the wood that forcefully directed the vast majority of that accumulated mana density directly to the absolute tips of the roots at the exact millisecond of impact. By concentrating all that mana and magical torque into a small surface area, he generated an armor-piercing penetration power that vastly eclipsed what a silver-tier weapon should mathematically be capable of. Maybe his spear-making helped devise it too. The wooden tips effortlessly punched through the dense, mutated armor of higher-ranked beasts because the absolute totality of the tower's kinetic force was hyper-focused into those tiny points, exactly like a sharpened steel spearhead piercing plate mail. Third, mechanical kinetic tension. The physical strength of the roots themselves didn't rely solely on mana push. Ren had engineered a complex, spiraling internal structure hidden deep beneath in the center of the stone core of the tower. It was a massive, physical coil. That dense wooden spring stored immense mechanical tension alongside the magical energy. When the roots were finally triggered to fire, they didn't just push forward with mana, they violently snapped out, combining the magical penetration of the glowing tips with the raw, brutal, physical torque of a massive biocatapult violently releasing its payload. By seamlessly weaving these three architectural tricks together, Ren flawlessly masked the inherent weakness of the silver-tier materials and the crippling scarcity of ambient mana. For now it has worked. But in the inevitable future, those foundational limitations would expose themselves. Against the stronger enemies Celthea was making, or against highly refined siege strategies, the underlying architectural ceiling would eventually crack through the surface. That was exactly why humanity had to understand and improve this defensive advantage right now. Since a highly intelligent, incredibly dangerous someone was actively discovering that limit right this very second, just miles away on the other side of the wall. Ren's eyes narrowed as the tactical situation on the field shifted. The second mutant, Gold 2, finally broke its holding pattern, rushing forward to assist the first Gold 1 beast that had been violently impaled and pinned to the dirt. One Gold 1 rank was not enough, so Celthia made the second one push. The two Gold rank monsters immediately began to coordinate. They aggressively tag-teamed the autonomous tower in Roran's sector, violently biting at the wooden roots, throwing their massive weight against the trunk, desperately trying to unbalance the structure through sheer, combined power. Watching the synchronized assault, Ren instantly decoded the entire maneuver. This wasn't only an attack. It was a measurement. Celthia wanted the exact, mathematical damage report. She wanted to know precisely how much power it cost to break one of his toys. She needed to know exactly how many beasts, of what specific rank, applying what specific method, over what exact duration of time, it took to snap the monolith in half. And standing there on the parapet, Ren felt a burning, genuine curiosity flare up in his chest. He actively wanted to see what would happen if he just let the brutal experiment play out. He desperately wanted to observe how far the roots could be pushed, to measure the absolute breaking point of his own engineering against a real high-tier assault. A very loud part of his brain, the insatiably curious, logic-driven architect, screamed at him to just stand back and let the scene unfold purely to harvest the raw data for himself. But he absolutely refused to hand Celthia that completed report. The less the witch knew about the real discrepancies between the towers, the less she understood about his hidden mechanical tricks, and the more blind she remained to where the true limits actually lay, the better. Pure, actionable intelligence was the absolute most dangerous weapon Celthia wielded. Freely gifting her a precise measurement of his defensive grid's breaking point would be handing her exactly what she had sacrificed her pawns to find. He wouldn't give her a single number. So, Ren attacked the weak for him, poor, gold-rank beasts. Celthia threw the absolute totality of her pressure against the soldiers of the southwest sector all at once. The autonomous tower was dead. The massive, bleeding splinters of the wooden monolith lay shattered in the mud, and there was absolutely nothing left standing between the corrupted swarm and the stone face of the wall. Up on the parapets, the paralyzing reality of the situation crashed into the defenders. Garrett, Dunn, and the rest of the grizzled veterans had spent months getting dangerously comfortable. They had grown soft, casually leaning on their spears while the automated meat grinder did the heavy lifting. Now, they were suddenly staring down the throat of a roaring tidal wave of gold-tier mutants, spearheaded by a colossal platinum horror. And vastly more terrifying than the monsters charging them was the one glaring absence on the wall. Red Pathfinder was gone. The quiet commander whose instantaneous, flawless read of the battlefield had safely guided them through every single crisis. The boy who always knew the exact geometric angle to fire from, who knew exactly where they needed to move before the enemy even twitched. He wasn't there. For the very first time in months, the soldiers of the southwest sector had to stare a genuine, apocalyptic threat dead in the eye. Their stomachs violently knotted into ice-cold lumps as the exact same horrifying question echoed in all their minds: how in the hell are we going to survive this without him? With the tower destroyed, the sector was in critical, imminent danger of a total breach. Celthia knew it. And the Witch of Corruption was absolutely not the kind of predator to let an opening like this go to waste. A downed tower, a stripped defensive grid, a panicked, disorganized garrison missing its moral anchor, it was the absolute perfect storm. It wasn't just an opportunity to slaughter soldiers, it was a rare, golden window to forcefully extract something far more valuable from humanity. Perhaps she could shatter their morale permanently. Perhaps she could pillage to secure a foothold she could ruthlessly exploit later. She pressed her advantage, driving the corrupted swarm forward with the dark intent of wringing every single drop of blood and intelligence she could out of the naked sector. The field was wide open. The wall was about to crack. And then, a wall of blue fire pushed them back. A piercing, high-altitude screech violently tore the sky open. Leora plummeted from the clouds, riding on the back of Mayo's massive avian beast. She crashed into the defensive line like a falling star, bringing the corrupted swarm's momentum to a dead, violent halt. Ren had called her a while ago. While he was putting on a flawless performance, faking his response, pretending to blindly bite the bait, and sprinting toward Roran's sector, Leora was already cutting through the sky. She had been quietly prepositioned, flying toward Ren's sector with orders to intervene at the exact microsecond Celthia arrogantly believed she had secured her window. It was a response Celthia absolutely had not expected. She hadn't calculated it because she believed she was operating with a massive, unassailable asymmetry of information. Celthia fundamentally believed she could see Ren, while he remained entirely blind to her. She possessed a sprawling, almost quarter-planetary surveillance network, or fully planetary if only the livable zones were considered. She didn't just track him through standard mana signatures, she looked through the literal eyes, ears, and other senses of every single mutant beast scattered across the land. Every common silver-tier creature the Vanguard casually ignored was just another CCTV camera, microphone and radar in her endless grid. Ren, on the other hand, was just a human. In Celthia's mind, he possessed absolutely no mechanism to peer through her ethereal body, nor did he possess the biological bandwidth to map her beast movements across such a gargantuan territory. But Ren had suspected she would try a maneuver exactly like this. And he had been quietly preparing for it. For the past several weeks, Celthia had been meticulously shuffling her higher-tier beasts around the perimeter of the sister cities. She didn't dare move them too close to the wall, where the Vanguard senses would instantly trip over them. Instead, she kept them buried underground, hovering at the exact calculated distance she assumed marked the absolute limit of Ren's sensory perception. She kept her strike force dancing right on the edge of the shadows, rendering them invisible, patiently positioning her pieces for the day she finally decided to break Red Pathfinder's defenses. What Celthia didn't know was that Ren's perception range was absolutely not a static number. When Ren engaged the three-way beast fusion, his consciousness violently expanded outward. His sensory network artificially bloated to an almost godlike scale compared to any other tamer. And during those secret subterranean practice sessions he did in Selphir's chamber full of concealing artifacts, swimming in that expanded state of perception, it hadn't cost him a single ounce of effort to detect her beast's movements. He had felt the distant, faint outlines of her heavy presences shifting in the dark. He had watched the invisible circular formation quietly rearranging itself, day after day, hovering just on the razor's edge of what even a tamer of his caliber should theoretically be able to sense without the mushroom being active. Celthia had confidently parked her apocalyptic strike force right on that boundary line, completely convinced she was invisible. To the baseline, everyday Ren, she would have been. To the three-way fused Ren, she was standing under a spotlight all the time it lasted. Ren had known for days that Celthia was holding her heavy hitters at the edge of his radar. He knew it was only a matter of time before she attempted to shatter his defensive grid. And he deliberately let it happen. He didn't do it out of foolish arrogance. He didn't do it solely out of his insatiable academic curiosity either, although that burning need to dissect a problem was always simmering just beneath the surface. He did it because he actively wanted to extract something highly valuable from this expected exchange. He wanted to measure the macro-siege capabilities of humanity's greatest enemy more intimately. He wanted to understand exactly how her mind operated when she was granted the luxury of time to plan. He needed to see exactly what kind of scheme she was capable of unleashing when she stopped improvising in the dirt and executed a meticulously prepared, long-term strategy. So, he let her believe she held the initiative. He willingly handed her the steering wheel. He wasn't particularly worried about any possible structural damage, because he had already run the geographic calculations. Even at maximum velocity, Celthia's strike force would have to physically cross the massive, no-detection zone, during the assault. For a tamer operating at Ren's perception range, that geographical buffer guaranteed him several minutes to react. Celthia truly believed she had him wandering in the dark. Her disposable silver-tier scouts had watched him launch into the sky, confirming he had abandoned his post. Then the beast stationed near Roran's sector watched him land, confirming he had swallowed the decoy hook, line, and sinker. According to Celthia's tactical read, the operation was executing flawlessly. The single most dangerous tamer in existence for her was currently miles away from his precious first tower, completely fooled, desperately chasing a phantom threat while her real hammer would have crushed his naked sector. She couldn't even begin to fathom that Ren knew absolutely everything. Perfectly. From the very beginning. She didn't realize that the agonizing zero action in his sector over the last few weeks hadn't been a stroke of luck, but a carefully laid trap. She didn't know Leora was already airborne, diving toward the southeast before the wooden tower even hit the mud. Every single microscopic movement Celthia believed she had brilliantly concealed had been witnessed, catalogued, and flawlessly anticipated by a teenage boy who had simply stepped back to watch her play her hand. Leora and Mayo reinforced the buckling sector. Standing on the parapet, Leora didn't hesitate. She instantly summoned the bash and triggered a full dual fusion. The colossal, two spiritual fire serpents erupted into the physical world, crashing down onto the front line with a crushing, incinerating weight the platinum and gold rank beasts hadn't prepared for. The flaming serpents violently surged forward, slamming their massive, burning coils directly into the platinum horror, physically interposing their fiery mass between the behemoth and the vulnerable stone of the wall. Sustained by the sheer, unadulterated power of Leora's fusion, the bashes locked the platinum beast in a brutal, grinding, slowly losing, stalemate. The platinum monster, which had just successfully shattered an autonomous tower and fully expected to carve through a soft, terrified garrison, suddenly found itself wrestling a fully fused, dual-contract tamer beasts who absolutely refused to yield a single inch of ground. And the minutes Leora bought were exactly the time Ren needed. Because while Celthia arrogantly believed Ren was currently bogged down in Roran's sector, thinking of the gold rank capabilities and completely ignorant to the slaughter happening at home, the reality was vastly different. Ren had arrived, instantly deduced the decoy for what it was, neutralized the immediate threat with brutal ease and speed, and was already burning through the sky on his way back. Just minutes later, Ren crashed into the southwest sector like a localized extinction event. The three-way fused Hydra plummeted from the clouds, carrying the catastrophic, gravitational mass of a creature that physically rivaled Celthia's platinum beast in size, but utterly dwarfed it in raw, multi-elemental power. The colossal impact violently shook the bedrock of the entire sector. A shockwave of displaced air and shattered earth ripped outward, flattening the gold rank frontline of the corrupted swarm. To the absolute, horrifying surprise of Celthia, who had spent weeks meticulously planning this exact operation, who had arrogantly believed she controlled every single variable on the board, who had executed her highly refined strategy to the letter, the boy she thought she had tricked was here. Right now. Landing directly on top of her prized beasts with a kinetic force that defied the biological laws of mana. Somewhere far away in the dark wasteland, feeling the catastrophic impact ripple through the nervous systems of her dying creatures, Celthia physically flinched. The sheer magnitude of the monster that had just fallen from the sky registered in her mind. And in that terrifying, frozen microsecond, she finally understood the reality of the board. She was about to lose a platinum asset and dozens of heavy gold shock troops for almost nothing. Her flawless, perfectly executed strategy had been, from the very beginning, a trap nestled inside a trap. And she was the one who had walked right into it. Ren crashed into the southwest sector like a falling meteor. By the time his boots hit the ground, Leora had already wrestled the chaotic situation into a stalemate. It was a spectacular display of control. Her dual-contract fusion was great at this kind of entanglement. She was currently commanding two distinct, towering serpent avatars, each projecting a phantom purplish searing aura hovering near the Platinum 2 rank power. In a sheer contest of brute force, she possessed more than enough raw power to completely, physically dismantle Celthia's Platinum horror, even with the mutant's grotesque, hyper-accelerated regeneration. But the massive Platinum beast wasn't the actual problem. It was the swarm. Dozens of gold-rank mutants flooded the perimeter, acting as a frenzied, suicidal meat shield. They bit, clawed, and threw their heavy bodies into the fray, deliberately saturating the battlefield with minor, lethal threats. They were actively preventing Leora from concentrating her overwhelming firepower on the primary target. In a prolonged, grinding battle of attrition, Leora would have eventually won regardless. But, eventually, was the exact tactical nightmare Ren was trying to avoid. Given enough time and enough localized pressure from the Gold Swarm, the Platinum Beast would inevitably find a momentary window to retreat. Celthia would seamlessly pull her most valuable asset back into the shadows. It was infinitely better for Ren to arrive and violently annihilate the entire board at once, stripping the witch of any opportunity to salvage her centerpiece. And that was exactly what he did. Ren's fusion did not operate on the same mathematical principles as Leora's. He didn't divide his power into two separate multipliers. He forcefully crammed a 4x multiplier into a single, localized entity. The three-way beast fusion, three distinct, multi-elemental titans violently returning their combined, swirling ether into his human system, pushed his biological output slightly beyond the mythical diamond rank. With that sheer firepower, a level of destructive energy absolutely no other tamer in the present world possessed, exterminating the mutant swarm was very simple. It didn't matter how robust their compartmentalized biology was. It didn't matter that the mutants possessed a terrifying, plague-like vitality explicitly designed to survive even dismemberment. The colossal, white jade hydra reared its three massive heads. The air around it warped, superheated by the sheer density of its aura. It unleashed its signature, devastating beams of blinding light. But this time, the concentrated light was fused with incinerating fire mana. The dual elemental beams completely ignored the dense, mutated armor of the gold beasts. The lasers sliced cleanly through the monsters, executing flawless sagittal dissections. The beasts were violently split in half straight down the middle, but they didn't even have the chance to bleed. The exact millisecond the light parted their flesh, the purifying fire violently ignited. The flames consumed the bifurcated halves from the inside out, instantly incinerating the half structures before their grotesque regeneration could even attempt to stitch any meat back together. The Hydra's three heads didn't fire blindly. They operated with the precision of independent targeting turrets. Each head seamlessly tracked its own unique targets, firing in completely different trajectories simultaneously. The extermination that a single head would have been forced to execute in a linear sequence, the three heads executed in a devastatingly fast parallel. After a blistering, rapid-fire volley of around 15 synchronized discharges from each head, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Not a single gold-rank enemy remained standing. Only one target was left. The Platinum Beast, which Leora was still fiercely restraining with her burning bashes coiled thickly around its massive body, suddenly found itself entirely alone. Before it could even register that its vanguard was gone, the three heads of the Hydra swiveled, locked onto its center of mass, and fired simultaneously. Three blinding beams converged directly on its head. The colossal monster was consumed exactly like the lesser beasts, managing to unleash one final, agonizing shriek before the purifying fire entirely hollowed it out, leaving nothing but drifting ash. Ren landed softly next to Leora, the residual heat of the battlefield washing over him. The situation hadn't spiraled out of control. As far as he was concerned, the immediate danger had entirely passed. The other 8 sectors of the Great Wall all had dual contract tamers assigned to them. Every single one of their elite squads was more than capable of holding the line against Platinum Beasts without suffering losses. Celthia's strategy, despite being a decently executed, unexpected feint, hadn't actually managed to break the wall. Unless she was willing to blindly throw significantly more meat into the grinder, the wall remained absolute. But something deep in the back of Ren's mind aggressively refused to click into place. He had fully expected his specific sector to face a vastly bigger threat. He hadn't expected only one standard, run-of-the-mill Platinum Beast. He had anticipated something more, at least 2, or something specifically calibrated to rival his own monstrous power, especially considering the massive amount of meticulous planning Celthia had invested in this operation. Ren knew for a fact that Celthea possessed significantly more powerful horrors hidden in her deep vaults. The very first ruin they had raided together had housed two massive guardians hovering near the platinum rank, alongside something even darker and stronger beneath them. And if the Yino ruins were the first she had gotten, as her free time and the downloaded map heavily implied, then she mathematically should harbor even older, significantly more creatures. With all that world-ending potential sitting at her fingertips, why send only one, common, platinum? It was glaringly obvious. Celthea was still testing the waters with him. Despite losing the war of information today, despite being the one flawlessly lured into a trap of her own making, in the grand, global scheme of the board, she actually hadn't risked that much. And that was precisely the realization that left a bitter, metallic taste in Ren's mouth. She had managed to avoid committing anything she actually cared much about losing. Though, Ren thought, forcing a pragmatic consolation, burning over 40 gold mutants and a platinum definitely had to sting at least a little. Somewhere far away in the suffocating dark, the Witch of the Wastes was undoubtedly cursing through her teeth, calculating exactly how much biological fuel and how many thousands of silver mutants it would cost her network to eventually replenish the elite strike force she had just lost in a single afternoon. Ren permitted himself a dark, fleeting half-smile at the thought. But the smile didn't reach his eyes, and it didn't last. Because simmering just beneath the satisfaction was a heavy, sinking dread. The unshakable sensation that there was a massive, invisible gear turning just beneath the surface of this attack. Celthea was deliberately withholding the vast majority of her true military power. So, where was it? Was she hoarding her absolute strongest assets, desperately cannibalizing them in the dark to synthetically forge diamond-tier horrors? Or was she actively deploying that catastrophic power on an entirely different, hidden front, utilizing this noisy assault purely to drag humanity's attention exactly where she wanted it? Ren stared out at the jagged, bleeding horizon, looking past the stone of the wall, deep into the sprawling, concentric rings of the wasteland where Celthea was quietly moving her pieces in the shadows. He felt a profound, chilling certainty that today's victory, as flawless and clean as it had been, was merely a microscopic skirmish on a vastly larger chessboard, a board whose true, terrifying borders he still couldn't even see. The adrenaline began to recede. Ren severed the three-way fusion. The physical exhaustion immediately crashed into him, but it was noticeably lighter than his previous attempts. His system was adapting. Beside him, Leora dissolved her fiery avatars too. She turned to look at him, her sharp eyes instantly reading the deep, distracted tension carved into his face. She knew the battle was over, but she could clearly see his mind was already miles away. "What is it?" she asked softly. "I don't know yet," Ren replied, his eyes never leaving the dark horizon. "But I am going to find out." Garrett had watched a lot of fresh meat cycle through the Great Wall over the years. The vast majority of them faded from his memory before their first rotation was even over. They all arrived exactly the same, either shivering with thinly veiled terror, or puffed up with suicidal, aristocratic arrogance. And in either case, the boring yet grueling reality of the wall filed them down until they were either molded into something moderately useful, or it violently discarded them into the mud. Years ago, Garrett had learned the hard way not to invest a single ounce of emotional energy into any rookie until he saw how their minds held up after their first month. Red Pathfinder had been very different from the very first day. It wasn't about his combat prowess, at least, not in the beginning. It was his brain. The kid just understood things. If Garrett pointed out a blind spot in the parapet's firing angles just once, the boy didn't just nod and memorize it. He instantly digested the geometry, quietly recalibrated his entire view, and casually fired back a tactical observation regarding wind shear. He was asking to fix the parapet shape, and the problem that had personally taken Garrett 3 agonizing years of freezing night shifts to figure out. He lost the very first game of dice they played. And then he flawlessly, ruthlessly won every single game after that. Not because he had a lucky streak, but because it only took his terrifyingly quiet brain exactly 2 rounds to completely mathematically dismantle the system of the game. And then there were the new logistical blueprints. Garrett vividly remembered the day the heavily sealed tubes had arrived from High Command. He had unrolled the crisp parchment, staring down at the complex, overlapping schematics for the new autonomous towers. The margins were crammed with dense, erratic annotations that looked like absolute, illegible gibberish to the grizzled veteran. He had stared at the paper with the quiet, reluctant respect a man reserves for things he knows are vitally important, but fully accepts he will never possess the education to understand. Red had read the schematics fluidly, like a young man casually reading a grocery list. The kid had leaned over the table, tapping his finger against the parchment, casually pointing out small structural flaws that wouldn't work on site. He softly muttered about what he would need routed differently in specific joints, digesting the impossibly complex logic behind every single drawn line as if he had literally drafted the blueprints himself. Garrett had just stared at him that day, a heavy, sinking thought taking root in his mind, a thought that was becoming uncomfortably frequent with this terrifying new generation. Nothing but prodigies. And I can't even begin to keep up. Kids bonded to weird plants and bizarre mushrooms who were suddenly breaching the gold rank. Teenagers who effortlessly deciphered hyper-engineered castle tech over breakfast. The world was violently shifting under Garrett's worn boots at a velocity his aging, veteran brain struggled to process. And sitting right at the absolute center of that terrifying paradigm shift were quiet, unassuming kids like Red, who made the mathematically impossible for him look like a boring Tuesday afternoon chore. But seriously, could the kid be just a little less ruthless with the dice? Lately, after sending his family share, Garrett barely had enough spare crystals left over to afford a decent drink at the end of the week. It's impossible to get a bit drunk like that. That boy is going to go far, Garrett had thought to himself after losing his favorite game for the 5th consecutive time, staring at his empty coin pouch. Terrifyingly far. The quiet routine had settled over the sector. The men grew accustomed to the peace, and practically none of the fresh recruits struggled to adapt to the wall this year. The only real disruption was that Red was practically never around anymore. Ever since High Command officially hijacked him to construct those massive defensive monoliths in other sectors, the kid spent vastly more time vanishing into other places than he did standing guard in his own designated zone. It felt like a hollow sting. Garrett was just starting to genuinely enjoy teaching him people management stuff. He was just starting to look forward to having the quiet kid next to him on the long, freezing shifts, throwing dice on a wooden crate and passing down the gritty, to not die of boredom, unwritten survival rules of the wall that absolutely no pristine castle blueprint was ever going to teach him. But it seemed Red's impossibly bright future had simply arrived much faster than anticipated. Garrett was left holding the exact same bittersweet bag every veteran holds when they finally find a truly promising rookie. He just had to stand in the mud and watch the kid ascend. Yet, against all odds, Red still made the time. Every single time the boy returned from the other work zones, even if it was dead in the middle of the night, even if he arrived wearing the pale, hollow exhaustion of a young man who had spent 10 hours dragging heavy timber and carving runes into bedrock, he still sat down on the crate. He still sat down to play. To deliberately lose the first match, and then systematically, politely bankrupt Garrett for the rest of the weekend. He still sat there in the freezing wind so he could teach him one more minor, gritty detail about the physical limits of a bowstring. About the subtle aerodynamic differences between the newly issued arrows. About exactly which fletching worked best for piercing armor, and why. And when it was Garrett's turn to teach, Red genuinely listened. He didn't just nod politely, he stared at the veteran's hands, asked piercing, highly specific questions, and absorbed the dirt-level knowledge. He entirely lacked the arrogant, rushing impatience of a prodigy who already believed he was vastly above learning from an aging grunt. Great kid, Garrett thought every single time he watched Red shoulder his pack and vanish back into the wasteland. Just a genuinely good kid. And Garrett would turn back to face the dark horizon, returning to his shift, absolutely completely oblivious to how incredibly, hilariously small the world he had been living in actually was. Garrett's small, quiet world violently exploded on a completely average morning. Red had received a flash report and immediately launched himself into the sky to reinforce an adjacent sector, exactly as he had done dozens of times before. It was just another routine departure. Garrett had barely even bothered to look up from polishing his bow. And then, an apocalyptic nightmare crashed into the southwest perimeter, a level of enemy Garrett hadn't seen in the wall. It wasn't a standard, screeching wave of silvers. It was golds. Dozens of them. And leading the absolute center of the charge was a towering platinum horror. It didn't hesitate. It didn't probe the defenses. It launched its colossal mass directly at the autonomous tower and violently shattered the wooden monolith before the defensive roots could do anything more than tear a shallow, bleeding gash into its armor. Garrett had fought in countless, bloody sieges throughout his long life. But staring down at the tidal wave of gold mutants pouring over the splintered remains of their only real defense, surging relentlessly toward the naked stone of the wall, a profound, paralyzing ice flooded his veins. For the very first time in years, he felt the cold, absolute certainty of death. He had absolutely no idea how they were going to survive the next 5 minutes. Then, Leora arrived. She dropped from the clouds on the back of a massive avian beast, slamming into the earth and violently arresting the swarm's momentum. Towering, ethereal serpents woven from pure spiritual fire erupted from her dual fusion, aggressively wrapping around the platinum horror as if it were nothing more than a common stray. Garrett's jaw literally dropped. He stared in absolute, paralyzing awe at the sheer, unadulterated power. The spiritual Tamer. The legendary aristocratic girl every single soldier on the wall gossiped about. She was single-handedly grappling a monster that had just effortlessly snapped a monolithic tower in half. It was already vastly more mythological violence than Garrett's brain was prepared to process before lunch. And then, Red arrived. Except, he didn't land like Red. He fell from the sky like a localized extinction event. And the entity that touched down in the blood-soaked dirt absolutely was not the quiet, humble installation sergeant who lost at dice. It was the master of a colossal, three-headed beast. A towering, white jade monstrosity the size of a castle keep, radiating an oppressive, suffocating aura that physically squeezed the air out of Garrett's lungs, something he had never experienced in his entire life. The three massive heads reared back and unleashed blinding, apocalyptic beams of pure light violently fused with incinerating fire. The charging gold-rank mutants were instantly, cleanly bisected. Dozens of them. They were sliced in half and violently burned from the inside out before their bisected halves even hit the mud. The entire vanguard of the swarm was erased in a matter of seconds. Garrett just stood on the parapet, staring at the sheer, godlike devastation. And suddenly, a tiny, painfully obvious puzzle piece in his brain, a piece that had been glaringly obvious to half the military brass and every single informed aristocrat in the kingdom, but entirely missed by a clueless, grizzled veteran, finally clicked into place. The prodigy installer. The kid who treated classified castle blueprints like a casual reading assignment. The boy who dismantled a game of dice in 2 rounds. Red Pathfinder. Garrett blinked slowly. He mouthed the words. No. Ren Patender. A short, rusty bark of laughter suddenly forced its way out of Garrett's throat. It was a completely involuntary, breathless sound of absolute disbelief. He stood on the edge of the wall, laughing like a madman, watching the towering jade hydra casually sweep the battlefield with a blinding, purifying light that ordinary men only ever whispered about in drunken stories regarding mythological dragons. Of course. Of course I can't beat him at dice. How in the absolute hell am I supposed to win a simple game against a kid who can casually summon the closest physical thing to the wrath of a god? Garrett, a scarred veteran of the Great Wall, threw his head back and laughed again. This time, it was a genuine, deep-belly laugh. Because out of every single terrifying, legendary thing that Quiet Boy could have possibly turned out to be, he was the biggest monster of them all. And Garrett had spent the last several months sitting on a wooden crate, smugly teaching him, completely, blissfully ignorant of the living god sitting directly across from him. He shook his head, wiping a tear of mirth from his scarred eye as the hydra roared. Good kid, anyway. Genius prodigy, terrifying legend, or literal walking god of destruction. It didn't matter. He was still a good kid. The battle ended, and a heavy silence fell over the parapets. Leora dissolved her dual fusion. The towering, ethereal fire serpents evaporated into the wind, leaving behind nothing but the stench of ozone and charred mutant flesh. She looked at Ren, her eyes lingering for a long, heavy second. She clearly wanted to stay a while longer here with him. But discipline ultimately outweighed desire. With an attack of this scale having just been smothered, neither of them possessed the tactical luxury to simply stand around where they pleased and leave other zones unprotected. Mayo, entirely true to her nature, absolutely refused to let the moment pass without weaponizing it. Leaning casually against the massive feathered neck of her avian beast, she delivered a dry, precise quip into the wind about the utter, agonizing tragedy of the star-crossed Tamer's lovers torn apart by military duty. But even Mayo's legendary teasing lacked its usual punch. The adrenaline was still humming in everyone's blood, and the entire sector remained on a razor's edge. A coordinated assault of this magnitude could easily be the opening salvo of a multi-pronged siege. Every veteran on the wall kept one hand on their bows, eyes glued to the horizon, waiting for the frantic flash messages warning that another sector was buckling under the pressure. Luckily no sector buckled. For the rest of the agonizingly long day, absolutely nothing happened. Ren repeatedly tapped into his huge expanded perception, aggressively utilizing the sensory windows temporarily forced open by his now public three-way fusion. His mind swept the deeper rings for miles. He scoured the dirt for hidden biological signatures. He hunted for buried formations, maneuvering beasts, or the low, humming frequency of a secondary mutant swarm preparing to breach the surface. He found nothing. The outside was a graveyard. After an entire day of relentless, paranoid patrolling, the overarching consensus became undeniable. High Command officially dispatched the all-clear flares to every single sector along the perimeter. The crisis was officially over. Ren spent the tense daylight hours keeping one eye on the horizon and both hands deep in the mud, meticulously repairing the shattered autonomous tower. But he absolutely did not rebuild it the same way. This time, he didn't use silver tier wood and stone. He reached deep into his Wolverine space and pulled out hyperdense, incredibly strong materials harvested directly from the Gold 3 zone. He had spent so many weeks flying across those dangerous outer rings, where the ambient ether was thick and the natural resources were vastly richer, that he had stockpiled enough premium lumber and crystal to completely overhaul several of these defensive structures. He wove the new Gold 3 roots together, crafting a superior internal architecture. Tactically speaking, even with this massive material upgrade, the monolith still couldn't single-handedly execute a platinum-tier mutant. That level of automated destruction remained out of reach from the rune's absorption input and the ambient's poor mana. Gold was already pushing it, and this needed a battery he would fill with his own power first. But what it could do was survive the initial, catastrophic impact. It now possessed the density to withstand the siege, stalling a platinum beast long enough to grant the wall the precious minutes required for elite reinforcements to arrive. And against the hyperlethal, blitzkrieg tactic Celthia had just attempted, those few extra minutes were the difference between a secure border and a total massacre. And as Ren molded the dense, golden-hued roots into place, a brilliant, terrifying idea snapped into his mind. Camouflage. What if he systematically planted these highly upgraded, gold-tier monoliths across the most vulnerable sectors of the Great Wall, but deliberately disguised them? He could easily utilize his crystal molding techniques to wrap them in a cheap, superficial exterior layer of silver-tier wood and stone. From the outside, they would look absolutely identical to the standard, fragile towers. If Celthia ever attempted to probe the perimeter again to locate humanity's weak points, she would be completely blind. She would have absolutely no easy way of calculating which towers would easily snap under a gold mutant's weight, and which towers would violently shatter her platinum beast's teeth upon impact. The asymmetrical warfare of information would violently swing back in Ren's favor.